My name is Lin Shiking, and I am an Eastern vampire. To complete my coming-of-age ceremony, I needed to feed from a live human for the first time. I chose Su Zhe, but as I was drinking his blood, he seemed to be enjoying it. Almost wanting it. Even more astonishing, instead of growing weaker from the blood loss, he became stronger. He even began asking me to drink more. After a few sessions of this, I found myself unable to resist him.
Chapter 1. The Secret of the Cool School Beauty. Tonight at 7 o'clock, Building 12 of Shilin Villa. See you there or not. Looking at the message on his phone, Su Zhe's heart raced. Could this be his chance to end his long streak of virginity? In this fast-paced era, Su Zhe longed for an unexpected romance. This must be the dream of many boys. The thought of going on a date with the school beauty was exhilarating. Su Zhe was a sophomore at Manhwa University, a typical college student. Recently, he had somehow caught the attention of Lin Shiqing, the stunning girl from Qinglang School. 3 days ago, Lin Shiqing added him on WeChat, and they began chatting. She confessed her feelings right away, asking Su Zhe to be her boyfriend. Su Zhe was thrilled, but also a bit apprehensive. Lin Shiqing came from a well-off family and was driven to and from school in luxury cars, so there shouldn't be any issues. Eventually, Su Zhe agreed to her request. After all, not many would turn down a school beauty as a girlfriend. Su Zhe believed that his good looks had attracted her. He recalled a video taken by a classmate during his freshman year, which had gone viral on Douyin, garnering over 10 million views and making him briefly famous. The message on his phone was from Lin Shiqing, inviting him to her house that evening. As he pondered what to wear, he suddenly heard a crisp sound followed by mechanical and electronic noises. Ding, the system is being bound. Binding successful. System. Su Zhe touched his ears, realizing he wasn't wearing headphones. Where was the sound coming from? Hello, host. This system is a gift from God to reward players of Earth Online. Its functions are powerful. You should feel incredibly lucky to be bound to it. Please stay calm. Hearing the word system, Su Zhe immediately thought of countless online protagonist stories. Could he have his own cheat now? And what's this about being a player of Earth Online? This is a little too much, a little too fast. Okay, system, what functions do you have? He asked, trying to contain his excitement. The system's functions are vast, but first, it must inform the host of something important. The school belle Lin Shiqing is actually a legendary vampire. She pursues you because she covets your blood. Your blood quality is very high, which is why Lin Shiqing is drawn to you. Never mind the being a player of Earth Online thing. Vampires? No way. What did you say? Su Zhe was stunned. Is this really true? Absolutely. A huge light screen appeared in Su Zhe's mind, displaying a three-dimensional image of Lin Shiqing. She had long, pale blonde hair, a tall figure, extremely fair skin, and delicate features. She wore a white t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her graceful curves. Her pointed fangs, slightly exposed, gleamed with a silver light. Beside her image were her stats. Name, Lin Shiqing. Race, vampire, adult stage gender. Female height, 168 centimeters weight. 47 kilograms measurements, 33 c, 64, 80. Those measurements are amazing, Su Zhe thought. He had never realized she was so well-proportioned. He and Lin Shiqing had only met a few times in person, mostly chatting on WeChat, making it a half-online relationship. But now he focused on her figure. Though Su Zhe worked out regularly and was in good shape, he knew that being bitten could make him very weak or even lead to severe anemia. Maybe even death. He had thought his good looks had attracted Lin Shiqing, but now he realized it was his blood she was after. He could give his body, but his blood was non-negotiable. System, isn't this where you come in? Give me something to help suppress Lin Shiqing, so I can do whatever I want, he muttered. Host, don't panic. The system will assist you. It's called, you can become stronger by being sucked. Why doesn't that sound reassuring? Ding, the system has a permanent task for you. Each time Lin Shiqing sucks your blood, you'll get a chance to draw a lottery, and all attributes will increase by 1 point. This task can be triggered indefinitely. Su Zhe was dumbfounded. His total blood volume was only 4 to 5 liters. He could only trigger the reward a few times before being drained dry. Sensing his thoughts, the system added, "Host, to prevent being sucked dry, you now have the ability to regenerate blood rapidly. Unless your blood is drained instantly, your life won't be in danger. Rest assured." Su Zhe's eyes lit up. This ability matched the system's task perfectly. His anxiety dissipated. He looked at Lin Shiqing's image and chuckled. The roles of hunter and prey seemed reversed now. A real hunter often appears as prey, he mused. Lin Shiqing, you'll be surprised this time. At 6:40 in the evening, Su Zhe arrived at the entrance of Shilin Villa as Lin Shiqing had instructed. Shilin Villa, located in the suburbs of Banhai City, was a luxurious community halfway up a mountain. Each square meter cost over 200,000 yuan, making the villas worth tens of millions. Only the wealthy or noble could live there. The villa was meticulously maintained, with hundreds of staff and continuous 24-hour security patrols, ensuring both a beautiful environment and high safety. From this, it was clear that Lin Shiqing was indeed very wealthy. If he could truly be with her, Su Zhe thought, he could save himself decades of effort. Despite learning Lin Shiqing was a vampire, Su Zhe decided against buying a silver dagger. With his rapid blood regeneration, he wouldn't be sucked to death. Plus, the chance of an ordinary person defeating a vampire with a dagger was slim unless a vital point was hit. In the end, Su Zhe decided to enjoy the night. As he stood there, a voice called out, "Mr. Su?" Su Zhe looked towards the source and saw a dignified, middle-aged man in a smart suit walking towards him. "Are you Mr. Su Zhe?" the man asked. "Yeah, that's me," Su Zhe replied. Chapter 2, Gothic Lolita. "My name is Yi Hui, Miss Lin's housekeeper." The man introduced himself with a polite bow. "The lady was concerned you might lose your way, so she sent me to escort you. Please follow me. She's been waiting." "Understood." Su Zhe nodded, falling in step with Yi Hui. Thanks to the housekeeper's guidance, Su Zhe easily navigated the secure perimeter of Shilin Villa. Without his assistance, entering would have been no simple feat. Security was stringent, and outsiders were meticulously scrutinized. The villa's interior was breathtaking. True to its name, a crystal-clear stream meandered through the estate, teeming with darting fish. Lush green trees lined its banks, creating a serene and poetic atmosphere. The landscaping was immaculate, and the crisp, fragrant air added to the villa's charm. As they ventured deeper, a striking Gothic mansion came into view. Its towering spires pierced the sky, and its purple-black facade exuded an eerie elegance. At its entrance stood a Western-style fountain filled with dark red water, adding to the macabre aesthetic. Unlike the surrounding antique-style villas, which harmonized with the verdant scenery, this Gothic mansion seemed deliberately incongruous, isolated by a black iron gate and high walls. "This is the place. Please come in," Yi Hui said as he swung open the heavy gate. Su Zhe stepped inside, instantly struck by the chilling atmosphere. The air seemed cooler, and the villa's shadows deepened the eerie ambience. Inside the dimly lit hall, only a handful of crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow. Heavy curtains blocked out any sunlight, leaving the room cloaked in perpetual twilight. Yi Hui closed the door behind them and turned to Su Zhe. "Please wait here while I call the lady." "No need. I'm already here," a crisp, cold voice interrupted. Su Zhe turned toward the grand spiral staircase at the center of the hall, where a tall figure descended gracefully. It was Lin Shiqing. Her voice was unmistakable, clear and resonant, with an aloofness that seemed to push others away. She wore a Gothic Lolita outfit, the black and gold dress shimmering faintly under the dim light. The hemline of her skirt swayed delicately, revealing glimpses of her long legs encased in knee-high black stockings. This ensemble was unlike anything Su Zhe had seen her wear before, elegant, yet enticing. The intricate lace and subtle purple accents added an air of refined mystery. Lin Shiqing walked down the staircase with measured elegance, her face smooth and devoid of expression. The faint scent of perfume lingered in the air as she approached. "Hello," Su Zhe greeted, taking in her ethereal presence. Lin Shiqing merely nodded, her cold gaze briefly meeting his. "Uncle Yi, have him bathe." Once he's done, bring him to my room dressed in the pajamas you arranged. Of course, Miss Lin, Yihui replied with a bow. Without another word, Lin Shiqing turned and ascended the staircase, her fragrant presence fading into the shadows. Su Zhe was momentarily stunned. Was she planning to get straight to the point? The abruptness caught him off guard, though it wasn't entirely surprising given her clear intentions. Despite knowing Lin Shiqing's vampiric nature, Su Zhe couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. If not for his prior knowledge, this setup, a shower, pajamas, and a private rendezvous, might have stirred entirely different thoughts. But the bath clearly served a practical purpose. Cleanliness, after all, was paramount for blood-sucking rituals. "Mr. Su, this way, please," Yihui said, leading him to a guest room on the first floor. Inside the room, Yihui gestured toward the bed. "Your pajamas are laid out here. Once you're ready, call for me, and I will escort you to the ladies' chambers." Su Zhe nodded, stepping into the bathroom. 25 minutes later, after a meticulous wash using scented soaps, he emerged feeling fresh and fragrant. He glanced at the bed and chuckled. "Pink pajamas? Really?" The soft fabric and pastel hue were an amusing contrast to Lin Shiqing's otherwise austere demeanor. After donning them, he admired his reflection in the mirror. Surprisingly, the outfits suited him well. "Ready," he called, stepping outside. Yihui promptly appeared. "Follow me," he instructed, leading Su Zhe to the second floor. Lin Shiqing's quarters were at the end of the dimly lit corridor. Moonlight filtered through partially drawn curtains, casting a dreamlike glow across the hallway. "This is the ladies' room," Yihui announced, opening the door. "Please wait inside. She'll join you shortly. She's bathing at the moment." Su Zhe entered, taking in the vastness of the room. It spanned at least 60 square meters and was draped entirely in shades of pink. From the bed to the piano, the walls, and even the flooring, the decor was a saccharine sea of pink. Quite the fan of pink, Su Zhe mused. The incongruity between this whimsical decor and Lin Shiqing's icy demeanor was striking. As he scanned the room, his gaze froze on a large, pink spider nestled in a corner. "Don't worry," Yihui said with a smile. "That's the lady's pet." Su Zhe blinked. Pet? The spider's sheer size was enough to send chills down his spine. He couldn't help but marvel at Shilin's peculiar tastes. Yihui glanced at his watch. "It's time." Suddenly, Su Zhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as Yihui placed a hand on his shoulder. The older man's eyes glowed blood red, casting an otherworldly light in the dim room. Shilin's world spun as sleepiness overwhelmed him. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Yihui's glowing eyes dimmed as he sighed. His vampiric hypnosis had taken effect, ensuring Su Zhe wouldn't resist the forthcoming ritual. Lin Shiqing's coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 3. The coming-of-age ceremony. After laying Su Zhe on the bed, Yihui glanced toward the corner of the room. "Xiaofan, calm down. This one's harmless," he said, addressing the large pink spider resting there. "The lady plans to feed on him tonight." The spider, about the size of 2 footballs, had crimson eyes and soft pink fur covering its body. This was Lin Shiqing's pet, a gift from her parents for her 76th birthday. Its unique pink hue, a rare mutation among bloodthirsty, demonic spiders, made it a perfect fit for Lin Shiqing's fondness for the color. Despite its delicate appearance, Xiaofan was incredibly deadly, able to incapacitate or kill with only a trace of its venom. As if understanding Yihui's reassurance, Xiaofan relaxed, its 8 spindly legs settling against the floor. Its crimson eyes focused on Su Zhe as though inspecting a rare delicacy. "Tonight marks an important milestone," Yihui murmured, glancing back at the bed. "After the young lady feeds, she will truly come into her own." For vampires, the first inhalation was not just symbolic, it was transformative. Until now, Lin Shiqing had subsisted on processed blood to ensure safe and stable growth during her youth. Now, at 180 years old, she had entered adulthood, fully capable of directly feeding on human blood for the first time. This ritual marked her passage into maturity. Yihui sighed. "How quickly time passes," It feels like only yesterday she was just a child, and now she's ready for this moment. He stepped out of the room, leaving Xiaofan to guard the slumbering Su Zhe. In the adjoining bathroom, Lin Shiqing finished drying her damp hair. Standing in front of the mirror, she gazed at her reflection, recalling the events that had brought Su Zhe here tonight. He was tall, strong, and possessed a handsomeness that caught her eye. But more importantly, his blood had a fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Unlike many of his peers, Su Zhe's blood was pure, untainted by the vices of modern life. This rare quality had made him an irresistible choice for her first feeding. She turned off the hairdryer and exhaled deeply, steadying herself. Strange, she mused. Why do I feel nervous? A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Yi Hui's voice came through the door. Miss, Su Zhe has been hypnotized. Everything is ready. Lin Shiqing turned to face the door. Understood. I'm coming. Yi Hui offered his usual advice. Remember, moderation is key. Overfeeding could mix your blood with his and cause complications. I've heard this lecture enough times, Uncle Yi, she said, her voice tinged with exasperation. It's worth repeating to ensure the ritual goes smoothly, Yi Hui replied calmly. Lin Shiqing nodded, brushing past him as she left the bathroom. She made her way to her room, where Xiaofan scurried to greet her, its excitement evident in the rapid twitching of its legs. Lin Shiqing crouched to stroke the spider's head affectionately. Not tonight, Xiaofan. I have something important to do. As if understanding, Xiaofan obediently retreated to its corner, settling into its nest. Lin Shiqing straightened and turned her attention to Su Zhe, who lay motionless on the bed. His even breathing and relaxed expression gave him an air of innocence, making her momentarily hesitate. But the scent of his blood quickly reawakened her hunger, her crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. She approached the bed, her fingertips brushing Su Zhe's face. His warmth was inviting, and her fangs extended instinctively as she traced a line from his jaw to his neck. Her touch lingered on his Adam's apple, which stood out prominently against the smooth plane of his throat. A perfect spot, she whispered to herself, her voice trembling with anticipation. Leaning in, she allowed her fangs to pierce his skin. A soft, almost imperceptible sound marked the moment of contact, followed by a bright bead of crimson welling up. The scent intensified, and Lin Shiqing's instincts took over. She withdrew her fangs and began to drink, savoring each drop. Beneath her, Su Zhe stirred faintly, but remained lost in the depths of hypnotic sleep. He felt a brief, unfamiliar prick before drifting back into the void. Lin Shiqing's feeding was careful and deliberate. Her years of restraint and discipline had prepared her for this exact moment. As the ritual neared its conclusion, she withdrew with precision, leaving no trace of excess or carelessness. She wiped her lips delicately, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. Tonight is going to be unforgettable, but just for her, Su Zhe would never remember it. Chapter 4, Bound by Blood and Secrets. As Lin Shiqing fed on Su Zhe, Uncle Ye's earlier warnings echoed in her mind. Moderation is key for your first feed. Despite her instincts urging her to take more, reason prevailed. She stopped after consuming roughly 500 milliliters of blood, an incomplete yet satisfying meal. Rising from the bed, she noticed the wound on Su Zhe's neck still trickled blood. Though it wasn't an artery, the neck veins bled freely. Lin Shiqing extended her hand, conjuring a crimson energy that shimmered with a mysterious, otherworldly glow. With a gentle touch, the wound closed before her eyes, leaving no trace behind. If Su Zhe woke the next day, he wouldn't suspect anything out of the ordinary. Satisfied with her work, Lin Shiqing settled beside him. Her body hummed with energy as the freshly drawn blood coursed through her veins. It was unlike the cold, processed blood she had consumed in her youth. This was warm, vibrant, alive. A soft smile graced her lips as she licked away the lingering taste. Delicious. Unbeknownst to her, a mechanical chime echoed in Su Zhe's mind. Ding! Task completed. Be fed on by Lin Shiqing. Rewards distributed. All attributes increased by 1 point. 1 lottery chance awarded. Still groggy, Su Zhe stirred. A wave of warmth radiated through his body as his enhanced attributes kicked in. He blinked against the dim room, gradually piecing together his surroundings. His gaze settled on Lin Shiqing, her face mere inches away. The faint moonlight accentuated her flawless features, delicate nose, smooth skin, and faintly glowing crimson eyes. She's beautiful, Su Zhe thought, captivated by her proximity and the subtle floral scent that seemed to cling to her. His heart raced. "Are you done feeding?" he murmured, his voice breaking the silence. Lin Shiqing jolted upright, startled. "You're awake?" she stammered, disbelief evident in her voice. "Yeah, since you finished feeding," he replied casually, sitting up. Her expression hardened. Impossible. A human under hypnosis shouldn't regain consciousness for at least 12 hours, and no external stimuli should break the spell. Yet here he was, awake and lucid. She instinctively leaned back, her mind racing. "You know what I am, don't you?" she asked, her voice cold and steady. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. "Shouldn't I be the one panicking? You're the vampire here." Her crimson eyes narrowed. "That's not the point." She inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. "Since you've discovered my secret, I can't let you live." At her words, the pink spider in the corner stirred. Its ruby-like eyes gleamed as it crept closer, exuding a menacing aura. Su Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine, but kept his calm. "You don't have to kill me," he said firmly. "We can make a deal." Lin Shiqing tilted her head, intrigued despite herself. "A deal? You clearly enjoyed my blood. From now on, I'll let you drink it whenever you want on one condition. You keep me alive, and I won't reveal your secret. Simple as that." Her eyes narrowed again, but this time in contemplation. The taste of his blood lingered in her memory, tempting her resolve. After a moment, she spoke. "Your proposal is interesting, but how can I trust you to keep your word? Uncle Yi always warned me never to trust humans." "Then keep me close," Su Zhe suggested with a shrug. Lin Shiqing's lips curved into a sly smile. "Fine, but if you're staying alive, you'll live here permanently. You won't leave this house unless absolutely necessary. That's the only way to ensure my secret stays safe. You'll remain with me until the end of your life." Su Zhe blinked, taken aback. "Wait, are you saying we'll live together?" "Yes," she replied matter-of-factly. "Until you die of old age. Does that bother you?" He stared at her, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Living together until death. Is this captivity or cohabitation?" Chapter 5. The little rich girl. Su Zhe found no reason to refuse Lin Shiqing's proposal. Her villa was spacious, luxurious, and well-equipped. Aside from being a bit dimly lit, it offered comfort he couldn't overlook. Su Zhe wasn't the type to frequent crowded places or nightlife spots. His outings were mostly for basketball, workouts, and other sports. Staying in this villa with Lin Shiqing didn't seem like a bad arrangement. Moreover, his system tasks required him to remain close to her. Her feeding would trigger the mission rewards, and living together allowed him to maximize those opportunities. Though he hadn't drawn from the lottery yet, Su Zhe felt confident that the prize pool held significant rewards. Anything less would make the system too unimpressive. After mulling it over, he nodded. "Your proposal works for me." Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow, surprised at his quick agreement. "Don't you understand? Repeated blood-sucking could weaken you severely, leaving you in pain and despair. Wouldn't it be better to let me end it painlessly?" "It's fine. Even if I get sucked dry, I can handle it," Su Zhe said with a hint of bravado, knowing his system granted him a blood-restoring physique. Without it, he wouldn't have entertained this idea in the first place. Lin Shiqing wasn't as ruthless as her earlier words suggested. Seeing someone suffer from weakness due to her feeding would spark her sympathy, and she would give them time to recover before feeding again. Truthfully, she found her life rather dull, and having Su Zhe around might add some intrigue. "All right, you can stay," she finally said, exhaling lightly. "There are 2 guest rooms on the first floor. Pick one to settle into." Relieved, Lin Shiqing called for Yi Hui, who soon appeared in the hallway. After explaining the situation, Yihui frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. If this is your choice, miss, I won't object. But remember, the master and madam might think differently when they return. It's fine. I'll explain to them, Lin Shiqing replied. If all else fails, I might even consider embracing him as my first blood servant. Yi Hui's expression turned serious. The first embrace is a sacred tradition. Don't treat it lightly. I know, Uncle Yi, Lin Shiqing assured him. With a nod, Yi Hui disappeared into his quarters. Alone, he murmured to himself, that boy reminds me of my own past. Centuries ago, when I was kept by a vampire lady. Back in the room, Lin Shiqing turned to Su Zhe. Did you hear all that? You'll stay here until you grow old and die. The thought unsettled Su Zhe for a moment, but he calmed himself. With the system's benefits, he would grow stronger with each feeding, possibly surpassing Lin Shiqing within a year. Fine by me, he replied with a shrug. As the moonlight illuminated his face, Lin Shiqing studied his sharp features, noting how regal he looked despite the comical pink pajamas he wore. You're more handsome than I realized, she murmured thoughtfully. Anything else? Su Zhe asked, feeling a bit self-conscious under her gaze. Go pick a room and rest, she instructed. Oh, by the way, I have class tomorrow, Su Zhe said. Class? Don't bother with that anymore. I'll have Uncle Yi sort it out with your school, Lin Shiqing replied nonchalantly. But what about my degree? I worked hard to get into university. Su Zhe protested. Lin Shiqing waved dismissively. A degree doesn't matter. You're staying here for the rest of your life. What use would you have for it? You need money, not credentials. I'll give you pocket money as compensation. Su Zhe's ears perked up. How much are we talking about? Lin Shiqing thought for a moment. 100,000 should be enough, right? Suppressing his excitement, Su Zhe feigned hesitation. Well, considering the toll on my body and mind, maybe a bit more. 300,000. Final offer, Lin Shiqing said firmly. Deal. Su Zhe agreed instantly. Watching his eager smile, Lin Shiqing couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been outsmarted. Chapter 6. Devil Training. After climbing off Lin Shiqing's soft, luxurious bed, Su Zhe cast a wary glance at the massive spider in the room. His voice was tinged with hesitation as he asked, By the way, why do you even keep such a big spider? Huh? Don't you think she's adorable? Lin Shiqing replied without a trace of irony. She walked over to Xiaofan, her prized pet, and cradled the large spider in her arms as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Stroking Xiaofan's small, furry head with a gentle hand, she seemed to see the spider as no different from a kitten. Adorable, Su Zhe muttered internally, fighting the urge to take another step back. He could hardly see anything cute about the creature. Its 8 long, hairy legs and glowing red eyes made it look more like a horror movie prop than a pet. He wouldn't have been surprised if someone told him it ate people. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room, Su Zhe said, standing up abruptly. He hadn't felt particularly tired earlier, but now the effects of blood loss were catching up with him. His body felt heavy, and fatigue was beginning to set in. All right, go ahead. But remember, you'll need to wake up at 4 tomorrow morning, Lin Shiqing said casually, as if such a request were completely reasonable. 4 in the morning? Su Zhe froze mid-step, disbelief etched across his face. He lived a fairly disciplined life, but even for him, 7 in the morning was his earliest wake-up time. Asking him to rise 3 hours earlier seemed like an act of cruelty. But why so early? Didn't you say you weren't going to school tomorrow? He asked, confused. I never said it was for school. You'll be getting up early to go on a morning run with me, Lin Shiqing explained. The day's plan starts in the morning, and physical fitness is non-negotiable. As she spoke, she approached him, her gaze firm and unyielding. You need to understand that the reason I'm keeping you around is because of the quality of your blood. If that quality drops, there's no reason for me to keep you here. Our arrangement will end, she continued coldly. In order to maintain your blood quality, you need a disciplined lifestyle. If your habits are chaotic and you don't exercise, your blood will deteriorate before long. Starting tomorrow, you'll follow my training plan. A proper routine and regular exercise are essential for your health and for the quality of your blood. Su Zhe was left speechless. Her words made it abundantly clear that she wasn't going to give him any leeway. "But you just sucked my blood tonight," he protested. "I'm already feeling weak. What if I collapse during this so-called training?" "Then I'll fix it," Lin Shiqing replied nonchalantly. She opened a nearby drawer and pulled out a small bottle filled with a shimmering crimson liquid. "This is the essence and blood potion," she explained, holding up the bottle for him to see. "It accelerates blood regeneration and strengthens the body. Drink it before bed, and you'll recover by morning." Su Zhe stared at the bottle with a mix of awe and skepticism. The vibrant red liquid inside shimmered faintly, looking like something out of a fantasy novel. "Besides," Lin Shiqing added, "I only took about 500 or 600 milliliters of your blood. That's roughly the same as 1 or 2 blood donations. It's not enough to put you into shock. Worst case scenario, if you faint during the morning run, I'll just take you to the hospital." Her matter-of-fact tone made it clear she wasn't joking. Su Zhe sighed in defeat, accepting the potion she handed him. As he held it up, the liquid caught the light, its strange alchemical glow captivating his attention. This world was turning out to be far stranger than he'd ever imagined. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqing noticed Xiaofan in her arms, twitching uneasily. The spider's 8 eyes were fixed on Su Zhe, her body tense with obvious hostility. "Relax, Xiaofan. He's not a threat," Lin Shiqing said, stroking the spider's head in an attempt to calm her down. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "Su Zhe, come here," she said. He hesitated, still unnerved by the spider's piercing gaze. "Do I have to?" he asked, taking a cautious step back. "Don't be ridiculous. Xiaofan won't eat you," Lin Shiqing said, frowning slightly. Muttering under his breath, Su Zhe reluctantly moved closer. If he was going to live here, he couldn't avoid the spider forever. "Now, touch her head," Lin Shiqing instructed. "Touch her head," Su Zhe repeated, his voice trembling. "Trust me, she'll like you more if you do. Consider it a bonding exercise," Lin Shiqing said, smirking. With a deep breath, Su Zhe extended a trembling hand. As his palm made contact with Xiaofan's head, he braced himself for the worst. To his surprise, the spider closed her eyes contentedly, leaning into his touch. "Huh, this is surprisingly nice," Su Zhe muttered, rubbing her head cautiously. The sensation was oddly pleasant, almost like petting a cat or a dog. "All right, that's enough," Lin Shiqing said, pulling his hand away. "You're enjoying that a bit too much." "Ahem." Su Zhe coughed awkwardly, stepping back. Lin Shiqing glanced at the clock. "It's late. You should head to bed. Don't forget to drink the potion before you sleep." "Got it," Su Zhe replied, tucking the bottle into his pocket. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back. "Good night." Lin Shiqing blinked in surprise. "Ah, good night," she said, her voice softer than usual. After Su Zhe left, Lin Shiqing stood in silence, replaying his words in her mind. It was the first time anyone had ever wished her good night. The small gesture left a warm, unfamiliar feeling in her chest. Back in his room, Su Zhe examined the potion once more. Its deep crimson color seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. In his mind, a message appeared. Essence and blood potion effect. Accelerates blood regeneration, enhances attributes slightly, and restores stamina. Evaluation. Perfect for anyone feeling a little lightheaded. With a faint smile, Su Zhe put away the potion. With the blood recovery from his physique, there was no need to drink it tonight. Better to keep it for a rainy day. Chapter 7. +10 to all attributes. With the essence and blood potion in his hand, Su Zhe hesitated to drink it immediately. His unique physique enabled him to recover blood quickly, making the potion's restorative properties less critical for him at the moment. Beyond replenishing blood, the potion could also restore physical strength, which might be more valuable later. "I'll save it for when I really need it," he decided. The getting stronger by being sucked system in his mind made things even more convenient. Among its many features, it offered a built-in storage system. At his command, the potion in his hand was instantly transferred into his mental inventory. Next up, the lottery. Su Zhe's excitement bubbled over as he thought of the reward he'd earned from Lin Shiqing's first successful blood draw. I wonder what I'll get. The lottery interface appeared in his mind, a large, enticing button displayed prominently. However, no prize pool details were visible, adding an air of mystery. Just as he was about to press the button, Su Zhe paused. A lottery without background music feels wrong, he mused. Pulling out his phone, he searched for the perfect tune and settled on the cheerful, celebratory song, Good Luck. Good luck comes to you. Good luck brings joy and love. The lyrics played, filling the room with festive energy. As the melody continued, Su Zhe nodded along, feeling the mood was just right. With a smile, he pressed the button. Golden light flared across the mental screen, illuminating his surroundings with brilliance. Su Zhe held his breath, anticipation building. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. All attributes +10. Rewards are being distributed. The announcement was followed by a sharp wave of pain coursing through his entire body. Su Zhe doubled over, clutching at his sides as his muscles screamed in agony. At the same time, dark, sticky impurities began oozing from his pores, accompanied by a disgusting stench. This is intense. Su Zhe groaned, his body convulsing as the system worked its transformation. Previously, when his attributes had increased slightly after blood loss, he'd felt no adverse effects. But now, the dramatic leap of 10 points in all attributes overwhelmed him. His body, unaccustomed to such a rapid transformation, struggled to adapt. The sensation was akin to being torn apart and reassembled. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and the pain came in relentless waves. Su Zhe tried to crawl toward the bathroom, but found himself immobilized, barely able to move an inch. Why does getting stronger have to hurt so much? He gasped. For 30 agonizing minutes, he endured the ordeal. Finally, the pain subsided, leaving him drenched in sweat and covered in foul-smelling impurities. Despite his exhaustion, Su Zhe could feel the remarkable changes in his body. He felt lighter, stronger, and more energized than ever. However, the smell was unbearable. I reek, he muttered, grimacing. Dragging himself to the bathroom, Su Zhe scrubbed away the sticky black residue clinging to his skin. After cleaning himself and the room, he flopped onto the bed, utterly spent. As he lay there, he accessed the system to view his updated stats. Host: Su Zhe strength, 19 spirit, 21 speed, 20 defense, 17 skills. None. The system's explanation indicated that the average adult's attributes ranged between 6 and 10. Fitness enthusiasts might boast slightly higher numbers, but Su Zhe's stats now far surpass the norm. With these stats, I'm like 2 or 3 regular people combined, he thought. However, he recognized that his strength wasn't simply additive. His enhanced attributes synergized, granting him capabilities far beyond what 3 ordinary people could achieve together. A single punch from him could now cause severe injury. Not that I'd use it for harm, Su Zhe reminded himself. This strength is for protection, nothing else. His thoughts wandered to the possibilities of other supernatural beings. If vampires existed, could there also be other races or individuals with extraordinary abilities? Maybe there are immortals or transcendents, like in the novels, he speculated. Still, such musings were fruitless without evidence. For now, he decided to take life one step at a time. Exhausted, he drifted into a deep sleep. At 4 in the morning, Lin Shiqing stood outside his door, already prepared for the day. September mornings in the northern hemisphere meant early sunrises, but at this hour, darkness still blanketed the sky. Lin Shiqing knocked firmly. Su Zhe, are you awake? She called out. There was no response. Frowning, she gave him a stern warning. I'll give you 3 seconds to open the door. If you don't, I'm coming in. 3, 2. Before she could say 1, frantic rustling came from within. I'm coming. Su Zhe stumbled to the door, his hair disheveled and eyes bleary. Having stayed up past midnight, even multiple alarms hadn't been enough to rouse him earlier. Opening the door hastily, he faced Lin Shiqing's unimpressed gaze. If this happens again, there will be consequences, she warned coldly. Su Zhe froze, her tone sending a strange thrill through him. Understood, he replied, suppressing a grin. As they stepped outside, Lin Shiqing took notice of his aura. To her surprise, it was much stronger than the day before. Is this the effect of the essence and blood potion? She wondered, puzzled. No, it shouldn't be this dramatic. Unable to determine the cause, she chalked it up to his body's unusual ability to absorb the potion's benefits. The two began their morning run along the forest trail surrounding Shilin Villa. With its uneven terrain and numerous steps, the 5 to 6 kilometer path was a challenging route. At first, Su Zhe felt sluggish, still shaking off sleep. However, as they completed the first half of the circuit, he found his energy surging. His improved attributes made the run feel almost effortless. Lin Shiqing, observing his pace and stamina, was impressed. I underestimated you, she admitted. You're in better shape than I thought. Su Zhe grinned modestly. This is nothing. I could keep this up all day. Is that so? She replied, a mischievous glint in her eye. In that case, let's do a few more laps. Su Zhe blinked, realizing he might have overplayed his hand. Chapter 8. Ruby in the ravine. The world outside slowly transitioned from the cool, muted tones of early dawn to the warm glow of morning. As the sun climbed higher, painting the sky with streaks of gold, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing decided it was time to wrap up their morning run and head home. Su Zhe glanced at his watch. The small device on his wrist displayed 5:50 a.m. In just 2 hours, they had completed 6 laps around the expansive Shilin Villa, a feat that, not too long ago, would have seemed almost impossible to him. Lin Shiqing, however, appeared as composed as ever. As a vampire, her physical endurance was leagues beyond that of ordinary humans. She didn't even appear winded, her smooth, porcelain-like skin glowing faintly in the morning light, untouched by sweat. Su Zhe, by contrast, felt every bit of the exertion. Despite his remarkable improvements in physical strength and stamina, courtesy of his recent transformations, the intense exercise had left him soaked in sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his body. Take a shower first, then come down for breakfast. Uncle Yi has already prepared it, Lin Shiqing said with a calm, yet commanding tone. Without waiting for a response, she ascended the stairs, her movements as graceful as ever. Su Zhe wasted no time. The sticky discomfort was unbearable, and he hurried back to his room to wash up. The cool water cascading down his body was refreshing, washing away the fatigue of their rigorous run. Once he was clean and dressed, he stepped into the warmly lit hall. Though the curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the morning light, the soft glow of overhead lights bathed the room in a cozy ambience. At the dining table, Yihui greeted him with a smile. The older man carried an air of quiet efficiency as he placed a plate of sandwiches on the table. I've made some sandwiches for you. There's milk as well. If it's not enough, just let me know, Yihui said in a gentle tone. Thank you, Su Zhe responded politely, sitting down to eat. The simple act of being served breakfast like this was still novel to him, but he had to admit, it felt surprisingly nice. As he bit into the sandwich, savoring its soft texture, the sound of light, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the staircase. Su Zhe turned to see Lin Shiqing descending. She had showered and changed into a fresh outfit. Today, she wore a cropped white t-shirt that revealed a sliver of her toned stomach, paired with snug, faded jeans that highlighted her long, slender legs. The casual ensemble suited her youthful energy while adding a touch of mature elegance. What caught Su Zhe's attention most, however, was the ruby necklace adorning her neck. The vivid gemstone gleamed brilliantly against her pale skin, resting perfectly at the hollow of her collarbone. Its vibrant red hue seemed to glow with a life of its own, accentuating her beauty and drawing the eye like a magnet. To Su Zhe, the gemstone resembled a crystal-clear lake of blood nestled between majestic, snow-capped peaks. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Shiqing asked abruptly, her tone sharp as her gaze narrowed suspiciously. Before Su Zhe could respond, Yihui walked in carrying a glass pot filled with a dark red liquid. Miss, the fruit blood is ready. Please have a taste, Yihui said, placing the pot on the table with practiced care. Su Zhe studied the liquid curiously. Despite its deep red color, There was no metallic tang to its scent. Instead, a faint sweetness wafted through the air. Fruit blood, as Yi Hui had once explained, was a unique concoction made from fruits grown using blood-enriched soil and processed through a specialized brewing method. It was a favorite of Lin Shirqing's, given her penchant for sweet things. In addition to her glass of fruit blood, Lin Shirqing's breakfast also included a small slice of cream cake. Yi Hui, by contrast, kept his meal simple with just a glass of regular blood. By the time they finished eating, the clock on the wall struck 7:30. "You should rest during the day," Lin Shirqing told Su Zhe. "Tonight, you'll accompany me to handle some business." "What business?" Su Zhe asked, his curiosity piqued. "It's a secret," Lin Shirqing replied, her lips curving into a cryptic smile. Without elaborating further, she rose gracefully and headed upstairs, her figure disappearing as she ascended. The morning's exertion began to catch up with Su Zhe, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He returned to his room, eager to catch up on the sleep he had missed the night before. But just as his body relaxed and he began to drift into slumber, his phone buzzed loudly, jolting him awake. Groaning, Su Zhe answered, his voice tinged with irritation. "Who is this?" On the other end of the line was Zhang Zilin, one of his classmates. "Su Zhe, Sister Ying's roll call is today. Didn't you hear? She warned us last week that she'd do this. And if you skip, you'll be in serious trouble." Zhang Zilin's voice was frantic. The mention of Sister Ying, Zhu Minjing, their advanced mathematics teacher, brought Su Zhe to full attention. Zhu Minjing was notorious for her strictness. She had zero tolerance for rule-breaking and had made it clear that missing roll call would result in severe consequences. But Su Zhe, emboldened by his new circumstances, felt unfazed. Lin Shirqing had assured him that academic issues like this were trivial and could easily be handled. "Don't worry about it," Su Zhe said nonchalantly. "Let her get mad if she wants. I need my sleep." Zhang Zilin sounded exasperated. "You're insane. She'll fail you, and you'll have to retake the class." Unmoved, Su Zhe ended the call. He rolled over and let sleep reclaim him, only to be startled out of his sleep by his phone again. He answered the call, but before he could speak, he heard Zhu Minjing berating him. "Su Zhe, if you don't show up by the end of class, don't bother coming back. No matter how well you do in your exam, I'll fail you." "You have." Before Zhu Minjing could finish her last sentence, Su Zhe had hung up the phone, this time setting it to silent, and returned back to sleep. Back in the classroom, Zhu Minjing seethed with anger when she realized Su Zhe had hung up on her. Her face flushed red as she gritted her teeth, muttering furiously, "He'll regret this." The students in the room exchanged uneasy glances, knowing they had just witnessed something unprecedented. Hours later, Su Zhe woke up in the early afternoon, feeling fully refreshed. Stretching leisurely, he chuckled to himself. "Did I really hang up on Sister Ying? Guess I did." With renewed energy coursing through his veins, he felt unstoppable. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was ready to face them head-on. Chapter 9, Romantic and Sad. Su Zhe lazily reached for his phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, instantly bombarding him with a flood of notifications. The first message he noticed was from Zhang Zilin. "Su Zhe, the teacher said you're going to fail this subject. Are you really not coming to class? You're unbelievable. Where are you right now? You're not still sleeping, are you? What a role model for our generation." Su Zhe smirked and replied casually, "Just woke up. If I fail, then I fail. It's just a grade. It doesn't matter." He followed up, typing, "Learning advanced mathematics is pointless anyway. It's not like we'll use it in real life. Honestly, if it weren't for grade points, rankings, or postgraduate plans, who would willingly study something like this? And now I've decided to opt out. Go ahead, chase your dreams. I'll cheer for you from here." This was a stark contrast to the Su Zhe of a few months ago. Back then, he cared deeply about his grades, tirelessly preparing for every exam. Now his priorities had shifted. Why struggle when he could take it easy? All he needed was to stay close to Lin Shirqing and let her support him. With her influence and resources, success seemed inevitable. Under these circumstances, what was the point of burning the midnight oil? He continued scrolling through his messages. Most of them were from classmates, expressing awe at his boldness in skipping classes. It seemed everyone respected his ability to defy Zhu Minjing, one of the strictest teachers in the entire school. Then his eyes landed on a message from his landlord. The rent, he muttered, suddenly remembering it was the start of a new semester. Unlike most students, Su Zhe didn't stay in the university dormitories. He had chosen to rent an apartment instead. The dorm conditions were abysmal. Cramped 8-person rooms with no air conditioning, minimal heating, and a suffocating mix of odors during summer. Sweat, damp feet, and the communal restroom. For 2,500 yuan a month, he rented a small apartment outside the school. Though not luxurious, it offered the comfort and privacy he valued. His family's financial situation was stable. His parents earned 40 to 50,000 yuan a month, so the expense was manageable. His monthly allowance of 4,500 yuan left him 2,000 after rent, a tight budget but sufficient. But now, with Lin Shiqing promising him a monthly allowance of 300,000 yuan, financial concerns were a thing of the past. His rental apartment was modest, 60 to 70 square meters in an old residential complex. The location near the bustling university town made it convenient and justified the steep rent. The landlord, Su Hongmei, was a kind-hearted elderly woman in her 70s. She had always been good to Su Zhe, occasionally sending him homemade dishes. Her message was direct. Xiao Su, when are you paying the rent? If it's late, I'll have to ask you to leave. I really can't wait any longer. Su Zhe replied, Grandma Su, I have something to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be renting the apartment anymore. Moments later, his phone rang. Su Hongmei's worried voice came through. Xiao Su, why are you leaving? Is the rent too much? I can lower it by 200 yuan, or we can arrange installments. Did something happen? Tell me. I'll do my best to help. Su Zhe felt a twinge of guilt. He had been renting from her for nearly a year and often helped with small errands, carrying groceries, fixing the TV, or adjusting her appliances. Her gratitude and affection for him were genuine. No, Grandma Su, it's not that. I just found another place to stay, he explained hesitantly. Oh, I see, Su Hongmei said, her voice tinged with disappointment. When will you come to collect your things? In a little while, Su Zhe promised, making a mental note to move his belongings all at once. After hanging up, Su Zhe sighed. Although reluctant to leave, he knew parting was inevitable. There was no banquet that lasted forever. During his time at the apartment, Su Hongmei had often treated him to delicious meals. Her braised pork, soy sauce braised pork elbows, and lion's head meatballs were unforgettable. He would miss her cooking and the warmth she brought to the otherwise lonely space. Setting his phone aside, Su Zhe decided to inform Lin Shiqing about his plan to leave. Since moving in with her, he had been under semi-house arrest. Even a brief outing required her approval. Lin Shiqing had once told him she could track his location at any time. Sneaking out would be pointless, she'd notice instantly. The villa was quiet. The curtains were drawn, but the warm glow of lights made the interior cozy. Su Zhe climbed the stairs to Lin Shiqing's room. Before he could knock, her voice came from inside. Is there something you need? Can I come in? Come in. Su Zhe pushed the door open to find Lin Shiqing sitting at a grand piano, her fingers poised over the keys. Yet he hadn't heard any music from outside. Are you playing the piano? Learning, she corrected, stretching her fingers. But it's not going well. My fingers just won't cooperate. Su Zhe chuckled. I didn't think there'd be something you weren't good at. I'm just starting. Give me some time, and I'll master it, Lin Shiqing retorted, determined. Su Zhe, who had learned piano as a child, felt a spark of nostalgia. He had reached amateur level 10 by the age of 16, but hadn't played in years. Mind if I try, he asked. You? Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Yes, me. I've practiced for years, Su Zhe said, grinning. Curious, Lin Shiqing stood aside. All right, let's see what you've got. As Su Zhe's fingers touched the keys, muscle memory kicked in. He started playing Dream Wedding, a piece he had memorized long ago. The melody was enchanting, carrying a bittersweet undertone. Lin Shiqing closed her eyes, transported by the music. She imagined a dreamlike wedding, a couple walking hand in hand, exchanging vows under the gentle gaze of a priest. But as the music swelled, the vision shattered. It was all an illusion, fleeting as a dream, romantic yet heartbreakingly sad. The song lingered in the air, weaving a tale of love and loss. Chapter 10. Private piano lessons. Immersed in the rich and resonant sound of the piano, Su Zhe felt an intoxicating sense of pleasure. This wasn't just any piano. It was a masterpiece worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Each note seemed imbued with a life of its own, resonating beautifully in the quiet room. Compared to the pianos costing tens of thousands, this one was in a league of its own. The craftsmanship of such a piano was unmatched, from the precision of the keys to the depth of its sound. Sure, there were pianos priced in the millions, but their astronomical costs often stemmed from ornate decorations, like rare patterns or embedded gemstones. These editions were more about flaunting wealth than enhancing sound quality, a textbook example of diminishing returns. A piano worth hundreds of thousands was already close to perfection in tone and construction, and for most, that was more than enough. When Su Zhe's performance ended, the music stopped abruptly. Yet Lin Shiqing, seated beside him, was still lost in the lingering melody. "Hey," Su Zhe said, gently tapping her shoulder. "What's going on? Zone out?" Lin Shiqing blinked, returning to reality. Her gaze settled on Su Zhe, a mixture of surprise and admiration evident in her expression. "I didn't know you could play the piano, and so well, too. How many more talents are you hiding from me?" She had to admit that Su Zhe's skill far exceeded hers. For a brief moment, he seemed to radiate an undeniable charm, a reminder of how talent could amplify a person's allure. Su Zhe chuckled at her words. "This piece isn't that hard. With a bit of practice, you'll master it in no time." He glanced at her thoughtfully. Though he didn't know much about vampires, his general impression was that they were highly intelligent. If their physical abilities were enhanced, their mental faculties likely followed suit. Su Zhe's own intelligence had surged after being bound to his system, doubling his spirit attribute. His learning capacity and thought processes had improved drastically. By extension, he assumed Lin Shiqing's abilities were on a similar level. Dream Wedding wasn't an overly complicated piece. A beginner might stumble through it at first, but with steady practice, it was manageable. Lin Shiqing nodded resolutely. "I'll learn it soon. Here's an idea. How about you become my piano teacher?" Su Zhe considered her proposal. Piano lessons from someone at his level didn't come cheap. A session could easily cost 300 to 400 yuan outside. "Sure," he said after a moment, "but only if I get something in return. A little incentive to keep me motivated." Lin Shiqing gave him a sidelong glance. 300,000 yuan in monthly pocket money isn't enough for you? Money runs out fast. Besides, saving up is always smart, Su Zhe replied with a grin. "Call it a productivity boost." Lin Shiqing sighed, then casually suggested, "All right, 3,000 yuan per lesson." Su Zhe's heart soared, though he kept his expression neutral. 3,000 yuan per session? Her casual generosity left him in awe. To Lin Shiqing, that sum might as well be pocket change, but to him it was a fortune. "Deal," he said. "But why didn't you hire a professional piano teacher to come to your home? You'd probably learn faster." Lin Shiqing's expression turned pensive. "I don't like strangers in my space, and I'm not keen on casual contact with people I don't know. My mother had planned to teach me, but she's been away for a while, and it'll be some time before she returns. I decided to give it a try myself, but it's harder than I thought. The keys are right there, but knowing which to press and when, that's a whole different challenge." Su Zhe nodded in understanding. "That's normal. Practice makes perfect." Lin Shiqing shifted topics. "By the way, what brought you here?" Su Zhe snapped out of his musings. "Right, two things. First, I got caught skipping class, and the teacher's furious. They're threatening to fail me. Can you ask Butler Yi to smooth things over with the school? Second, I need to go back to my rental apartment and pack up my stuff. There's still a lot I haven't moved over." Lin Shiqing thought for a moment. "I'll talk to Uncle Yi about the school issue. As for your apartment, we can go together, but let's not linger. I don't want to stay out too long." "No problem. It won't take long." Her decision to accompany him wasn't just out of curiosity. Lin Shiqing had mentioned before that her senses could track Su Zhe's location within a 2,000-meter radius. Beyond that, he'd slip off her radar, and she wasn't taking any chances. 20 minutes later, the two stood in the villa's spacious garage alongside Butler Yi. Two cars were parked inside. One was a sleek, black extended Lincoln limousine, its polished exterior exuding luxury. The other was a vibrant pink Lamborghini Aventador, its sporty design a stark contrast to the Lincoln's elegance. The Lamborghini caught Su Zhe's eye. Its streamlined body and striking color were undeniably eye-catching, but its practical drawbacks were equally apparent. The low height, cramped interior, and exorbitant fuel consumption made it a status symbol rather than a practical ride. Butler Yi opted for the Lincoln, driving it out smoothly. Once inside, Su Zhe marveled at the spacious interior. The seats were plush and comfortable, and the built-in refrigerator stocked with a variety of drinks added a touch of opulence. For a moment, he reflected on the stark divide between his world and Lin Shiqing's. The wealth and privilege she took for granted were things most could only dream of. Reincarnation, he mused with a wry smile, is a skill he must master for next time around. Chapter 11. Shadows of the Past. The steel factory's family courtyard was a relic from a bygone era, constructed during the industrial boom of the early 1990s. Time had left its unmistakable mark on the community. Peeling paint exposed the weathered red bricks beneath, and the once pristine walls now bore the marks of age and neglect. Yet, despite its worn-down appearance, the apartments here commanded a surprising rental price of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Units with modernized decor cost even more, a testament to the high demand driven by the area's strategic location. Nestled near a thriving university town and with a subway station just a short walk away, the community retained a sense of vibrancy despite its age. However, its residents told a different story. Many were retired employees from the steel factory, left behind as their children pursued better opportunities in newer, more affluent neighborhoods. Su Zhe's rental apartment was here, a place he had called home for over a year. But today, as the extended Lincoln pulled up outside the community, he knew it was time to bid farewell. The sight of the luxury car turned heads. In this modest neighborhood, such extravagance was rare, and the vehicle's gleaming black finish seemed almost out of place against the backdrop of faded walls and narrow alleys. Lin Shiqing sat quietly beside Su Zhe in the back seat, her keen senses attuned to his every movement. Something about him intrigued her. His vitality, so depleted just a day ago, now radiated with an almost unnatural vigor. The change was unmistakable, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was more to him than met the eye. As the car came to a stop, Yihui stepped out first, opening a black parasol to shield Lin Shiqing from the harsh sunlight. Su Zhe followed suit, his unhurried demeanor contrasting with the cautious vigilance of his companions. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. A group of elderly residents, seated under the shade of a large tree, paused their conversation to observe the newcomers. "Isn't that Su Hongmei's tenant? Su Zhe, right?" one of them said, squinting toward the car. "Ah, yes. That's him. Such a nice young man. Helped me carry my groceries last week," another added. Su Zhe smiled warmly and gave a polite nod as he passed. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just here to pick up some things." The elderly group responded with enthusiastic waves, though their curiosity about his companions was evident. Lin Shiqing, with her poised demeanor and striking presence, drew particular attention. But the coldness in her expression, coupled with Yi Hui's imposing figure, deterred them from approaching. As they made their way through the community, Su Zhe paused at a familiar staircase. "This is it," he said, gesturing toward the building. Lin Shiqing looked around, taking in the surroundings. The building was old, its stairwell dimly lit and filled with the faint smell of damp concrete. "This is where you live?" she asked, her tone betraying her thoughts. Su Zhe shrugged. "It's not much, but it's close to school, and the rent is reasonable. It worked for me." He started up the stairs, Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui following close behind. Before they reached the door, a familiar voice called out, "Xiao Su, you're back. Here to collect your things?" It was Su Hongmei, his landlord. She stood at the landing above them, a warm smile on her face. "Yes, Grandma Su. Just tying up some loose ends," Su Zhe replied. Su Hongmei's eyes flicked to Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui. "And these are classmates," Lin Shiqing answered curtly, his tone cool but polite. "Ah, welcome, welcome," Su Hongmei said, her enthusiasm undeterred. She led them upstairs, chatting warmly as they walked. When they reached the apartment, Su Zhe unlocked the door and stepped inside. Lin Shiqing followed, her eyes immediately scanning the room. It was modest but surprisingly tidy, with neatly arranged furniture and minimal clutter. "You keep this place cleaner than I expected," she remarked, her tone softening slightly. "I don't have much stuff," Su Zhe replied, already moving to pack his belongings. His efficiency was evident as he quickly filled 2 suitcases with a laptop, a few peripherals, clothes, and some books. As he worked, Lin Shiqing wandered the small apartment, her attention drawn to a framed photo hanging on the wall. In it, a younger Su Zhe stood on a sunny beach, his arm around a smiling woman. Their expressions radiated happiness, a snapshot of a simpler time. "Who's this?" Lin Shiqing asked, her voice neutral but curious. Su Zhe glanced at the photo and paused. "That's Su Ro," he said quietly. "My ex-girlfriend." Lin Shiqing studied the image for a moment. "Why keep it?" Su Zhe hesitated before answering. "Not everything in the past is meant to be forgotten." Before Lin Shiqing could respond, Su Hongmei returned, carrying a small package. "Xiao Su, take this with you," she said, pressing it into his hands. "Just some snacks for the road." "Thank you, Grandma Su," Su Zhe said with a warm smile. With his belongings packed and goodbyes exchanged, Su Zhe took one last look around the apartment. It had been a temporary home, but it held memories he wasn't quite ready to let go of. Lin Shiqing's voice broke the silence. "Some things are harder to leave behind than others." Su Zhe didn't reply. He simply nodded, understanding the weight of her words. Chapter 12. A good thing or a bad thing? Su Zhe's gaze lingered on the photo, his expression a mixture of nostalgia and unease. The image brought a flood of memories, vivid and bittersweet. It had been taken on a bright June afternoon at the beach, the sea stretching endlessly behind them. In the photo, he and Su Ro stood side by side, their smiles untouched by the complexities that would come later. By August, their relationship had unraveled. Life moved quickly after the breakup, and the new school term had left him with little time to rearrange his life, let alone remove lingering reminders like this photo. "I should throw this away soon," Su Zhe muttered to himself, though his tone lacked conviction. Lin Shiqing studied him carefully, her sharp senses catching the subtle shifts in his demeanor. When he had answered her question earlier, his heartbeat had quickened, his breathing had faltered, and his gaze had darted away. All signs of unease. She deduced that his connection to the girl in the photo ran deeper than he let on. Perhaps he still had feelings for her. But rather than press the issue, Lin Shiqing decided to change the subject. "What's in the bag?" she asked, her attention shifting to the fragrant package Su Zhe held. "Oh, this? Sweet-scented osmanthus cake," he replied, opening the bag and pulling out a piece. "It's a kind of handmade pastry, sweet but not too sweet. You should try it." Lin Shiqing accepted a piece with curiosity. As she took a bite, her eyes lit up, the delicate sweetness blossoming on her tongue. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, her usual composure giving way to delight. Su Zhe smiled at her reaction. "Grandma Su makes them. Her recipe is special. I've loved these since I moved here. But I guess I won't get to enjoy them anymore now that I'm leaving." "Why not?" Lin Shiqing asked, puzzled. "If I'm not living here, I won't have the chance to get them," Su Zhe explained. "She doesn't sell them, so it's not something I can just buy." Lin Shiqing tilted her head, considering this. Why doesn't she sell them? If they're this good, wouldn't it be worthwhile? She only makes them occasionally, and it's not an easy process. "I don't think she'd want to turn it into a full-time thing," Su Zhe said thoughtfully. "Well, what if I offer her a deal? I could pay her to make them just for me," Lin Shiqing declared, a determined gleam in her eye. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. "You? Eat slowly enough for that plan to work." She ignored his jab and marched upstairs to Su Hongmei's apartment, knocking confidently on the door. Su Hongmei answered quickly, her face lighting up at the sight of the trio. "Oh, Xiao Su, and your friends. Come in. Once inside, Lin Shiqing wasted no time. "Grandma Su, I tasted your osmanthus cake just now, and it was wonderful. I'd like to discuss buying more from you, if you're willing to make them." Su Hongmei blinked in surprise, then smiled warmly. "Oh, my dear, there's no need for that. If you like them, I still have some left. You can take them. It's my treat." Lin Shiqing hesitated and used such gestures, but she smiled and accepted. "Thank you, then. They really are incredible." Su Hongmei retrieved the remaining cakes from her kitchen, handing them over with pride. "You're too kind, my dear. It's nice to see young people enjoying something I make." Lin Shiqing's composure softened. "Grandma Su, would you consider making more? I'd be happy to pay, and we can arrange a schedule that works for you." Su Hongmei looked uncertain, glancing at Su Zhe for support. "Grandma Su," Su Zhe chimed in, "your craftsmanship is amazing. If you're willing, I think it would make a lot of people happy." Finally, Su Hongmei relented, though with a caveat. "I'd love to make more, but I can't make too many at once. It takes time and effort, and I don't want to commit to something I can't manage." Lin Shiqing nodded. "That's fine. Even a small batch is enough. And if you need anything, ingredients, equipment, just let me know." Su Hongmei smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling with kindness. "All right then, but don't talk about money anymore. I'd rather you visit me often. These cakes can be my little gift to you." As they left the apartment with 2 bags of osmanthus cakes and Su Zhe's suitcases, Lin Shiqing felt an unfamiliar warmth. The interaction with Su Hongmei, so simple yet so genuine, had touched her in a way she didn't fully understand. On the drive back, she stared out the window, her thoughts swirling. The world, once cold and full of dangers, now seemed just a little brighter. But as this warmth settled in her heart, a question lingered in her mind. Was this newfound connection with humanity a good thing or a bad one? Chapter 13. The Neon Era. 80 years ago, Lin Shiqing was a child, her world confined to the boundaries of her clan's sprawling Gothic castle. The estate loomed with its towering spires and intricate stone carvings, an air of dark majesty enveloping its halls. Shadows lingered in every corner, blending with the robed figures who moved silently through the corridors. The scent of iron hung faintly in the air, a constant reminder of the clan's secretive and sanguine ways. In a garden surrounded by blood-red blossoms, she sat under a pavilion with her father, Lin Xiaohua. The moonlight illuminated his sharp features, making his expression seem even more somber. Lin Shiqing loved these moments of calm, even if they were often shadowed by her father's grim lessons. "Xiaoqing," his voice was soft but firm, each word weighed with the gravity of centuries of experience. "You must never let your guard down around humans. They're deceptive creatures. Their smiles may seem genuine, but you cannot see the malice hiding beneath." Lin Shiqing tilted her head in confusion, her youthful mind struggling to grasp the depth of his warning. "When you meet humans," Lin Xiaohua continued, his gaze fixed on the moon, "keep your distance. No matter how innocent or kind they appear, trust none of them. This truth will become clear to you one day." The young Lin Shiqing nodded hesitantly, her father's words carving themselves into her memory even if their meaning remained elusive. Now, decades later, those words echoed in her mind. For 180 years, Lin Shiqing had lived by her father's warnings, keeping humans at arm's length. Su Zhe, however, was different. He was the first human she had allowed close to her, a decision that both intrigued and unnerved her. Their relationship, tenuous as it was, defied the boundaries she had always upheld. Her thoughts drifted to the previous night. The taste of his blood still lingered in her senses, mingled with an unexplainable feeling she couldn't shake. Could her father's warnings about human deceit apply to Su Zhe? His smile, so disarmingly sincere, now seemed like a mask she couldn't decipher. Her musings turned to the photograph hanging in his home. It depicted Su Zhe with a cheerful young woman, their closeness apparent in the captured moment. The image had unsettled her. Who was this girl? What did she mean to Su Zhe? Driven by curiosity and an unfamiliar pang of jealousy, Lin Shiqing decided to investigate. While Su Zhe wasn't looking, she discreetly snapped a picture of the photograph with her phone. Uncle Yi, a trusted confidant, might be able to uncover the girl's identity. For reasons she didn't fully understand, the thought of Su Zhe being close to someone else made her uncomfortable. The hum of the car engine filled the silence as they drove back to Shilin Villa. Su Zhe, breaking the quiet, turned to Lin Shiqing. So, where exactly are we going tonight? You mentioned taking me out. Lin Shiqing glanced at him, her expression unreadable. The Neon Era. Have you heard of it? Isn't that a nightclub? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, suspicion creeping into his tone. Why will we go there? You'll find out soon enough, she replied cryptically, a faint smile curving her lips. It'll be interesting. If you pay attention, you'll learn something. Back at the villa, Su Zhe spent the late afternoon unpacking his belongings, arranging his computer and decorations with meticulous care. Just as he stood back to admire his work, Lin Shiqing's voice echoed from outside his door. Hey, it's time to go. Opening the door, Su Zhe frowned. My name isn't Hey. It's Su Zhe. Lin Shiqing shrugged, already heading toward the garage. She beckoned for him to follow, gesturing to her sleek Lamborghini. He slid into the passenger seat as she started the car, the engine roaring to life. With practiced ease, Lin Shiqing steered the car onto the winding roads leading out of the villa. The Neon Era nightclub loomed ahead, its flashing neon lights casting colorful reflections onto the busy street. Located near Manhwa University, it was a magnet for students seeking a night of excess. Wealthy kids often brought their friends here, offering free-flowing drinks and promises of reckless fun. The small hotel next to the club buzzed with activity, its rooms rarely vacant after midnight. Do you know Wu Ting? Lin Shiqing asked suddenly, her tone casual. Wu Ting. Su Zhe searched his memory. Oh, that guy. Isn't he one of those rich second-generation types? Exactly. Her lips twitched into a cold smile. He's been pestering me lately. Tonight, I'm planning to teach him a lesson. A lesson? Su Zhe's curiosity was piqued. What kind of lesson? You'll see, she replied, her tone making it clear she wouldn't elaborate further. As they neared the nightclub, Su Zhe's mind whirred with speculation. He had heard stories about Wu Ting's extravagant attempts to woo Lin Shiqing. Grand gestures like presenting her with 999 roses or hiring actors to stage dramatic scenes. Su Zhe couldn't help but wonder if Wu Ting had any idea who, or what, he was pursuing. Whatever a vampire considers a lesson would likely come as an unwelcome surprise. Lin Shiqing parked the car smoothly and turned to Su Zhe. Wait here. This won't take long. Without waiting for a response, she strode toward the nightclub's entrance. Her figure was a study in grace and determination, drawing stares from men and women alike as she passed. Inside the Neon Era's VIP booth, Wu Ting was the center of attention. Surrounded by friends and admirers, he reveled in the spotlight. Today was his birthday, and his father's gift, a McLaren P1, had cemented his status as the king of the campus. The McLaren was a remarkable step up from the hand-me-down Big G his father had given him when he started university. He had been suffering through, but thanks to some good test scores his father had rewarded him with his dream car. Picking up women would be so much easier with supercar. Drink up, everyone. Tonight's on me, Wu Ting declared, his arm draped over a giggling girl. As the music thumped and the crowd cheered, a hush fell over the room. Heads turned toward the entrance as a striking figure approached. A hint of desire and anticipation flickered through his eyes. That McLaren was already working. Wu Ting, Lin Shiqing's voice was as cool as it was cutting. Long time no see. Chapter 14. A lesson in the dark amidst the pulsating beats of the nightclub. Lin Shiqing's voice cut through with an eerie clarity, her tone cold and commanding. Wu Ting, she said, stepping into the VIP booth. Wu Ting looked up, startled, his usual arrogance faltering. Lin Shiqing? What brings you here? For a moment, disbelief flickered in his eyes. But as he glanced around and saw his entourage watching expectantly, he smoothed his expression into a confident grin. Could it be, he wondered, that Lin Shiqing had finally acknowledged his advances? The thought sent a thrill through him. The McLaren P1 he'd flaunted earlier had certainly caught attention, maybe even hers. His previous car, the G-Class, was fine but lacked the flair to match his ambitions. Women, he'd always believed, were drawn to power and luxury. His mind raced ahead, imagining Lin Shiqing surrendering her icy demeanor and finally succumbing to his charm. "I need to talk to you," Lin Shiqing said, her voice as frosty as ever. Outside, Wu Ting blinked, caught off guard. "Can it wait? It's my birthday, and the cake hasn't even been cut yet. Why not join us?" "I won't say it again," Lin Shiqing interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. For a moment, frustration flared in Wu Ting. Her aloofness, her refusal to play along, was maddening. But it was also what made her so enticing. Suppressing his irritation, he smirked and rose. "All right, lead the way." The two exited the neon era, Lin Shiqing walking ahead without a backward glance. Wu Ting trailed her, his curiosity piqued. The alley beside the nightclub was a stark contrast to the bright neon lights. Shadows blanketed the narrow passage, and the absence of streetlights made it feel isolated, foreboding. Su Zhe, leaning casually against a lamppost, watched them disappear into the alley. He raised an eyebrow. "So, this is her idea of a lesson?" he muttered, bemused. In the dimness of the alley, Wu Ting's bravado faltered. "All right, what's this about?" he asked, his voice tinged with unease. Lin Shiqing turned to face him, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling crimson glow. The color deepened, filling her pupils with an otherworldly light. Wu Ting froze, a chill racing up his spine. What? Before he could react, Lin Shiqing's hand shot out, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "You need to answer for your actions," she said, her voice low and menacing. Wu Ting struggled, his mind reeling. What was happening? What was she? Lin Shiqing's crimson gaze bore into him, and his body began to convulse. Her energy coursed through him, targeting his mind, unraveling it strand by strand. The sensations were excruciating, and within moments his eyes grew vacant, his movements slack. By the time she released him, Wu Ting was a shell of his former self. He collapsed onto the ground, twitching weakly. His once sharp mind was now a foggy void, leaving him with the cognitive ability of a small child. "A dandy like you causes less harm when reduced to this," Lin Shiqing said, her voice devoid of pity. Uncle Ye's investigation had uncovered the depths of Wu Ting's depravity, coercion, threats, and the ruin of countless lives. His wealth had shielded him from consequences, until now. Lin Shiqing stepped out of the alley, her expression calm. The surveillance systems around the neon era had been disabled, courtesy of Uncle Ye, ensuring there would be no evidence of her actions. Back inside the nightclub, Wu Ting's absence didn't go unnoticed. His friends glanced up as Lin Shiqing approached. "Hey, where's Wu Ting?" one of them asked. "Yeah, why hasn't he come back?" Lin Shiqing's eyes flicked over them, her gaze sharp. "You don't remember anything," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. Except Wu Ting drinking too much and that he stepped out for air, the advanced hypnotic suggestion took hold quickly. One by one, the group repeated her words, their faces slack, their minds pliant. Satisfied, Lin Shiqing extended her influence to the rest of the nightclub staff and patrons. No one would remember her presence or Wu Ting's departure. Outside, Su Zhe straightened as Lin Shiqing approached. "All done?" he asked, eyeing her carefully. "Yes," she replied. "That was the lesson you mentioned?" She shrugged. "Just so. But don't worry, I won't do the same to you." "Comforting," Su Zhe muttered, though he couldn't shake the image of Wu Ting's twitching form. A flicker of silver near Lin Shiqing's mouth caught his attention. The night's exertions had drained her, and her predatory instincts were surfacing. "Su Zhe," she said, stepping closer. "What? I need to feed. Didn't you just feed yesterday?" "Don't argue," she snapped, her crimson eyes glowing. Su Zhe glanced around, panicked. "Not here. We're in public." "Then find somewhere," she hissed, her voice tight with restraint. Before he could respond, Lin Shiqing pulled him toward the car. The confines of the Lamborghini were not designed for comfort, let alone what followed. Su Zhe awkwardly folded himself into the passenger seat as Lin Shiqing climbed in after him. "Here?" he managed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It'll have to do," she replied, her fangs glinting. The bite came swiftly, a sharp sting followed by a wave of warmth that spread through his body. Su Zhe winced but said nothing. This, he realized, was becoming disturbingly routine. Chapter 15. The feeling of being held at gunpoint, the confined space of the car, was heavy with the scent of blood. Su Zhe, leaning back in his seat, struggled to focus as Lin Shiqing fed on him. This was his first time experiencing her thirst while fully conscious, and it was far from pleasant. Warmth flowed steadily from his neck, accompanied by an odd sensation that was neither entirely painful nor euphoric. His body, thanks to his unusual rapid blood regeneration, worked overtime to replenish the loss, leaving him caught between depletion and renewal. The result was a bizarre, almost dizzying cycle of emptiness and restoration. Lin Shiqing seemed particularly ravenous tonight. Her grip was firm, her pace relentless, and within minutes, her eyes lost their crimson glow, returning to their usual sharp clarity. She pulled away, a faint smear of blood tracing her lips. Her gaze lingered on Su Zhe as he sat up, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal. Ding! Task completed. Be fed on by Lin Shiqing. Reward distributed. All attributes increased by 1 point. 1 additional lottery chance awarded. You're different, she said, her voice carrying a note of suspicion. Different? How? Su Zhe blinked, unsure what she meant. After draining so much, nearly 2 full bags worth, you should be weak, lethargic. Yet here you are, upright and unbothered. It's unnatural. Su Zhe scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. Maybe I'm just built differently? Fast blood recovery, or something? Lin Shiqing narrowed her eyes, her expression unreadable. Even so, this level of recovery isn't normal. Her probing made Su Zhe uneasy. He shifted uncomfortably, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, but that only led to a new problem. Her position atop him, intimate and unintentional, was wreaking havoc on his self-control. The confined car space didn't help matters, and Lin Shiqing's cold stare suddenly turned to one of puzzlement as she sensed something. Do you have a gun? What are you pressing against me? She asked, her tone sharp but hesitant. Realization dawned quickly on both of them. Lin Shiqing's composed demeanor faltered just enough for a faint blush to creep across her face. She promptly shifted to the driver's seat, putting much-needed distance between them. Su Zhe, she began icily. How dare you disrespect me? Wait, hold on. It's not what you think. Su Zhe stammered, scrambling to explain. That reaction isn't something I can control. It's a physiological thing. A compliment even. You're beautiful, and my body just reacted. Lin Shiqing's glare hardened, though the faint blush lingered. His clumsy defense did little to calm her irritation, but there was logic in his words she couldn't entirely dismiss. Turning to look out the car window at the drooling Wu Ting, he continued, if I had control over it, I'd be an idiot to let it happen. As Su Zhe spoke, his voice got softer and softer, until barely a whisper, aggrieved like a scolded child. I'm sorry, I'll try to keep it under control. But it's exciting for me too, you know. And, well, sorry. Fine, she said curtly, but don't let it happen again. You saw what I did to Wu Ting. Don't tempt me to do the same to you. The warning hung heavy in the air, both still embarrassed and feeling awkward by the less than ambiguous reaction to a deeply ambiguous situation, but both feeling a subtle warmth in their hearts. The ride home was anything but smooth. Once on the highway, Lin Shiqing's demeanor shifted as she pushed the car to its limits. The speedometer climbed past 180 kilometers per hour, and Su Zhe gripped his seatbelt for dear life. Maybe slow down a bit, he suggested nervously. Are you doubting my skills? She replied flatly, her hands steady on the wheel. Her speed wasn't without reason. After feeding, the heightened excitement coursing through her veins demanded release, and racing provided the perfect outlet. Each sharp turn and seamless lane change seemed to calm her, though Su Zhe could only pray for his safety. The house came into view far sooner than expected. Su Zhe stumbled out of the car, his legs shaky, while Lin Shiqing strode inside with her usual poise. Yi Hui greeted them at the door, his expression a mix of relief and concern. "You're back." On noticing Su Zhe's state, he added, "I trust everything went smoothly?" "Everything went as planned," Lin Shiqing replied coolly. "Except, maybe, for a few minor speeding violations." Yi Hui sighed, shaking his head. "Miss, I've told you before, your driving draws unnecessary attention. We can't afford mistakes, especially now. Binhai is far from peaceful these days." Lin Shiqing's expression softened slightly. "You're worried about the Westerners, aren't you?" Yi Hui nodded grimly. "Their movements are subtle but unmistakable. We must be vigilant." Su Zhe, standing awkwardly to the side, frowned in confusion. The tension between them was palpable, and though he didn't fully understand the threat of the Westerners, their mere mention seemed to carry weight. As Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui exchanged serious looks, Su Zhe couldn't help but wonder just how deep he had gotten himself into this world, and whether he'd survive it. Chapter 16. The Realm of Vampires. Yi Hui cast a subtle glance at Su Zhe before shifting his gaze to Lin Shiqing, his expression questioning. Lin Shiqing immediately understood his concern. "Uncle Yi," she said, her tone calm. "He's one of us now. He should hear this." Turning to Su Zhe, she continued, "Now that you're part of our world, there are things you should know. Vampires aren't just an Eastern phenomenon. The West is the birthplace of our kind, and their bloodlines are significantly stronger. Over the years, they've sought to consolidate their strength by hunting Eastern vampires, consuming their blood essence to grow more powerful." Su Zhe nodded slowly as the pieces fell into place. The Westerners they had mentioned earlier were Western vampires. He recalled the myths. Cain, the first vampire, created at the Red Sea with the help of Lilith, the legendary witch. "But you don't need to worry too much," Lin Shiqing reassured him. "For now, we're safe. Western vampires avoid drawing attention in major cities, and they have no idea where we are." Her explanation eased Su Zhe's nerves, but curiosity got the better of him. "What about vampire strength? How is it ranked? And where do you stand?" Lin Shiqing hesitated briefly before answering. "We follow an ancient hierarchy passed down for generations, from strongest to weakest. Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, and finally, bloodlines, the lowest rank." Su Zhe leaned forward, intrigued. "And you're a Viscount? Maybe an Earl?" Lin Shiqing shook her head, a small smirk tugging at her lips. "Not even close. Do you think advancing in rank is as simple as picking cabbages? Let me ask you this. Do you know when the first vampire appeared?" Su Zhe frowned, searching his memory. "God created man around 4400 BC, so maybe a few hundred years later." "Close enough," Lin Shiqing said. "Cain became the first vampire around 4000 BC. That's over 6,000 years of vampire history. With each passing generation, our bloodlines grow thinner. I'm a 13th generation vampire. My bloodline, even with 2 pure blood parents, is diluted to the point that breaking through my current rank is nearly impossible." A shadow of regret crossed her face. "Reaching the rank of Baron in my lifetime would be a miracle, let alone Viscount. Compared to the first vampires, I am barely more than a human." Su Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't realized how crucial bloodline purity was to vampire strength. Like many powerful lineages, the thinning of blood inevitably led to a decline in potential. "The earliest vampire in my family was 8th generation," Lin Shiqing continued. "His bloodline was more than 100 times purer than mine, and after centuries of cultivation, he became an Earl. Meanwhile, for me, even if I trained diligently for 1,000 years, I'd likely never pass Baron. Such is the weight of lineage." Her gaze drifted upward to the moon, her voice tinged with melancholy. "If my blood were stronger, I wouldn't be living here. High-ranking vampires stay in clan territories, far from human cities. My parents still reside there. But families need to sustain themselves, so when new political powers rise, we establish industries to support our lineage. For example, the Lin Group is our family's enterprise in Manhwa. Su Zhe's eyes widened as he connected the dots. So, the car, the house, all part of the family's assets, Lin Shiqing confirmed. Otherwise, how do you think I could afford it? She seemed unusually open tonight, revealing secrets that left Su Zhe overwhelmed. Lin Shiqing had decided that, as her long-term food source, he deserved to know some of the truth. Besides his blood, he was good company, even if he misbehaved. She was developing a fondness she couldn't quite explain. With those thoughts coming to the surface of her mind, she retreated upstairs before Su Zhe could notice the blush returning to her cheeks. After pulling his eyes from Lin Shiqing's leaving figure, Su Zhe turned to Yi Hui with a quizzitive gaze. Without having to ask, Yi Hui answered the impending question. My situation is a little more complicated. If you're lucky, you won't ever need to understand it. That's if you live long enough to be that lucky. Go get some rest, try not to overthink it. Later that night, the villa was silent. Su Zhe sat in his room, staring at the attribute page on his system interface. His stats had increased slightly after Lin Shiqing fed on him, and now he was eager to use the lottery reward he'd earned. Host, Su Zhe strength, 20 spirit, 22 speed, 21 defense, 18 skills. None. He focused on the empty skills section, his thoughts racing. Skills, he reasoned, were more transformative than raw attributes. In games, a single skill could multiply one's power exponentially. Butler Ye's warning brought a mix of curiosity and anxiety. If Su Zhe was going to survive, he needed the strength and skills to resist against a vampire. With a deep breath, Su Zhe activated the lottery. The familiar background music began to play, a cheerful, old-fashioned tune that seemed hilariously out of place in the stillness of the night. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Unbeknownst to Su Zhe, Lin Shiqing, resting in her room, heard the peculiar melody through the walls. She sighed, her lips twitching in mild exasperation. What kind of random music is he listening to at this hour? As the tune played, she noticed something strange. A subtle shift in her body, a faint but unmistakable increase in the purity of her blood. Her eyes widened. Bloodlines were incredibly difficult to enhance, and even the smallest improvement took centuries. Yet, after feeding on Su Zhe's blood, she had felt this twice now. Could it be? She murmured, stroking the pink spider, Xiaofan, curled up beside her. Is there something special about his blood? Her gaze turned thoughtful as she whispered to herself. Su Zhe, just what secrets are you hiding? Chapter 17 Skill. Time stop. Su Zhe tapped the lottery button, and a burst of golden light filled the screen. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Time stop. Elementary. His eyes widened, and a grin broke across his face. A skill. And not just any skill, it was time stop. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if this was his reward for playing that peculiar background music during the draw. Eager to know more, he quickly opened the skill description. Time stop, elementary freeze time within a 50-meter radius. Duration depends on mental attributes. The effect weakens for targets with higher mental strength. Su Zhe rubbed his chin thoughtfully. With a mental strength of 22, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain the effect. Still, the implications were enormous. In combat, even a fraction of a second could determine victory. Pausing time could give him the edge he needed in a fight. Or, as his mind mischievously wandered, in some less-than-noble scenarios. He was reminded of certain infamous Japanese time-stop fantasies he'd heard of, and he chuckled to himself. Still, now wasn't the time for experimentation. Using such a skill within Lin Shiqing's villa could attract unnecessary attention. He decided to test it in private when the opportunity arose. As for using it against Lin Shiqing, that idea was firmly out of the question. Her mental power was leagues beyond his own. He'd felt it firsthand when she incapacitated Wu Ting at Neon Era. However, with time and growth, Su Zhe thought he might eventually match her. Exhausted from the day, Su Zhe collapsed in a bed and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi Hui handed Lin Shiqing his phone over breakfast. His expression was serious. Miss, this incident has gone viral. You should avoid going out for now to avoid drawing the attention of Western vampires. Lin Shiqing skimmed the news on the screen. As expected, it was about Wu Ting. Wu Ting, son of Shangjiang Group's Wu Yongkuan, suffers suspected alcohol-induced brain damage. The Shangjiang Group was a major player in Binhai City, so the story had naturally made headlines. Lin Shiqing nodded calmly. I understand, Uncle Yi. The media had dismissed Wu Ting's condition as the result of heavy drinking, but Lin Shiqing knew better. The mental shock she'd unleashed had temporarily blinded him and left behind traces of vampire energy. If Western vampires investigated closely, they'd sense those remnants and use them to track her. Staying home was the safest option for now. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was finishing his morning run, drenched in sweat but noticeably less exhausted than the day before. Yesterday, he'd run 7 laps, about 38 kilometers, and he repeated the feat today with ease. His pace, averaging just over 3 minutes per kilometer, was astonishing. Lin Shiqing watched him with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. This man lost 1.5 liters of blood in 2 days, yet he's running marathons? She thought. Even with the essence and blood potion, his recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Over breakfast, she kept glancing at Su Zhe, her expression growing more puzzled. Finally, she snapped. Su Zhe, she said, setting down her sweet-scented osmanthus cake. We're continuing blood extractions today. Su Zhe's eyes widened in horror. Again? You drained me the day before yesterday, then yesterday, and now you want more? Are you trying to turn me into a raisin? Lin Shiqing smirked. You're fine, aren't you? I need to test your limits. Your physique is unique. You've lost 1/3 of your blood in 2 days, yet you're not just standing, you're thriving. I've never encountered anything like it. Su Zhe scratched his head nervously. It's the potion you gave me. It helped me recover. Lin Shiqing's laugh was dry. Do you think I'm stupid? No potion could explain this. Your blood energy isn't just recovering, it's growing. I want to understand why. She popped the rest of her cake into her mouth, her gaze fixed on him. Today, we'll see just how much blood you can lose before you start feeling it. Su Zhe groaned inwardly, resigning himself to his fate. At least he'd get his mission rewards. Maybe this was the time to explore the thresholds and limits of the system. If he found a loophole, wouldn't he take off like a rocket? Later that morning, Lin Shiqing emerged from her room dressed casually yet strikingly. Her fitted t-shirt accentuated her figure, and a glinting ruby pendant drew attention to her neckline. Su Zhe's gaze lingered a moment too long, and he felt his face flush. A sudden warmth in his nose snapped him back to reality. He pinched his nostrils as a nosebleed dripped onto his shirt. Seriously, he muttered under his breath, grabbing tissues to stop the flow. Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow, her expression both amused and disdainful. You're even bleeding from your nose now? Fascinating. Your body is full of surprises. Su Zhe muttered a weak apology, blaming his sudden excitement on the drastic changes in his physique. Secretly, though, he cursed Lin Shiqing for dressing so provocatively. He didn't dare say it aloud. If she became self-conscious about her wardrobe, he'd lose this unintended perk. After all, he thought, some things are best left unsaid. Chapter 18. Lin Shiqing's defense crumbles after breakfast. Lin Shiqing began her experiment on Su Zhe. The procedure was straightforward. She would extract his blood continuously until there was a noticeable decline in his blood energy. The process would repeat until either she reached her limit or Su Zhe was drained dry. For Su Zhe, this experiment was also a golden opportunity. His mission required him to be drained of blood by Lin Shiqing. Each instance of blood extraction increased his attribute points and granted lottery chances. But a question lingered in his mind. Did every milliliter of blood count as one instance? If so, he could have Lin Shiqing pause after each milliliter, maximizing the number of rewards he could earn. Given his extraordinary physique, Su Zhe wasn't concerned about losing too much blood. His regenerative abilities seemed limitless. The real bottleneck in this process was Lin Shiqing. Her capacity to consume and digest blood was finite, and overindulgence could harm her. To test his theory, Su Zhe decided to conduct a small experiment. Lying on the bed, he turned to Lin Shiqing, who was ready to begin, her fangs already extending. Lin Shiqing, can I make a small request before we start? He asked, his tone serious. Her fangs retracted slightly, and she frowned in irritation. You couldn't have brought this up earlier? I was just about to begin. Both of them had changed into their usual pajamas after their morning run. Lin Shiqing's outfit, unbuttoned at the top, revealed a hint of creamy skin, her natural fragrance drifting closer as she leaned in. Su Zhe, doing his best to maintain his composure, made his request. Can you try extracting just 1 milliliter of blood and then stop? 1 milliliter, she repeated, her confusion evident. Why? That's barely anything. As soon as I pierce your skin, more than 1 milliliter will flow out. It's for an experiment, Su Zhe explained earnestly. Just this once. Afterward, you can drink as much as you like. Though skeptical, Lin Shiqing relented. Her fangs extended gracefully, puncturing his skin with precision. A small droplet of blood welled up, and she quickly sucked it before stepping back. Red energy flowed from her hands to his neck, sealing the tiny wound. Well, she asked, her expression questioning. Su Zhe remained silent, waiting for the system's response. When no notification came, his suspicion was confirmed. A minimum threshold of blood loss was required for the task to count. Satisfied, he reassured her. That's all I needed. You can drink freely now. Just stop when I tell you. Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow at his confident tone. It felt as though he were the one in control, but she dismissed the thought and resumed. This time, she didn't hold back, feeding with an intensity that surprised even herself. As she consumed, her body absorbed the potent energy in his blood, though digestion took time. Excess blood began to accumulate in her stomach. Lin Shiqing hadn't tested her maximum capacity before, but today she was determined to find out. Meanwhile, Su Zhe observed the process calmly. His body's regeneration ensured that his blood volume remained steady. Minutes passed, and just as he began to feel drowsy, the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Mission complete. Reward: +1 to all attributes and 1 lottery chance. Lin Shiqing, stop for a moment, Su Zhe said, gently pushing her away. Though her instincts were dulled by the bloodlust, she managed to pull back. After wiping the blood from her lips, she sealed his wound with a soft glow of energy. She stared at him in astonishment. Su Zhe, are you some kind of perpetual motion machine? Your blood energy hasn't dropped at all. It's even stronger than before. Lin Shiqing's confusion turned into frustration. Everything about Su Zhe defied logic. Unbeknownst to her, his reward had slightly enhanced his physical attributes, which only fueled his vitality further. I wonder, she mused aloud, could you sustain an entire clan of vampires by simply donating blood? You're like an endless fountain. You remind me of that children's game. What was it called? Purcell? With its endless energy item? You play Purcell? Su Zhe asked, surprised. Years ago, when browser games were popular, she replied dismissively. But this isn't about games. What exactly are you? Well, I'm not entirely sure, Su Zhe admitted. By the way, do you know how much blood you took just now? Lin Shiqing thought for a moment. About 500 milliliters, no more than 600. That confirmed it. The system's threshold for completing the task was 500 milliliters. Anything less wouldn't count as an event. Su Zhe smiled inwardly, already strategizing his next steps. Lin Shiqing, however, wasn't done. I still need to test your limits, she said firmly. Don't think this is over. Su Zhe chuckled, lying back down. Fine, but try not to get addicted. Her glare was sharp, but deep down, she couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly is this Su Zhe? Chapter 19, The Spider's Embrace. Do you want to keep going? Su Zhe asked, his tone playful, as he blinked at Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing exhaled deeply, determination flashing in her eyes. Yes, I refuse to believe your blood energy won't deplete. Over the next 30 minutes, Lin Shiqing drank from Su Zhe 3 more times, extracting about 500 milliliters each round. Altogether, she had consumed nearly 2.6 liters of undigested blood. Her stomach swelled slightly from the intake. By the final sip, She hesitated, reluctant but driven by stubborn pride. Despite her efforts, Su Zhe's vitality remained unshaken, and she had to admit defeat. Now sitting on the bed, Lin Shiqing looked utterly defeated, her distended abdomen giving her the appearance of a woman 4 months pregnant. Nausea churned in her stomach from the overindulgence, but she resisted the urge to vomit. Inducing vomiting could harm her body, as the blood she had consumed was already fusing with her own. The risk of expelling her own blood and energy was too great, potentially leading to a regression in her vampire abilities. Although tempted to alleviate her discomfort, Lin Shiqing held back, reasoning that she wouldn't need to drink blood again for at least 10 days unless faced with excessive physical exertion. For now, she could endure. Su Zhe, watching her with an amused expression, couldn't suppress a grin. He was the clear winner in this game. His attributes had increased yet again, thanks to the system's rewards. Host, Su Zhe's strength, 24 spirit, 26 speed, 25 defense, 22 skill, time stop elementary. The system had also granted him 3 additional lottery opportunities, bringing his total to 4. Su Zhe's mind raced with possibilities, envisioning the treasures he might obtain. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqing stared at him, her irritation mounting. Rising from the bed, she retrieved a dagger and a 3-liter basin from a nearby drawer and bathroom. Hand, she demanded, her voice sharp. Su Zhe blinked in confusion. What are you planning to do? When he hesitated, Lin Shiqing didn't bother with explanations. Swiftly, she grasped his wrist and made a clean incision, opting to draw blood from a vein for controlled flow. Su Zhe, intrigued by his seemingly limitless regeneration, chose not to resist and watched as his blood collected in the basin. An hour later, Lin Shiqing was at her wit's end. The basin was nearly overflowing, yet Su Zhe remained as energetic as ever, his blood energy barely fluctuating. Using her vampiric powers, she healed his wound and disposed of the blood down the drain. Thoroughly defeated, she slumped onto the edge of the bed, staring at him in disbelief. Your physique is beyond anything I've ever seen, unreal, unheard of, and terrifying. As exhaustion set in, Lin Shiqing sighed. I'm tired. Could you play something soft on the piano? I need rest. Recognizing her need to recover, Su Zhe agreed. As she curled up under a silk quilt, her delicate form oddly vulnerable, he sat at the piano and began playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The gentle melody filled the room, soothing her into a peaceful slumber. Just as Su Zhe finished the piece, a rustling sound drew his attention. Looking down, he froze. It was Xiaofan, the oversized pink-haired spider he had encountered 2 nights prior. Though its appearance had initially terrified him, the creature now seemed oddly docile. Xiaofan scuttled toward him, its 8 legs moving in eerie harmony. Before Su Zhe could react, the spider leaped onto his hand, startling him. Whoa, he yelped, nearly flinging it away. The spider's 4 blood-red eyes regarded him with what seemed like affection. Tentatively, Su Zhe stroked its furry head. To his surprise, Xiaofan leaned into his touch, behaving much like a contented pet. As bizarre as it felt to pet an enormous spider, Su Zhe couldn't deny that the sensation was oddly satisfying, perhaps even surpassing the tactile pleasure of a cat or dog. Despite the absurdity, he found himself smiling. Chapter 20. The Vampire Lady and the Little Boy. Su Zhe's hands rested lightly on Xiaofan's soft, pink-furred body. The oversized spider, surprisingly cooperative, tilted its head upward, leaning into his strokes as if it were a cherished pet. A knock at the door shattered the moment of tranquility. Miss, are you there? Yi Hui's composed voice carried through the door. Su Zhe paused, then stepped toward the door, leaving Xiaofan perched on his shoulder. He opened it, revealing the butler's impeccably dressed figure. Butler Yi, Lin Shiqing is already asleep, Su Zhe said softly. Yi Hui's brow furrowed slightly. Asleep? That's strange. She shouldn't be entering deep sleep this early. Based on her usual cycle, she has at least 20 days before the next hibernation phase. Doubt etched into his face. Yi Hui extended his senses toward Lin Shiqing. A powerful surge of blood energy radiated from her, confirming his suspicions. "Ah, I see," Yui muttered, shaking his head. "She overdid it, didn't she? How many times have I told her to moderate her blood intake? She never listens." His gaze turned to Su Zhe, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It was unusual, no, extraordinary, for someone to remain so unaffected after being drained of such a significant amount of blood. Could it be that Lin Shiqing had simply drained a prepared blood bag instead? He filed the question away for later, unwilling to voice his doubts just yet. "Lunch is ready," Yihui announced after a pause. "Let's eat before it gets cold." As Yihui prepared to leave, he gently lifted Xiaofan from Su Zhe's shoulder. The spider complied without resistance, curling up in the butler's hand like a contented kitten. "I'll feed Xiaofan first. It's her mealtime too," Yihui explained. Xiaofan's diet, consisting of meticulously cultivated poisonous insects, required careful preparation. Yihui carried the spider away to fetch its meal, leaving Su Zhe to navigate the long, shadowy corridor alone. Descending the staircase, Su Zhe entered the darkened living room and flipped on the crystal chandelier, flooding the space with warm light. His attention turned to the dining table, which was laden with an impressive array of dishes. Pig blood porridge, red date and black fungus soup, stir-fried pork liver with leeks, wolfberry beef bone soup. Su Zhe blinked. Blood-enhancing dishes? Really? He chuckled at the unintended irony and took his seat. As he sampled each dish, his initial amusement gave way to genuine appreciation. The flavors were balanced to perfection, and the craftsmanship evident in every bite. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Yihui appeared, his polished demeanor intact as he approached the table. "How is it?" Yihui asked with a small smile. "Delicious," Su Zhe replied between bites. "Your cooking is exceptional, Steward Yi. I'm glad it suits your taste," Yihui said, taking a seat across from him. "You've lost a significant amount of blood recently. Proper nutrition is essential for recovery." Su Zhe offered a vague laugh, brushing off the comment. "I'm fine, really." Yihui's sharp eyes lingered on him, probing for answers beneath the surface. "You're quite the anomaly," he said thoughtfully. "Most people would be fainting after such a loss. Yet here you are, perfectly composed. Remarkable." The prolonged scrutiny made Su Zhe shift uncomfortably. Was Yihui trying to piece together his secret? Or was this something else? For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the butler harbored ulterior motives. "I hope you don't mind," Yihui said suddenly, breaking the silence. "I'd like to share a story." "A story?" Su Zhe echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes. Consider it fiction if you like, or perhaps there's truth to it. Either way, I hope it leaves you with something to think about." Intrigued, Su Zhe set down his chopsticks and gave Yihui his full attention. This story begins in 1614, during the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty. Yihui began, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. It was an era of chaos. The empire teetered on the brink of collapse, with Manchu Tatars threatening from the north and internal strife boiling in the south. Amid this turmoil lived a boy from a small mountain village. Let's call him Xiaoya. Yihui's tone grew wistful. Xiaoya was only 10 years old when he met her, a graceful, ethereal lady who took pity on his plight. With his parents starved to death and his village in ruins, the boy was desperate. The lady offered him salvation, and he followed her to a secluded castle far from the chaos of war. The room seemed to darken as Yihui continued. The castle was unlike anything Xiaoya had ever seen. Towering, silent, and shrouded in an unnatural calm, it felt like a world apart. There was no news of battles or peace, no fear of hunger or death. The lady and her daughter, Xiaolin, cared for Xiaoya, and for the first time, he thrived. But as time passed, strange things began to happen. Xiaoya noticed that Xiaolin's appearance never changed. He heard whispers echoing through the castle's halls and smelled an overwhelming scent of blood during the full moon. Yet, whenever he asked, the lady and Xiaolin would only smile and say nothing. Yihui leaned forward, his voice dropping. Years went by, and Xiaoya grew strong. By the time he turned 18, he had fallen hopelessly in love with Xiaolin. One night, Emboldened by his feelings, he confessed. Xiaolin seemed to return his affections and invited him to her room after dark. Yi Hui paused, reaching for a glass of blood-red wine and taking a long sip. And, Su Zhe urged, leaning in, what happened next? Yi Hui's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. What do you think happened? Su Zhe froze. The towering castle, the scent of blood, Xiaolin's unchanging beauty. It all clicked. She was a vampire, Su Zhe whispered. And she drained him. Yi Hui smiled enigmatically, rising from his seat. Perhaps, or perhaps not. The truth, like the boy's fate, is yours to decide. Su Zhe sat in silence, his mind racing. Chapter 21, Prize Pool Level. Waiting for Xiaoye was the affectionate Sister Xiaolin. Her crimson eyes shimmered in the moonlight as she stopped Xiaoye with a gentle smile. Sister Xiaolin's demeanor was as soothing as a still lake, effortlessly capturing Xiaoye's heart. Her words were honeyed, her gestures delicate, and her presence intoxicating. The two embraced tenderly, with Xiaoye making countless promises of devotion, his heart swelling with dreams of their future together. In his mind, he envisioned the life he would share with her. Xiaoye resolved to find a way to explain to his lady his desire to marry Sister Xiaolin. As he shared these dreams, Xiaolin appeared to agree, echoing his sentiments and encouraging his plans. But fate's hand dealt harshly. Sister Xiaolin was no ordinary woman. She was a vampire. Her seduction of Xiaoye wasn't born of love, but of hunger. She intended to feed on his blood and ultimately claim him as her first blood servant. Poor Xiaoye, his affection was a cruel joke. Believing in a shared future, he worked tirelessly to earn Sister Xiaolin's favor, assisting her daily, exhausting himself in his devotion. He clung to the illusion that their love was genuine, blind to the truth that he was but a pawn in her eternal existence. On countless nights, Xiaoye dreamed of a happy life, of raising children with Sister Xiaolin and growing old together in bliss. But one fateful night, his dreams shattered. Without warning, Xiaolin embraced him in the vampiric ritual, forever binding him as her blood servant. To be embraced as a blood servant is to lose one's freedom entirely. The blood servant would become a vassal of the vampire clan, bound by an unbreakable yoke, serving their master without question or reprieve. Xiaolin's control over Xiaoye became absolute, and his humanity was reduced to a distant memory. Yi Hui lowered his head after finishing the story. You should understand this tale, right? He asked, his voice heavy with meaning. Vampires can do only two things to humans, Yi Hui continued. They either drink their blood or embrace them as blood servants. Anything beyond that is a lie. Even their kindness is fleeting, a momentary novelty. Never harbor the illusion of a real relationship with a vampire. Su Zhe gazed at Yi Hui, a question forming on his lips. That's Xiaoye. Was it you? Whether it was me or not no longer matters, Yi Hui replied, shaking his head. He took a step closer, his gaze piercing. Su Zhe, I can give you a chance to leave. Lin Shiqing is asleep now. If you leave, she'll never know I helped you. I'll provide you with enough money to start a new life far, far away. You only need to nod, and I'll send you off immediately. Su Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Hui's offer was genuine, his concern palpable. Just nod or shake your head, Yi Hui pressed. I don't want you to end up like Xiaoye. For a moment, Su Zhe hesitated. Then, resolutely, he shook his head. No, I can't leave, he said firmly. Yi Hui looked at him, incredulous. Despite everything he had revealed, Su Zhe refused to abandon this dangerous path. The butler's expression darkened, his frustration evident. Why? Yi Hui demanded. Do you wish to become a blood servant, to have your thoughts controlled and your existence reduced to that of a marionette? Su Zhe met his gaze, unwavering. I can't explain my reasons, but I won't change my mind. Thank you for your concern, Butler Yi, but I'll stay. Yi Hui closed his eyes, sighing deeply. I try to save you. Remember that. Later that night, Su Zhe lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Yi Hui's story replayed in his mind, a chilling reminder of the dangers surrounding him. If it weren't for his system, he might have taken Yi Hui's offer. But his mission dictated otherwise. To complete his tasks, he needed to stay, to allow himself to be drained and grow stronger in the process. Until then, he had to endure the risks and bide his time. He turned his focus to the system interface in his mind, where 4 lottery draws remained. These draws should bring significant improvements, Su Zhe thought, his determination rekindled. I'll need all the strength I can get to shape my own destiny. Clicking the lottery button, he watched as golden light flashed across the screen. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. All attributes +5. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. All attributes +10. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. All attributes +1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Skill: transform into a vampire. Su Zhe's initial reaction to the attribute increases was disappointment. These are so stingy, he muttered. But the last reward caught his attention. Transform into a vampire. Gain the power of a vampire. Transformation is instantaneous and cooldown-free. Attributes and blood purity will match the current realm. Reading the description, Su Zhe felt a wave of satisfaction. This skill could be his ace, allowing him to blend into the vampire world when necessary. However, he knew better than to use it recklessly. Exposure would make him a target, especially in a world rife with inter-family rivalries and distrust of outsiders. With his new attribute totals displayed, Su Zhe noted his progress. Host Su Zhe. Strength 40. Spirit 42. Speed 41. Defense 38. Skills: time stop, transform into a vampire. His attention shifted to a new button in the UI interface, prize pool. Curious, he clicked on it. A prompt appeared. Current prize pool, level 1. To access level 2, average attribute points must exceed 50. Su Zhe frowned, realizing he had been drawing rewards from the lowest tier. To unlock better prizes, he needed to push his attributes higher. The stronger the prize pool, the better the rewards, he mused. I'll need to work harder to raise my level. Resolving to grow stronger, Su Zhe closed the interface and steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The path was treacherous, but he would carve his own fate, one step at a time. Chapter 22: Clues to Lord. Endless darkness engulfed Yi Hui completely. His room was meticulously clean, devoid of unnecessary items, save for the bare essentials. Heavy curtains blocked out all light, encasing the room in an atmosphere akin to an iron box. The Xiaoyi of the story was indeed him. As a vampire who had lived for more than 4 centuries, the memories of his distant past had grown hazy. Yet, fragments of that chaotic era lingered in his mind. Strangely, Yi Hui often found himself recalling moments chronicled in history books. However, many of these accounts diverged from what he had experienced firsthand. This discrepancy didn't surprise him. History, after all, is written by the victors. Dynasties rise and fall, and the authenticity of recorded events is often questionable. The true essence of history resides in the collective memories of those who lived it, an intangible tapestry impossible to fully preserve. From that era to modern times, Yi Hui had witnessed and endured much. On somber nights, he wondered what his life might have been had he not met Lin Meng. Lin Meng, his master, known in the story as Sister Xiaolin, was the one who gave him his first embrace, marking him as her eternal vassal and slave. The agony of a first embrace was something only the afflicted could understand. The collision of human and vampire blood in a fragile body was a torment beyond words, each heartbeat a crescendo of searing pain. Yi Hui survived, but his reward was not relief, it was subjugation. Freed from physical pain, he plunged into a cruel new existence as Lin Meng's blood servant. With a single thought, she could command his suffering or compel his obedience. His autonomy was erased, leaving him bound to serve the Lin family for nearly 4 centuries. When Yi Hui met Su Zhe, he saw the shadow of his own youthful naivety, a human teetering on the brink of entrapment by a vampire's allure. Last night had presented a rare opportunity to rescue Su Zhe, but the boy's obstinacy thwarted his efforts. What spell had Lin Shiqing cast over him to make him stay? With a heavy sigh, Yi Hui resigned himself to the inevitable. In months or years, the Lin family would gain another blood servant named Su Zhe, and Yi Hui would be powerless to prevent the tragedy. On the rooftop of Jinding Tower, a super-tall building with 299 floors, stood as a beacon in Binhai's skyline. On its rooftop, two figures stood precariously at the edge, gazing at the world below. The turbulent wind whipped around them, threatening to pull them into the abyss. "Kasha, where do you think this Eastern vampire is hiding?" asked Kevin, the taller of the two. "The intelligence says it's in Binhai, but we've found nothing after days of searching." Kasha, her expression unreadable, glanced at him. "Maybe the intel's wrong. Are you sure your source is reliable?" "Absolutely. But there's good news. The Lord has given us a new clue." "What clue?" Kasha's interest piqued. Kevin turned, his excitement evident. "The Lin Group. Many ancient Eastern vampire families have business empires as their facades. According to the Lord, the Lin Group is managed by one such family. If we tail their key players, we'll uncover something. And when we do, we can eliminate these Eastern vampires, absorb their blood essence, and bolster our strength." Kasha's lips curved into a smile. "Breaking through to the 7th level would elevate our standing in the family. I can't wait. With the Lord's guidance, we have an edge. The others in the family are nothing compared to us," Kevin declared with zeal. Without another word, he leapt into the night, his figure vanishing into the dark fog below. Kasha followed, her movements equally fluid and fearless. The rooftop returned to silence, as if no one had been there. The next morning, Su Zhe's routine felt odd without Lin Shiqing waking him. Having risen at 4 a.m. for 2 consecutive days to run, his body had already adapted. Strangely, he didn't even feel tired anymore. It was as if every fiber of his being urged him outdoors. "The power of habit is astonishing," Su Zhe mused. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to run. As he exited his room, Yi Hui materialized before him, startling him. "Butler Yi," Su Zhe exclaimed. "Why do you appear so suddenly? You scared me." Yi Hui ignored the complaint. "Where are you going?" "For a run." The vampire's expression turned unreadable. "I'll ask you one last time about last night. There's still time to change your mind. If you leave now, Lin Shiqing won't stop you. This is your last chance." Su Zhe's response was immediate. "Butler Yi, even if you ask me 100 times, my answer remains the same." Yi Hui's shoulders slumped. "Stubborn boy, you'll regret this." Turning away, Yi Hui disappeared into the shadows, leaving Su Zhe deep in thought. Despite Yi Hui's warnings, Su Zhe held steadfast. He bore the secret weapon of the system, his key to survival and eventual strength. He would not squander it. Grateful for Yi Hui's concern, Su Zhe silently vowed to repay his kindness one day. When the time came, he would free Yi Hui from his servitude by eliminating Lin Ming. A blood servant's chains break only with the death of their master. Freeing Yi Hui would not only restore his autonomy, but also pave the way for a brighter future, a future where he was finally master of his own fate. Chapter 23. The Vulnerable Lin Shiqing. The morning air was cool and crisp, with the sun still hidden beyond the horizon. Su Zhe's figure darted through the forest paths, his movements swift and deliberate as he tested the limits of his newfound speed. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself, planting his feet firmly on the ground. With a sudden burst of energy, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Wind roared past his ears as Su Zhe sprinted, the trees on either side blurring in indistinct streaks of green. 5 seconds later, he had covered over 100 meters. Standing still, Catching his breath, Su Zhe was astounded. He had anticipated an improvement in his speed, but nothing like this. The standard for second-level athletes is 100 meters in 11.5 seconds. I just did it in less than half that, he muttered. The feat was beyond the realm of human possibility. The current world record for the 100-meter dash was 9.58 seconds, but his acceleration, strength, and control allowed him to achieve nearly half the time, a testament to his enhanced attributes. Looking at his hands, he marveled at the power coursing through him. His strength and speed were now far beyond what was humanly attainable. While his muscle density had clearly increased, his frame remained lean and athletic, a balance he appreciated. I've really stepped into another world, Su Zhe thought, shaking his head. Despite his newfound power, he was careful not to overexert himself. Satisfied with his test, he jogged back toward the villa. On his way back, he encountered Yi Hui, who seemed to be in a hurry. There's food in the refrigerator. Help yourself. I'll be out for a while, Yi Hui said before driving off. Watching Yi Hui's car disappear down the road, Su Zhe felt a sense of relief. The villa was now his to explore, an ideal opportunity to test his new abilities. He briefly considered attending school, but dismissed the thought. There was a class with Zhu Minjing on the schedule, and he had no desire to face her wrath for skipping yet another session. Besides, rules and routines no longer seemed to matter to him. Only the weak abided by rules. After all, the strong created their own. Entering the villa, he noticed for the first time the strategic positioning of the property. Surrounded by dense woods, the villa's secluded location ensured it was almost impossible to find unless one knew precisely where to look. In the kitchen, Su Zhe prepared a simple meal, toasting bread slices to perfection and assembling a classic sandwich. The meal rejuvenated him, but it also brought on a wave of fatigue. Yawning, he decided to rest, but first wanted to test the skill he had acquired the previous day: transform into a vampire. However, he needed to ensure Lin Shiqing was still asleep. He couldn't risk her discovering his secret. Ascending the 13 black crystal steps, Su Zhe reached the second floor. Gently pushing open Lin Shiqing's door, he peeked inside. She lay curled up on her bed, her body tucked into a fetal position like a vulnerable child. Her soft, pale arms were wrapped around herself, and her thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The sleeping posture was telling, a silent cry for security. In the corner of the room, Xiaofan lifted its head, alert to the sound of the door creaking open. It relaxed upon seeing Su Zhe. Lin Shiqing. She's not as invincible as she seems, Su Zhe whispered before quietly closing the door. Satisfied that she was still asleep, he returned to his room to begin the experiment. Standing in the center of his room, Su Zhe focused his thoughts and muttered, "Transform into a vampire." An unfamiliar sensation began to stir deep within him, a warmth that quickly turned into a sharp, searing pain. The transformation was not as effortless as he had hoped. The pain coursed through every inch of his body, making him grit his teeth to endure it. Touching his mouth, Su Zhe felt the corners sting. His fingers brushed against sharp fangs that had sprouted at an alarming speed. Opening his mouth slightly, he marveled at the transformation, careful not to let his new teeth pierce his lips. A more alarming change soon followed. His heartbeat began to slow, each beat growing weaker until it finally stopped altogether. His body turned cold, and his blood ceased to flow. Despite the eerie stillness, he remained conscious, his heightened senses compensating for the lack of a heartbeat. Curious, Su Zhe walked into the bathroom and stared into the mirror. The boy reflected there looked familiar, yet different. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes glowed faintly red, exuding a dangerous allure. While his physical appearance remained lean and athletic, his muscle density had clearly increased. His body, though not bulky, now radiated a deadly, wiry strength. A strange energy thrummed in his lower abdomen, about 5 centimeters above his navel. Tentatively, he tried to manipulate it. Concentrating, he watched as a crimson glow flickered to life at his fingertips. The sight was mesmerizing, but the energy was volatile and dissipated before he could fully control it. Frustrated, he tried again, attempting to channel the energy with greater precision. Each effort left him more exhausted, the mysterious force dwindling with every failed attempt. Finally, he gave up, drained from his repeated failures. "I need to practice more," he muttered. Deciding to end the experiment for now, Su Zhe willed himself back into human form. The transformation back was smoother, but left him feeling fatigued. Lying down, Su Zhe contemplated his progress. Though he had yet to master his newfound powers, he felt closer to understanding the changes within him. With time and practice, he was confident he could harness the full extent of his abilities. For now, rest was his only priority. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, and he intended to face them at full strength. Chapter 24. The Call of Clanland. Transforming into a vampire opened a door to a world Su Zhe had never imagined. The moment he crossed into that existence, the colors around him shifted. The world became vivid, tinged with a faint yet mesmerizing blood-red hue. Details he had never noticed before stood out, each line and curve more precise, every movement in his surroundings more defined. From this perspective, the world seemed clearer, sharper, alive in ways he never thought possible. The sensation was intoxicating. Yet, Su Zhe couldn't deny the cost of this transformation. The blood-red energy that coursed through him had drained him to his core, leaving him feeling hollowed out the moment he returned to human form. He lay motionless on the bed, his body too exhausted to even lift a hand. It wasn't just physical fatigue. It felt as though his very essence had been consumed. He glanced at his phone, the clock displaying 8:20 a.m. Notifications blinked, one from Zhang Zilin standing out amidst the others. "What are you doing, kid? I haven't seen you come to class for 2 days. Do you really not want your diploma? Other teachers haven't taken attendance, but I need to remind you. Today's first class is Zhu Minjing's. Are you sure you want to skip? If you don't come today, there's no room for negotiation. Did you suddenly strike gold? Did your house get demolished? What's going on?" Su Zhe read the messages but made no effort to reply. The first class was indeed taught by Zhu Minjing, the most stringent math professor in his major. Yet no amount of academic pressure could force his body into action. As tempting as it was to respond with a quick reassurance, exhaustion pulled him under, and his eyes closed. Within moments, he was fast asleep. Meanwhile, in the bustling Linghai building in Binhai City, Yi Hui was immersed in his usual morning routine. As the housekeeper and chief executive officer of the Lin Group, his responsibilities were vast. With decades of experience, including an MBA earned overseas, he managed the 1,000-strong corporation with precision and ease. Under his leadership, the company had grown exponentially, its operations smooth and efficient. The morning had been spent tackling reports and coordinating projects. By noon, he summoned his assistant, Zhou Xueming, to his office. Zhou Xueming, a capable and attractive woman with a professional demeanor, stood by as Yi Hui outlined his instructions. "Xiao Zhou," Yi Hui said, "I'll be away for the next week, possibly longer. During this time, you'll oversee operations. Communicate my plans to every department. If you encounter any issues you can't resolve, contact me. Otherwise, delay the matter until I return. You've been my assistant long enough to know how to handle things." Zhou Xueming nodded confidently. "Understood, Mr. Yi." With her assurance, Yi Hui felt a measure of relief. Yet his mind was preoccupied. That morning, he had received an urgent summons from Lin Ming. The clan had encountered trouble, and all external blood servants were being recalled to the ancestral land for the family's protection. Lin Shiqing's father, Lin Xiaohua, had also contacted him, instructing him to return alone. The danger facing the clan was unprecedented. Bringing Lin Shiqing, who was far from combat-ready, would only place her in harm's way. Yi Hui had left her strict instructions. "Miss, I've been summoned back to the clan. Stay in the villa with Su Zhe and avoid venturing out. Western vampires have been sighted nearby. It's safer if you remain out of sight." After one final check of his office, Yihui departed for his journey to the clan's hidden sanctuary. In a dimly lit room filled with the glow of computer monitors, Kasha and Kevin, two Western vampires, analyzed surveillance footage. 16 screens displayed live traffic feeds and recorded videos. Kasha pointed at one feed. I traced Yihui's vehicle. It was last seen near Shilin Villa. That must be where the Eastern Blood Clan's stronghold is located. Kevin's lips curled into a sly smile. I'm impressed. Your hacking skills are proving invaluable. Tonight we'll infiltrate Shilin Villa, Kasha said. If our intel is correct, we'll find what we're looking for. Kevin's excitement was tempered by caution. Remember, this is their home turf. If we're too conspicuous, we'll attract more attention than we can handle. The Lord may have given us an edge, but we're not invincible. Kasha nodded. Agreed. Subtlety is key. We'll tread carefully tonight. Reaching the clan's sanctuary was no simple task. Hidden in a remote valley, the location required multiple modes of transportation. Yihui traveled by plane, then by ship, and finally by car. At the base of the mountain, he contacted the clan's leader for the final leg of the journey. As he ascended the airplane steps, a sudden chill crept over him. He stopped, glancing over his shoulder. The airport was bustling, yet something felt wrong. Shaking off the unease, he continued up the stairs. The soft voice of a flight attendant broke through his thoughts. Sir, please proceed. Other passengers are waiting. Yihui nodded absently and entered the cabin. Whatever he'd felt must have been his imagination. Hours later, Su Zhe stirred awake to an unsettling sight. Lin Shurqing's crimson eyes hovering inches from his face. He jolted upright, nearly tumbling out of bed. Lin Shurqing, what are you doing? You scared me. Lin Shurqing arched a delicate brow. You look exhausted. Your blood energy has dropped significantly. It seems the bloodletting I performed earlier was effective. I told you your blood isn't infinite. Su Zhe nodded, hiding the truth. His fatigue stemmed not from the bloodletting, but from the strain of his transformation into a vampire. Still, he decided it was best to let Lin Shurqing believe her theory. Lin Shurqing, for her part, had been awake for hours. The blood she had consumed earlier had been fully absorbed, and its effects were remarkable. Her strength had grown significantly, and the purity of her bloodline had improved. Among the 13th-generation vampires, she was now unrivaled. What intrigued her most was the potential of Su Zhe's blood. With just a few more feedings, she believed she could break through to the elusive 4th level of the vampire clan. The transformation would place her among the elite of their kind. For Lin Shurqing, Su Zhe was no longer just a companion. He was her key to power, and she would not let him slip away. Chapter 25. Is there a girl hiding in your house? One thing is certain. My strength has been improving at a remarkable pace lately. The purity of my bloodline has also significantly increased. Su Zhe, this is all thanks to your blood. Lin Shurqing's piercing gaze locked onto Su Zhe, her expression complicated. Hearing this, Su Zhe was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, could my rapid attribute growth be directly enhancing the quality of my blood? If so, it would explain why Lin Shurqing's strength and bloodline were improving after feeding on him. This realization sparked a deeper thought. A cycle, Su Zhe mused. Every time Lin Shurqing fed on him, his attributes surged. This, in turn, seemed to elevate the quality of his blood. The higher the quality of his blood, the greater the boost to Lin Shurqing's strength. Her enhanced strength could lead to her consuming more of his blood, creating an endless feedback loop. If this process continued, both of them would grow stronger in tandem, a symbiotic relationship of sorts. It's a good thing your strength is improving. Congratulations, Su Zhe said with a faint smile, trying to appear nonchalant. Lin Shurqing sat by the bed, her posture graceful but contemplative. Your physique is truly extraordinary, Su Zhe. If this continues, my strength might reach unprecedented heights. After a moment, her tone shifted to something more serious. There's something else I need to tell you. Uncle Yi has returned to the clan. He probably won't be back for a while. Until then, it's safer for you to stay home with me and avoid unnecessary risks. Su Zhe's brows furrowed. I saw Butler Yi leaving this morning. He looked like he was in a hurry. Did something happen to the clan? Lin Shiqing shook her head lightly, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. I don't know the specifics, but it's likely that outsiders with ill intentions have been causing trouble. This isn't the first time. Whenever the clan faces a crisis, all members who are away must return to ensure the family's safety. Then why aren't you going back? Su Zhe asked, his curiosity piqued. I'm too weak right now. I'd only be a liability. Staying outside is safer for me, she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. Her delicate features darkened slightly as she sighed. I just hope the clan can weather this storm and that my parents and Uncle Yi return safely. They will, Su Zhe reassured her gently. The room grew quiet, an uneasy silence filling the space. Lin Shiqing lowered her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a loud ringtone shattered the stillness. A deep, magnetic male voice sang out, "Too long, too long. Has it been too long?" Su Zhe scrambled to his phone, a mix of surprise and confusion crossing his face. He unlocked the screen to see the caller ID. "Mother, Your Majesty." Glancing at Lin Shiqing, he noticed she made no move to leave. Her calm gaze seemed to say, "Why are you hesitating? Answer it." Awkwardly, Su Zhe coughed. "I'll just take this call." "Go ahead," Lin Shiqing replied, her tone neutral. Su Zhe hesitated for a moment, but decided against asking her to leave. What's the point? With her heightened senses, she'd likely overhear everything anyway. When he answered, his mother's cheerful face appeared on the screen. "Su Zhe," Zhang Shuan greeted warmly. "How have you been? It's been ages since we last talked. Are you keeping up with your studies?" "I'm doing well, Mom," Su Zhe replied, his tone dutiful. Good, good. But remember, you're a sophomore now. Undergraduate degrees are a dime a dozen. Have you thought about pursuing a master's degree? Aunt Lee says it's the only way to land a decent job these days. Su Zhe nodded along. "I know, Mom. I'll think about it." "Don't just think about it. Start planning. And remember, you can date if you want, but don't let it affect your studies," she added with a teasing grin. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of suspicion. "Why does it look so dark where you are? It's only 6 o'clock. Did you close the curtains? Or were you just napping again?" Su Zhe sighed inwardly. "Mothers always know. I wasn't napping, Mom. I just closed the curtains earlier." "Liar. Look at your hair. It's a mess. Don't think I can't tell you just woke up. How many times have I told you not to stay up so late?" Before Su Zhe could respond, his grip on the phone slipped slightly, and his thumb accidentally grazed the screen. In an instant, the camera flipped to its rear view, capturing Lin Shiqing sitting gracefully on the bed behind him. Zhang Shujuan's eyes widened. "Su Zhe, who's that girl in your room?" "Wait a minute. That's not your room, is it? What's going on?" Su Zhe panicked, his mind racing for an explanation. "Mom, you're mistaken. I'm at home. There's no girl here." "Nonsense. I saw her plain as day. Tell me, are you dating someone and hiding it from me?" Just as Su Zhe struggled to find the right words, Lin Shiqing's calm, icy voice cut through the tension. "Hello, Onshi. I'm Lin Shiqing, Su Zhe's classmate." Chapter 26, Warm Hug. Lin Shiqing must have walked silently, appearing behind Su Zhe without him noticing. Zhang Shuan, his mother, was momentarily stunned when Lin Shiqing's face filled the video screen. Earlier, Su Zhe had briefly turned on the rear camera, and Lin Shiqing's figure had flashed by. Zhang Shuan hadn't gotten a clear look then, but now Lin Shiqing's striking features were in full view. What a beautiful girl. That was Zhang Shujuan's first thought. Fair, flawless skin, and delicate, balanced features. Her son seemed to have done well for himself. Zhang Shuan mused, her curiosity piqued. Su Zhe turned to glance at Lin Shiqing, who stood beside him with a small smile, and felt his heart drop. Mom's going to get the wrong idea. Hello, hello. Zhang Xuan greeted warmly after recovering from her surprise. Annie, I'm discussing study plans with Su Zhe, Lin Shiqing replied, her smile serene. Don't worry. I'll make sure he stays on track. That's wonderful, Zhang Xuan replied with relief. He needs someone to keep an eye on him. He's not exactly the studious type on his own. You're doing me a big favor. Her tone carried a mix of gratitude and curiosity. By the way, what's your name? Lin Shiqing, Annie. You can call me Xiaolin. Su Zhe winced. Considering Lin Shiqing's real age, calling her Annie herself might have been more fitting, though he'd never dare suggest that to his mother. Xiaolin, Zhang Xuan repeated with a nod. Thank you for helping Su Zhe. I'll leave you two to your studies. Take care of him for me. Of course, Lin Shiqing replied politely. As Zhang Xuan ended the call, a pleased yet slightly apprehensive expression settled on her face. While Lin Shiqing's presence seemed reassuring, Zhang Xuan couldn't shake the worry that her son, inexperienced in love, might not handle such a beautiful companion well. Beautiful girls can be trouble, after all. She resolved to question Su Zhe later, to learn how they met and ensure everything was above board. Memories of Su Zhe's previous heartbreak, lingered uncomfortably. Zhang Xuan wouldn't let her son be hurt again. After the call ended, Su Zhe turned to Lin Shiqing with a mix of incredulity and exasperation. Miss Lin, do you always walk around like a ghost? When did you even get here? Lin Shiqing shrugged nonchalantly. Just now. By the way, your mother's quite young-looking. Of course, Su Zhe said proudly. She's over 40, but takes great care of herself. Naturally, she's no match for you vampires, but among humans, she's doing pretty well. Lin Shiqing's expression shifted slightly, a shadow of wistfulness crossing her face. Being human isn't such a bad thing, she murmured. Sometimes I think it might be better than being a vampire. Su Zhe frowned. What? How? You have eternal youth and strength. Isn't that what everyone dreams of? Dreams, Lin Shiqing echoed softly, her gaze distant. Humans live fully because their time is limited. They cherish moments, pursue passions, and embrace life with urgency. For me, life stretches endlessly, and the edges blur into monotony. Her voice wavered, tinged with emotion. I've spent decades isolated, pretending, hiding who I am. Friendships are shallow when you can't share your truth. Even in the clan, relationships feel distant, and I see my parents only a few times a year. The rest of the time, I'm alone. Su Zhe listened, the raw honesty in her words striking a chord. Memories of her curled up on his bed that morning, seemingly fragile despite her strength, surfaced in his mind. Without thinking, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Her body, cool against his warmth, trembled slightly at the contact. Lin Shiqing froze, unprepared for the sudden gesture, but the steadiness of his embrace soothed her. It's okay, Su Zhe murmured. You're not alone anymore. You have me now. Later, Lin Shiqing sat on the bed, hugging a stuffed bear tightly. Her expression was unreadable, though a faint pink tinged her pale cheeks. She replayed the moment in her mind, her usual composure crumbling under the onslaught of unfamiliar feelings. Did Su Zhe just take advantage of me? And yet, she didn't feel anger or disgust. Instead, she found comfort in his embrace, a warmth she hadn't known she craved. Her thoughts spun in circles. Could I actually be falling for him? But she pushed the idea away with a scowl. No way. He's just a human, she muttered. I'm just happy to have a friend. That's all. The shrill ring of her phone snapped her from her musings. She answered briskly, her tone regaining its usual coolness. Hello. Miss Lin, this is Zhou Xueming, Mr. Ye's assistant. We met before. Do you remember? I do, Lin Shiqing replied. What is it? Mr. Yi asked me to investigate someone for you. The information has been sent to your email. Please review it and let me know if anything's missing. Her heart skipped. The girl from the photo. After hanging up, Lin Shiqing opened her laptop and quickly accessed her email. The file confirmed her suspicions. Su Zhe, ex-girlfriend of Su Zhe, known for dating multiple men simultaneously. Forum keywords: green tea, buses, rich people's toys. Lin Shiqing's grip tightened on the mouse. That woman hurt him deeply. For reasons she couldn't yet articulate, the thought made her chest ache. Chapter 27. The Female Aquaman and Master of Time Management. Manhwa University's online forum had long been a buzzing hub for student activity. It hosted everything from course help and flea markets to scandalous gossip and heated debates. Like most university forums, it offered a veil of anonymity, encouraging students to speak their minds without fear of consequence. Among its many sections, one stood out: the Wall of Shame. This infamous area was where students exposed others' wrongdoings, creating a stage for public condemnation. While some stories were exaggerated or fabricated, many were rooted in truth, backed by damning evidence that turned the accused into campus pariahs. 2 months ago, Su Zhe became the forum's most talked-about figure. Su Zhe's beauty and charm had made her a well-known name on campus. Her graceful figure and alluring demeanor drew admirers from all corners of the university. Yet behind her captivating facade, she concealed a scandalous secret. She was dating multiple boys simultaneously, managing her time with precision and cunning. Her skill at juggling relationships earned her a reputation as a female Aquaman, a master of navigating murky waters. On any given night, she could attend 3 different dates without breaking a sweat or raising suspicion. Her arsenal of lies and alibis kept her suitors in the dark. But secrets have a way of surfacing. One of her boyfriends grew suspicious and began investigating her behavior. His persistence paid off, and he eventually gathered undeniable proof of her infidelity. Armed with videos, audio recordings, and other evidence, he exposed Su Zhe on the forum. The boy, known for his distinctive green-dyed hair, poured his fury into the post. His detailed account, paired with incriminating evidence, caused an immediate uproar. The story spread like wildfire, and Su Zhe's reputation crumbled overnight. So that's why Su Zhe broke up with Su Zhe, Lin Shiqing muttered to herself as she scrolled through the forum. Curious, she continued reading. Su Zhe had moved on to a new target, Liu Zifeng, a junior at Manhwa University and the eldest son of the failing group's director. With his family's wealth and status, Liu Zifeng fit the profile of Su Zhe's ideal partner. Despite her tarnished reputation, Su Zhe's stunning looks and confident allure still attracted affluent suitors. After her exposure, Su Zhe abandoned any pretense of innocence. No longer pretending to be a devoted girlfriend, she openly pursued multiple relationships, prioritizing wealth and luxury over sincerity. Wealthy young men from prestigious families were willing to spend money for her company, treating her as a temporary indulgence rather than a committed partner. She's no better than someone selling herself, Lin Shiqing remarked, shaking her head. Though she felt bad for Su Zhe, she hoped the experience would teach him to be more cautious in the future. Su Zhe's behavior disgusted her, not for her pursuit of material comfort, but for her deceit and manipulation. Exploiting the emotions of unsuspecting men like Su Zhe crossed the line. Such a shameless woman, Lin muttered. Anger bubbled within her. She couldn't shake the urge to take action. Su Zhe needed to face consequences. Lin Shiqing stared at her computer screen, her thoughts churning. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the neighborhood, a very different scenario was unfolding. Here we are, Shilin Villa, Kasha said softly, her black clothing blending with the evening shadows. She surveyed the aging residential complex, her instincts telling her this was the place. Kevin stood beside her, his phone in hand. The map confirms it. This is the only plausible location for Yi Hui. It's also likely the base of the Eastern Vampire clan. The 2 Western vampires had come with a singular purpose: to claim the blood essence of their Eastern counterparts. To them, the essence was both a delicacy and a source of power. We should proceed carefully, Kasha cautioned. First, assess their numbers. If they outnumber us, we retreat and plan our next move. Kevin scoffed. We're 6th-level vampires, the pinnacle of our generation. The Lord made it clear that the strongest Eastern vampires live in isolated tribes. Those in urban areas are weaker. If it's just the two of us against a 7th-level vampire, we'll still hold our ground. Kasha nodded, but remained vigilant. Both vampires had concealed their identities with caps, masks, and sunglasses, ensuring they wouldn't be recognized by any surveillance cameras. As they approached the villa, a security guard stepped forward. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he was a formidable figure, his athletic build hinting at a background in physical training. "Do you have the owner's contact information?" the guard asked sternly. "Without their permission, I can't let you in." Several other guards joined him, forming a wall of resistance. Their united stance sent a clear message. Unauthorized entry was not an option. Kevin smirked, unimpressed by their display. "Humans," he muttered, always overestimating themselves. Removing his sunglasses, he revealed eyes glowing with a sinister scarlet hue. A wave of psychic energy radiated from him, invisible but devastating. The guards stumbled, their legs giving way as dizziness overcame them. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Kasha observed silently, impressed but unsurprised. Kevin's mental shockwave was powerful, and he hadn't even used a fraction of his strength. "Pathetic," Kevin said with a sneer, stepping over the fallen guards. "Against us, they're nothing more than insects." In the vampire world, raw power reigned supreme. Unlike human cultivators who relied on techniques or spells, vampires thrived on their natural abilities. Kevin's confidence stemmed from the stark gap in strength between himself and these mortals. With the path clear, the two vampires advanced toward Shaleen Villa, ready to face whatever lay within. Chapter 28, Critical Moment. "Do you smell it?" Kevin paused mid-step, his nostrils flaring slightly. "That scent, unique to vampires. It's coming from the southwest." Beside him, Kasha halted, tilting her head and sniffing the air. "It's faint but distinct," she confirmed, her voice tinged with anticipation. "If we keep following it, we're bound to find the lair of those eastern vampires." Her lips curled into a small, excited smile. The thrill of the hunt coursed through her. Kevin's heightened senses had proven invaluable during their time in the East. As their strength increased, so had his sensitivity to the aroma of blood, a talent he used to uncover the faintest traces of their prey. For 2 years, Kevin and Kasha had prowled the coastal cities, leaving a trail of eastern vampire corpses in their wake. When they first arrived in China, they were only at the 5th level. But through calculated hunts and the consumption of blood essence, they clawed their way to the 6th. It was a feat few could achieve in the current age, where the vampire bloodlines were in decline and breakthroughs were scarce. Without the blood of their kind, advancing even a single level might have taken decades of relentless effort. But shortcuts came with risks. Every hunt was a gamble. Eastern vampires were not to be underestimated, and a single miscalculation could mean death. Their success was due in no small part to the Lord. For reasons unknown, this shadowy benefactor had provided them with critical intelligence about Eastern vampire movements, their lairs, and even internal conflicts within clans. It was thanks to this information that Kevin and Kasha had avoided dangerous encounters and targeted only the most vulnerable prey. Even now, they didn't know who the Lord was, but they knew he, or it, was a being of terrifying power and influence. Following the faint blood trail, the duo approached a grand, Gothic-style villa hidden deep within the forest. Kasha frowned, her excitement dimming slightly. "Something's off. Based on the blood energy, it seems there's only one vampire inside, and it's weak. Its strength doesn't even reach the 4th level." Kevin sniffed the air again, his brows knitting together. He reluctantly confirmed her assessment. "After all this effort, and it's just a runt," he muttered. The disappointment was palpable. They'd spent nearly half a month tracking this lead, expecting a substantial reward. A fourth-level vampire's essence was barely worth the effort. It's possible the major families are to blame, Kasha speculated, her tone tinged with annoyance. Lately, they've been rampaging through the East, targeting vampire clans. I heard some 12th-generation Western vampires even managed to break through to the 9th level by devouring the blood of those Eastern families. Kevin's expression darkened. So the Eastern clans are retreating, regrouping, which leaves us chasing scraps. Kasha shrugged. Even so, no matter how weak it is, it's still a source of blood essence. As the saying goes, even a small fly is still meat. Kevin smirked. You've been picking up too many local idioms. Ignoring him, Kasha took the lead. Their disappointment didn't dampen their determination. The scent of blood was enough to draw them forward, even if the prey wasn't ideal. The villa loomed closer, its purple-black walls partially obscured by the dense woods. The pair moved with predatory ease, their crimson eyes gleaming in the dim moonlight. Inside the villa, Lin Shiqing stared at the surveillance monitor, her heart pounding. Western vampires. Here, she whispered, her voice trembling. The grainy footage showed two figures cloaked in black, moving methodically through the forest. Though their pace was unhurried, the menace they exuded was unmistakable. They're only 800 meters away, Lin muttered, glancing at the map displayed on her phone. At their current pace, they'd reach the villa in 3 to 4 minutes. Panic surged through her, but she forced herself to stay calm. She took a deep breath, her mind racing. The underground chamber. It's our only chance. The villa, built over a decade ago, had been designed with a sophisticated defense system. Though she'd hoped never to use it, today that hope crumbled. Su Zhe, she called, rushing downstairs. She found him lounging on the couch, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Get up! Come with me now? Su Zhe blinked at her, confused. What's going on? Western vampires. They're coming, she said sharply, dragging him to his feet. She led him to the bookshelf beneath the staircase. Nestled among the dusty tomes was a worn copy of The Secret History of the Blood Clan. Lin Shiqing pulled it aside, revealing a hidden turntable behind it. Her fingers trembled as she began twisting the dial. Clockwise 1. Clockwise 3. Counterclockwise 5. She muttered under her breath, repeating the sequence she'd memorized. The intricate mechanical lock clicked softly with each turn. Unlike electronic locks, which could fail or be hacked, the mechanical system was reliable, a last line of defense in moments like this. Seconds ticked by like hours as she worked, each twist of the dial bringing her closer to safety. Finally, with a faint hiss, the hidden door slid open. Inside now, Lin ordered, shoving Su Zhe into the passage. She followed quickly, the door ceiling shut behind them with a reassuring clang. Outside, Kevin froze mid-step. The blood energy. It's fading, he growled. That vampire is hiding, somewhere sealed. Kasha's crimson eyes narrowed. She focused for a moment, then nodded. You're right. The fluctuations are almost gone. Without a word, Kevin surged forward, his body enveloped in a faint crimson aura. His speed doubled as he raced toward the villa, his feet barely touching the ground. Kasha followed, her own aura flaring to life. Though she was slightly slower, the hunger in her eyes was just as fierce. Under the pale moonlight, the two figures tore through the forest, their dark silhouettes painted red by the glow of their bloodlust. For Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe, the fight for survival had just begun. Chapter 29. The Last Line of Defense. The underground chamber exuded an air of antiquity. Su Zhe glanced around, noting the dusty relics of another time. A cabinet stood to his right, while at the center of the room, a coffin and a simple bed dominated the space. On the left, a modest table and chair completed the austere arrangement. Lin Shiqing moved quickly to the table, her focus on a lever coated in a fine layer of dust. Without hesitation, she gripped it and pulled. A cascade of mechanical sounds echoed through the chamber, the grinding and clicking of gears reverberating like the heartbeat of a sleeping metal beast. Su Zhe felt as if he had stepped into the innards of an ancient, titanic machine, its complex mechanisms working methodically around him. Above ground, the villa's defenses sprang to life. Concealed, silver-tipped spikes emerged from the floor, ready to skewer any intruders who triggered their pressure plates. Crossbows loaded with silver bolts extended from hidden recesses, their gleaming tips promising pain and death. Modern weaponry complemented the archaic arsenal. Laser grids buzzed to life, and heat sensors primed to unleash precision strikes. Silver-infused weapons can cripple a vampire's regenerative abilities, Lin Shiqing explained hurriedly. But against enemies as strong as these, even this system might not hold. Su Zhe nodded grimly. How strong are they? At least 6th level, Lin Shiqing replied, her voice tinged with despair. Far beyond my capabilities, and even Uncle Yes. Su Zhe's expression darkened. The odds were worse than he had imagined. Above ground, a calculated assault. Don't get complacent, Kasha cautioned as she and Kevin approached the villa's entrance. Remember Guanqing? That silver crossbow trap nearly took you down. Kevin smirked, a crimson energy ball forming in his palm. That was then. This time, we'll take the direct approach. In the East, they call it crushing all resistance with overwhelming force. Kasha rolled her eyes. You've been spending too much time studying their culture. Can you still speak Italian? Ignoring her jibe, Kevin hurled the energy ball at the villa's entrance. The explosion rocked the night, shattering the door and sending fragments of steel flying in all directions. Crimson energy lit the sky like ominous fireworks, casting long shadows across the forest. As the dust settled, the once concealed silver spikes were revealed, their deadly points gleaming. Effective against amateurs, maybe, Kevin remarked as he stepped into the villa, his movements measured and deliberate. Every shadow was scrutinized, every noise analyzed. Kasha followed, her eyes scanning for hidden threats. The villa's defenses activated in full force. Silver crossbows fired, lasers swept the room, and the air buzzed with deadly precision. But Kevin's energy balls neutralized the mechanisms with ease. Explosions rocked the interior, leaving devastation in their wake. It's underground, Kevin said, his senses honing in on the faint traces of blood energy. Kasha nodded. It's close. Let's finish this. Kevin unleashed another barrage of crimson orbs, reducing the floor to rubble. Wood splintered, concrete shattered, and the earth beneath began to give way. Their relentless assault would soon expose the chamber below. Lin Shiqing's face grew pale as she felt the chamber shake violently. Despite the steel reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before the intruders breached their sanctuary. Lin Shiqing, Su Zhe said, standing with newfound determination, I might have a way to turn the tide. She turned to him, her eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? I have a skill, Su Zhe began, his voice steady, a unique ability to stop time temporarily. I don't know if it'll work on those vampires, but it's our best shot. Lin Shiqing's expression shifted from skepticism to surprise as Su Zhe demonstrated. For a fleeting moment, the room seemed to freeze in place. An invisible force wrapped around her, rendering even the smallest movement impossible. Above ground, Kevin and Kasha felt it too, a fleeting paralysis that left them momentarily stunned. Did you feel that? Kevin asked, his brow furrowed. It was like being stuck in quicksand. Yeah, Kasha replied uneasily. It was brief, but unsettling. Kevin dismissed the sensation with a wave. No matter. The vampire's lair is just beneath us. Let's finish it. With another series of deafening explosions, the reinforced floor gave way. A flash of silver glinted in the debris, the steel walls of the underground chamber. There it is, Kevin declared triumphantly. We've got them cornered. As the two vampires prepared their final assault, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing braced for the confrontation. Time was running out, and the fate of the chamber and their lives hung in the balance. Chapter 30. Don't let anything happen to you. The outer wall of the underground chamber loomed before them, its cracked surface a testament to the relentless effort they had poured into reaching this point. Victory was within sight, tantalizingly close. Kevin and Kasha exchanged a look, their expressions a mix of triumph and weariness. For all the devastation they had wrought, the prize, a single Eastern vampire, hardly seemed worth the trouble. But to abandon the hunt now, after coming so far, would render all their sacrifices meaningless. Kevin reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a small glass vial filled with a dark red liquid. Without hesitation, he uncorked it and drank the contents in a single gulp. Warmth spread through his veins as his blood-red aura surged back to life, pulsing with renewed vigor. "Let's finish this," he said, his voice cold and resolute. Another energy blast erupted from his hands, slamming against the chamber wall. A faint click echoed through the air, cutting through the sound of crumbling stone. Kevin froze, his predatory instincts sharpening. He turned toward the source of the noise, just as two figures emerged from the shadows at the chamber's entrance, a young man and a woman, standing 30 meters away. The man's expression was calm, but the woman's face carried an edge of determination. Kevin's gaze lingered on her, his lips curling into a grotesque grin. The subtle fluctuations of blood energy radiating from her marked her as a vampire. Young and strikingly beautiful, she was a rarity that awakened something dark and vile in him. The human man beside her? An afterthought, insignificant. Kevin took a step forward, already envisioning the cruel fate he would inflict on her, when the man's voice cut through the silence. "Time stop." The words were soft, barely more than a whisper, but they carried a weight that froze the air around them. Dust motes hung, suspended midair, rubble paused mid-tumble, and even the faint vibrations of Kevin's last attack ceased. The world was suddenly and completely still. In this frozen tableau, Lin Shiqing moved like a phantom. Her steps were swift and deliberate, her silver dagger gleaming with silver light. Closing the distance to Kevin, she struck without hesitation. The blade plunged into his chest with surgical precision, piercing his heart. She pulled it free and struck again, ensuring the wound was fatal. Beside her, Xiaofan sprang into action. The large spider transformed its 8 legs into razor-sharp blades. They slashed across Kevin's neck in a frenzy, carving deep gashes that crisscrossed his throat and left a gaping hole where flesh and bone once were. Lin Shiqing turned to Kasha, her dagger flashing as it found its mark again. Xiaofan mirrored its earlier assault, tearing into the vampire's neck with unrelenting precision. Time resumed with a sudden rush. The stillness shattered into a cacophony of sound, the crumble of debris, the hiss of settling dust, and the wet splatter of blood pooling on the floor. Su Zhe staggered, his body trembling under the strain. Sweat poured down his face in heavy beads, his breath shallow and ragged. He swayed on his feet, his vision swimming. "I can't," he whispered, his voice barely audible. The strain of using the time-stop skill had pushed him to his limit. Controlling both Kevin and Kasha simultaneously had required an almost inhuman effort. He had held on for 8 agonizing seconds, double his usual threshold, because Lin Shiqing and Xiaofan had needed those precious moments to finish their task. Now every ounce of his mental energy was drained, leaving him hollow and weak. "It's up to you now," he murmured before collapsing. The soft soil cushioned his fall, cradling him gently as the world faded to black. Lin Shiqing gasped for air, her chest heaving as she surveyed the scene. Kevin and Kasha lay motionless, their chests pierced and necks mangled. Dark red blood pooled beneath them, while the blackened flesh around their hearts bore the corrosive marks of silver and poison. "They're dead," she said softly, her voice trembling. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. Turning to share the news with Su Zhe, she froze in horror. "Su Zhe, Her blood energy surged as she blurred to his side, crossing the distance in an instant. She dropped to her knees, her hands trembling as she checked his breathing. It was faint but steady. Relief swept through her, but the sight of his pale face and closed eyes filled her with dread. Su Zhe, can you hear me? Are you hurt? She asked, her voice frantic. His eyelids fluttered open for a brief moment. Just drained. Did we get them? Lin Shiqing nodded, her throat tight with emotion. They're gone. Rest now. Don't speak. Good, he murmured weakly. Double check. No surprises. He slipped back into unconsciousness, his face serene despite his exhaustion. Lin Shiqing stood, her resolve hardening. She approached the vampires' corpses, her silver dagger still in hand. Their blood, tainted by silver and poison, was undrinkable and deadly. The bodies themselves, if left behind, would pose a risk to humans. Crimson energy flared from her fingertips, igniting the remains. The unnatural flames consumed flesh, bone, and blood in seconds, leaving behind only blackened ash. The villa, once a sprawling estate, was now a ruin. Smoke and fire danced in the night, their glow casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. Lin Shiqing returned to Su Zhe, gently lifting him into her arms. His body felt too light, his weight a reminder of how much the battle had taken from him. You can't leave me, she whispered, her voice breaking. I won't let anything happen to you. With Xiaofan perched silently on her shoulder, she walked through the devastation, the fiery glow lighting her path. Though the immediate danger was gone, her heart was heavy. She knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 31. My house exploded. Smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burning wood and charred debris. Flames licked at the night sky, casting flickering shadows over the devastated remains of what had once been Lin Shiqing's villa. The isolation of the location worked in their favor. No one had yet noticed the destruction. Lin Shiqing stood amidst the ruins, Su Zhe limp in her arms, his face pale and peaceful in unconsciousness. Her thoughts churned with urgency. Should I call the fire department? She murmured to herself, her brow furrowing. There was no time to lose. Su Zhe needed immediate medical attention, but someone also needed to handle the scene. She glanced back at the smoldering wreckage, her resolve hardening. With a quick motion, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Ye's advice echoed in her mind. Contact Zhou Xueming if anything happens. Lin Shiqing trusted his judgment. If anyone could handle this, it was Zhou Xueming. In a quiet, luxurious apartment in the heart of Binhai City, Zhou Xueming was fast asleep, her silken sheets draped over her like a cocoon. The sudden, shrill ring of her phone shattered the stillness. Groaning, she stretched out a delicate hand to silence the noise, her fingers brushing against the device. Waking to a midnight call was never a good omen. Blinking blearily at the screen, her grogginess vanished the moment she saw the name. Lin Shiqing. Zhou Xueming bolted upright, her mind snapping to attention. Mr. Ye's respect for Lin Shiqing was well known, and the Lin name carried weight that demanded careful attention. Miss Lin, she answered crisply, masking her earlier drowsiness. I need your help, Lin Shiqing said, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding her. You won't believe it, but my house exploded. What? Zhou Xueming's disbelief was palpable. Lin Shiqing didn't waste time explaining. She snapped a picture of the ruins and sent it over. A moment later, Zhou Xueming's breath caught. The villa looked as though it had been hit by a bomb, the destruction too methodical for a natural accident. I need you to handle this. Bring people to secure the site and ensure no word of this gets out. I'm taking someone to the hospital. Arrange a car for me. Fast. I'll handle it, Zhou Xueming said, already moving. Within 3 minutes, Zhou Xueming had mobilized the Lin Group's emergency response team. Her efficiency was unmatched. Instructions given, she dressed swiftly and was on the road. By the time she reached Shilin Villa, 15 minutes had passed. The fire had mostly subsided, leaving smoldering embers scattered across the ground. The woods surrounding the property remained untouched, as though silently bearing witness to the night's events. Zhou Xueming parked her car along the mountain path and made her way to the scene. Lin Shiqing stood near the ruins, cradling a boy in her arms. Zhou Xueming's sharp eyes took in the boy's pale complexion, the unnatural white of his hair, and the faint signs of strain etched into his features. "Miss Lin," Zhou Xueming called out as she approached. "You're here," Lin Shiqing said, exhaustion evident in her voice. "The company's people are on their way to seal the scene. Make sure no details leak." Zhou Xueming nodded. "Consider it done. Let's get him to the hospital. My car is ready." Lin Shiqing followed, her steps steady despite the weight in her arms. The thought of walking or flagging down a taxi had crossed her mind, but the risk of attracting attention in her disheveled state was too great. She couldn't afford questions. As they drove, Lin Shiqing's eyes flickered to Su Zhe. His breathing remained steady, but his hair continued to lose its color, the strands turning stark white. She clenched her fists, frustration bubbling beneath her calm exterior. By the time they reached the hospital, Su Zhe's transformation was complete. Zhou Xueming had arranged everything in advance, ensuring a seamless admission process. Doctors ran tests, their faces perplexed as they examined the results. "There's nothing physically wrong," one finally said. "The graying of his hair might be due to stress or energy depletion. He just needs rest. With time, he'll recover, and his hair may even return to normal." Lin Shiqing listened intently, her relief tempered by lingering unease. Zhou Xueming, standing nearby, watched her with a mix of curiosity and concern. She dismissed the doctor with a polite smile, but her thoughts churned. Who is this boy? What happened tonight? Outside, Zhou Xueming's phone buzzed. She stepped into the hallway to take the call. Assistant Zhou Xueming, a voice reported. "The scene is secured, and cleanup has begun." No signs of explosives were found, only traces of a strange energy. "We'll keep this discreet." "Good. Make sure it stays that way," Zhou Xueming said, her tone sharp. "No leaks. Understood?" "Yes, ma'am." As she hung up, Zhou Xueming's mind raced. The destruction defied explanation. Whatever had caused the explosion wasn't something she could categorize, but one thing was clear. Tonight's events were far from ordinary. Back in the ward, Lin Shiqing sat beside Su Zhe, her gaze fixed on his peaceful face. The doctor's reassurances echoed in her mind, but doubt lingered. Unconventional abilities, mysterious resilience. Su Zhe, just who are you? Chapter 31. Do you remember? Lin Shiqing sat silently beside the hospital bed, her profile softened by the pale glow of the overhead lights. The cold light emphasized the pallor of Su Zhe's face, a stark reminder of the peril they had narrowly escaped. The sound of a door creaking open broke the silence. Lin Shiqing turned as Zhou Xueming entered, her footsteps hesitant, her posture stiff. Xiaofan, perched on the edge of the bed, immediately tensed, its glossy black legs twitching in anticipation. Though accustomed to the sight of the massive spider, Zhou Xueming still felt a shiver run down her spine. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was all mixed with unease. "Miss Lin, the situation at your villa has been taken care of," Zhou said softly, careful to avoid direct eye contact with the spider. "Everything has been handled discreetly. You don't need to worry." Lin Shiqing gave a curt nod. "Thank you, Assistant Zhou. You can head back and rest. I'll contact you if anything else comes up." "Of course. Call me anytime." Zhou lingered for a moment, then left, shutting the door behind her. The VIP ward was quiet again. Luxuriously outfitted, it felt more like a hotel suite than a hospital room, with its warm lighting, plush furnishings, and state-of-the-art medical equipment. Yet Lin Shiqing had chosen to handle everything herself, dismissing the attending nurses. Her gaze drifted back to Su Zhe. His chest rose and fell steadily, but his face remained pale, almost translucent. Guilt gnawed at her. Everything that had happened, the attack, the near-death experience, was because of her. How had those Western vampires found her? The question spiraled through her mind, unanswered. Exhaustion pulled at her, heavier with each passing moment. The battle had drained her, forcing her to burn her own blood essence. That sacrifice had bought them victory, but left her weakened, her reserves depleted. Unable to fight the tide of fatigue any longer, Lin Shiqing rested her head on the edge of the bed and closed her eyes. Sleep claimed her almost instantly. When Su Zhe awoke, the first sensation that hit him was thirst, a desperate, bone-deep thirst. His mouth felt like sandpaper, his throat raw and parched. He blinked against the harsh fluorescent light, trying to piece together what had happened. His last memory was of collapsing amidst the smoking ruins of the villa. Am I safe now? The sterile smell of disinfectant and the steady beep of medical equipment answered his unspoken question. He was in a hospital. Something pressed lightly on his stomach. Confused, Su Zhe lifted his head. Lin Shiqing's face came into view, peaceful in sleep, her brows furrowed slightly as if caught in a troubling dream. Her hair spilled over the bed in dark waves, and her hand rested near his. A flicker of warmth stirred in Su Zhe's chest. The faint rustle of movement drew his attention. Xiaofan, the ever-watchful spider, had climbed onto the bed. It tilted its head, or what could pass as a head, and gave a small chirp of acknowledgement. Su Zhe smiled. "Good girl," he murmured, stroking the creature's exquisite pink fur. He couldn't help but feel a strange sense of belonging. They had become an unlikely family. Himself, Lin Shiqing, and Xiaofan, united by the trials they had faced together. The sound of his voice stirred Lin Shiqing. Her eyes fluttered open, and when she saw him awake, relief washed over her face. "You're awake," she said, sitting up quickly. "Yeah," Su Zhe replied hoarsely, his throat aching. "I feel fine, just really thirsty." Lin Shiqing rose to pour him a glass of water, returning to hand it over. He drank deeply, the cool liquid soothing the fire in his throat. "Thanks." He set the glass aside, his gaze meeting hers. "You stayed here all night?" Lin Shiqing nodded, her expression softening. "How could I leave? After what happened, I wanted to make sure you were okay." Su Zhe's chest tightened, a mix of gratitude and something he couldn't quite name. "Your skill," she began, her voice hesitant. "The one you used to stop time. What exactly is it?" Her piercing gaze pinned him in place, and for a moment, Su Zhe hesitated. Should I tell her? Flashes of their shared past filled his mind. Lin Shiqing guiding him to safety, her unwavering resolve in the face of danger, the quiet moments they'd spent together. Despite her reserved demeanor, her actions spoke volumes. She had risked everything for him. Su Zhe sighed and leaned back against the pillows. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Lin Shiqing tilted her head, puzzled by the sudden question. "Back at the piano shop," Su Zhe continued. "You were looking for something specific, and I was just there. It seemed like chance, but maybe it wasn't." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't interrupt. "I'm not like most people," Su Zhe admitted. "That skill you saw, it's part of something much bigger, something I don't fully understand myself. But what I do know is that it's tied to you, somehow." "To me?" Lin Shiqing echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Zhe nodded. "I don't know why or how, but the power I have. It reacts to you. Maybe it's fate, or maybe it's just a strange coincidence. Either way, it's why I was able to help you last night." Lin Shiqing's expression softened, the tension easing from her shoulders. "I see." For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the quiet hum of medical equipment. "Thank you," she said finally, her voice steady. "For everything." "No," Su Zhe replied, shaking his head. "We made it through together. You, me, and Xiaofan. We're a team." A small smile tugged at the corners of Lin Shiqing's lips. For the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to relax. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Chapter 33. forge a bond. Do you remember the first time we met? Su Zhe asked, his voice calm, yet weighted with emotion. Lin Shiqing paused, her mind drifting back to a rainy afternoon at Manhwa University. She had just ordered a coffee, seeking refuge from the storm outside, when a tantalizing aroma of fresh blood lured her attention to a nearby music store. That was when she first saw him. At the time, Lin Shiqing had been quietly searching for a suitable partner for her upcoming adult ceremony. Despite sifting through countless candidates at the university, boys and girls alike, none had met her strict standards. Talent, discipline, and a certain purity of blood were rare traits in her world. She had nearly given up hope when Su Zhe appeared, like an unexpected stroke of fate. "I remember," she said softly, her gaze steady. "I fell for you in that moment," Su Zhe admitted, a faint smile on his lips. "I asked for your WeChat, and within days, you invited me to your home. Everything since then feels like a whirlwind." The memories felt heavier now, steeped in the shared trials they had endured. Few couples could claim to have faced as much as they had in such a short time. "It was that day, at your home, that I realized you were a vampire," Su Zhe continued. Lin Shiqing's expression tightened. "You knew? And yet you stayed. Why?" "Because I have a mission," he confessed, his tone serious. "One that ties me to you." Lin Shiqing tilted her head slightly, intrigued yet wary. Su Zhe took a deep breath and began to explain. "If you drink my blood, I complete part of my mission. That's why I let you take it. My unique physique allows my blood to regenerate rapidly, making it nearly impossible for me to be drained completely." Her eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing, letting him continue. "That's not all," he added. "I can transform into a vampire as well. You've seen it, my red eyes, fangs, the way my heart stops. These abilities are part of who I am now." Lin Shiqing's surprise deepened. "How is that even possible?" Su Zhe smiled faintly. "My physique is rare, even miraculous. It grants me abilities that defy explanation. But more importantly, it creates a cycle between us. Each time you drink my blood, your strength and bloodline purity improve. In turn, my body adapts and enhances the quality of my blood. Together, we grow stronger, like a snowball gaining momentum." Lin Shiqing fell silent, absorbing his words. "This symbiosis," he pressed on, "is the reason I trust you with the truth. Our fates are intertwined. Neither of us could have achieved what we have alone. Without you, I wouldn't have survived last night. And without me, you couldn't have defeated those vampires." His voice softened. "We're a team, Lin Shiqing." After a long pause, she finally asked, "Can you show me your transformation? I want to see it again." Su Zhe nodded, closing his eyes to concentrate. A crimson aura enveloped him, subtle but mesmerizing. His pupils turned scarlet, his fangs elongated, and the room seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy. Lin Shiqing watched, mesmerized. "You really are like a vampire," she murmured, her tone laced with disbelief. "This transformation is taxing," Su Zhe admitted, his voice rough. "I've only recovered a fraction of the blood energy I used yesterday." Lin Shiqing's expression grew complicated. She studied him, her thoughts unreadable. The sight of Su Zhe's transformation, combined with his earlier revelations, left her shaken. "You mentioned something about controlling this energy," Su Zhe said, breaking the silence. "Do you know how?" "I haven't been able to manipulate it yet, at least not intentionally." Lin Shiqing hesitated. "It's instinctive for most vampires," she explained. "Like breathing for humans. The blood energy is part of us, and we learn to wield it naturally. But you're different. You weren't born with this ability, so it might take time for your body to adapt." She paused, as if weighing her next words. "When Uncle Yi returns, you should ask him. He was once human too. He might understand your struggles better than I do." Su Zhe nodded, though a twinge of disappointment lingered. It seemed the path to mastering blood energy would be one of trial and error. "One more question," Lin Shiqing said, her voice quieter now. "If you can shift between human and vampire, Does that mean you'll live as long as we do? Su Zhe blinked, caught off guard. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe time will tell. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the air between them was thick with unspoken emotion. Whatever the future held, Su Zhe knew one thing for certain. Their bond was unbreakable, forged in blood and battle. Chapter 34. A small boat on rough seas. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the ward door, a steady rhythm that echoed in the quiet room. Is it convenient to come in for rounds? A composed male voice asked from the other side. Lin Shiqing instantly recognized it. Dr. Qiao, she murmured to herself. It was Qiao Guosun, Su Zhe's attending physician, the one who had overseen his care since the moment he was admitted. Come in, she said aloud, casting a quick glance at Xiaofan. The spider understood immediately, scuttling into the cabinet with remarkable speed. A creature of its size would send Dr. Qiao into a panic, and that was a complication she wasn't willing to entertain. The door opened to reveal Qiao Guosun, a middle-aged man whose thinning hairline lent him an air of authority and competence. In his 30s and a graduate of one of the country's most prestigious medical schools, he carried himself with a professionalism that inspired confidence. As he approached the bed, he checked the readings on the multifunctional monitor beside Su Zhe. Blood pressure, heart rate, and oxygen levels all showed within normal ranges. The steady rhythm of the electrocardiogram confirmed his initial assessment. All looks good, Qiao noted, scribbling in his notebook before addressing Su Zhe directly. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Su Zhe blinked, taking a moment to assess himself. The soreness in his body had subsided, though his head still felt heavy, as though wrapped in a fog. Just a little headache, he admitted. Otherwise, I feel fine. Dr. Qiao nodded, jotting down another note. That's to be expected. Fatigue like yours can sometimes linger. But overall, your recovery is remarkable. He paused, then added, medically speaking, you're ready to be discharged. Before Su Zhe could respond, Lin Shiqing interjected. Doctor, his hair is still completely white. Isn't that a sign of lingering trauma? Qiao Guosun offered a patient smile. Ah, yes, the phenomenon known as overnight white hair. It's rare, but not unheard of. Extreme stress or exhaustion can cause such a reaction. The good news is, for someone as young and otherwise healthy as he is, his hair should regain its color naturally over time. He adjusted his glasses, glancing between the two. Of course, if you're worried, he can stay for observation. There's no harm in being cautious. Lin Shiqing nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, doctor. We'll consider it. Satisfied, Qiao Guosun packed his notes and excused himself, leaving the room in silence once more. As soon as the door closed, Su Zhe turned to Lin Shiqing, his gaze sharp. You'll need to contact Butler Yi soon, but we can't tell him everything about last night. Lin Shiqing stiffened at the mention of Yi Hui. You mean, we keep the truth from him? Su Zhe nodded. Exactly. The less he knows, the safer it is for everyone involved. The events of last night were unconventional, to say the least. If word gets out, it'll raise questions we're not prepared to answer. Lin Shiqing's brow furrowed, her expression one of quiet understanding. You're right. Some secrets are best kept between us. I won't tell anyone about what happened unless you say otherwise. Her words eased Su Zhe's tension. Trust wasn't something he extended lightly, but Lin Shiqing had earned it. A rustling sound interrupted their conversation. The cabinet door creaked open, and Xiaofan emerged, her 8 legs splaying lazily on the quilt as she climbed onto the bed. She looks off, Su Zhe observed, noticing the spider's sluggish movements. She's hungry, Lin Shiqing replied. She hasn't eaten since yesterday, and the villa where her food was stored. Her voice trailed off. The image of the ruined villa still lingered in her mind. Can't we find something similar nearby? Maybe at a flower and bird market, Su Zhe suggested. Lin Shiqing shook her head. Her diet is specific, poisonous insects carefully bred by my family. They're not something you can just buy. But for now, I'll send someone to the market to find temporary substitutes. It's not ideal, but it'll keep her going until Uncle Yi can provide more. Su Zhe nodded. That'll do for now. With Xiaofan's needs addressed, Su Zhe shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter. Have you thought about how to explain last night to Butler Yi? Lin Shiqing hesitated. Not entirely. The truth is, I don't know how to explain killing 2 Western vampires. If I tell him I did it, he'll question how someone at my level could manage such a feat. Su Zhe leaned back, contemplating the dilemma. What about the defense system you activated? Couldn't we say it seriously injured them, and you finished them off in the aftermath? Lin Shiqing's eyes widened. That could work. They're gone now. Turn to ash, Su Zhe continued. There's no evidence left behind. As long as the explanation is logical, no one will question it. She nodded, her expression firming. Yes, that's the story I'll stick to. It's plausible enough to avoid suspicion. Su Zhe studied her, admiration flickering in his eyes. Lin Shiqing had a strength and resolve that belied her delicate appearance. They were both navigating dangerous waters, but together, they stood a better chance of surviving. The room fell quiet, the weight of their shared challenges pressing down on them. You know, Su Zhe said softly, breaking the silence, we're in this together now. Like 2 people on a small boat, facing a vast, unpredictable ocean. Lin Shiqing glanced at him, her gaze steady. Then we'll steer it together. For better or worse, their fates were entwined. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. They would face it side by side. Chapter 35, Experimentation. Night blanketed Binhai City, but the city center pulsed with life under the glow of countless neon lights. In a suite on the 24th floor of the Weir Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in the area, Su Zhe stood by the expansive window. He gazed at the bustling streets below, the city's vibrancy in sharp contrast to his turbulent thoughts. A week ago, he could never have imagined himself staying in a place like this. At 30,000 yuan a night, it was the epitome of luxury, a far cry from his former life. But circumstances had changed dramatically. The suite was a temporary refuge for Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing. After an uncomfortable morning in the hospital, where the sharp tang of disinfectant clung to everything, Su Zhe had insisted on leaving. He wasn't physically injured. It was his mental reserves that needed restoration. At noon, Zhou Xueming had arrived with a peculiar assortment of bugs as sustenance for Xiaofan, the massive spider companion. While Lin Shiqing's other properties were either unsuitable or neglected, the Weir Hotel emerged as their best option for the time being. My white hair makes me look like some sort of wandering sage, Su Zhe muttered, catching his reflection in the window's glass. He ran his fingers through his hair, the white strands serving as a constant reminder of the strange transformations his body was undergoing. But tonight wasn't about dwelling on appearances. It was about conducting an experiment. The single-room arrangement had caused a raised eyebrow from Zhou Xueming when she booked the suite, but neither Su Zhe nor Lin Shiqing had bothered explaining. In her mind, Zhou Xueming had likely paired them as a couple. Convenience, Lin Shiqing had said. She justified the arrangement as a practical measure to protect Su Zhe. Su Zhe, on the other hand, had a more pressing reason. Tonight, they would test the limits of his mysterious system. The system, you can become stronger by being sucked, remained cryptic about its criteria for success. Prior experiments suggested that 500 milliliters of blood was the minimum required to trigger a reward. But what if they could bypass this requirement? Could Lin Shiqing extract the blood and then expel it to restart the process? Lin Shiqing had explained the mechanics of isolating the blood within her body to prevent absorption. If this method worked, it could yield unlimited system rewards, a loophole worth exploring. The sound of running water from the bathroom ceased. Moments later, the door creaked open. Su Zhe turned from the window as Lin Shiqing emerged, wrapped in a plush bathrobe. Her hair, still damp, framed her delicate features as she walked into the room, drying it with a towel. Despite the seriousness of their task, Su Zhe found himself momentarily distracted by her presence. I still can't get used to this, Lin Shiqing said, motioning toward the robe. Most of my clothes were ruined in the villa collapse. Zhou Xueming salvaged some, but they'll need to be cleaned. Su Zhe nodded. The villa, now a ruin, had become the center of an unusual mystery. News of the residents' inexplicable simultaneous sleep had spread like wildfire online. While netizens concocted wild theories involving aliens and ghosts, the truth remained hidden in plain sight. Su Zhe smirked at the irony. If only they knew vampires were real. We should get started, Lin Shiqing said, pulling him back to reality. He glanced at the massive spider curled in the corner, now fast asleep after its unusual meal. At least Xiaofan wouldn't interrupt tonight's proceedings. Right, Su Zhe replied, moving to the bed where Lin Shiqing was already setting up. She sat cross-legged, her face calm yet focused. Despite the experiment's odd nature, she approached it with the same precision and care she applied to everything in her life. Su Zhe took a deep breath. So, we'll stick to the plan. You'll take just enough to trigger the system, then expel it immediately. Lin Shiqing nodded. Understood. Let's see if your little system can handle some creative thinking. As Lin Shiqing leaned in, her fangs glinting faintly under the soft glow of the room's lights, Su Zhe steeled himself. This wasn't just an experiment. It was a step toward unraveling the mysteries of his new reality and seizing control of his future. Tonight, they weren't just testing a loophole. They were laying the groundwork for survival. Chapter 36, Roleplay? What are you staring at? Lin Shiqing's voice cut through the dimly lit room, soft but laced with curiosity. Su Zhe blinked, startled out of his thoughts. Her figure stood outlined by the faint glow of moonlight spilling through the curtains, the silken bathrobe clinging delicately to her form. Nothing, Su Zhe replied hastily, averting his gaze. The moment felt awkward, but not unpleasant. Something about her presence was magnetic, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Focus, he reminded himself. Lin Shiqing brushed her long hair over her shoulder, her movements fluid and graceful. Her eyes, shimmering like pools of light, met his for a brief moment before she sighed and looked away. No word from Butler Yi yet? Su Zhe asked, breaking the silence. Lin Shiqing shook her head. No. I keep thinking something must have happened to the clan. It's unsettling. But what can I do? I'm too weak to make any real difference right now. Her voice wavered, frustration seeping into her tone. Su Zhe remained silent. He knew little about the intricacies of vampire politics, but her sense of helplessness was palpable. She continued, her thoughts seemingly drifting. The struggle between Eastern and Western vampires has lasted for centuries. Do you know the history? Before he could respond, Lin Shiqing launched into a quiet recounting of her people's origins. In ancient times, over 300 Easterners became the fourth generation of vampires, embraced by the third generation. They were pioneers, traveling across continents, blending into mysterious new worlds. But that was long ago, when vampires were few and their bloodlines pure. To survive, they turned to the first embrace, creating new vampires from humans. The bloodlines diluted, but their numbers grew. Entire empires rose under their influence. Legends even say Columbus himself was a vampire, and that he still walks the earth. Her words trailed off, her gaze distant. The Western clans see themselves as the true heirs of power. To them, Eastern vampires are an aberration, something to be eradicated. It's been like this for 1,000 years. Her voice hardened as she met his gaze again. I just want to protect my family. My people. Why should we be hunted like prey? Su Zhe studied her, the weight of her resolve clear. He tried to lighten the moment. Maybe Butler Yi is just busy. He'll probably contact you soon. No point in worrying until you know more. Lin Shiqing exhaled, nodding. You're right. Stressing over it won't change anything. Are you ready? She asked after a moment. Yeah, Su Zhe replied, lying down on the bed. Let's start the experiment. Lin Shiqing approached slowly, her silhouette illuminated by the faint interplay of moonlight and city neon. The soft aroma of her presence enveloped him, as she leaned closer. Her movements were more confident this time, her earlier hesitation gone. The sharp sting of her fangs breaking skin made Su Zhe flinch, but he steadied himself, focusing on the faint warmth spreading through him. Lin Shiqing drank carefully, her throat moving rhythmically as strands of his blood flowed into her. She stopped after what seemed like moments, wiping her lips delicately. "That should be about 500 milliliters," she said, her voice matter-of-fact. "Give or take a bit." Su Zhe opened his eyes, studying her. "So, the blood's in your stomach now, right? You haven't absorbed it?" "Exactly," Lin Shiqing confirmed. "I've isolated it with blood energy. I can spit it out whenever." A familiar electronic chime filled Su Zhe's mind. Ding! Task complete. Rewards distributed. All attributes +1. Number of draws +1. A surge of energy coursed through him as his attributes climbed incrementally. Excitement bubbled up inside him. "It worked," he exclaimed, checking his stats. Host Su Zhe. Strength 41. Spirit 43. Speed 42. Defense 39. Skills. Time stop transformation into a vampire. But he wasn't satisfied yet. "Now, the last step," he said. "Spit it out." Lin Shiqing nodded and disappeared into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of liquid hitting the sink echoed faintly. She returned quickly, her expression calm. The triumphant gleam in Su Zhe's eyes faded as the system chimed again. Ding! Task incomplete. Previously distributed rewards have been withdrawn. The sense of power vanished, leaving him deflated. His lottery count reverted as well. "Well, so much for that idea," Su Zhe said, forcing a bitter laugh. "The system's too clever. It won't let me exploit loopholes." Lin Shiqing offered a sympathetic smile. "It was worth trying. Besides, these things take time. Even if I can only draw blood once every few days, that's still over 100 tries a year. Who knows? One of those draws could be life-changing." Her words rekindled a flicker of hope in Su Zhe. She always seemed to know how to lighten his mood. Also, Lin Shiqing's voice took on a mischievous lilt as she leaned closer. "I've been meaning to tell you something." "What is it?" Su Zhe asked, intrigued. "I'm hungry," she said, flashing a playful grin and baring her teeth like a predator stalking prey. "The big bad vampire is going to suck your blood, human. Tremble in fear." Her exaggerated pose, complete with claw-like gestures, sent Su Zhe into a fit of laughter. The tension in the room melted away, replaced by something lighter, an unspoken camaraderie that neither of them fully understood. As Lin Shiqing lunged toward him with mock ferocity, Su Zhe chuckled. "Is this role-playing now? Maybe life with a vampire wasn't so bad after all." Chapter 37, The Only Choice. "Wait a second. I think I have an idea," Su Zhe said, interrupting Lin Shiqing. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes as he leaned forward, his tone conspiratorial. "What is it?" Lin Shiqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Su Zhe grinned. "If the system retracts rewards when blood is expelled, we could use it to our advantage. What if we drew from the lottery first? If the reward is great, we keep it. If not, you spit the blood out, and we try again. We'd only keep the best rewards." Lin Shiqing blinked, stunned by the simplicity and brilliance of his plan. That might actually work. The two exchanged determined nods and immediately set out to test the idea. 20 minutes later, the results were less than stellar. Su Zhe had drawn twice and received mediocre prizes each time. Lin Shiqing dutifully expelled the blood, though the process left her visibly drained. Despite the strain, she maintained her composure, her desire to help Su Zhe grow outweighing her discomfort. Just as Su Zhe prepared for a third attempt, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected repeated failures. Moving forward, task failures exceeding 2 attempts will result in a 50% deduction of all attribute points. Host is advised to avoid failure to preserve attributes. The cheerful tone of the system message felt like a slap in the face. Su Zhe groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, there goes that loophole. Back to square one. Lin Shiqing gave him an apologetic look, but didn't argue. There was no point in pushing further. They reverted to the standard blood-sucking routine. Su Zhe settled into the inevitable discomfort, trying to adjust his mindset. If this was going to be a regular part of his life, he reasoned, resistance would only make it worse. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of Lin Shiqing's presence rather than the sting of her fangs piercing his neck. In his mind, he imagined elegant piano music flowing, the melody calming his nerves. He inhaled her faint floral fragrance, grounding himself in anything but the pain. Slowly, it began to fade into the background, manageable and distant. 6 minutes passed before Lin Shiqing pulled back, wiping her lips with a tissue. Her expression softened with satisfaction as she lay down beside him, visibly energized by the blood she'd consumed. Su Zhe stared at the intricate designs of the chandelier above, his thoughts drifting. The system had credited his lost attribute points, restoring his balance. It also granted him another lottery draw. He calculated his progress. He was only 10 points away from averaging 50 across all attributes, which would unlock the second-level prize pool. The thought reinvigorated him. Beyond the additional attribute points, the second-level prize pool promised richer rewards and potentially powerful new skills. But even as he dreamed of hitting a jackpot, Su Zhe reminded himself that raw attributes were still the foundation of power. Without them, no skill, no matter how extraordinary, could reach its full potential. The trill of Lin Shiqing's phone broke the silence. She sat up, retrieving it from the bedside table. "Uncle Yi," she answered expectantly, but her expression changed as the voice on the other end spoke. "It's me, Xiaoqing," her father, Lin Xiaohua, said. His voice carried a mixture of exhaustion and gravity. "I saw your calls earlier. Sorry for the delay. Things have been chaotic here." "What's wrong?" Lin Shiqing asked, her concern sharpening. "The Western vampires launched an attack," he said grimly. "We lost many, but the clan held. We won." Lin Shiqing's relief was short-lived as her father continued. "But Yi Hui may be executed." "What?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. "Why? Uncle Yi has always been loyal." "Not for betrayal," Lin Xiaohua assured her. "He fought valiantly and killed several enemies. But you know the rules. Lin Meng was killed in the battle, and Yi Hui is no longer bound by his blood master. The clan fears what he might become without that control." Lin Shiqing clenched the phone tightly, her knuckles whitening. "Uncle Yi would never harm the clan. You know that." "It's not about his intent, Xiaoqing," her father said heavily. "The clan can't take the risk. He's in the blood prison for now. We'll discuss his fate when you return. Speaking of which, bring the human you've been keeping with you. Yi Hui mentioned his blood is of unusually high quality. The elders are interested." Her father's words hung in the air as the call ended. Lin Shiqing stared at the phone, her mind reeling from the deluge of information. Su Zhe had heard everything. The idea of going to the vampire clan as a human filled him with dread. He could easily envision himself imprisoned, turned into a blood bank for the elders' insatiable thirst. Escape wasn't an option. His fate was now irrevocably tied to Lin Shiqing. His mind raced for solutions. His gaze fell on the skill labeled Vampire Transformation in his interface. A plan began to form. If he could use the skill to masquerade as a vampire, he might convince the clan that he was Lin Shiqing's blood slave, newly transformed. This would not only protect him from being exploited, but also allow him to integrate into their world. Learning about the vampires from within could give him the edge he desperately needed. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it was the only one. Su Zhe took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. His journey into the heart of the vampire clan was about to begin, and with it, a whole new chapter of his life. Chapter 38, Silver Moon Mountain. The term blood slave was harsh and unsettling, but Su Zhe wasn't one to dwell on semantics. After all, his blood slave status was merely a facade. If he were truly a blood slave, bound like Yi Hui, his mind and body controlled, reduced to a puppet, it would have been an unthinkable nightmare. But Su Zhe retained his autonomy, and that made all the difference. Did you hear the call earlier? Lin Shiqing's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Her tone was resolute, her expression firm. Su Zhe, you should leave. Hide somewhere safe. I'll come back once things settle. If you follow me to the clan, you'll face unimaginable danger. I don't have the power to protect you. She paused, her eyes filled with an almost desperate sincerity. If you return with me, you'll lose your freedom. The family will treat you as nothing more than food, a resource to be drained until there's nothing left. Please stay here in Binhai. Su Zhe was struck by her selflessness. Even with danger looming, Lin Shiqing's first instinct was to safeguard his life. But Su Zhe shook his head. No, I'm coming with you. Why? Lin Shiqing frowned, incredulous. You're human. Entering a vampire clan's territory is suicide. What if I'm not just human? Su Zhe's voice was calm, but carried weight. Before Lin Shiqing could respond, his pupils flashed crimson. A faint but undeniable aura of vampiric energy radiated from him. From now on, I'm your blood slave, and you're my blood master. We'll return to your clan together. Lin Shiqing froze, stunned by the transformation and the elegance of Su Zhe's voice, which now carried a magnetic, almost ethereal quality. The decision wasn't made lightly. Su Zhe had calculated the risks. His chance of survival within the clan's territory was high, especially as Lin Shiqing's blood slave. The clan's rules prohibited harm to another's blood slave, an act tantamount to provoking the blood master. Moreover, Lin Shiqing's family seemed to hold considerable influence. With their protection, Su Zhe felt confident he could navigate this new world. But his reasons went deeper than logic. To gain insight into the vampire world, to understand its secrets and intricacies, Su Zhe needed to step into it fully. Staying behind in Binhai would mean cutting himself off from that possibility forever. Lin Shiqing hesitated, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. But she eventually relented. She knew Su Zhe well enough to realize he wouldn't back down. The next morning, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing boarded a plane bound for Hushan City, where her family's territory lay. Zhou Xueming, Lin Shiqing's capable assistant, had arranged the first-class tickets on short notice. Hushan was a picturesque prefecture-level city, surrounded by gentle peaks and verdant forests. These untouched lands had remained undeveloped for centuries, their isolation carefully preserved by unseen forces. Unbeknownst to the city's leaders, every attempt to develop the surrounding mountains had been thwarted by a powerful hidden hand, the Lin family. The vampire clan had claimed these lands as their own, their roots extending deep into history. As the plane soared over the landscape, Su Zhe stared out the window. An irrational fear gripped him, a vivid image of the plane malfunctioning, spiraling toward the ground in a fiery descent. He'd once shared these morbid thoughts with a psychiatrist who had diagnosed him with a pessimistic tendency. And while Su Zhe agreed with the analysis, he also believed his caution was a strength. Preparing for the worst was second nature to him. Before boarding the flight, he'd recorded a farewell message, stored it on a secure cloud drive, and ensured his parents had the password. He'd also deposited the money Lin Shiqing had given him into an account accessible to his family. Despite his precautions, Su Zhe couldn't suppress a wry smile. His meticulous planning almost made it seem as if he were destined not to return. But he dismissed the thought. The odds of catastrophe were slim, and his decision to accompany Lin Shiqing was deliberate, not reckless. The plane touched down smoothly at Hushan City Airport. Awaiting them was a sleek Mercedes-Benz S500, which ferried them towards Silver Moon Town at the base of Silver Moon Mountain. The town marked the threshold to Lin Shiqing's clan territory. Beyond it lay Silver Moon Mountain, a rugged, forested expanse shrouded in secrecy. The terrain was modest, its peaks rising only a few hundred meters, but its wild beauty was deceptive. The area was teeming with predators, both natural and supernatural, deterring even the most skilled explorers. The drive was long, and Lin Shiqing remained silent, gazing pensively out the window. Su Zhe, meanwhile, decided to pass the time productively. He still had won and used lottery draw, a reward from his system. With nothing else to occupy him, he summoned the interface and prepared to test his luck. As the car approached Silver Moon Town, the atmosphere grew heavier. The air seemed denser, the shadows darker. Su Zhe couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. What awaited him in the clan's hidden domain? Would it be an ancient Gothic stronghold, rife with mystery and danger, or a tranquil retreat steeped in Eastern tradition? Whatever the answer, Su Zhe knew one thing for certain. His journey into the vampire world had only just begun. Chapter 39. The Second-Tier Prize Pool. Su Zhe stared at the lottery button on the system interface, but before pressing it, he realized something was missing. The silence in the car, combined with the hum of tires on the road, felt too plain. He needed a soundtrack to set the mood. After some thought, he rummaged through his pocket for his wired earphones and connected them to his phone. Selecting a playlist, he hit play. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. A cheerful, almost gaudy melody filled his ears. It was kitschy, but somehow it fit perfectly. With a grin, he thought, now that's more like it. As his finger hovered over the lottery button, Lin Shiqing suddenly leaned closer, curious. What are you listening to? She asked, her voice tinged with interest. Just a little something to set the mood, Su Zhe replied, amused by her timing. Let me hear it too, Lin Shiqing demanded. She saw him as a musical prodigy, after all. If Su Zhe, the pianist capable of evoking emotions with his music, was listening to something, it had to be good. Caught off guard, Su Zhe hesitated but handed her one of the earbuds. Lin Shiqing placed it in her ear, expecting something soft and melodic. Instead, an upbeat, almost comedic female voice rang out. Good luck comes. Good luck comes. Lin Shiqing blinked in surprise. This is not what I expected, she said, stifling a laugh. It's called Good Luck Comes. You've never heard it? She shook her head, but didn't remove the earbud. As strange as the song was, it had an undeniable charm. She found herself tapping her fingers to the beat. It's oddly uplifting, she admitted. Su Zhe chuckled. See? It works. Without further delay, he pressed the lottery button. Ding! Lottery successful. Remaining draws, 0. Congratulations. All attributes plus 10. Ding! Host's average attribute has surpassed 50. Secondary prize pool unlocked. The secondary prize pool offers enhanced rewards. Best of luck. A wave of energy surged through Su Zhe's body, spreading to every muscle and fiber. His physique, already refined, seemed to compress and solidify further. Though his muscle density increased, his lean and athletic build remained unchanged, exactly how he liked it. Not bad, Su Zhe murmured, rolling his shoulders. Did something happen? Lin Shiqing asked, noticing his sudden shift in demeanor. Just feeling lucky, Su Zhe replied with a cryptic smile. He opened his personal interface to assess the results. Host Su Zhe. Strength, 51. Speed, 52. Defense, 49. Spirit, 53. Skills, time stop, vampire transformation. The upgrade was substantial. He felt stronger, sharper, and more in control. But what intrigued him most was the newly unlocked secondary prize pool. What treasures await in there? Su Zhe wondered, his anticipation building. 2 hours later, their car pulled into the bustling Silver Moon town. The town was nestled at the base of Silver Moon Mountain, surrounded by verdant hills. Its streets teemed with activity, as merchants hawked herbal remedies and buyers haggled over prices. Though vibrant on the surface, Su Zhe noticed an undercurrent of something darker. This wasn't just any trading hub, it was a front for the Lin family's operations. Beneath the herbal trade lay a more sinister business, one that turned unsuspecting workers into blood supplies for the vampire clan. "Ms. Lin, we've arrived," the driver announced, pulling into a lot near two towering buildings, a modern hotel and an adjacent office structure. Lin Shiqing stepped out of the car, her gaze sweeping across the town. It had been over a decade since she'd last been here, and though much had changed, it still carried an air of familiarity. As Su Zhe joined her, a voice called out from across the lot. "Xiaoqing." They turned to see a man approaching, a middle-aged figure with pale skin and a scruffy beard. His smile was broad and disarming, his arms open in welcome. "Uncle Tai!" Lin Shiqing's face lit up, and she ran to embrace him. Su Zhe watched the reunion from a distance, observing Lin Tai carefully. The man's casual demeanor and weathered appearance suggested a straightforward personality, but Su Zhe knew better than to judge too quickly. Appearances could be deceiving, especially in the vampire world. 10 years, Xiaoqing," Lin Tai said warmly. "It's been far too long. Your father tells me you've come into your own, and I can see it. You've grown into a fine young woman." They chatted animatedly, catching up on lost time. Su Zhe, meanwhile, stood silently, processing his surroundings. The clan's territory was still a few hours' journey into the mountains, but even here, the Lin family's influence was palpable. This is their breeding ground, Su Zhe thought grimly, noting the townsfolk's smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. He glanced at Lin Shiqing, now laughing at something her uncle said. For all her warmth and humanity, she belonged to this world, a world where human lives were commodities. "I need to tread carefully here," Su Zhe reminded himself. As the group prepared to head deeper into the mountains, Su Zhe couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much larger game. Chapter 40, Is Your Drink Delicious? After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Shiqing, Lin Tai's attention shifted to Su Zhe, who stood a few steps away, observing silently. The seasoned vampire's eyes narrowed as he studied the young man. "And this is?" Lin Tai asked, his voice measured, though his gaze betrayed curiosity. Lin Tai had sensed faint traces of vampiric energy emanating from Su Zhe. But it was different, unfamiliar. Certainly not a member of their bloodline. "Uncle Tai," Lin Shiqing began, glancing briefly at Su Zhe. "This is Su Zhe, my blood slave." Her tone was steady, but there was a subtle edge, as if daring him to question her. "Blood slave?" Lin Tai's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "When did you? Your father never mentioned this. Besides, you've only just reached adulthood. Taking a blood slave so soon? Have you truly thought this through?" The process of the first embrace wasn't a decision made lightly. It required a vampire to inject their essence and blood into a human, a deeply taxing act that weakened the vampire temporarily. For one so young, it seemed an impulsive choice. "Uncle Tai, the decision is mine to make," Lin Shiqing replied firmly. "I haven't informed my father yet, but I will when we return to the clan." Lin Tai sighed, shaking his head. "You've always been headstrong, but this..." He glanced at her closely, noticing her faintly diminished aura. "Your energy is clearly affected. Taking a blood slave so early will impact your potential." The truth, of course, was different. Lin Shiqing's condition stemmed from her recent battle with the Western vampires, not the first embrace. But the illusion of weakness was necessary for their plan. If she appeared entirely unaffected, their story would raise suspicion. Su Zhe remained silent, his expression neutral. He had rehearsed this scenario countless times, ensuring every detail aligned with their narrative. Lin Tai's acceptance, while cautious, was a necessary step. Lin Tai finally relented with a sigh. "Well, it's done, but your father won't be pleased." As they climbed into Lin Tai's sleek Maybach S480, its black exterior gleaming under the setting sun, he turned to address them. "We'll set off at 9 tonight. The journey back to the clan will take 2 to 3 hours. The route passes through beast territory, but I'll handle any threats. Xiaoqing, you and your blood slave should stay close." Lin Shiqing nodded, her demeanor composed. Su Zhe, seated beside her, simply inclined his head. He knew his role: silent, compliant, unremarkable. For now, at least. As the car navigated the streets of Silver Moon Town, Lin Shiqing turned to Lin Tai, her expression serious. "Uncle Tai, my father mentioned increased activity from the Western vampires. What's the situation?" Lin Tai's expression darkened. "It's bad. Over a dozen clan members have fallen. Those Western lunatics attacked relentlessly. We managed to hold them off, but the territory's defenses are strained." He hesitated, then added softly, "Your Aunt Lin Ming was among those who perished." Lin Shiqing's eyes widened. "Aunt Lin Ming? She's gone." Lin Tai nodded solemnly. "She fought bravely. You were always her favorite, you know. She even entrusted her blood slave to care for you when you were young. Nearly 2 centuries have passed since then." Su Zhe's mind raced. Lin Ming's blood slave. He knew who that referred to. "Uncle Tai," Lin Shiqing pressed, her voice tinged with urgency. "I heard from my father that Aunt Lin Ming's blood slave, Uncle Yi Hui, is to be executed. Is that true?" Lin Tai's expression tightened. "Yes, it's the family's law. When a blood master dies, their slave must follow. It's a rule that stood for thousands of years. But Uncle Yi Hui has served the family faithfully for so long," Lin Shiqing exclaimed, her voice rising. "He doesn't deserve this. Please, Uncle Tai, speak to the elders. Surely, they can make an exception?" Lin Tai shook his head. "Xiaoqing, you know as well as I do that the rules are absolute. Exceptions undermine the foundation of our clan." "Rules," Lin Shiqing muttered bitterly. "Always the rules." The car fell into silence, tension thick in the air. Su Zhe kept his gaze fixed on the passing scenery, careful to betray no emotion. Now was not the time for bold moves. Patience was his greatest weapon. Silver Moon Town buzzed with life as tourists thronged its streets. The picturesque town, with its rustic charm and vibrant marketplaces, was a facade. Beneath the surface lay the Lin family's darker dealings. The Maybach slowed to a crawl in the congested streets, eventually reaching the edge of town. Here, they stopped to rest before embarking on the nocturnal journey to the clan's hidden territory. The Lin family's villa near the mountain entrance loomed ahead, surrounded by a high steel fence topped with electrified wires. Ancient locust trees cast deep shadows, obscuring the building from view. As they stepped out, Lin Tai turned to Lin Shiqing. "A fresh batch of human slaves arrived recently. Their blood is exquisite. You should try some later. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Lin Shiqing nodded politely but glanced at Su Zhe, a mischievous glint in her eyes. It was as if she were saying, "Delicious, perhaps, but can it compare to yours?" Chapter 41. Place it where your heart is. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of a villa. Lin Tai pulled a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. This villa was situated far to the west, in a quiet area devoid of any traces of Lin's blood clan members. Amid the shadows of the dense forest, the villa's door creaked open, revealing only darkness within. From the outside, Su Zhe peered in, but the interior was pitch black, the details obscured. A faint glint flickered in his eyes. He activated his vampire vision. A blood-red haze blanketed his sight, revealing the room's layout in vivid clarity. Vampire vision worked much like night vision goggles, highlighting the unseen. However, everything appeared overlaid with a faint crimson hue, which, though slightly disorienting, didn't hinder perception too much. Scanning the villa, Su Zhe noticed its sparse interior. At the center stood a grand marble staircase, flanked by wide corridors leading to the living room. The ceiling light was off, likely due to long neglect. As Lin Tai pushed the door open, a wave of dust rose, filling the air. Lin Tai frowned, but swiftly extended his right hand. With a sharp sound, blood-red energy formed in his palm, swirling and expanding until it was the size of a dinner plate. With a flick of his wrist, The energy unfurled into a fine, shimmering net that captured the dust midair. In an instant, the entrance hall and front vestibule were spotless, revealing their former splendor. Su Zhe watched in awe. He had never imagined blood energy could be used so creatively. It's like something straight out of a cultivation novel, Su Zhe thought to himself. Blood energy seemed akin to spiritual power in those stories, capable of achieving anything with the right intent, as if turning decay into magic. Satisfied with the villa's now pristine state, Lin Tai smiled and turned to Lin Shiqing. Xiaoqing, you can rest here for now. I'll fetch some fresh blood and return shortly. Lin Tai placed a reassuring hand on Lin Shiqing's shoulder before stepping into the forest. Thank you, Uncle Tai. Lin Shiqing forced a smile, her earlier gloom over Yi Hui's situation lingering. Su Zhe watched Lin Tai disappear into the woods. He's a very attentive uncle, he remarked thoughtfully. Lin Shiqing nodded. He's always been like this. When I was younger, he'd often carry me through the forest with his blood wings. Blood wings? Su Zhe asked, surprised. Yes. Once a vampire reaches the barren realm, they can manifest blood energy into wings. With them, they can soar freely through the skies. I've always dreamed of becoming a baron one day. Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled with longing, her words painting vivid images of freedom. Su Zhe nodded thoughtfully, then remembered something he wanted to ask. By the way, I need your advice. I've learned the general structure of your vampire hierarchy, but how can I tell which level I'm at? You call me the last vampire, but where does that put me in terms of strength? He placed a hand on his lower abdomen, where he could feel his blood energy stirring. Over the past day, it had replenished by about a third, bringing him to just over half capacity. Though he knew his blood energy was inferior to Lin Shiqing's, he was curious about his precise rank. Lin Shiqing considered his question before replying. You can determine your strength by learning to look inward. Most vampires judge others' strength by sensing their blood energy fluctuations, but that method isn't entirely reliable. Fluctuations can be suppressed, and judgments can be skewed. She continued, based on your current fluctuations, I'd estimate you're in the early stages of the first level. However, since your blood energy hasn't fully recovered, you might actually be closer to mid or late first level strength. Her explanation made Su Zhe nod in understanding. So how do I look inward, he asked. It's a skill you can develop on your own, but it's faster if someone guides you, Lin Shiqing said. Essentially, you focus your attention on your lower abdomen, where blood energy is stored. In Eastern terms, it's called the blood pill. In the West, it's often referred to as the blood source. Either way, it's the same concept. She paused before adding, when you succeed, you'll see a crescent-shaped blood moon symbol within your blood pill. One waning moon represents the first level, and 9 waning moons indicate the 9th level. When the 9 merge into a full crescent moon, you've reached the barren realm. Su Zhe absorbed the information, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Let me guide you, Lin Shiqing offered. Taking his hand, she led him through the dark corridor, past the faint smell of decay in the living room, and into a bedroom. The room was bare, save for a bed and a dark brown fur coffin. Dust coated the bed, a sign it hadn't been used in years. Take off your shirt, Lin Shiqing said matter-of-factly. What? Su Zhe stammered, caught off guard. Only the top, she clarified quickly. You can keep the rest on. Why do I need to undress to practice inner vision? He asked, still confused. You're so clueless, she replied with a sigh. I need direct skin contact to transfer blood energy into your body. It's not like I can send it through thin air. Her words made Su Zhe picture scenes from martial arts novels, where masters transferred energy through touch. So, you'll place your hands on my back to guide me, he guessed. No, Lin Shiqing corrected. I'll place them on your chest, near your heart. Su Zhe blinked, startled. The imagery her explanation conjured in his mind was decidedly unconventional. Chapter 42, Drinking Blood for the First Time. Without further hesitation, Su Zhe pulled off his t-shirt. Whatever was going to happen, He figured it couldn't be worse for him than what he'd already endured. Lin Shiqing maintained a composed demeanor, but inwardly her thoughts wavered. Su Zhe's physique was unexpectedly defined. His smooth, lean muscles seemed perfectly proportioned. Though she tried to remain indifferent, she couldn't deny a flicker of distraction. This was technically her first time seeing an adult man shirtless. Still, Lin Shiqing was no naive girl. At 180 years old, her life experience far surpassed that of most humans, and she quickly forced her thoughts back into focus. "You should lie down on the bed." "Actually, no." She frowned, eyeing the dusty sheets. "Let's move to the living room. It'll be cleaner there." The pair relocated to the living room, where Lin Shiqing used her blood energy to sweep away the dust from the leather sofa. Once it was spotless, Su Zhe sat down, and Lin Shiqing took a seat beside him, leaving a slight gap of about 20 centimeters between them. "All right, let's begin," she said, extending her hand. For reasons she couldn't entirely explain, Lin Shiqing felt an unusual sense of nervousness. Su Zhe, too, was uneasy. The situation felt undeniably awkward, and his body betrayed him. His left chest muscle twitched involuntarily. "Ah!" Lin Shiqing exclaimed, startled. "What's wrong?" Su Zhe asked, perplexed. Why did it move?" she stammered, clearly surprised. He coughed awkwardly. "Just a reflex? I used too much force for a moment. It won't happen again." Lin Shiqing hesitated, but eventually placed her hand against his chest. The sensation startled her. Firm, warm, and utterly foreign. It was so unlike her own. How peculiar, she thought. Pushing aside her thoughts, Lin Shiqing summoned her blood energy and began channeling it into Su Zhe's heart. "Follow my energy," she instructed. "Focus all your attention on it. Close your eyes and try to feel your body from within." Obeying her, Su Zhe shut his eyes and concentrated. Slowly, his awareness sank inward, settling in his lower abdomen. In the darkness of his mind, a faint, blood-red glow appeared. "I see it," he exclaimed. "It's a blood core. It's covered in intricate, fine lines. Just as you described, there's a crescent-shaped waning moon on it. But there's also a second moon forming, a new moon, nearly complete. That means my strength is nearing the second tier. I'm on the verge of advancing past the peak of the first level." Lin Shiqing was astonished. She hadn't expected Su Zhe to grasp inner vision so quickly, especially on his first attempt. While the technique wasn't particularly complex, mastering it to this degree in such a short time was no small feat. Lin Tai, meanwhile, was making his way back to the villa. "Didn't they close the door?" he muttered, shaking his head. "Well, no matter. This place could use some ventilation anyway." As he entered the villa and walked toward the living room, the sight before him made him freeze in place. There was Lin Shiqing, her hand pressed against Su Zhe's chest. He blinked several times, unsure whether to laugh or leave. Ahem! The loud cough jolted Lin Shiqing back to reality. Startled, she withdrew her hand, and with it, her blood energy. "Uncle Tai, why didn't you say you were coming back?" she exclaimed, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Lin Tai arched an eyebrow. "I said I'd fetch some blood for you. Did you forget already?" He glanced at Su Zhe, a complicated look crossing his face. The boy was fit, he had to admit, and his face wasn't bad either. No wonder Xiaoqing had taken a liking to him. Still, Lin Tai felt her decision to make Su Zhe a blood slave was impulsive. In his eyes, Su Zhe's blood energy was weak and his potential limited. Turning someone like that was hardly a wise investment. But the deed was done, and there was no undoing it. Su Zhe quickly slipped his shirt back on and stood as Lin Tai approached. The elder vampire held a glass bottle in one hand, filled with about 600 milliliters of dark red blood, and a small suitcase in the other, which contained several goblets. "This," Lin Tai said, placing the items on the table, "is some top-quality blood. Try it." He poured a glass for Lin Shiqing, who walked over and took a sniff. It was good, she admitted inwardly. But after tasting Su Zhe's blood, Even the finest vintage seemed bland in comparison. "I'm not really hungry," she said, waving it away. Lin Tai frowned. "Not sweet enough for you? I can add sugar." "It's not that. I just don't feel like drinking right now." Lin Tai sighed, then turned to Su Zhe. He handed the goblet to the younger man. "Normally, blood slaves wouldn't get to taste something this exquisite, but today I'll make an exception. Consider it a treat." Su Zhe hesitated. The smell of blood was strong, invading his senses. Lin Shiqing noticed his reluctance and was about to intervene, but before she could, Su Zhe spoke. "Thank you, Uncle Tai." Taking the goblet, he raised it to his lips. The dark red liquid rippled, pure and unblemished. Without hesitation, he drank it down in one gulp. The taste surprised him. It reminded him of aged red wine, with a subtle metallic tang. It slid smoothly down his throat, leaving no discomfort behind. As the blood settled in his stomach, Su Zhe felt it begin to transform. It flowed into his blood core, replenishing and strengthening his blood energy. For the first time, he truly felt like a vampire. Chapter 43. Enter the clan area. After drinking a glass of blood, Su Zhe felt a surge of vitality. His blood pill gradually refilled, and his blood energy recovered at an accelerated pace. The sensation was strange yet invigorating, as though his very essence was being restored. "Perhaps drinking blood is the most efficient way to replenish my blood energy in the future," he mused. Su Zhe harbored no moral objections to the act. To him, blood was just another form of sustenance. Lin Tai silently took the empty cup from Su Zhe's hand and placed it back into his suitcase. "We'll leave at 9 tonight," Lin Tai said, his gaze lingering on Su Zhe with a cryptic expression before he turned to leave the room. The hall grew quiet again, the silence settling heavily in Su Zhe's mind. Once outside the villa, Lin Tai retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Xiaohua, there's something you need to know," he began, his voice steady but grave. "Your daughter has embraced a man for the first time." The pause on the other end of the line was palpable. "What?" Lin Xiaohua's voice, laden with disbelief, broke the silence. "Are you certain?" In the Lin clan's ancestral halls, Lin Xiaohua had been immersed in addressing the precarious situation of Yi Hui, a loyal blood servant caught in the web of the clan's rigid laws. The last thing he expected was this revelation. "Would I joke about such a matter?" Lin Tai retorted. "I was planning to report this to you in person, but something compelled me to call immediately. I just witnessed Xiaoqing touching a man's bare chest. And yes, the man in question is the same human you've heard about, the one she performed the first inhalation ceremony with." Lin Xiaohua's grip tightened on the receiver. Why would she keep her first embrace a secret from me? And to do something so reckless? His voice trembled slightly with suppressed anger. "Xiaoqing is young and impressionable," Lin Tai reasoned. "Sweet words and human charm can easily sway her. This must be corrected swiftly. The clan has already arranged her marriage to Lin Xian. She needs to focus on building that bond and severing ties with the blood slave." Lin Xiaohua's head throbbed as Lin Tai's words hammered home the gravity of the situation. "This is not just about her emotions," Lin Tai continued. "Marrying Lin Xian is essential for our family's legacy. Combining with a blood slave would taint her bloodline, reducing the purity and strength of the next generation. The family's survival depends on maintaining our lineage's purity." Lin Xiaohua sighed heavily. The weight of clan expectations bore down on him, intertwining with his paternal instincts. "I understand. I'll speak with her as soon as possible. This cannot be allowed to continue." As Lin Xiaohua ended the call, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "What's wrong?" Lin Wen, his wife, approached him with concern etched on her face. Her graceful figure belied the centuries they'd spent together. "Xiaoqing has embraced a human," he admitted, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "And worse, she seems to have developed feelings for him." Lin Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why would she make such a reckless choice?" she murmured, her voice tinged with sadness. "This child. It's not too late to guide her back," Lin Xiaohua reassured. Lin Tai will escort her and the blood slave to the clan territory tonight. Once here, we'll have a serious conversation and put an end to this foolishness. His tone grew sharper. I'm also curious to see the human who dared to enchant her. At 9 o'clock, Lin Tai knocked on the villa door. Xiaoqing, it's time to go, he announced. Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe emerged, appearing refreshed after their brief rest. Su Zhe's blood energy had fully replenished, and Lin Shiqing's pallor had improved. The group of 10, Lin Tai, Lin Shiqing, Su Zhe, and 7 other clan members, set out under the moonlit sky. These clansmen, though unfamiliar to Lin Shiqing, held influential positions within Shintai Pharmaceuticals and were considered vital to the family's operations. The night was tranquil, the last quarter moon casting silvery light over the forested expanse of Silver Moon Mountain. The group moved in silence along a winding path that disappeared into the dense woods. Be cautious, Lin Tai warned. The beasts here are unlike others. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, their ferocity and sudden attacks can be deadly. The beasts of Silver Moon Mountain were rumored to have mutated, their aggression and strength amplified by centuries of exposure to the Lin clan's potent blood aura. Untouched by human development, the area remained a primordial wilderness, a sanctuary for both the clan and its feral guardians. As Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing walked at the front of the procession, tension hung in the air. Each step brought them closer to the clan's domain, and to the conflicts waiting to unfold. Chapter 44, Ghostly Shadow. Lin Shiqing, having grown up in the Lin clan's secluded enclave, was no stranger to the ferocious beasts of Silver Moon Mountain. These were no ordinary creatures. Grizzly bears, wild wolves, tigers, lions, and even cheetahs roamed the area in an inexplicable congregation. Their coexistence, though baffling to outsiders, was simply a fact of life for her. Biologists had once tried to unravel the mystery. How could animals with such vastly different habitats thrive together in one place? They formed expeditions, hypothesized endlessly, and even sacrificed lives, but their efforts yielded nothing concrete. The Lin clan knew the truth, a truth buried in the shadows of history. Centuries ago, when the Lin clan first established its stronghold in Silver Moon Mountain, the landscape was vastly different. According to the records, an ambitious experiment was conducted. Dissatisfied with the power drawn from human blood alone, certain clan members turned to animals, hypothesizing that the blood of beasts might unlock new levels of strength and purity. They captured wild animals from across the globe, grizzlies from the Americas, wolves from Asia, and big cats from Africa, and brought them to Silver Moon Mountain. Blood was harvested, experiments conducted, and ultimately, results were disappointing. Beast blood, far from being a boon, diluted the purity of the vampire bloodline and impeded growth. The failed experiments left behind a strange legacy. The surviving beasts, now released into the wild, adapted and multiplied, thriving in the unique environment of Silver Moon Mountain. Over generations, they became fiercer, mutated by the lingering energies of the Lin clan's presence. These ferocious beasts now served as a natural barrier, deterring human intrusion and even posing a challenge to rival vampire factions. As the group navigated the winding mountain paths, Su Zhe remained alert, his enhanced senses probing the darkness. His sharp gaze caught a python slithering through the undergrowth, chasing a frantic monkey. Watching the scene unfold, he felt a pang of disdain for the monkey. Memories of mischievous monkeys from Mount Amei clouded his judgment, and he silently rooted for the python. The python struck with ruthless efficiency. The monkey's pitiful cries were abruptly silenced as its bones cracked under the constrictor's grip. Su Zhe watched without sympathy. Lin Shiqing, walking beside him, barely reacted. Such was the way of the wild. The strong devoured the weak. Lin Tai, leading the group, maintained a steady pace. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, his posture exuding caution. Suddenly, a low growl shattered the calm, followed by a mighty roar. A massive grizzly bear emerged from the forest, its imposing figure illuminated faintly by the moonlight. Not far away, a chorus of howls echoed through the air. A pack of wild wolves appeared on a nearby hill, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. The tension was palpable. "It looks like a territorial dispute," Su Zhe mused, intrigued by the rare spectacle. Grizzly bears and wolves, natural adversaries from vastly different regions, clashing here was a testament to the mountain's unnatural ecosystem. The wolves wasted no time, circling the bear with practiced coordination. The grizzly, though outnumbered, stood its ground, its raw power evident in every swipe of its massive claws. Su Zhe watched with fascination, feeling as though he were observing a live episode of the animal kingdom's brutal dance. Lin Tai's voice cut through Su Zhe's thoughts. "Focus. We need to move past this area quickly." The group increased their pace, their vampire-enhanced agility allowing them to traverse the uneven terrain with ease. Even so, Su Zhe struggled to keep up. He could feel his limitations weighing on him, a stark reminder of his need to grow stronger. Then he heard it, a faint whistling sound, almost imperceptible, carried on the wind. His instincts flared. He turned toward the source and spotted it, a shadow, moving impossibly fast, darting through the underbrush. Before he could fully process the danger, the shadow lunged toward Lin Shiqing. Reacting on pure instinct, Su Zhe tackled Lin Shiqing, pushing her to the ground. Pain seared through his back as razor-sharp claws tore into his flesh, ripping out a chunk of skin and muscle. Despite the severity of the injury, Su Zhe barely flinched. The dulled pain was a small mercy of his vampiric transformation. Lin Tai acted immediately. A blood-red light coalesced in his hand, forming an orb of energy. With a sharp motion, he hurled it at the shadow, and a deafening explosion tore through the night. The explosion lit up the forest, sending shockwaves through the trees. The grizzly bear and the wolf pack, startled by the sudden eruption, abandoned their fight and fled into the darkness. Lin Tai strode forward, his expression dark. Activating his vampire vision, he scanned the now motionless shadow. As the smoke cleared, the attacker's form became visible. It was a cheetah, or rather, what was left of one. The creature was unnaturally gaunt, its ribs protruding sharply against its mangy fur. Its eyes, glassy and devoid of life, hinted at something more sinister than mere hunger. Lin Tai's lips pressed into a thin line. A corrupted beast, he muttered, his voice grim. They shouldn't be this bold. Something is unsettling the balance here. Lin Shiqing knelt beside Su Zhe, her expression a mix of worry and gratitude. "You saved me," she whispered, her hands hovering over his wound. Su Zhe forced a smirk. "It's nothing. Just another day in paradise, right?" Lin Tai glanced back at them, his tone sharp. "We're not out of danger yet. Keep moving." With a renewed sense of urgency, the group pressed on, the shadows of Silver Moon Mountain seeming darker and more menacing than ever. Chapter 45. Lin Xiaohua's Approval. The skinny cheetah, desperate and enraged by the loss of its family, made one final, futile attack. Its claws had barely grazed Su Zhe before Lin Tai's energy ball obliterated the creature. Blood and mangled remnants of the beast splattered the forest floor, marking the end of its tragic existence. Lin Tai's expression was grim. He knew the attack shouldn't have happened. His oversight had given the cheetah a fleeting opportunity, an error unbefitting someone of his status. The cheetah wasn't ordinary, Lin Tai muttered, surveying the creature's remains. It had mutated, its claws laced with toxins that hinder healing. That's why the wound's taking longer to recover. Su Zhe, still on the ground, felt the ache in his back intensify. Blood energy surged faintly within him, attempting to mend the injury, but the healing process stalled. Despite his growing discomfort, he remained silent, unwilling to show weakness. His strength as a first-level vampire was insufficient for swift recovery, and the toxin's interference only compounded the problem. Lin Shiqing knelt beside him, her face pale with worry. The sight of Su Zhe's torn back filled her with guilt and determination. Activating her blood energy, she attempted to heal the wound, but her efforts proved ineffective. "It's fine," Su Zhe said softly, his voice laced with exhaustion. "Just a scratch." "A scratch?" Lin Shiqing's voice trembled. "You risked your life to save me. Stop pretending this is nothing." She redoubled her efforts, her blood energy glowing fiercely against the deep wound. The surrounding clan members exchanged skeptical glances. To them, Su Zhe was just a blood servant. His injury, no matter how severe, didn't warrant such concern. Blood servants were tools, disposable and replaceable. Why waste resources on someone so insignificant? Lin Tai's gaze darkened. "Xiaoqing, it's not worth the effort. The injury's severe, and the toxins will make healing nearly impossible. Besides, blood servants are easy to replace. Let's leave him." Lin Shiqing's head snapped up, her eyes blazing with fury. "Uncle Tai, how can you say that? Su Zhe saved my life. I'll never abandon him." Her words silenced everyone. Su Zhe, lying prone, felt a flicker of warmth despite his pain. Yet, the moment also served as a stark reminder of the precariousness of his position. Without Lin Shiqing's unwavering protection, he would be discarded without hesitation. Lin Shiqing turned her back to Su Zhe and crouched down. "Get on. I'll carry you to the clan. Father will heal you." Su Zhe hesitated. "I can walk." "No arguments," she interrupted, her tone firm. With great effort, Su Zhe climbed on her back. Her slender frame seemed ill-equipped to bear his weight, yet she carried him effortlessly. Her steps were steady, her resolve unshaken. Lin Tai sighed, falling silent as they resumed their journey. He glanced at Lin Shiqing and the injured blood servant she carried. The girl's fierce determination reminded him of her father. Perhaps this matter should be left to Lin Xiaohua to handle. The clan's silhouette emerged against the night sky, a sprawling bastion of power nestled within the mountains. The architecture blended eastern courtyards and western spires, creating a majestic, otherworldly presence. High walls encircled the territory, guarding it like a fortress. "We're almost there," Lin Shiqing said, her voice tinged with relief. "That's the clan's territory ahead." Su Zhe nodded faintly, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure. "It's magnificent," he murmured, his admiration genuine. As they approached the gates, the sentinels atop the towers noticed their arrival. Lin Tai signaled to them, and the gates creaked open. The party entered the clan's domain, greeted by wide avenues and towering buildings. The layout resembled a tree, with the central road acting as the trunk and smaller pathways branching outward. The other vampires bid their farewells and dispersed, leaving only Lin Tai, Lin Shiqing, and Su Zhe. They made their way to Lin Shiqing's home, a grand, three-story castle in the southwest quadrant. Its imposing facade reflected the prominence of her lineage within the clan. Waiting at the entrance was Lin Xiaohua, his stern face illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns. Beside him stood his wife, Lin Wan, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension. Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he spotted his daughter. His gaze shifted to the white-haired young man on her back, and his expression darkened further. A blood servant? Being carried by his daughter? The audacity! Lin Tai hurried forward, intercepting his brother before the brewing storm could erupt. He quickly recounted the events of their journey, emphasizing Su Zhe's act of selflessness. Lin Xiaohua's anger ebbed as he listened. He studied Su Zhe again, this time with a more discerning eye. The young man had risked his life to protect Lin Shiqing. Perhaps he wasn't as insignificant as a typical blood servant. Lin Shiqing approached her father, her voice resolute. "Father, Su Zhe saved me. Please help him." Lin Xiaohua sighed heavily. "Bring him inside." Relief washed over Lin Shiqing's face. She carried Su Zhe through the castle's grand doors, determined to ensure his survival. For the first time, Su Zhe felt the weight of Lin Xiaohua's gaze. It wasn't the dismissive look he'd expected, but something more contemplative. Perhaps he had earned a sliver of approval, but he knew his true battle for acceptance had only just begun. Chapter 46, He is My Good Friend. As Lin Tai and Lin Xiaohua spoke in hushed tones outside, Lin Shiqing gently helped Su Zhe toward the door of her home. Her mother, Lin Wen, appeared at the entrance, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Su Zhe, leaning heavily on Lin Shiqing for support, took a moment to study Lin Wen. Despite her youthful appearance, her graceful demeanor exuded maturity. Her beauty was striking, her every movement radiating an elegance that commanded attention. She seemed untouched by time, like a perfectly ripened fruit. Lin Wen approached them quickly. "Xiaoqing, are you hurt?" she asked, her tone brimming with motherly concern. "I'm fine, Mom," Lin Shiqing reassured her. "But Su Zhe, he's in trouble." She adjusted her grip on him and added, "Mom, this is Su Zhe. I've embraced him. He's my good friend." Lin Wen's brows furrowed. "Good friend?" "Xiaoqing, he's just a blood servant. How can you be so foolish? Didn't I warn you about the risks of your first embrace? It's a serious matter, and you've gone and wasted it on a human?" "Mom," Lin Shiqing interrupted firmly. "Su Zhe is not just a blood servant. To me, he's an equal, my dearest friend, and he saved my life today. Please let me explain everything that has happened." As Lin Shiqing spoke, she turned Su Zhe slightly to reveal his mangled back. Lin Wen's eyes widened, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. "What happened to him?" "We were ambushed by a mutated cheetah," Lin Shiqing explained. "It attacked me, but Su Zhe intervened and took the blow. His back was shredded, and Uncle Tai said the cheetah's claws carried toxins, making the wounds resistant to healing. I tried to use my blood energy to help, but it's not enough. We need Father's Baron-level blood energy to heal him properly." Lin Wen's stern expression softened. She studied Su Zhe, now pale and weakened but resolute. Her initial impression of him as a manipulative opportunist began to waver. "Let me try," Lin Wen said after a moment. "I'm not as strong as your father, but I'll do what I can." Lin Wen moved behind Su Zhe, her hand glowing with crimson energy. She directed it toward his ravaged back. Almost immediately, the torn flesh began to mend, new tissue knitting together over the exposed bone. Lin Shiqing's face lit up with hope as she saw the miraculous progress. But before Lin Wen could continue, a commanding voice interrupted. "Xiaowen, stop. What are you doing?" Lin Xiaohua's tone was sharp as he strode into the hall. Lin Wen froze, her blood energy dissipating as she turned to face him. Lin Xiaohua's gaze was cold and unyielding. "You shouldn't act so hastily. Before we do anything more, we need answers." Lin Tai, having fulfilled his role as a messenger, quietly slipped away, leaving Lin Xiaohua to handle the situation. Lin Shiqing's eyes flashed with defiance, but she held her tongue as her father addressed Su Zhe directly. "Come inside," Lin Xiaohua said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We don't air family matters in the open." Lin Shiqing helped Su Zhe inside, guiding him into the dimly lit hall. The flickering glow of candlelight cast long shadows, amplifying the tension in the room. Lin Xiaohua gestured for them to stop and turned to face Su Zhe with a penetrating stare. "Su Zhe, is it?" Lin Xiaohua's voice was low and dangerous. "You're going to answer my questions, and you'd better be honest. If you lie, I'll throw you back outside to be devoured by the beasts. Do you understand?" Su Zhe met Lin Xiaohua's gaze, his own expression steady despite the weight of the older man's presence. He had anticipated this confrontation, but it didn't make it any less daunting. "Yes," Su Zhe replied, his voice calm but firm. "I understand." Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. "Good. Then let's begin." Chapter 47. This is my bottom line. "Xiaoqing, step aside. I need to have a word with him." "Alone," Lin Xiaohua commanded, his tone sharp and resolute. Dad, Su Zhe is hurt. Can't this wait until after he's been treated? Lin Shiqing shot back, her voice tinged with frustration. No, it cannot, Lin Xiaohua replied firmly. There are matters I must address immediately. But rest assured, since he saved you, I won't harm him as long as he speaks truthfully. Lin Shiqing opened her mouth to argue, but Lin Wen intervened, placing a calming hand on her daughter's shoulder. Xiaoqing, let your father handle this, Lin Wen said gently. You're young and kind-hearted, but that also makes it easier for others to take advantage of you. Trust us to ensure his intentions are genuine. Mom, Su Zhe isn't like that. He's risked his life to protect me more than once, Lin Shiqing retorted, her voice rising. Shiqing, Su Zhe interrupted, his tone steady. It's all right. Let me speak with your father. I'll be fine. Her eyes darted between him and Lin Xiaohua, reluctant to leave. Finally, she sighed. Fine. But if anything happens, call me immediately. I won't let him hurt you. Su Zhe gave her a faint smile. I appreciate it. Lin Wen guided a reluctant Lin Shiqing to an adjacent room, leaving Su Zhe alone with Lin Xiaohua in the cavernous, dimly lit living room. Lin Xiaohua stood silent for a moment, studying Su Zhe with an intensity that could crush lesser men. Finally, he spoke. Are you truly not afraid that I might kill you? His voice was low, almost a growl. Uncle, Su Zhe replied evenly, if you intended to kill me, you would have done so already. Begging for my life now would change nothing. Lin Xiaohua's gaze sharpened, his lips curling into a smirk. You're bold, I'll give you that. But boldness without wisdom is a shortcut to the grave. Su Zhe straightened despite the pain in his body. With all due respect, I don't see this as a matter of boldness or wisdom. I'm just being honest. You're a man who values truth, aren't you? Lin Xiaohua's smirk faltered for a moment, replaced by a glimmer of curiosity. How did you meet my daughter? Spare no details. Su Zhe took a deep breath and began. I'm a student at Manhwa University. Shiqing and I first connected through WeChat about half a month ago. At first, she seemed like an ordinary girl, kind and intelligent. She invited me to her home, and I accepted. He paused, gauging Lin Xiaohua's reaction before continuing. That's when I discovered her true nature. She revealed she was a vampire, and I was terrified. At first, she intended to kill me to keep her secret, but something made her spare me. From that moment on, we formed an unlikely bond. In time, our relationship grew deeper, not romantically, but as friends. I agreed to stay by her side, and I've done so willingly. I would protect her with my life if needed. That's why I didn't hesitate on the mountain road today, even knowing the risk to myself. Lin Xiaohua crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. In her first embrace? What of that? That was her decision, Su Zhe admitted. She believed it necessary for my survival in certain situations. I didn't ask for it, but I accepted it because I trust her. Su Zhe held Lin Xiaohua's gaze, his voice unwavering. Shiqing is lonely, so she's been isolated, even from her family. I want to be there for her, to give her someone she can rely on. That's all I wish for. Lin Xiaohua fell silent, his sharp eyes locked on Su Zhe as if trying to pierce through any deception. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke. You're either the most cunning liar I've ever encountered, or you're being entirely truthful. Su Zhe met his gaze calmly. I have no reason to lie. You'd see through it anyway. Lin Xiaohua turned away, his expression conflicted. In Su Zhe's words, he saw sincerity, an honesty that was difficult to fake. And while the human was far from his equal, there was something about his presence that gave Lin Xiaohua pause. Very well, Lin Xiaohua said finally. I'll spare you for now, but there is one condition. Su Zhe straightened, bracing himself for what was to come. You must promise me this, Lin Xiaohua continued, his voice steely. Your relationship with Xiaoqing must remain strictly platonic. She is already engaged to a 13th-generation blood clan member, and her future lies within the clan. Any deviation from this understanding, and you will face consequences. Su Zhe nodded slowly. I understand. Sir, my only priority is Shurqing's safety. I will not cross that line. Lin Xiaohua's expression softened, if only slightly. Good. This is my bottom line. Remember it. Chapter 48. Lin Wen sees through everything. Lin Xiaohua sat in silence, his mind churning with conflict. For centuries, their family adhered to unyielding traditions and never once had a blood master and a blood servant fallen in love. The mere thought was unthinkable, a disgrace. Yet, as a father, his heart yearned for his daughter's happiness, a sentiment that clashed sharply with his deeply ingrained beliefs. Lin Xiaohua had always hoped Lin Shurqing would marry someone she genuinely cared for. The idea of forcing her into a loveless marriage, even to a powerful 13th-generation bloodline, felt unbearable. He knew all too well the hollow ache of unrequited love. In his youth, he had faced a similar struggle. From the moment he met Lin Wen, he had been captivated by her. For decades, he pursued her, enduring countless family obligations and expectations. They shared missions, conversations, and moments that deepened their bond until they finally pledged their lives to each other. Their love had been a battle against tradition. Lin Xiaohua had defied the family's wishes, rejecting an arranged engagement to marry Lin Wen. But his circumstances were different. He and Lin Wen were of equal standing, both 12th-generation vampires. Su Zhe, by contrast, was a blood servant, a match that could only invite ridicule and scorn. Still, he could not ignore the sincerity in Su Zhe's actions or the happiness his daughter exuded when she was with him. Lin Xiaohua sighed deeply, his resolve softening. Perhaps it was time to let go of his pride and let his daughter chart her own course. If Su Zhe proved himself worthy, perhaps he could accept this union, despite the whispers it might provoke. His moment of reflection was interrupted by a knock at the door. Rising swiftly, he crossed the room and opened it. A middle-aged vampire with a sturdy build stood outside, his expression filled with excitement. Brother Hua, the man said, there's been a breakthrough in Yi Hui's situation. The Elders' Council is willing to make an exception, but there are conditions. They've asked to see you immediately. Lin Xiaohua's eyes widened. Are you certain? I'm sure, the man nodded. But they need your agreement first. I see. Give me a moment to settle things here, and I'll come at once, Lin Xiaohua replied, his tone resolute. Returning to the living room, Lin Xiaohua's gaze fell on Su Zhe, who stood upright despite his injuries. Blood seeped through the makeshift bandages on his back, soaking into his clothes. Yet Su Zhe did not falter. His hands clenched tightly, and his body trembled slightly, but his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Despite his disdain for Su Zhe's status, the young man's resilience was undeniable. He approached Su Zhe and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Remember what I told you, he said gravely. With that, Lin Xiaohua turned and headed toward the guest room. Xiaowen, he called his wife, please tend to Su Zhe's wounds. I must go to the Elders' Council immediately. I'll return late tonight. Also, see to it that Su Zhe is given a place to stay. Lin Wen appeared moments later, Lin Shurqing close behind her. I understand, Lin Wen said. Go quickly, don't keep them waiting. Lin Xiaohua nodded and left the house in haste. As soon as the door closed, Su Zhe's strength gave out. He staggered, collapsing onto the sofa. Blood streamed from his back, soaking into his clothes and pooling beneath him. Lin Shurqing rushed to his side, her face pale with worry. Why did you push yourself so far? She scolded, her voice trembling. You're hurt? What were you thinking? It's nothing, Su Zhe said weakly, forcing a smile. I've been through worse. Don't lie to me, Lin Shurqing snapped. Look at you. The wound is worse than before, and it's all because of my father's stubbornness. Enough, Shurqing, let me handle this. Lin Wen interjected calmly. Su Zhe needs treatment, not your nagging. Lin Shurqing stepped aside reluctantly, watching as her mother moved a chair beside Su Zhe and began channeling her blood energy. A faint, intoxicating scent filled the air as Lin Wen raised her hand. A crimson glow enveloped her palm, casting soft light over Su Zhe's wounds. The energy seeped into his torn flesh, knitting it back together with supernatural precision. As Lin Wen worked, her gaze lingered on Su Zhe's face. His features were calm despite the pain, his loyalty to her daughter unmistakable. Earlier, Lin Shiqing had spoken at length about Su Zhe, his bravery, his talent for music, and his unyielding determination to protect her. For the first time, Lin Wen felt her suspicions ease. This young man had risked everything for her daughter, and not out of obligation, but out of love. Lin Wen's lips curved into a faint smile. She had seen through everything. Su Zhe wasn't perfect, nor was he a traditional match for Lin Shiqing. But his devotion was real, and his feelings were pure. Perhaps it was time to trust her daughter's instincts. After all, who better to choose her own happiness than Lin Shiqing herself? Chapter 49, Awaiting Trial. The dungeon was cold and damp, the air thick with the stench of decay and despair. In a shadowed corner, a frail figure huddled, his face marked by a profound sorrow. Yihui stared blankly ahead, his mind a tumult of memories and regrets. The events of 5 days ago played relentlessly in his mind, the night the Western vampires attacked. The clash had been nothing short of apocalyptic. Dozens of Western vampires descended upon them, their assault drenching the sky in crimson as blood magic clashed with energy orbs and the ground erupted in violent explosions. As part of the defense, Yihui had led a small team of blood slaves into battle, managing to kill one attacker and wound 3 others. Victory had seemed within reach until disaster struck. In his final moments, a Western vampire unleashed a sacrificial strike, consuming his remaining blood essence to launch a devastating attack. A searing beam of energy pierced Lin Ming's heart, killing her instantly. Everything happened so fast. There was no time to react. As Lin Ming fell, Yihui felt an inexplicable shift within himself, a liberation so sudden it was almost disorienting. The spiritual shackles that had bound him for centuries dissolved in an instant. He was free. Yet freedom brought no relief. His face drained of color as a chilling realization struck him. The death of a blood master meant execution for their blood slaves. And as Lin Ming's sole slave, Yihui knew his fate was sealed. The days since had been a blur of isolation and reflection in the dungeon's oppressive darkness. Memories of Lin Ming filled his thoughts, unbidden but persistent. She had been the one who deceived him, ensnaring him with her tender smiles and gentle words. Yet when he saw her fall, he felt neither the satisfaction of revenge nor the weight of hatred. Instead, there was only numbness, as if it had all been an illusion. Was this Stockholm Syndrome? He wondered. After all the pain she caused him, why did he feel this aching nostalgia? The more he dwelled on it, the more unsettling it became. He had imagined that her death would bring him relief, like the heroes in stories who vanquish their tormentors and find peace. But reality was more complicated. He shook his head, trying to dispel his confusion. Perhaps he didn't hate Lin Ming as much as he thought. Perhaps he had grown so used to being under her control that he had come to accept it. To live as her slave had become second nature. The bitter irony of this realization made him smile faintly. Whatever the truth, it didn't matter anymore. Death awaited him, and he had resigned himself to it. Oddly, the thought of death felt comforting now. He recalled a night long ago when he was just 18. By candlelight, he had held Lin Ming in his arms, making foolish promises. Her body had been cold, but her crescent moon eyes and sweet smile had warmed his heart. Even now, despite the lies and manipulation, he couldn't deny that he had loved her. How naive he had been. But sometimes, love was like that, a selfless surrender, even when you knew it was hopeless. The foul air of the dungeon filled his lungs, and Yihui closed his eyes, letting the darkness pull him under. Meanwhile, in the Lin clan's tower, The towering structure of the Lin clan presided over the heart of their domain, a Gothic marvel that rose 13 stories into the sky. Its sharp spire, carved from purple stone, was the highest point in the region, adorned with ancient Eastern symbols that lent it an enigmatic aura. Inside, on the third floor, a group of Lin clan elders gathered in a grand hall, their presence commanding respect. Wrinkles lined their faces, a testament to centuries of existence, but their status as 10th-generation vampires marked them as less powerful compared to the clan's ancient elites. The truly powerful, the 8th and 9th-generation vampires, were nearing the end of their millennia-long lives. To stave off the inevitable, these viscounts sought breakthroughs to extend their existence, leaving the clan's daily affairs in the hands of their less experienced descendants. Seated at a long table were 9 elders, facing Lin Xiaohua, who sat composed and serious. Lin Xiaohua, began Lin Maching, the elder at the center, his voice steady and authoritative. We've deliberated on Yi Hui's case and decided to make an exception. His contributions during the recent battle cannot be ignored, and his efforts, along with your actions, were instrumental in slaying 2 Western vampires. The clan acknowledges his loyalty. Lin Maching paused, his gaze sharp. Therefore, we've decided to spare Yi Hui's life. However, Lin Xiaohua tensed, knowing the critical condition was about to be revealed. Yi Hui has been managing the Lin Group's operations, correct? Maching asked, shifting the subject. Yes, for over 20 years, Lin Xiaohua replied, his voice steady despite the sudden change. Memories of those years flashed through his mind. 20 years ago, Yi Hui had been entrusted with overseeing the Lin Group in Binhai. Under his leadership, the company thrived, its profits soaring. 10 years ago, Xiaohua had sent his niece, Lin Shiqing, to Binhai, hoping she could escape the isolation of clan life. Though she lived among humans, her interactions remained limited, her world small and insulated. Regret flickered in Xiaohua's heart. He had been too busy to offer her the support she needed, and time had slipped away faster than he could grasp. Pushing aside his emotions, he turned his focus back to Lin Maching, bracing himself for what came next. Chapter 50. Hope of Life. What we mean is this. Lin Maching's voice was calm, but resolute. Yi Hui will remain in Binhai to manage the Lin Group, but he will never return to the clan. If he agrees, his life will be spared. However, he must drink the thrall potion. Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed at the mention of the potion. He knew exactly what it was, a cruel concoction laced with a slow-acting poison. Once ingested, the drinker required an antidote every 3 months to survive. Without it, death was inevitable. The Lin clan often used the thrall potion to control influential humans, business tycoons, or officials ensnared in their schemes. With this leash, the clan could bend their pawns to its will, ensuring unwavering loyalty. And now, it seemed, the elders intended to use it on Yi Hui. Yi Hui's sharp mind and proven business acumen had made him invaluable. The wealth he generated in the human world was a cornerstone of the Lin clan's power. But their decision to spare him wasn't born of compassion. It was a calculated move. His exile to Binhai served another purpose: containment. Far from the clan's inner workings, Yi Hui's potential to disrupt their fragile balance of power would be neutralized. Lin Xiaohua's fists clenched tightly, his frustration mounting. The elders had played their cards skillfully, leaving him no real choice. If he refused, Yi Hui would be executed without hesitation. Lin Xiaohua, Lin Maching's voice broke through his thoughts, cold and unyielding. Think carefully. If you agree, Yi Hui will drink the potion and leave for Binhai immediately. But remind him, no tricks. Should the Lin Group's profits falter, or should he attempt sabotage, the antidote will not save him. The hall fell silent. The weight of the ultimatum bore down on Lin Xiaohua. When the meeting finally adjourned, the clock had struck 2 in the morning. Lin Xiaohua exited the council chamber, his steps heavy with fatigue. In his hand, he held a small vial of greenish liquid, the thrall potion. So, They want me to play the executioner, he muttered bitterly to himself. Though reluctant, Lin Xiaohua had agreed to their terms. There was no alternative if he wished to save Yi Hui's life. Now he was heading to the dungeon to deliver the potion personally. From this point forward, Yi Hui's existence would revolve around the clan's needs, his freedom and illusion. Unlike most in the Lin clan, Lin Xiaohua didn't see blood slaves as mere tools. To him, they were partners bound by mutual dependence. Perhaps his unconventional view is influenced by the modern trends of equality in human society. The idea of equality had planted seeds of doubt about the traditional master-slave dynamic. But Lin Xiaohua wasn't naive. As a vampire, he had no illusions about true equality. His existence thrived on human suffering. The blood he consumed, the wealth he amassed, all of it came at a cost. This was the nature of power, an endless cycle of oppression. The oppressed, given the chance, would inevitably become the oppressors. It's a cruel world, Xiaoye, Lin Xiaohua murmured, referring to Yi Hui by his old nickname. But this is all I can do for you. He thought of his family's precarious position within the clan. His father had died in war over a century ago, leaving his grandfather as the family's voice in the Elder Council. His great-grandfather, a ninth-generation vampire and one of the clan's strongest, was nearing the end of his life. If his great-grandfather could ascend to the rank of Count, his life might extend another millennium. But such a breakthrough was little more than a dream now. His strength had stagnated, and time was slipping away. When his great-grandfather passed, Lin Xiaohua's family would lose their most powerful protector. In a clan teeming with rivalries, their position would become even more tenuous. The weight of these tangled power struggles bore down on Lin Xiaohua, leaving him no room for idealism. By the time he reached the dungeon, the foul stench of rot and decay was almost overwhelming. The dungeon, located in the southeastern corner of the clan's estate, was rarely visited. Its oppressive air deterred most, and even Lin Xiaohua had only been here once before, centuries ago, when he served as a guard. The putrid smell intensified as he approached Yi Hui's cell. Inside, Yi Hui sat slumped against the wall, his expression hollow. The cell itself was little more than a crumbling enclosure, furnished with tattered mats and surrounded by rusting steel bars. Lin Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, quickening his pace. He wondered how Yi Hui would react to the news. Would he accept this poison reprieve? Or would he reject it, choosing death over a life of servitude? A thought crossed Lin Xiaohua's mind. Perhaps he could find Yi Hui a companion, someone to reignite his will to live. A female blood slave, or even a human partner, might give him hope. After all, even with the thrall potion's control, this life would be freer than the total suppression of a blood master. So long as Yi Hui fulfilled his duties and kept the Lin group thriving, he would only need to take the antidote every 3 months. As this idea took root, Lin Xiaohua's expression softened. With the guard's approval, he entered the dim corridor and descended further into the dungeon. When he reached Yi Hui's cell, the desolation in the man's eyes pierced him. Xiaoye, Lin Xiaohua called softly, stepping closer. Chapter 51. Let me protect you. In the warm, softly lit hall of Lin Shiqing's home, Su Zhe sat motionless, his eyes closed as he savored a rare moment of peace. The deep wounds that once marred his back had mostly healed, leaving behind faint scars that bore witness to the ordeal he had endured. Behind him, Linwen stood, her brow furrowed in concern. Healing him had been no small feat. The effort had drained nearly half of her blood energy. Her pale complexion betrayed her exhaustion, though she did her best to maintain her composure. By contrast, Lin Shiqing's relief was palpable. A bright smile lit up her face as she watched Su Zhe stretch his newly healed body. Finally, Linwen murmured, her voice tinged with both fatigue and satisfaction. The faint crimson glow surrounding her hands dissipated as the healing process concluded. For Su Zhe, the experience was oddly comforting. The warmth that lingered from Lin Wen's healing touch reminded him of the soothing massages he had once enjoyed in his human days. A professional kind, of course, yet no less relaxing. Lin Wen, however, wasn't entirely at ease. Collapsing onto a nearby sofa, she wiped her brow and muttered, "That was harder than I expected. The toxins from those beasts have evolved. It shouldn't have taken this much blood energy to neutralize them." Her gaze flickered to Su Zhe as a troubling thought surfaced, but she quickly brushed it aside. "You've recovered well," she said after a moment, her voice steady once more. "But you still need rest. Go upstairs and get some sleep. The guest room on the right-hand side is ready for you." Su Zhe nodded, standing slowly. As he turned to thank Lin Wen, he couldn't help but notice the striking grace of her features. Her flushed cheeks, gleaming eyes, and soft yet resolute expression spoke of both strength and gentleness. He could see where Lin Shiqing had inherited her beauty. Lin Wen, sensing his gaze, brushed a hand over her face in mild discomfort. The massive expenditure of blood energy had left her feeling unsteady and empty. She would need to replenish her strength soon. "Thank you, Aunt Lin," Su Zhe said with a respectful nod. Lin Shiqing stepped forward, taking Su Zhe's hand with a cheerful smile. "I'll show you the way. My house is big. You might get lost if you go alone." As they ascended the staircase together, Su Zhe cast one last glance at Lin Wen. Her faint smile lingered, warm yet tinged with sadness, as if carrying unspoken burdens. What a gentle, perfect lady. But the softness in Lin Wen's eyes dimmed as the pair disappeared upstairs. She murmured to herself, "If you fall in love with a blood slave, Xiaoqing, your future will only grow harder." The second-floor corridor was dimly lit, its sconces casting a flickering glow across stone walls etched with intricate symbols. The air here felt different, older, imbued with a sense of ancient history. Lin Shiqing paused before a door near the end of the hall. "This is the guest room," she said, opening it with a slight creak. "It hasn't been used in a while, so it's a bit dusty. Let me change the bedding for you." The room was simple, yet elegant, though its neglected state was apparent. Dust coated the furniture and floors, dulling the room's once refined charm. Su Zhe hesitated. He recalled Lin Tai demonstrating how blood energy could be used for mundane tasks like cleaning. Gathering his focus, he attempted to summon the energy, but it slipped through his grasp, dissipating before it could take form. The faint red glow that appeared on his hands faded almost instantly. Lin Shiqing noticed his frustration and gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, you'll master it with practice. Controlling blood energy takes time." Su Zhe frowned. "You make it sound easy, but that only makes me feel more useless." Lin Shiqing laughed softly, her expression warm. "It's fine if you don't learn it in this lifetime. I can always do it for you." She winked playfully, adding, "After all, I'll protect you. You saved me, remember? It's the least I can do." Her innocence and sincerity caught Su Zhe off guard. For a moment, his worries seemed to dissolve, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of peace. Returning with fresh bedding, Lin Shiqing waved her hand, and blood energy coalesced into a fine net. With practiced ease, she swept away the dust, leaving the room spotless. "All done," she said, gesturing with a hint of pride. "You can rest now." But Su Zhe shook his head. Despite his ordeal, he felt strangely energized. The healing warmth from Lin Wen's touch still lingered, leaving him alert and restless. "I'm not tired," he admitted. "After your mother healed me, I feel stronger, like I was never injured." Lin Shiqing tilted her head thoughtfully. "Then what do you feel like doing? If you're not going to rest, you might as well tell me what's on your mind." Su Zhe hesitated. What did he want? The answer came to him almost immediately. Blood. His strength wasn't yet fully restored, and the reserves he had gained from Lin Tai's earlier elixirs were nearly depleted. If he wanted to regain control over his blood energy, he needed more. "Do you have any blood at home?" he asked casually. "I'd like to drink some." Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Uncle Tai gave you plenty before. Are you really still craving it? I thought you'd be more reluctant to drink blood, but you're surprisingly eager now. Su Zhe shrugged lightly. It's not about craving. Drinking blood helps me recover faster, and it gives me more chances to practice controlling my energy. Lin Shiqing's smile softened. All right, let me see what we have. Wait here. I'll bring something for you. As she left the room, Su Zhe leaned against the wall, his thoughts churning. Though the vampire world had given him strength and resilience, it also demanded constant adaptation. He wasn't sure he was ready for what lay ahead, but for now, he allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. Chapter 52, 99 Roses. In the western reaches of the Lin clan's vast territory, the air was thick with the faint, metallic tang of blood. This region was home to the famed West Blood Brewery, a place where the Lin clan had refined the art of enhancing blood for over a century. Using ancient techniques, the clan combined human blood with carefully cultivated herbs, purifying and enriching it into a potent elixir. This unique process not only enhanced the blood's vitality, but also made it safer and more nourishing for vampires to consume. The two key components, human blood and rare herbs, were always in abundant supply. The Lin clan maintained a large population of human slaves, each meticulously cared for and fed a special diet to ensure the highest quality of blood. Meanwhile, the rich land around Silver Moon Mountain provided an endless array of herbs, supplemented by the meticulously tended gardens within the clan's borders. It was from this brewery that Lin Shiqing procured a rare glass of the finest blood, a delicacy reserved for only the most esteemed members of the clan. Yet tonight, she chose to bring it to Su Zhe. Su Zhe was already hard at work when Lin Shiqing entered his room. He sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, a faint red glow emanating from his palms as he struggled to sustain the blood energy he summoned. The effort was evident in the tension on his face, but he was making progress. He could now maintain the energy for over 10 seconds. Lin Shiqing smiled softly, her admiration for him growing. Here, she said, holding out the glass. This is from the West Blood Brewery. It's the best blood we have. It should help you recover faster. Su Zhe accepted the glass with a grateful nod. Thank you, he said simply, though the sincerity in his tone was unmistakable. It's no trouble, she replied lightly. No one in my family drinks it anyway. What she didn't mention was that this particular blood was a treasure hoarded by her father, Lin Xiaohua. If he knew she had given it away so freely, there would certainly be consequences. Su Zhe inspected the glass, marveling at the liquid's clarity. It sparkled like a crimson gem, free of even the slightest impurity. He drank it in one swift motion. Warmth bloomed in his core, spreading through his body in a comforting wave. He could feel the blood merging with his own, fueling his strength and accelerating his recovery. Within moments, his blood energy surged to new heights, and the blood pill within him gleamed a brilliant, vibrant red. With Lin Shiqing's guidance, Su Zhe resumed his training. Together, they practiced manipulating the blood energy, refining his control over its power. The night wore on, and by the time the first light of dawn crept through the windows, Su Zhe had achieved a breakthrough. A stream of blood energy shot from his palm, arcing gracefully through the air before landing softly on Lin Shiqing's outstretched hand. She absorbed it effortlessly, her eyes wide with amazement. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just one night, she said, clearly impressed. You really have a gift for this. Su Zhe chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow. It's probably because my mental power is strong. It helps me learn faster. His progress was undeniable. Though still a novice, he could now form small spheres of blood energy and even use it for simple tasks, such as enhancing his speed or tidying up his surroundings. But their quiet moment of accomplishment was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. At the entrance stood Lin Xian, Lin Shiqing's betrothed. Tall and imposing, with sharp features and an air of quiet authority, Lin Xian carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to command. In his hands was a bouquet of 99 roses, their deep crimson petals glistening with dew. The roses were no ordinary gift. Among vampires, roses symbolized passion and devotion, and Lin Xian had carefully chosen each flower to honor his fiancée. Unaware of the dynamics within the household, Lin Xian had come alone, eager to meet Lin Shiqing. The upcoming marriage, arranged by the clan's council, was to be a grand union, and Lin Xian wanted to make a good impression. Inside, Lin Wen had just risen after a sleepless night. She had spent the hours keeping a watchful ear on Su Zhe's room, wary of any untoward developments between him and her daughter. Though reassured by the absence of inappropriate sounds, her unease lingered. When the knock came, she hurried to the door, expecting her husband's return. Instead, she found Lin Xian. "Lin Xian?" she asked, momentarily taken aback. Lin Wen recognized him immediately. A prominent figure within the clan, Lin Xian's reputation preceded him. She quickly composed herself, realizing the purpose of his visit. The roses in his hand left no doubt. He was here to see Lin Shiqing. "Ah, I see. Please come in," she said, stepping aside to let him enter. Her voice was polite, but tinged with apprehension. As Lin Xian crossed the threshold, Lin Wen's mind raced. She couldn't ignore the potential for conflict. Su Zhe was still in the house, and Lin Xian's presence would inevitably force a confrontation. How would Lin Shiqing react to her arranged fiancé, especially with Su Zhe now a significant part of her life? Swallowing her unease, Lin Wen called up the stairs. "Xiaoqing, could you come out for a moment? We have a guest." The air grew tense as Lin Xian stood in the foyer, the roses in his hands a stark contrast to the storm of emotions brewing unseen. Chapter 53, I Like You. "My mom's calling me. I'm going downstairs," Lin Shiqing said, turning toward the door after hearing her mother's voice echo through the house. Su Zhe gave a tired nod, his energy waning after a long night of practice. "All right. I've been training all night, so I'll rest now." With that, Lin Shiqing slipped out of the room, her steps light, but her mind uneasy. What could her mother want this early? Downstairs, Lin Xian sat across from Lin Wen, a practiced smile on his face. His demeanor was confident, almost self-assured to a fault. "Annie, you look incredibly youthful," Lin Xian said smoothly, his tone laced with flattery. Lin Wen chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. "Youthful? I'm nearly 500 years old. There's no youth left in me." "Not at all, Annie," Lin Xian pressed on, his smile unwavering. "You're like the clear spring waters of the Seine, gentle and elegant, timeless in your beauty." Lin Wen laughed awkwardly, caught off guard by the overly poetic comparison. "That's a bit much, don't you think?" she said, feeling a touch embarrassed by his theatrics. Before Lin Xian could reply, the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention. He immediately stood, straightening his posture as if preparing for an important audience. Lin Shiqing appeared at the top of the staircase. As she descended, her sharp gaze immediately landed on the unfamiliar man standing in the hall. "Poetry," Lin Xian said, addressing her with an air of familiarity that only deepened her confusion. Her brow furrowed. "Poetry?" The nickname grated on her nerves, and as she assessed him, she couldn't help but draw an unflattering comparison to Su Zhe. Lin Xian's average height and unremarkable appearance paled next to Su Zhe's imposing stature and quiet strength. "Who are you?" Lin Shiqing asked bluntly, her tone cold. Lin Xian stepped forward, his smile undeterred. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Xian, your fiancé." The word hung in the air, heavy and unwelcome. "Fiancé." Lin Shiqing's frown deepened. "I've never heard of you." "It hasn't been officially announced yet," Lin Xian explained, undeterred by her icy reception. "But our engagement has already been arranged by the clan." He reached for the bouquet of 99 roses he had brought, presenting them to her with a flourish. "I handpicked these for you. I know not everyone appreciates roses, but I hope they convey my feelings." Lin Shiqing stared at the flowers, her lips pressed into a thin line. Lin Xian, let me be clear, she said firmly. I don't appreciate gestures like this from someone I've just met. It makes me uncomfortable. Lin Xian's confidence remained intact, misreading her words as shyness. She's just being modest, he thought, his grin widening. She'll warm up to me in time. Undeterred, he continued, his voice taking on an overly dramatic tone. Even though we've just met, it feels like fate has drawn us together. Buddha says that 500 encounters in a past life lead to a connection in this one. Our bond is destiny, Shurqing. One day, we'll marry and have beautiful children. I eagerly await that day. Lin Shurqing's expression darkened. Are you serious? She nearly cringed at his words. The overly sentimental declaration felt cloying and insincere. If Su Zhe had said something similar, it might have moved her. Coming from Lin Xian, it only made her stomach turn. Sensing her daughter's growing discomfort, Lin Wen quickly intervened. Xiaoqing hasn't been feeling well lately, she said, standing. It would be best if you left for now. Lin Xian hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. If meeting you is all I accomplished today, then I consider it a success, he said, still holding the roses. He extended the bouquet toward Lin Shurqing again. I don't want them, she said flatly, stepping back. Lin Xian paused, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. She's just being modest again, he thought, placing the flowers on the coffee table. Then I won't disturb you further. Goodbye, poetry, he said, his voice dripping with misplaced charm. As soon as the door closed behind him, Lin Shurqing turned to her mother, exasperated. Mom, what is going on? Lin Vin sighed. The clan has started arranging marriages for the younger generation, and Lin Xian comes from a prominent family. His grandfather, Lin Yuntian, is one of the most respected figures in the clan. A union with their lineage would be a strong match for us. Strong match, Lin Shurqing repeated, her voice rising. He's insufferable, ordinary, self-righteous, and completely unremarkable. Xiaoqing, Lin Wen said gently, arranged marriages aren't uncommon in our clan. Your father and I didn't choose each other at first, but we made it work because our bloodlines were compatible. If you truly dislike Lin Xian, perhaps there's someone else in the clan you'd prefer. Lin Shurqing opened her mouth to argue but stopped short. Her thoughts drifted unbidden to Su Zhe. Her heart fluttered at the memory of his quiet determination, his unwavering gaze. But no, that wasn't love. Just admiration, right? She pushed the thought aside, her cheeks flushing. I'm not ready for marriage, Mom. I don't want to be rushed into this. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Shurqing hurried upstairs, her thoughts a tangled mess. In his room, Su Zhe had overheard the entire exchange with his heightened senses. When Lin Shurqing stormed in, her face flushed with irritation, he glanced up from where he sat. I'm so pissed off, she blurted, pacing the room. That Lin Xian is infuriating. She recounted the encounter in detail, her annoyance palpable. What, you don't like him? Su Zhe asked with a teasing smile. I don't like self-righteous people, she snapped. Then what do you like? He asked, his voice soft but curious. Lin Shurqing froze, her mind racing. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. I like you. The room fell silent. Realizing what she had just said, Lin Shurqing's face turned crimson. She quickly looked away, flustered, while Su Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. For a moment, neither spoke, the unspoken tension hanging in the air between them. Chapter 54, A New Partner for Yi Hui. By noon, Lin Xiaohua and Yi Hui had returned home. The air felt lighter, yet the weight of recent decisions lingered between them. Yi Hui had chosen to drink the Thrall Potion, a choice that solidified his loyalty to the Lin clan and secured his role in managing the Lin group. This decision was pivotal, binding him more deeply to the family, but Lin Xiaohua had resolved to ensure Yi Hui didn't feel abandoned. To ease this transition, Lin Xiaohua began arranging for Yi Hui to have a partner, a companion who could provide both support and solace. He reached out to several female blood slaves within the clan, selecting candidates based on compatibility and potential chemistry. One name stood out, Bai Ying, a striking beauty with refined manners. Bai Ying was a 370-year-old blood slave of pure lineage. Her vampiric strength at the 4th level spoke of discipline and dedication, while her reputation for intelligence and charm preceded her. Moreover, her blood master, Lin Feng, had long been an ally to Lin Xiaohua, making the arrangement both personal and practical. Lin Xiaohua wasted no time finalizing plans for Bai Ying to accompany Yi Hui to Binhai. When they arrived home, Lin Xiaohua called out Xiaowen. Lin Wen emerged, her gaze shifting to Yi Hui. Yi Hui, you're back. He offered her a weary but genuine smile. Madam, it's good to see you. What's going on? Lin Wen asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Wasn't Yi Hui sentenced to death? How is he here now? Lin Xiaohua explained calmly. The Presbyterian Council granted him clemency, but only after he drank the thrall potion. It binds him to serve the family without question. Lin Wen's expression softened. Yi Hui, you've endured so much. Yi Hui shook his head humbly. I'm grateful just to be alive. Many in my position aren't given this second chance. Lin Xiaohua nodded. And now I want to help you rebuild. I've arranged for someone to assist you in Binhai. She'll be your partner, both in life and work. Yi Hui blinked in surprise. A partner? That's unexpected. But thank you. Before Lin Xiaohua could elaborate, a soft knock sounded at the door. Lin Xiaohua opened it to reveal Bai Ying, whose presence immediately lit up the room. She stood tall and elegant, her poised demeanor accompanied by a warm smile. Bai Ying, Lin Xiaohua greeted her warmly. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. Lin Feng spoke highly of you, and now I see why. Bai Ying returned the smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The honor is mine, Brother Hua. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside Yi Hui. Lin Xiaohua gestured for her to enter. Come in. Yi Hui is waiting to meet you. Yi Hui rose to his feet as Bai Ying entered. His composure faltered slightly. He hadn't expected his new partner to be so striking. Yi Hui, Lin Xiaohua said, gesturing toward him, this is Bai Ying. She'll be accompanying you to Binhai. Bai Ying extended her hand, her voice light yet confident. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yi Hui. Yi Hui hesitated before shaking her hand, her touch warm against his cool palm. Likewise. I'm honored. Lin Wen observed the exchange with quiet curiosity, noting the faint pink that crept into Yi Hui's cheeks. Why don't you two get to know each other better? Lin Xiaohua suggested. You'll have plenty to discuss before heading to Binhai. Bai Ying smiled, sensing Yi Hui's unease. You don't need to be so formal, she teased gently. We'll be working together closely. No need for awkward silences. Yi Hui chuckled nervously. I'll try to keep that in mind. Bai Ying tilted her head playfully. You know, you remind me of Wu Yanzhu. Wu Yanzhu? Yi Hui repeated, puzzled. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Your nose, your eyebrows. You've got that brooding charm he's famous for. Yi Hui laughed, the tension in his shoulders easing. That's the first time anyone said that. I'm not sure I can live up to such praise. You're doing fine so far, Bai Ying replied with a wink. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen watched from the sidelines, their conversation hushed. She's perfect, Lin Wen remarked softly. Confident, kind, and capable. That's why I chose her, Lin Xiaohua replied. Yi Hui deserves someone who can match his strength and support his goals. Bai Ying is exactly that. Lin Wen nodded in agreement. Let's hope this is the beginning of something good for both of them. As the two shared a quiet moment of satisfaction, Yi Hui and Bai Ying continued their conversation, the awkwardness of their initial meeting melting into easy banter. For Yi Hui, this marked the start of a new chapter, a chance not only to rebuild his life, but also to explore the possibility of something more. Chapter 55, Give Me the Good Stuff. With Yi Hui's future secured, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen finally had a moment of quiet in their adjoining bedroom. But Lin Wen's mind was far from at ease. I think Xiaoqing and Su Zhe's relationship is evolving, she began, her tone laden with concern. They might already be in love. Lin Xiaohua looked up sharply. What? Xiaoqing and Su Zhe? I thought they were just friends, a master-servant bond at most. When did love come into this? Lin Wen sighed, folding her arms. This morning, Lin Xian came by with 99 roses for her. He's her betrothed, yet she barely acknowledged him. It's clear her feelings for him are non-existent. She hesitated before continuing. And last night, Xiaoqing and Su Zhe spent the entire night in the same room. Lin Xiaohua's brows furrowed deeply. What? Alone? You should have stopped that. I thought about it, Lin Wen replied, her voice calm but firm. But nothing improper happened. I stayed nearby and heard them working on blood energy control. Su Zhe's still learning to manage his power. That's all it was. Lin Xiaohua exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. But Lin Wen wasn't finished. It's not just last night, she said, her expression softening. It's how Xiaoqing looks at him, like he's the only one she sees. I'm worried. Falling for a blood servant. It's not a simple path. Lin Xiaohua rubbed his temples. He'd always detested indecisive people, but Su Zhe wasn't weak. The young man had proven his courage time and again. Still, this budding relationship was fraught with complications. That afternoon, the household bustled with activity as the group prepared to leave for Manhwa. Lin Xiaohua, Lin Wen, Yi Hui, Baiying, Su Zhe, and Lin Shiqing were all packed and ready. Before they departed, Yi Hui made a call to Zhou Xueming, his longtime assistant, to check on the villa arrangements. The reconstruction's still underway, Zhou Xueming informed him. But I've secured another property, a former Lin Group asset near the eastern side of Manhwa. It's been cleaned and is ready for you. Yi Hui inspected the replacement villa later that day. The sprawling 1,000 square meter estate was more than satisfactory, with 8 spacious rooms and modern amenities. Zhou Xueming's efficiency impressed him yet again. He made a mental note to reward her with a raise once everything settled. The group arrived at the new villa the next morning after a grueling journey. Delays across various modes of transportation had left them drained, but the sight of the elegant property lifted their spirits. Zhou Xueming had even arranged for 3 nannies to handle the housework, ensuring everyone's needs were met. Room assignments followed swiftly. Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing claimed adjacent rooms on the first floor. Yi Hui and Baiying settled on the opposite side, and Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen took a suite on the second floor. Lin Xiaohua raised an eyebrow at Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing's proximity, but after persistent persuasion from his daughter, he reluctantly conceded. Once the unpacking was done, Yi Hui and Baiying left to oversee Lin Group business at the nearby office. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen planned to visit their old villa to retrieve personal belongings, leaving Su Zhe, Lin Shiqing, and her pet spider, Xiaofan, alone in the sprawling house. Xiaofan, a peculiar but loyal creature, had been entrusted to Zhou Xueming during the move. Though the assistant had braved the responsibility, she was visibly relieved to return the spider to Lin Shiqing. With the house now quiet, Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe found themselves with rare privacy. Lin Xiaohua had sent several crates of finely brewed blood to the villa to replenish their supplies. While vampires could sustain themselves on ordinary blood, this premium brew enhanced their strength and vitality. Su Zhe, still adapting to his new life as a supposed blood servant, had to remain in his vampire form while others were around. But with just him and Lin Shiqing around, he transformed to his human form so that she could feed. The process was intricate, requiring a ritual to temporarily restore his beating heart and warm blood. As his transformation completed, Su Zhe's body temperature normalized, and he turned to Lin Shiqing, his gaze steady. "Ready?" she asked softly. He nodded. "Let's begin." The process was familiar, but no less exhilarating for Su Zhe. Lin Shiqing leaned closer, her movements precise and controlled, as she fed on his blood. The sensation was intense, a mingling of power and vulnerability that left him breathless. But as the ritual concluded, Su Zhe's thoughts were elsewhere, focused on the upcoming lottery draw. Standing before the screen, he took a deep breath and prepared to click the button. Lin Shiqing, watching from the corner of the room, smiled encouragingly. "Something good this time," she said, her tone light. With a grin, Su Zhe tapped the button, muttering under his breath, "Give me the good stuff." The screen spun, symbols flashing past in a blur. Both of them leaned closer in anticipation, hearts racing as they waited for the result. And so, another chapter unfolded, one filled with quiet moments, looming challenges, and the promise of new opportunities. Chapter 56, Strength Reforged. Su Zhe stared at the golden glow emanating from the system's interface, his heart pounding with anticipation. Golden light. This had to be good. In the past, he'd only seen this brilliance twice, both times yielding extraordinary abilities. Transform into a vampire and time stop. The thought of such immense power made his excitement mount. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining all attributes plus 50. 50? Su Zhe's jaw dropped, his disbelief quickly giving way to exhilaration. But the elation was short-lived. A searing pain suddenly tore through his body, sharp and all-consuming. He crumpled onto the bed, clutching his sides as though his insides were being ripped apart. "Why does it hurt so much?" he groaned, his voice strained as he curled into himself like a cornered animal. The agony wasn't new. He'd felt it before during attribute enhancements, but this was on an entirely different level. It was as though every cell in his body was being violently dismantled and reforged. His muscles contracted and expanded in rapid bursts. His bones creaked under the strain of sudden reinforcement. By the time his body began to stabilize, Su Zhe's physical attributes had skyrocketed past the limits of ordinary human capability. His strength was now immeasurable. A single punch could shatter concrete walls or obliterate steel plates. His speed was a blur, his reflexes honed to razor precision. But this raw power came at a cost. A sickly, noxious smell began to fill the room. Lin Shiqing, sitting nearby, recoiled instinctively but forced herself to stay close. "Su Zhe, what's happening to you?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern. "Impurities," he managed to rasp, barely able to speak through the pain. "They're being forced out. Fill the bathtub with cold water. Now!" Lin Shiqing didn't hesitate. She dashed to the bathroom, turning on the faucet and letting the tub fill. Moments later, she returned to Su Zhe's side and hoisted him into her arms despite the grime coating his body. The black sludge oozing from his pores clung to her as she helped him into the bathroom. The sight was revolting, but Lin Shiqing's focus never wavered. She gently lowered Su Zhe into the tub, grimacing as the water turned an inky black almost instantly. As his body made contact with the cool water, Su Zhe let out a long, relieved sigh. The intense pain began to fade, replaced by a soothing calm. Lin Shiqing knelt beside the tub, her worry still evident. "Is it over?" she asked softly. "Almost," Su Zhe said, managing a weak smile. "The worst is behind me." For the next hour, Su Zhe soaked in the tub, letting the impurities flush away as his body adjusted to its newfound power. Lin Shiqing stayed by his side, her presence a silent reassurance. When Su Zhe finally emerged, the transformation was complete. His muscles were more defined, his posture more upright, and his aura brimming with confidence. "I survived," he said, grinning as he stretched. "And now, I'm stronger than ever." Lin Shiqing smiled, relief washing over her. But the moment was short-lived as the lingering stench hit her nose again. "You stink," she said bluntly, wrinkling her nose. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, teasing, "I stink, but you still hugged." She rolled her eyes, though her cheeks flushed pink. "I did, but don't think for a second you're off the hook. You're taking a proper shower." "Well," Su Zhe said with a mischievous grin, "if you're so concerned, how about a mandarin duck bath? You know, to save water." Lin Shiqing froze, her face turning crimson. Without hesitation, she smacked his arm lightly. "You're unbelievable." Chuckling, Su Zhe leaned back against the tub. It was just a suggestion. Lin Shiqing shot him a glare, though there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You got guts saying things like that after what you just put me through." She stood abruptly, brushing off the black residue on her clothes. "I'm showering first, and don't even think about peeking." "Wouldn't dream of it," Su Zhe said innocently, though a playful smirk tugged at his lips. Once she was gone, Su Zhe let the clean water run, scrubbing away the last remnants of the impurities. With each movement, he felt the surge of his newfound strength, a potent blend of power and agility that made him feel invincible. As he dried off, Su Zhe opened his attributes panel to take stock. Host Su Zhe. Strength 101. Spirit 103. Speed 102. Defense 99. Skills. Time stop, transform into a vampire. The numbers on the screen were more than just data. They were proof of his evolution. For the first time in a long while, Su Zhe felt unstoppable. Chapter 57, Subtle Glances and Hidden Intentions. Having arrived at the Lin Group headquarters, Yihui stepped out of the car, and the familiar figure of Zhou Xueming greeted him with a warm smile at the building's entrance. "Mr. Yi, you're finally back," she said, her voice tinged with relief. For the past few days, Zhou Xueming had managed the company in Yi Hui's absence. Though competent, she often felt the weight of the responsibilities without his steady presence. The quiet office had only amplified how much she missed his guidance. Yi Hui smiled appreciatively. "Xiao Zhou, thank you for holding things together while I recovered. You've done well." He did feel much better now, thanks in no small part to Bai Ying, whose care and company had eased the lingering shadows of his past. Even the effects of the thrall's potion had diminished, as long as he continued the antidote regimen. As Bai Ying stepped out of the car beside him, her striking beauty immediately turned heads. Her porcelain skin, delicate features, and graceful demeanor made her impossible to ignore. Zhou Xueming's eyes widened slightly at the sight of her, caught off guard. "Mr. Yi, who is this?" "This is Miss Bai Ying," Yi Hui introduced smoothly. "She'll be our new vice president and will assist me in managing the company." On the drive over, Yi Hui had briefed Bai Ying about Zhou Xueming's role and capabilities. Now, Bai Ying offered a polite smile, extending a hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you." Zhou Xueming hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand. "Welcome, Miss Bai." But even as she spoke, an inexplicable emptiness crept into her chest. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could she be his wife? Still, she pushed the notion aside, straightened her posture, and led the way into the building, her voice professional. "Mr. Yi, Miss Bai, the company has been running smoothly in your absence. However, there are a few updates I'd like to discuss: the West Side Community Renovation Project and the sales performance of Kongshin Homes." As they rode the elevator to the top floor, Zhou Xueming delivered her report with practiced precision. Yet, she couldn't help glancing at Bai Ying occasionally, searching for clues about her sudden arrival. When they reached the office, Yi Hui nodded in approval. "Good work, Xiao Zhou. Continue as you've been doing. I trust your judgment." Zhou Xueming flushed slightly at the praise. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," she said softly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. After she left to resume her tasks, Yi Hui turned to Bai Ying, who was sipping a burnt ambrosia latte, an indulgence she could enjoy freely as a vampire, unburdened by mortal concerns like calories. Bai Ying's eyes sparkled mischievously as she set her cup down. "First day here, and I've already noticed something interesting." Yi Hui raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" "That girl, Zhou Xueming," Bai Ying said with a knowing smile. "She might have feelings for you." Yi Hui blinked, caught off guard. "What?" Bai Ying leaned closer, her grin revealing a hint of her sharp teeth. "You men can be so clueless. Didn't you see the way she was looking at me?" There was a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. Yi Hui shook his head, dismissing the notion. Su Zhe and I have worked together for years. I helped her join the company after she graduated from the University of Finance and Economics. She sees me as a mentor, nothing more. Buying tilted her head, her expression teasing. Oh, Yehui. You underestimate how little filters mentorship leaves when it comes to powerful men like you. Presidents have a way of inspiring admiration. Sighing, Yehui leaned back in his chair. Even if you're right, it doesn't matter. You know as well as I do that my life isn't exactly normal anymore. Human attachments are. He paused, searching for the words. Complicated. Buying smirked. True. But if the master desires, no complication is insurmountable. She leaned in, her face mere inches from his, her playful tone belying the intensity in her gaze. Speaking of attachments, when are we tying the knot? Caught off guard, Yehui coughed awkwardly and quickly looked away. Ahem, let's focus on work. Buying laughed, her voice like a soft melody. Ah, deflection. I'll let you off the hook for now. Shilin Villa. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaohua and his wife, Lin Wen, arrived at the ruined villa, greeted by Chen Guangxing, the head of the restoration team. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, Chen said, bowing politely. Welcome. Lin Xiaohua nodded curtly. How much of the villa is salvageable? Chen hesitated before replying. About a third, sir. Much of the structure has collapsed, but we've managed to preserve several items stored in cabinets. Larger pieces were not so fortunate. His voice faltered slightly as he recalled the strange items they'd uncovered, coffins, bottles of blood. He had no idea if the blood was animal or human, but he knew better than to ask. Lin Xiaohua's expression darkened as he surveyed the damage. The vampire attack that nearly claimed his daughter's life was a stark reminder of the dangers they now faced. Send the salvaged items to this address, Lin Xiaohua ordered, handing over a slip of paper. And complete the villa repairs as quickly as possible. 1 month. Chun hesitated, knowing the time frame was ambitious, but nodded regardless. Understood, Mr. Lin. We'll do our best. As Chun returned to his team, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen stood silently, their gazes lingering on the ruins. The events of recent days had shaken their family to its core, but they resolved to rebuild stronger and more prepared for what lay ahead. Chapter 58. You're definitely a tiger. Su Zhe stepped out of the shower, the warmth of the water giving way to the cool caress of the air as he wrapped a towel around himself. The power thrumming through his body felt electric. Doubling his attribute points had wrought a profound transformation, and he marveled at the newfound strength coursing through his veins. As he dried off, his thoughts turned to the last vampire he had faced. How did his current strength, with an average of 100 attribute points, compare to that foe's? The intricacies of vampire hierarchy still eluded him. Lin Shiqing had once explained the system. The levels of vampires were symbolized by celestial phases. Lower levels were marked by waning moons, while the apex was represented by a new moon. Determined to gauge his progress, Su Zhe closed his eyes and activated his transform into a vampire skill. The transformation began in an instant. His fangs elongated, his heartbeat halted, and his blood thickened. His skin turned a pale, ethereal white, and a faint crimson hue ignited in his pupils. He focused inward, directing his consciousness toward the blood elixir nestled in his lower abdomen. There it was, a luminous, blood-red sphere pulsating with energy. Above it floated 3 waning moons, their glow steady yet faint. The third level, Su Zhe murmured, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. The 4th new moon had yet to form, signaling he was still in the early stages of the 3rd level. Reflecting on his progress, Su Zhe noted a pattern. Every 50-point increase in attributes seemed to align with a new vampire level. By this logic, surpassing 150 points might elevate him to the 4th level. However, he knew the climb would grow steeper with each tier. Optimism tempered his resolve. With Lin Shiqing's support and the occasional stroke of luck from system rewards, he felt confident in his ability to rise further. Memories of bowing to stronger adversaries like Lin Xiaohua and the Western vampires still burned in his mind. He vowed to never feel so helpless again. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bathroom, Lin Shiqing was deep in thought as she dried off. A strange warmth coursed through her, intensifying ever since she had drunk Su Zhe's blood. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on her own blood elixir. To her astonishment, the once static 3 waning moons began to shift. The new moon that had resisted completion for decades now shimmered, forming into a 4th waning moon. A breakthrough. Joy flooded her as realization struck. She had advanced to the 4th level. Decades of stagnation, erased in mere weeks, all thanks to Su Zhe's extraordinary blood. Eager to share her news, she stepped out of the bathroom, only to pause. Her sharpened senses detected the aura of another 3rd-level vampire nearby. Alarm flared in her chest. Quickly donning a robe, Lin Shiqing burst into the hallway, her blood energy surging to form a crimson blade in her hand. The presence was too close and potentially dangerous. Inside his room, Su Zhe lounged on the bed, reviewing his stats and plotting his next steps when the door suddenly slammed open. Die! Lin Shiqing's voice was a fierce roar as she lunged, her blood blade slicing through the air toward his heart. Startled, Su Zhe barely managed to activate his time-stop skill, freezing the world around him. He sidestepped her attack, watching in disbelief as her blade crashed into the glass behind him, scattering shards everywhere. "What the hell?" Su Zhe exclaimed, his voice a mix of outrage and incredulity. Lin Shiqing froze, realization dawning. "Su Zhe, I thought there was an intruder." He sighed, raking a hand through his damp hair. "If I didn't have my time-stop ability, I'd be a bloody pancake right now." "I'm so sorry," she said, her tone earnest. Su Zhe chuckled, his frustration dissipating. "Don't worry about it. Just maybe knock next time, Tiger?" He reached out, ruffling her hair playfully. "Tiger?" Lin Shiqing crossed her arms, arching a brow. "That's what you're going with?" "Yup," he said with a grin. "You charged in claws first. But I'll let it slide this time." Lin Shiqing's lips twitched upward despite herself. Tilting her head, she studied him. "Wait, you're already at the 3rd level?" "Of course," Su Zhe replied smugly. "I'm awesome, remember?" "Impressive," she admitted. "Your system is remarkable. To think you've reached the 3rd level so quickly." As Su Zhe basked in her admiration, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Lin Shiqing admires the host. The system is very pleased and rewards the host with a 20-point increase in all attributes." Su Zhe's grin widened. "Oh, you have no idea just how awesome I am." Lin Shiqing arched an eyebrow, unimpressed by his cocky tone. "Try not to let it go to your head, Tiger." He laughed, the tension between them melting into lighthearted banter. Chapter 59. A Gentle Kiss and a Moment of Peace. Su Zhe's spirits lifted as the system rewarded him with an unexpected 20-point boost to his attributes. The improvement was substantial, equivalent to nearly half a realm's progress, a feat that would ordinarily take years for a vampire to achieve. This time, the accompanying pain was manageable, far less severe than before. However, the enhancement came with an unpleasant side effect. A pungent stench wafted from his body as black impurities seeped out of his pores, though in smaller amounts than during previous breakthroughs. He had learned that any attribute increase exceeding 10 triggered this process. Though it was messy, it was a necessary step toward evolution. "Why do you smell bad again?" Lin Shiqing asked, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she caught the odor. "I leveled up," Su Zhe explained with a resigned sigh. "This is just my body expelling impurities. Trust me, it's as annoying for me as it is for you." He grabbed a fresh set of clothes and headed for the bathroom to clean up once more. As he prepared for another shower, Lin Shiqing, who had been watching from the doorway, asked curiously, "Since your strength improved, does that mean your blood's quality has improved too?" Su Zhe paused mid-step and nodded. "Yeah, the better my physique, the better my blood becomes. Lin Shiqing's curiosity grew. She wondered just how potent his blood had become, but decided to shelve the thought for later. The current smell of impurities clinging to him was still unbearable. After his shower, Su Zhe discarded 2 sets of clothes stained by the expelled impurities. The foul odor made them beyond salvageable. With his newfound wealth, a little over $1 million in his bank account, he could afford to be wasteful. He chuckled at the thought of the suicide note he had once prepared before venturing into the vampire tribe. That felt like a lifetime ago. Smiling, he deleted the note from his files. As Su Zhe stepped out of the bathroom, he spotted Lin Shiqing sitting on the edge of his bed, a playful smile on her face. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "Just checking on you," Lin Shiqing replied, her tone light. "Still hungry?" he teased, raising an eyebrow. Her gaze softened, her crimson eyes glowing faintly. The scent of his blood had grown richer and more intoxicating. "I've used up a lot of energy after my breakthrough. I could use a refill." Su Zhe chuckled and stretched out on the bed, adopting an exaggeratedly dramatic pose. "All right, as long as you're gentle this time." Lin Shiqing laughed, amused by his antics. She leaned closer, her fangs gleaming faintly as she drew his blood. Su Zhe felt the familiar pull of energy leaving his body, though it was far less draining than before. The process felt almost comforting now. He could sense his blood elixir growing stronger, edging closer to the peak of the 3rd-level vampire. Eventually, Lin Shiqing's hunger subsided. She rested her head on the bed beside him, her breathing soft and even. Exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted off to sleep. Su Zhe watched her quietly, his heart swelling with affection. On impulse, he leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Her skin was soft and warm under his lips, and he found himself leaning in to kiss her forehead as well. A strange mixture of guilt and joy settled in his chest, the sensation lingering as he pulled back. He smiled to himself, feeling a rare, unguarded warmth. It was strange to him, this sense of connection, especially after the coldness of his past relationships. A bitter memory of his ex-girlfriend, Su Zhe, flickered through his mind. Her opportunistic nature and selfish demands had left a sour taste in his life. The purity and sincerity he felt now with Lin Shiqing was a stark contrast. Reaching out, he gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her face. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she remained asleep. Su Zhe kissed her forehead again and whispered softly, "Meeting you has been the greatest blessing." Lin Shiqing's breathing remained steady, her peaceful expression unchanging. Su Zhe allowed himself to relax, savoring the tranquility of the moment. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a sense of peace, as if the wounds of his past were beginning to heal. Chapter 60. You didn't do anything unspeakable, right? As Su Zhe reflected on his thoughts, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, accompanied by distinct fluctuations of blood energy. The intensity of these waves could only mean one thing: Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had returned. A chill ran through Su Zhe as he realized the precarious situation he was in. If Lin Xiaohua entered the room and found Lin Shiqing here, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. His heart sank. "This is bad," he muttered. "I didn't expect them back so soon." Lin Xiaohua's blood energy radiated with unrestrained power, a stark contrast to his usual composure when among humans. The overwhelming pressure was a stark reminder of the vast gap in strength between them. The heavy footsteps drew closer, and Su Zhe braced himself. There was no undoing the situation now. He had to face it head-on. Straightening his clothes and steeling his resolve, he opened the door. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen stood before him, fresh from their return to Shilin Villa. Lin Xiaohua's sharp gaze immediately locked onto Su Zhe. "Why is Xiaoqing in your room? What happened here?" Su Zhe quickly composed himself. "Nothing happened. She's just resting. She probably needed sleep after the blood energy consumption." Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, Suspicion etched across his face. You're certain you didn't do anything with her? Lin Wen smirked, interjecting with a teasing tone. You didn't do anything unspeakable, did you? Su Zhe shook his head firmly. Of course not. Inwardly, he added, I only kissed her cheek and forehead, hardly unspeakable. Lin Xiaohua's piercing gaze lingered for a moment longer, his supernatural senses probing for deceit. Finding none, he relented slightly. I'll trust you for now, but remember your place. Xiaoqing is your superior, not your equal. Su Zhe nodded, his expression resolute. Understood. Satisfied for the moment, Lin Xiaohua gestured for him to leave. Go rest in another room. When Xiaoqing wakes, you can return to your own. Su Zhe left, relieved the situation hadn't escalated further. As he settled into another room, he couldn't help but reflect on Lin Xiaohua's words. One day, he vowed the dynamic would shift. With enough strength, he would claim his place beside Lin Shiqing as an equal. The next day, sunlight filtered weakly through heavy curtains as Su Zhe prepared for another day. Lin Shiqing had mentioned going to the library, though she hadn't explained why. Still, Su Zhe agreed to accompany her. She seemed in high spirits, refreshed from her rest. Su Zhe's prolonged absence from school had raised questions among his classmates, especially his friend Zhang Zilin, who had messaged him repeatedly. Su Zhe, offering only vague explanations, couldn't possibly reveal the truth about his vampiric transformation and mysterious system. Downstairs, the dining room was shrouded in dim light, the thick black curtains keeping the daylight at bay. Flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow over the room. Su Zhe joined Lin Shiqing, Lin Xiaohua, Lin Wen, Yi Hui, and Bai Ying at the table. Goblets filled with fresh blood were arranged neatly before them. Lin Wen handed Lin Shiqing a glass of the highest quality blood. This batch is exceptionally fresh. You should try it. Lin Shiqing took a sip and nodded appreciatively. It's delicious. She finished 2 glasses in quick succession, savoring the rich flavor. Yi Hui emerged from the kitchen with a cream cheesecake, freshly baked with by Ying's help. We made this together, Yi Hui said, offering the dessert with a smile. Bai Ying deserves most of the credit. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Shiqing beamed, delighted by the treat. She took a slice and savored the sweetness. Bai Ying watched Lin Shiqing's enjoyment with a warm smile. She and Yi Hui had spent the afternoon baking, an activity that had brought them closer. Lin Xiaohua observed the interaction, his stern demeanor softening as a faint smile crossed his lips. Lin Wen, equally pleased, began envisioning a potential match between Yi Hui and Bai Ying. For the first time in a while, the household seemed to find a moment of harmony. Chapter 61. President of the 3 Campus Beauties. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, and Su Zhe felt as though he had become part of a big family. One drink enough? Or would you like some more? Lin Shiqing asked with concern. Su Zhe smiled and shook his head. That's enough. If I drink too much, I might upset my stomach. All right then, how about sharing some cake with me? She continued. Lin Xiaohua coughed lightly, his expression stern. Focus on the drink, not the chatter. Lin Shiqing glanced at her father, her tone playful. I'm just talking to Su Zhe. Dad, I've always talked while drinking. Why stop me now? Lin Xiaohua had no comeback. Su Zhe interjected quickly. Shiqing, you can have the cake. I'm good. Lin Xiaohua shot Su Zhe a subtle glare, grinding his teeth in frustration. This kid is stealing my jam right before my eyes. He sighed inwardly. Ah, fate is cruel to fathers. Bai Ying and Yi Hui watched the exchange with amusement. Bai Ying, ever the romantic, secretly rooted for Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe to fall in love. If they did, it'd be historic. The first love story between a blood master and a blood slave in the Lin clan's history, she thought excitedly. And they're such a striking pair. They're practically made for each other. Breakfast concluded, and Yi Hui drove Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing to campus. After the previous Rolls-Royce was damaged, Yi Hui had switched to driving a spacious SUV with tinted windows to block sunlight. I have class first thing this morning, Lin Shiqing said as they drove. It's with one of my favorite professors. She teaches ancient poetry. What about you? Don't you have class? Let's meet after and catch up. I might even bring some friends. Friends? Su Zhe asked, surprised. Lin Shiqing gave him a sidelong glance. What, you think I don't have friends? I sponsor the Korean dance club, the house dance club, and the animation club. Of course, I've made some connections. Su Zhe blinked, recalling the extravagant performances those clubs held every year. Their costumes and props always seemed limitless, and now he knew why. Not bad, he admitted. He'd seen the presidents of these clubs before during events. Choi Xiaoxi, the Korean dance club president, was a tall and confident performer with long, toned legs and an elegant presence. Yi Xir, who led the house dance club, was a petite and adorable girl, always dressed in cute, youthful styles. And then there was Gu Shuyi, the animation club president, who exuded a regal, sophisticated air despite secretly being an anime enthusiast. These three were icons at Manhwa University, and their beauty had even caught the attention of a film crew scouting for potential stars. Though flattered, the trio had chosen to remain students, which sparked heated discussions on the school forums. Together with Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe's ex-girlfriend Su Zhe, they made up the unofficial list of the campus's 5 beauties. When they arrived at the school, Yuhui pulled up to the main gate. "Miss, we're here. Shall I escort you inside?" "No need, I've got it." Lin Shiqing waved him off, then hesitated. "Oh, do I need an umbrella?" "It's for the sun, not rain," Yuhui reminded. Su Zhe glanced at the sleek black umbrella. Right, he thought, she's a vampire. It's easy to forget sometimes. She looks so normal. Lin Shiqing stepped out first, unfurling the umbrella. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled light on her. Though it didn't harm her, it made her visibly uncomfortable. Her strength would also diminish under prolonged exposure. Students nearby immediately pulled out their phones to snap pictures. Lin Shiqing rarely appeared on campus, and her visits were always an event. Noticing the cameras, Lin Shiqing shot a cold glare in their direction, silencing the crowd. Her commanding presence was undeniable, and with a single look, the students hurriedly pocketed their phones. "Let's go," Su Zhe said, walking up beside her. Lin Shiqing nodded, and together they entered the campus. The teaching building wasn't far, but they split up upon arrival. Su Zhe, a computer science major, headed to his classroom, while Lin Shiqing, an ancient literature student, went to hers. Their fields of study couldn't have been more different. His was a pragmatic choice pushed by his family, who believed it guaranteed a stable income, while hers was a reflection of her passion. Su Zhe entered his advanced mathematics class, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It had been a while since he'd last attended school, and the familiar energy of students bustling to and from their lectures was oddly comforting. Chapter 62, Compromise. When Su Zhe walked into the classroom, his eyes landed on Zhang Zilin, a familiar face among his classmates. In college, even within the same major, familiarity wasn't guaranteed. Most connections could only be described as casual acquaintances. With classmates hailing from all over the country, Su Zhe had spent several semesters in classes with some of them and still didn't know their names. Zhang Zilin, however, stood out, a chubby guy with a love for an open-world game called Yuanshin and a penchant for anime. These hobbies combined gave him the unmistakable aura of a two-dimensional otaku. Su Zhe had tried inviting Zhang Zilin to group activities several times, but he always declined, claiming, "How could these three-dimensional girls compare to my two-dimensional wife?" Today, as Su Zhe walked behind him, Zhang Zilin was unsurprisingly glued to his phone, immersed in Yuanshin. Although he had already reached the game's grassroots stage and cleared most of the current content, he still diligently completed his daily missions. "Still playing? Is it really that fun?" Su Zhe asked, genuinely curious. He had never understood the appeal, perhaps because he wasn't the target audience. Zhang Zilin jumped, startled by Su Zhe's voice. Spinning around, he exclaimed, "Su Zhe, you're back at last. Having been away for half a month, Su Zhe's return was met with an enthusiastic greeting. Zhang Zilin couldn't help but notice he looked different, more muscular and radiating confidence. "Long time no see," Su Zhe said, sitting down beside him. "I thought you'd flunked out. You've been gone so long." Su Zhe rolled his eyes. "Can't you wish something good for me for once?" "All right, fine. Maybe you landed a sugar mama and skipped school because you've got life all figured out now. Am I right?" Su Zhe froze for a moment. Zhang Zilin's offhand guess had hit dangerously close to the truth, though not entirely. "Wait a second," Zhang Zilin said, his eyes widening. "You're not telling me I'm right, are you?" He grabbed Su Zhe's arm, grinning. "Come on, good buddy, don't forget about me when you're living large." "You're talking nonsense again," Su Zhe said, brushing him off. "Actually, I've been dating a vampire lately." Zhang Zilin snorted. "Yeah, sure. You may as well say you're cultivating immortality while you're at it. Believe what you want." Su Zhe shrugged. Sometimes, telling the truth was the fastest way to be doubted. Zhang Zilin quickly returned to his game. Watching him, Su Zhe asked, "So, what's so great about this game anyway?" "I think it's pretty fun," Zhang Zilin replied without looking up. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly said, "By the way, I need a favor." Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, wary. "What is it?" "Don't tell me it's money," Su Zhe guessed. Zhang Zilin had a track record. Whenever he had something, it was almost always about borrowing money. "You got me," Zhang Zilin admitted, looking sheepish. "I've had terrible luck with pulls this time and blew through this month's living expenses. Help me out, would you?" Shaking his head in exasperation, Su Zhe said, "I can't believe you spent all your money just to draw cards. I'll lend you 1,000, but that's it." Despite now being well off, Su Zhe believed in setting boundaries. Still, he knew Zhang Zilin was reliable about repaying loans, so he handed over the money without hesitation. "Thank you, brother Zhe. You're a godsend," Zhang Zilin said, grinning as he immediately returned to his game. With some time left before class, Su Zhe opened the school forum on his phone. To his surprise, he saw a recent post featuring a photo of himself. The image captured him standing beside a luxury car, with Lin Shiqing, school beauty and owner of the car, holding a black umbrella nearby. The scene had been snapped that morning, and Su Zhe knew it would stir up gossip. "Well, Su Zhe," Zhang Zilin said suddenly, pulling him from his thoughts. "The first class is with Master Extinction. After skipping so many sessions, you're in for it." Su Zhe smirked. He wasn't worried. Senior mathematics instructor Zhu Minjing, nicknamed Master Extinction for her fiery temper, had already been briefed by the administration to leave him alone. The bell rang, and Zhu Minjing strode into the room. As her gaze swept the class, her eyes briefly met Su Zhe's at the back. Her expression froze for a split second before she hurriedly looked away, remembering the stern warning from the department head not to provoke him. "Today, we'll discuss the general solution to second-order homogeneous linear differential equations," she began, diving straight into her lecture. Zhang Zilin gaped. "What the how are you okay?" "Low profile," Su Zhe replied with a sly grin. Zhang Zilin was skeptical. "She's probably biding her time to call you out after class." "Believe what you want," Su Zhe said, leaning back confidently. Despite her strict reputation, Zhu Minjing's teaching methods were outdated, and her lectures had a reputation for being painfully dull. Students openly fiddled with their phones or whispered with friends, and she rarely intervened unless someone's behavior was blatantly disruptive. For Su Zhe, staying awake was a challenge. His enhanced mental capabilities meant he grasped concepts almost instantly, making the rest of the lecture feel unnecessary. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at how far he'd come. With his current abilities, acing the college entrance exams, getting into a post-grad program would have been a breeze. As the class dragged on, Su Zhe noted the irony of it all. Only weeks ago, he had openly challenged this teacher, hanging up on her mid-call. Now, he sat in her class, unbothered, while she pretended not to notice him. How quickly things had changed. Chapter 63, Lin Shirqing's best friend group. In classroom 302, during the morning lecture, three strikingly beautiful girls sat next to Lin Shirqing, each with her own unique charm. They were Lin Shirqing's closest friends on campus, a group affectionately referred to as her best friend squad. The trio consisted of Chui Xiaoxi, president of the Korean Dance Club, Gu Shuyi, president of the Animation Club, and Yi Shiner, president of the House Dance Club. When the four of them sat together, their combined presence was magnetic, drawing stares from across the classroom. Some boys quietly snapped photos and messaged their friends, urging them to come to witness this rare gathering of campus royalty. "Xiao Qingqing, I've missed you so much," exclaimed Yi Shiner, her adorable, baby-faced expression lighting up. Despite her petite stature of 1.56 meters, her figure was surprisingly curvy, a detail she was not shy about flaunting. She threw her arms around Lin Shirqing's shoulders, pulling her close with playful exuberance. "You're lucky I didn't kidnap you during your mysterious absence." Lin Shirqing, caught off guard, rolled her eyes. All right, stop squeezing me like that. You're making me question my own assets." Yi Shiner giggled, her soft, sweet voice like a melody. "Don't worry, Xiao Qingqing, you're plenty blessed. But I can't help it. You're just so huggable." Chui Xiaoxi, ever the composed leader, smiled knowingly. "Lin Shirqing, you've been scarce lately. What's been keeping you so busy?" "Just some family matters," Lin Shirqing replied with practiced ease, brushing off the question. Gu Shuyi, the ever-curious and slightly mischievous one, leaned in. "Family matters, huh? Or maybe a certain someone named Su Zhe? We heard you asked for his WeChat a while back. Spill it. How far have you two gone?" Lin Shirqing lightly swatted Gu Shuyi's arm. "Stay out of adult business, kids." Yi Shiner's large, doe-like eyes filled with mock tears, and she pouted dramatically. "Xiao Qingqing doesn't love me anymore." Lin Shirqing sighed, clearly used to her friend's antics. "Enough with the theatrics. I actually called you all here for a reason. There's someone I want you to meet. Let's just say he's going to be a new addition to our circle." "Hey!" Yi Shiner perked up, her curiosity piqued. Chui Xiaoxi and Gu Shuyi exchanged intrigued glances. "Don't tell us." "It's Su Zhe," Gu Shuyi guessed, her tone teasing. Lin Shirqing smirked but said nothing, leaving her friends hanging. When class ended, Lin Shirqing led her curious group to Su Zhe's classroom on the 4th floor. The walk was filled with playful banter as they speculated about the mystery man. At the door to room 410, Lin Shirqing's eyes immediately found Su Zhe. A small smile tugged at her lips, surprising even herself. She hadn't realized how much she missed him. Meanwhile, her friends were quick to notice her expression. "Ah, so it is him," Yi Shiner whispered, her tone teasing. Inside, Su Zhe's friend, Zhang Zilin, noticed their arrival. His eyes widened when he spotted a familiar face. "President," he called, waving excitedly at Gu Shuyi. "Zhang Zilin, what are you doing here?" Gu Shuyi asked, just as surprised. "Attending class, of course. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be in the grammar department?" The two quickly launched into a spirited conversation. Zhang Zilin, a proud member of the Animation Club, had always looked up to Gu Shuyi. They bonded over their shared love for anime and games, often collaborating on club projects. Lin Shirqing turned to her friends and gestured to Su Zhe, who had been watching the scene with mild amusement. "Everyone, this is Su Zhe. You probably recognize him already." Su Zhe nodded politely at the introductions, recognizing the girls as prominent figures on campus. "This is Yi Shiner, president of the House Dance Club," Lin Shirqing began. "And this is Chui Xiaoxi, president of the Korean Dance Club. You already know Gu Shuyi, right?" Su Zhe greeted them politely, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the group's collective energy and charm. As the introductions wrapped up, Lin Shirqing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She had brought two important parts of her life together, and the warmth of her friend group filled the air with a sense of belonging. Though she wouldn't admit it aloud, her feelings for Su Zhe were becoming clearer, and her friends, sharp as they were, noticed it too. But for now, they let her enjoy the moment, keeping their teasing to a minimum. As they left the classroom together, it was evident to everyone watching that this was no ordinary group of students. Lin Shiqing's best friend squad had just welcomed a surprising new member. Chapter 64. Let me go on stage to accompany you? Once the six of them met, they naturally split into two groups. One group included Su Zhe, Lin Shiqing, Cui Xiaoxi, and Yi Xin'er. The other consisted of Zhang Zilin and his club president, Gu Shuyi. Hey, have you seen the latest show? It's fantastic. The male lead has such a tragic backstory, but he gets his revenge later. All those who bullied him get what they deserve. It's so satisfying, Zhang Zilin exclaimed, animatedly recounting the plot. Gu Shuyi gave him a side-eye. Isn't your taste usually more, let's say, questionable? When did you start liking these revenge dramas? Ahem, President, don't smear my reputation. I'm a gentleman, Zhang Zilin protested. That show was recommended by someone else. I don't usually watch that kind of stuff. Su Zhe watched their exchange with mild exasperation. Anyone overhearing them might think they were discussing some deep philosophical topic, when in reality, they were just two geeks geeking out. On the other side, Cui Xiaoxi smiled at Su Zhe. I've only ever seen you in short videos before, but meeting you in person, you're even more handsome. Before becoming a vampire, Su Zhe's complexion was average at best, with visible pores and rough skin. But since his transformation, his skin had become flawless, smooth, and radiant, the kind anyone would envy. Combined with his lean frame and fair complexion, it wasn't surprising he drew attention. Thank you, Su Zhe replied with a polite smile. Yi Xin'er sighed enviously. Xiao Qingqing, I wish my boyfriend were as good-looking as yours. Lin Shiqing froze, her face heating up. Su Zhe and I are just friends. Don't start any rumors. But Yi Xin'er and Cui Xiaoxi exchanged knowing looks, their disbelief evident. Lin Shiqing turned to Su Zhe, clearly flustered. Okay, enough small talk. Back to business. Tonight's the joint dance club party, and the pianist we hired canceled at the last minute. Su Zhe, you're up. Me? Su Zhe blinked, confused. Sure, he played the piano, but he'd never performed publicly. Wasn't it a bit much to throw him on stage out of nowhere? Why not just use pre-recorded music? Do you really need live piano accompaniment? He asked. Lin Shiqing shook her head. The party's meant to showcase the best performances. We have a full live band, drums, guitars, cellos, violins, and of course piano. That's pretty professional, Su Zhe admitted, impressed. Of course, Yi Xin'er chimed in. It's a big deal, featuring various styles, Korean dance, contemporary, classical, and traditional ethnic dances. Everything's been carefully planned. Su Zhe realized he'd been roped in as the solution to their problem. He sighed but nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. Just don't hold it against me if I mess up. It'll be fine, Cui Xiaoxi reassured him quickly. She glanced at Lin Shiqing, recalling the message she'd received a few days ago. Lin Shiqing had specifically funded the event with one condition. The accompaniment group couldn't have a pianist because she had someone special in mind for the role. Now, watching Lin Shiqing steal glances at Su Zhe, Cui Xiaoxi understood everything. Lin Shiqing wasn't just helping organize the party. She'd orchestrated this to hear Su Zhe play. How interesting. The group parted ways for lunch, agreeing to meet at the rehearsal hall in the afternoon. Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe chose a private theater to relax. They ordered a comedy film and shared a bucket of popcorn. To be honest, I've never performed on stage before, Su Zhe said, a touch of nervousness creeping into his voice. This is going to be a challenge. Lin Shiqing turned to him, her eyes warm. You play beautifully. It'd be a shame if no one got to hear it. She wasn't lying. The memory of Su Zhe playing piano for her was still vivid, and she'd wanted to hear him again ever since. The truth was, she had arranged for Su Zhe to perform not just to save the party, but because she couldn't resist hearing him play. Still, she didn't want to come off too eager. It would be embarrassing if her feelings were obvious. Lin Shiqing stole a glance at Su Zhe. Why don't you just confess already? She thought. If you confess, I'll act reserved for a few days before agreeing. Probably. But then again, they'd only known each other for 2 weeks. Wouldn't it seem a little rushed? She shook off her conflicting emotions. At least I'll get to hear him play tonight. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was oblivious to her inner turmoil, fully engrossed in the movie and laughing at the jokes. That afternoon, the group reconvened at the rehearsal hall. Cui Xiaoxi handed Su Zhe the sheet music. 17 pieces in total, 15 of which are piano-focused and more classical. Su Zhe stared at the stack in surprise. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a dance party? Why is it mostly piano music? Well, the theme this year emphasizes classical dance. So, yeah, Cui Xiaoxi avoided his gaze. It wasn't entirely a lie, but she couldn't admit Lin Shiqing had deliberately chosen piano-heavy pieces just to hear him play. Su Zhe sighed. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 65. Lin Shiqing's Jealousy. The lecture hall was buzzing with activity as performers prepared for the evening showcase. Su Zhe stood amidst the bustling crowd, scanning the spacious venue and the vibrant stage, which was already alive with excitement. Cui Xiaoxi couldn't help but smirk at Lin Shiqing's elaborate arrangements. Hiring a professional performance group and a troupe of dance academy girls just to hear him play the piano? She thought only Lin Shiqing would go to such lengths. The perks of being rich, I suppose. Amid the sea of performers, a familiar face caught Su Zhe's attention. Kong Hao, he called out, recognizing the guitarist standing nearby. Kong Hao turned, his medium-length hair swaying slightly as he looked toward the voice. His artistic demeanor and smooth, polished look hadn't changed. Su Zhe, is that you? The two shared a firm handshake, their smiles reflecting the nostalgia of past camaraderie. I can't believe it's you. Long time no see, man, Su Zhe said, patting Kong Hao's shoulder. Kong Hao chuckled. Yeah, it's been ages. What brings you here? Are you part of tonight's performance? Before Su Zhe could respond, Lin Shiqing approached, her curiosity piqued by their interaction. Su Zhe, is this a friend of yours? She asked, her tone casual yet laced with subtle interest. Su Zhe nodded. Yes, this is Kong Hao. He's an incredible guitarist, and we've known each other since our first year. Kong Hao turned to Lin Shiqing, his gaze briefly registering her elegance. Her poised demeanor and aristocratic beauty were unmistakable. Hello, Lin Shiqing, Kong Hao greeted, flashing a polite smile. Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You know me? Kong Hao chuckled. Is there anyone in our school who doesn't? You're quite the sensation on the forum. Photos of you are everywhere. Su Zhe grinned. It's true, Shiqing. The moment you step onto campus, the forum lights up with posts about you. Lin Shiqing sighed. I really don't understand the obsession. Every time I come to school, I feel like I'm being watched. It's natural, Su Zhe replied. You're the perfect storm, beauty, wealth, and grace. People are curious, that's all. Kong Hao's smile deepened as he observed the dynamic between the two. The familiarity in Su Zhe's tone and Lin Shiqing's attentiveness spoke volumes. By the way, Kong Hao said, are you the master pianist everyone's been buzzing about for tonight's performance? Back in the day, so many girls lined up just to learn piano from you. Lin Shiqing's ears perked up. Girls lined up for Su Zhe? Her brows furrowed slightly, a subtle flicker of jealousy passing across her face. Su Zhe waved off the praise. Master? Far from it. If anything, you're the real master here. Lin Shiqing's expression didn't soften. Her mind was racing. So many girls, huh? Not anymore. Kong Hao led Su Zhe around to meet the other musicians. The group was vibrant, filled with talented individuals, but one introduction stood out. This is Lu Churen, our violinist, Kong Hao said. Su Zhe's eyes widened slightly. He recognized her from the campus forum. Lu Churen had a quiet grace, with a charm that reminded him of a classic milk tea advertisement. Hello, Su Zhe greeted with a nod. Hello, Lu Churen replied, her tone polite yet distant. From across the room, Lin Shiqing was ostensibly engaged in conversation with Yi Xin'er and Cui Xiaoxi. In reality, her attention kept drifting towards Su Zhe. Who is that girl? She wondered, watching the interaction with a growing sense of unease. Noticing her wandering gaze, Cui Xiaoxi smirked. Shiqing, if you're so concerned about Su Zhe, why not just go over there? You're going to hurt your neck craning like that. Lin Shiqing's face flushed slightly. What? I wasn't looking at him. Don't be ridiculous. Cui Xiaoxi laughed. Sure, whatever you say. But anyone can see you're jealous. Lin Shiqing bristled at the remark, but didn't retort. Deep down, she knew Cui Xiaoxi was right. Meanwhile, Su Zhe finished his introductions and turned his attention to the rehearsal. With only a few hours left before the performance, there was no time to waste. As he moved to the piano, Lin Shiqing watched him closely, her earlier jealousy simmering into a quiet determination. I'll make sure no one else gets too close, she resolved. Not while I'm around. Chapter 66. A Sparkling Stage and Hidden Emotions. For Su Zhe, there's always a first time for everything. As he took his seat at the piano amidst the accompaniment group, he initially felt out of place. Collaborating with other musicians, particularly in such a high-stakes environment, was a new challenge. However, after about half an hour of rehearsals, the group's coordination improved significantly. The dancers, students from Manhwa University's dance department, had already trained extensively using recorded accompaniments. The ensemble's role now was to breathe life into the performance with live music. Su Zhe's fingers moved deftly across the piano keys, perfectly syncing with the rhythm of drums and electric guitar. The modern dance tracks, with their loud beats and vibrant energy, weren't his favorite. He preferred the dreamy elegance of classical piano compositions, pieces that resonated like flowing water, delicate and pure. Yet his professionalism didn't falter. Every note he struck complemented the overall harmony. On stage, the dancers displayed grace and precision. Their well-proportioned figures, the result of years of training, were captivating under the dazzling lights. But Su Zhe had no time to admire them. His focus remained solely on the piano, where each note demanded precision in pitch, dynamics, and tempo. In the audience, Lin Shiqing's attention was entirely on Su Zhe. Her gaze lingered on him, unwavering, as if the stage lights were meant for him alone. She frowned slightly, noticing how dimly lit the accompaniment group was in comparison to the dancers. Xiaoxi, she whispered, nudging her friend. Talk to the lighting engineer and have them adjust the lights. I want more focus on the accompaniment group, especially the piano. Cui Xiaoxi chuckled knowingly, but obliged. Moments later, Su Zhe found himself bathed in a soft spotlight, much to his surprise. Why the sudden attention on the accompaniment, he thought briefly before refocusing on the music. Lin Shiqing, however, couldn't be happier. Watching the light cascade around Su Zhe, highlighting his calm concentration, made her heart race. She barely noticed the dancers anymore. Her world was centered on him. After an hour of intense rehearsal, Su Zhe finally had a break. Unlike the other musicians who played intermittently, Su Zhe had been the backbone of nearly every piece. His unbroken performance felt more like a solo recital, with others merely supporting his melody. As he stood to stretch, violinist Lu Chern approached, her face lighting up with admiration. "Senior Su, your piano playing is amazing," she exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with genuine appreciation. Su Zhe smiled modestly. "Thanks, but you're exaggerating. It's nothing special." "Not at all," she insisted. "I've worked with many pianists before, but your precision and rhythm are unmatched." Su Zhe chuckled lightly, but her words warmed his heart. Compliments, especially from talented peers, always held a certain charm. From her seat, Lin Shiqing watched the interaction with growing unease. Lu Chern's enthusiasm, coupled with her natural charm, made Lin Shiqing feel an unfamiliar pang in her chest. Was this jealousy? "You should go over," Yi Xin'er whispered, sensing her friend's internal conflict. "If you like him, don't let someone else steal the moment." You'll regret it if you wait too long. Lin Shiqing hesitated, her eyes fixed on Lu Churen's cheerful demeanor. Objectively, she believed herself more beautiful, but Lu Churen's confidence was intimidating. What if Su Zhe? Lin Shiqing's thoughts spiraled. She shook her head, refusing to finish the thought. Despite her internal turmoil, Lin Shiqing remained seated, observing the scene. She couldn't understand why she felt so aggrieved. The feeling of possessiveness over Su Zhe, who was technically just a friend, confused her. But deep down, she knew the answer. She cared too much about him. Chapter 67. No, you can't have his contact info. The moment Lu Churen praised Su Zhe, a flicker of pride shone in his eyes. It wasn't every day he received such genuine admiration. Standing nearby, Kong Hao noticed the interaction and couldn't resist stirring the pot. Churen, you've been single for ages, right? Why not give Su Zhe a shot? You two might get along. The room buzzed softly with suppressed laughter as Kong Hao's teasing words landed. Lu Churen, who embodied the quintessential first love, pure and innocent, blushed furiously, her soft features reddening like a sunset. Senior, please stop joking like that, she murmured, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Su Zhe shot Kong Hao a look, a blend of annoyance and amusement. Kong Hao, don't spout nonsense. You're only making things awkward. But Kong Hao's mischievous grin hinted that the chaos was entirely intentional. Senior Su, Lu Churen spoke hesitantly, gathering courage. Could I add you on WeChat? It would be helpful if I could reach out for piano advice. Before Su Zhe could respond, a crisp, icy voice interrupted. No, absolutely not. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as everyone turned toward the source, Lin Shiqing. She was radiant yet intimidating in her black, low-V dress, her long, smooth legs peeking from beneath the flowing hem. Her gemstone earrings swayed gently as she walked, every step exuding authority. Her face, cold and dignified, silenced the entire hall. Lin Shiqing strode up to Su Zhe and slipped her arm through his, her movements calculated and deliberate. Su Zhe is my boyfriend, so no, you can't add his WeChat. Her words hung in the air, heavy and resolute. Lu Churen paled, her confidence evaporating like mist in the sunlight. I'm sorry, Senior Su. I didn't know you had a girlfriend, she stammered, retreating slightly. It's fine, Lin Shiqing replied, her tone sharp. Now you do. The hall was dead silent, as if everyone held their breath. Whispers started to break the stillness the moment Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing exited. Did you hear that? Lin Shiqing just declared Su Zhe as her boyfriend. This is headline material. Why didn't anyone record it? My friend liked Lin Shiqing and was planning to confess. Guess that's out of the question now. Sure, it's your friend and not you? Meanwhile, Lin Shiqing dragged Su Zhe into a backstage room, finally releasing his arm once the door clicked shut. She turned away, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet his gaze. I only did that to protect you, she began, crossing her arms defensively. That girl needed to understand boundaries. You're a vampire now, Su Zhe. Being too close to someone like her isn't just irresponsible, it's dangerous. You should be thanking me. Oh, so you were just acting? Su Zhe asked, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Exactly, Lin Shiqing said quickly. Don't read too much into it. Then explain this, he pressed. You don't want me to take it seriously, but you want everyone else out there to? Lin Shiqing hesitated, her eyes widening as the realization sank in. That's just, she stammered, but her voice faltered. Finally, she took a deep breath and regained her composure. Fine. In school, you'll act as my boyfriend, but privately, we're nothing more than acquaintances. Understood? Su Zhe chuckled. If you say so. But if we're going to convince everyone, we should start acting the part. Before she could react, he took her hand firmly in his. Her initial instinct was to pull away, but she paused. His hand was warm, grounding, and for a fleeting moment, she didn't mind. Su Zhe led her back into the main hall, their hands intertwined. As they stepped under the spotlight, the murmurs and whispers grew louder. Phones were raised, capturing the dazzling duo. Lin Shiqing stood stiffly, unaccustomed to such public displays. Su Zhe's reassuring grip steadied her, allowing her to maintain her usual cool demeanor. The crowd's chatter filled the air. They look like royalty, so perfect together. This is the best thing to happen on campus all year. Su Zhe ignored the commotion. He glanced at Lin Shiqing, who seemed both flustered and resolute. He couldn't help but smile. In his heart, he knew this wasn't just an act. Since awakening as a vampire, his world had narrowed, but one thing was certain. If he were to spend eternity with someone, it would be her. Chapter 68, The Philosophical Love Support Club. As night descended, Su Zhe felt a noticeable improvement in his energy. It seemed that without the sun's oppressive rays, his blood coursed through him more freely, energizing his body. Now, backstage, he prepared for the evening's performance, set to begin in just 30 minutes. The aftermath of Lin Shiqing's unexpected official announcement earlier that afternoon lingered. Violinist Lu Churen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a famous celebrity, had avoided Su Zhe entirely. Her demeanor during rehearsals betrayed her distraction. Her usually precise violin notes were slightly off-key. Kang Hao and Zhang Zilin couldn't help but express their admiration for Su Zhe, though it was tinged with envy. After all, Lin Shiqing wasn't just stunningly beautiful. Her affluent background made her the epitome of an ideal partner. Meanwhile, Zhang Zilin's own fortune seemed to take a turn for the better. Following Lin Shiqing's announcement, his dynamic with Gu Shuyi, a fellow otaku who shared his love for anime, transformed. Their mutual interests ignited a spark, and their relationship flourished. For Zhang Zilin, who had resigned himself to being single through college, this sudden romantic breakthrough was nothing short of miraculous. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he was slightly chubby with a boyish face. It didn't hinder Gu Shuyi's affection. Their shared humor and understanding made their connection seem effortless. Su Zhe, however, couldn't help but marvel at the irony. Zhang Zilin's newfound happiness meant juggling both a three-dimensional girlfriend and his devotion to his two-dimensional anime crushes. It was an amusing dilemma, one Su Zhe secretly hoped wouldn't spiral into chaos. Backstage, performers prepared for the evening's show. Even Su Zhe, who rarely thought much of appearances, found himself sitting under the skilled hands of a makeup artist. His makeup was light and natural, merely enhancing his already flawless complexion, a fact the makeup artist couldn't help but compliment. As Su Zhe scrolled through the university's forum, a post about a peculiar support group caught his attention. To his disbelief, a group of romantically inclined students had formed the Philosophical Love Support Club in honor of him and Lin Shiqing. The club had an intricate structure. Paparazzi captured candid moments of the couple, funders financed their activities, and event organizers planned future gatherings. Su Zhe shook his head in bemusement, recognizing this as the beginnings of a bizarre fandom culture. He decided to let the frenzy die on its own, ignoring it entirely. Time to get on stage. Kang Hao's voice jolted Su Zhe back to reality. The clock read 7:55 p.m. The audience was already filling the performance hall. Lin Shiqing sat front and center with Yi Xin'er and Cui Xiaoxi, chatting animatedly. "You really kept this a secret from us, didn't you?" Yi Xin'er teased. "I bet if that girl hadn't tried to get Su Zhe's WeChat, you'd have kept this under wraps forever." Cui Xiaoxi laughed. "It's fine. Seeing Shiqing happy is what matters. Love looks good on her." Lin Shiqing, blushing, dismissed their teasing with a playful scolding. But inwardly, she couldn't deny the surge of pride she felt knowing Su Zhe would soon be in the spotlight, showcasing his talent. At precisely 8 p.m., the hall plunged into darkness. The lights came up in two focus streams, one illuminating the dancers, the other spotlighting the accompaniment group. The first performance of the night was a lively piano-led gavotte dance. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Su Zhe's graceful profile under the spotlight drew sighs from the audience. While male students admired the dancer's athletic grace, many female students found their attention drifting toward the pianist, whose poise and talent were impossible to ignore. Lin Shiqing, watching Su Zhe play with effortless precision, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His performance was a reflection of her own good fortune, and she relished the envy of her peers. Though she was nearly 180 years old, a secret she kept hidden, she felt like a giddy teenager in love. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere remained electric. The dancers moved with elegance, and Su Zhe's music transported the audience. Lin Shiqing closed her eyes, smiling as she let the melodies wash over her. Finally, the last dance concluded, signaling the end of the show. Yet, as the applause subsided, Su Zhe unexpectedly stood up, accepting a microphone from the host. The spotlight followed him, and murmurs rippled through the audience. What was he planning to say? Even Lin Shiqing, who had watched his every move with adoration, was caught off guard. Her brows furrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on him, anticipation mingling with curiosity. Chapter 69. You Must Be Happy. As Su Zhe stepped forward into the spotlight, the other musicians and dancers retreated silently, guided by Kang Hao's subtle gestures. They disappeared backstage, leaving Su Zhe alone to command the stage. Kang Hao lingered for a moment, his gaze fixed on Su Zhe's tall, poised figure. Memories from 3 years ago surfaced vividly in his mind. Back then, during the music club's recruitment drive, Su Zhe had appeared in a crisp, sunny suit exuding effortless charm. Kang Hao, who had always considered himself a typical heterosexual, found his composure shaken. There was something magnetic about Su Zhe, a kind of gravitational pull that Kang Hao couldn't fully understand. Yet, Kang Hao knew one thing for sure. Su Zhe was the epitome of a vibranium-level straight man. There was no room for ambiguity in his demeanor. Because of this, Kang Hao kept his feelings locked away, uncertain whether they were born of admiration, friendship, or something deeper. He chose distance, avoiding Su Zhe while quietly keeping tabs on him, on social media, through mutual friends, and in fleeting glimpses during campus events. When Kang Hao learned of Su Zhe's betrayal, he'd been furious. He wanted to expose her deception, to retaliate on Su Zhe's behalf. Yet, as his investigations unearthed Su Zhe's tragic backstory, sympathy mingled with his anger. A child of the orphanage, Su Zhe had clawed her way into Manhwa University against all odds. Her past was riddled with pain and survival, but her actions, manipulating and betraying others, could not be justified. Torn between retribution and understanding, Kang Hao let her be. Now, as he watched Su Zhe on stage, Kang Hao felt a quiet resolve settle over him. His feelings, though complex, no longer mattered. What mattered was Su Zhe's happiness. You must be happy, Kang Hao thought, a small smile curving his lips. With that silent blessing, he melted into the shadows backstage. On stage, Su Zhe stood alone with a microphone in hand. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of nervousness. He recalled an old trick. If you're nervous, imagine everyone in the audience as giant carrots. The absurd thought brought a smile to his face. Rows of carrots, short, tall, plump, and uneven, filled the auditorium in his mind. Yet, amidst this imaginary sea of white roots, one figure remained untouched. Lin Shiqing, seated in the audience, her presence radiated like a beacon. She wasn't just an audience member, she was the audience. The nerves vanished. Good evening, everyone, Su Zhe said into the microphone, his voice steady. To close this evening, I'd like to dedicate a song to my girlfriend, Lin Shiqing. The song is called Xiaoyu. The room buzzed with excitement. Whispers rippled through the crowd, a mix of envy, awe, and intrigue. As Su Zhe took his seat at the piano, he let his fingers glide across the keys, coaxing out the first notes. His voice, though untrained and slightly raw, carried a warmth that resonated with the audience. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I meet you, Your gentle and clear eyes appeared in my dream. Lin Shirqing's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Beside her, Yi Xin'er clasped her hands together, visibly swooning. So romantic, Yi Xin'er murmured, her voice thick with envy. Even Cui Xiaoxi, who typically dismissed grand gestures of romance as juvenile, couldn't help but feel a tug at her heartstrings. Deep down, every girl dreamed of a moment like this, a hero to sweep her off her feet in front of the world. Su Zhe's singing wasn't perfect, but it was heartfelt. His voice carried an earnest sincerity that eclipsed technical flaws. It wasn't about mastery, it was about emotion. The audience hung on every word, every glance. Su Zhe's eyes repeatedly sought out Lin Shirqing, their gazes locking in moments of silent conversation. "This is too sweet," someone whispered. Another added, "Quick, record this. It's going straight to the school forum." Phones lit up across the auditorium as fans of the Lin Shirqing Su Zhe ship captured every moment. As the final note lingered in the air, Su Zhe stood and turned toward the audience. The applause was deafening. Backstage, Kong Hao emerged holding a bouquet of roses, his steps steady as he approached the stage. Chapter 70. So happy I could cry. Kong Hao handed Su Zhe a bouquet of roses, prepared well in advance. It was a vital touch to the evening. How could the final moment lack flowers? Taking the bouquet, Su Zhe turned and walked toward Lin Shirqing. Lin Shirqing's eyes widened, her hands instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. Her heart pounded as her emotions surged, tears threatening to spill. She had never felt so profoundly happy. She asked herself, what is love? For centuries, she had pondered this question but never found an answer. To someone like her, a vampire with a long life ahead, love always seemed fleeting, conditional, or transactional. Family ties were entangled in politics, acquaintances pursued their interests, and her arranged fiancé cared only for her beauty and status. Genuine affection had always eluded her. But Su Zhe, through every shared moment, whether it was his quiet warmth at the piano, his willingness to risk everything for her, or even his fumbling humanity, she had come to see him as different. He had taught her that love wasn't about grandeur or perfection. It was about small, sincere acts. It was laughter and support, trust and acceptance, and finding joy in the simplest moments. As Su Zhe reached her seat, the spotlight followed his every step. The auditorium fell silent, holding its collective breath. Many of the girls in the audience felt like they were watching the climax of a romantic drama, but this was better, raw, real, and heartbreakingly genuine. Stopping in front of her, Su Zhe extended the bouquet. His expression was calm, yet his voice carried an unmistakable vulnerability. "Lin Shirqing, I like you." The simplicity of his words hit harder than any rehearsed romantic confession. Lin Shirqing blinked, her tears finally spilling as she accepted the bouquet. She could hardly believe the moment was real. Her elm-headed Su Zhe had finally seen what had been in front of him all along. She wanted to rise and embrace him, but as she stepped forward, crash! A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she stumbled forward, the bouquet still clutched tightly in her hands. The crowd gasped, but Su Zhe's reflexes were faster. He caught her in a firm embrace, steadying her before she could fall. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice full of concern. Lin Shirqing bit her lip in embarrassment. As a vampire who had lived for 180 years, spraining her ankle during such a pivotal moment was beyond humiliating. Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Xin'er rushed to their side, quickly assessing the situation. "Xiao Qingqing, your ankle is swollen," Yi Xin'er exclaimed. "You need to go to the hospital right away," Cui Xiaoxi said. She turned to Su Zhe. "You'll have to carry her. It'll be faster that way." Without hesitation, Su Zhe bent down, and Lin Shirqing reluctantly allowed herself to be lifted into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face into his neck. It's okay, I've got you, he said, his tone both gentle and protective. With Lin Shiqing in his arms, Su Zhe made his way out of the performance hall, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Despite the pain, Lin Shiqing couldn't help but smile. The warmth of Su Zhe's presence, his strength, and his unwavering care made her heart soar. The audience watched in stunned silence as the spotlight followed the pair to the exit. But the quiet didn't last long. Members of the Philosophical Love Support Club, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing's growing fan base, suddenly sprang to life, eager to capture every moment of this real-life drama. "No way we're missing this," one girl shouted, pulling out her phone. As the crowd surged toward the exit, Cui Xiaoxi quickly stepped into action. "Hold it," she commanded, standing firmly in front of the door. "Let them have their moment. No pictures, no interruptions." "Why do you care?" one fan shot back. "They're public figures now." Cui Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. "They're students, not celebrities. Show some respect and let them breathe." Despite the grumbling, Cui Xiaoxi held her ground. Yi Shinner, standing beside her, couldn't help but admire her friend's boldness. "Sister Cui, you're amazing," she whispered. Meanwhile, Su Zhe had already exited the building, his pace steady but comfortable. Lin Shiqing, cradled against his chest, couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. "You're so light," Su Zhe said absent-mindedly, his voice soft. Lin Shiqing's cheeks flushed. "Stop talking and focus on walking," she muttered, though her tone lacked any real bite, her breath tickling against the tender skin of his neck. Su Zhe carried her effortlessly, weaving through the campus and out onto the quiet streets. His enhanced physical abilities made the task easy, but it was Lin Shiqing's presence, the feeling of her warmth and trust, that gave him an unexpected sense of fulfillment. He was careful not to dwell too long on the sensation of her soft figure pressed against his chest. "I'm a gentleman," he reminded himself, though his reddening ears betrayed him. For Lin Shiqing, every step Su Zhe took felt like a promise. This was love, not the grand gestures or the poetic words, but the unspoken devotion that came through when it mattered most. "Well, we can't take you to the hospital. I'd be surprised if you needed to go." With a giggle, Lin Shiqing closed her eyes and rested her head against Su Zhe's shoulder, a small smile playing on her lips. For the first time in centuries, she felt truly, completely happy. Chapter 71. A Test of Love. "By the way, how did you manage to sprain your ankle earlier? It's quite amusing, an elegant vampire tripping like that," Su Zhe teased with a playful grin. Lin Shiqing glared at him, her cheeks puffed indignantly. "It's your fault? Who asked you to ambush me with that song? You startled me, and I twisted my ankle because of it." "Fair enough," Su Zhe chuckled. "But tell me, how was my singing? Be honest." Lin Shiqing tilted her head, pretending to think deeply before declaring, "Terrible. Absolutely awful." "So the tears in your eyes were because my singing was so bad that it made you cry." The soft glow of the streetlights illuminated Lin Shiqing's face, and her eyes sparkled mischievously. "Yes, your terrible singing brought tears to my eyes. Any issues with that?" Su Zhe burst out laughing. "Nope, none at all." He then glanced at her foot. "So, is your ankle feeling better now? You could have just used some of that vampiric magic to heal it instantly." Lin Shiqing shrugged, crossing her arms with a pout. "Oh, it's been fine for a while now. But I still wanted you to carry me." "Excuse me? I recall someone saying you liked me earlier. Don't tell me you're already regretting it and won't even carry me," she said, her tone teasing yet firm. "Of course not. What he didn't say was that any man in his position would gladly oblige." With her in a light, flowing dress and his hand holding her legs touching soft bare skin, her warm presence pressed against his chest was more than enough to make his heart race. He adjusted his grip on her thigh, careful to be respectful, yet unable to ignore the sensation. "Good," Lin Shiqing said, satisfied. She directed him toward Chonglin Park, the sprawling greenery next to their university. It was an unusually quiet evening, the usual bustle absent. Su Zhe was happy to oblige, his stamina more than capable of carrying her weight. But just as he was settling into the rhythm of their walk, he felt a sharp sting on his neck. "Hey, what are you doing?" he yelped. Lin Shiqing leaned back, licking a drop of blood from her lips. "That's your punishment for laughing at me earlier," she said smugly. "Couldn't you have warned me first?" That really hurt. Her playful smirk faded into guilt. "Really? I'm sorry." She touched the bite mark lightly, letting a faint crimson glow mend the wound. "Better now?" Su Zhe felt the warmth spread across his neck and smiled. "Much better. But next time, give me a heads up, okay?" Feeling a playful mood, he added, "Or maybe a nibble to warm me up." Lin Shiqing's voice softened, unusually gentle. "Okay, I won't do it like that again. I promise." The unexpected tenderness in her tone made Su Zhe's chest tighten. "It's fine," he said, brushing it off. "You can do it any time you want." His casual generosity only seemed to encourage her. She leaned forward, her voice a playful whisper. "Then don't mind if I do." Before he could protest, she brushed her lips up his neck until she reached the spot she wanted to bite and softly bit his neck. So softly, it wouldn't even leave a mark, never mind break skin. The feeling making him hum in pleasure. In the next moment, he felt the familiar sting of a real bite, as Lin Shiqing fed on him. "You're impossible," Su Zhe muttered, though he couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. As they wandered deeper into the park, Lin Shiqing suddenly asked, "Was what you said earlier true?" "What part?" Su Zhe blinked, caught off guard. "The part where you said you liked me," she clarified, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Zhe's heart thudded. "I meant every word. I like you." Lin Shiqing paused before murmuring, then, "Can I be your girlfriend?" The words caught Su Zhe by surprise, and he froze. Did she just say yes? His brain scrambled to catch up. "Does this mean you agree?" he asked hesitantly. A barely audible was her reply, her face buried in his neck. "Wife," Su Zhe teased, his tone laced with glee. Lin Shiqing's face flushed crimson. "Don't push it." She swatted his shoulder lightly, but couldn't suppress a shy smile. "Wife, wife, wife," Su Zhe repeated, reveling in the word. "You're insufferable," she muttered, pinching his arm lightly, though the warmth in her voice betrayed her amusement. As they continued to banter, raindrops began to fall, quickly escalating into a steady drizzle. "Great. That explains why the park's so empty," Su Zhe remarked, sighing. But Lin Shiqing's tone turned serious. "This is your first test." "Test?" Su Zhe asked, his brows furrowing. "Yes. Since I've only agreed to give you a chance, you need to prove yourself." "What do you want me to do?" Lin Shiqing leaned closer, her voice soft yet firm. "Carry me all the way home, in the rain." "What?" Su Zhe exclaimed. "But your villa is over 20 kilometers away." "So? Just say yes or no," she challenged, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Su Zhe sighed, the rain soaking through his clothes. "Are you sure this isn't just an excuse to cuddle longer?" Lin Shiqing's voice dropped to a whisper. "Maybe." Her honesty disarmed him. Su Zhe adjusted her weight in his arms and began walking. "Good, let's go." For her, he thought it was a small price to pay. Chapter 72, Practicing Love. The Left Bank Western restaurant was unusually quiet that evening. Low whispers mingled with the gentle clinking of cutlery on fine china, and the soft glow of candlelight cast warm hues across the intimate setting. Yihui sat at the table, staring at the medium-rare steak in front of him. The faintly congealed blood on the surface made the dish look unappetizing, especially to him. He glanced up at Bai Ying, who sat across from him, calmly slicing her steak into neat, deliberate portions. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are we here?" "We're vampires. We don't need to eat, and even if we do, we can't digest this." Bai Ying paused mid-cut, her silver earrings catching the light as she looked up with a small, knowing smile. "Eating isn't just about digestion, Yihui. Sometimes it's about the experience." "The experience?" he repeated skeptically, gesturing at his plate. "Even if you enjoy the moment, you'll just spit it out later." What's the point? She leaned back slightly, her tone calm but tinged with amusement. Not everything in life has to have a point. Eating, for me, is a source of happiness. Why should I give that up just because I've changed? Yihui frowned, momentarily thrown off. But humans eat to survive. It serves a purpose. For us, it's futile. Ah, there's that word again, purpose. You overthink things, Bai said, taking a sip of water. Why does everything have to be about survival? We're alive, aren't we? Maybe it's not about purpose, but about enjoying the journey. Yihui fell silent, unsure how to counter her logic. After a moment, she continued, if you think about it, living as a vampire is no different. We exist for centuries, knowing death is inevitable. Does that mean our lives are meaningless? He opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss. Bai had an uncanny ability to frame things in a way that left him questioning himself. Why do you still enjoy human food, though? He asked, steering the conversation to safer ground. She tilted her head thoughtfully. I suppose it's because I never stopped loving it when I was human. Old habits die hard, you know? Maybe my love for food carried over after I became a vampire. And the whole vomiting part? Doesn't that bother you? It did at first, she admitted, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. But you get used to it. Everything gets easier with time. Her gaze shifted to him, sharp yet gentle. Just like how you're not used to being around me yet. That's why you're so stiff and awkward. Yihui blinked, caught off guard. I'm not. You are, she interrupted, her voice teasing but firm. You fidget, avoid direct eye contact, and overthink every word you say. It's like you're walking on eggshells around me. He stiffened, feeling exposed. Was he really that transparent? You weren't like this with your assistant, Zhou Xueming, Bai continued. With her, you're relaxed because you've worked together for years. It's all about familiarity, Yihui. Her words stung slightly, though he couldn't deny the truth in them. Do you know why I brought you here today? She asked, shifting gears. He hesitated. Why? She gestured subtly around the room, where couples were enjoying candlelit dinners. This restaurant is a popular date spot. I wanted to ask you, do you see us moving forward? Do you want to deepen our relationship? Her directness caught him completely off guard. Bai had always taken the lead in their interactions, and this boldness was both endearing and overwhelming. I think so, he stammered, unsure if his response sounded convincing. Bai Ying's eyes crinkled with amusement. You think so, she echoed. Yihui, relationships aren't scientific equations. You don't need to calculate every variable. He chuckled nervously. Fair point. Good. Then let's practice being a couple, she declared with a playful grin. We'll start by spending more time together, doing things like this, dinners, movies, and enjoying each other's company. That's how you build familiarity and comfort. Yihui nodded, though his agreement was more out of politeness than genuine confidence. You're still tense, she noted with a sigh. Don't worry, you'll get used to me eventually. It's just like your assistant. You need time to adjust. Before he could respond, she added, speaking of which, I already bought us movie tickets. Afterward, we'll check into a hotel for the night. He nearly choked on air. A hotel? Isn't that a bit fast? Fast. She raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by his hesitation. Relax. I'll handle everything. Just come along. Before he could protest further, she took his arm and pulled him to his feet. Outside the restaurant, the rain had started to fall steadily, and Yihui realized he hadn't brought an umbrella. Without thinking, he shrugged off his jacket and held it over Bai Ying's head. Come on, he said, guiding her toward the parking lot. Bai Ying stepped under his makeshift shelter, her smile softening. Despite his stiffness, he had his moments. When they reached the car, she noticed how soaked he was, his shirt clinging to his frame. A pang of guilt mixed with warmth surged in her chest. You're drenched, she said, brushing a strand of wet hair from his forehead. Let's skip the movie and head straight to the hotel. You need to change into something dry. I'm fine, he insisted, though his shivering betrayed him. She ignored his protest, rising on her tiptoes to press a light kiss to his cheek. Be good and listen to me, okay? You've done enough for today. For the first time that evening, Yi Hui relaxed, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Maybe Bai Ying was right. Relationships didn't have to be overcomplicated. Sometimes, it was enough to simply go with the flow. Chapter 73, Reflections in Rain. Zhou Xueming stared out through the glass of the cozy cafe, her eyes fixed on the Left Bank Western restaurant across the street. The evening rain streaked down the windows, blurring the glowing lights of the bustling city and transforming the world outside into a dreamlike haze. The cafe was abuzz with the scent of freshly brewed coffee, and Americano was the drink of choice for most patrons. Having never tasted coffee before, Zhou Xueming decided to follow the crowd and ordered a cup. When the steaming mug arrived, she took a tentative sip, only to grimace at the bitter taste that almost made her spit it out. Clearly, coffee isn't for me, she thought wryly, setting the mug down. But she wasn't here for the coffee. Her real purpose lay beyond the rain-streaked window. Across the street, Yi Hui held his coat aloft, shielding the elegantly dressed Bai Ying from the downpour. Under the makeshift canopy, the two walked closely, laughing softly as they moved toward the restaurant entrance. The sight sent a pang through Zhou Xueming's chest, though she noted with some surprise that it wasn't as sharp as she had feared. Earlier that afternoon, Zhou Xueming had seen Yi Hui and Bai Ying leave the office together, their easy camaraderie drawing her attention. Something about their connection nagged at her, and she had impulsively decided to follow them. Now, watching the scene unfold, her mind churned with conflicting emotions. Do I like him? She wondered, reluctant to confront the question. Yet, deep down, she knew the answer. Her attachment to Yi Hui was the reason she cared so much about his interactions with Bai Ying. Letting out a sigh, she reached for her coffee again. This time, the bitterness didn't seem as overwhelming. Funny how feelings change with perspective, she mused. Calling for the check, she stepped out into the rain, covering her head with her bag as she dashed toward the nearest bus stop. The cold raindrops seeped through her clothes, and she shivered slightly. When she reached the stop, the absence of buses at that late hour forced her to hail a taxi. As the car sped through the rain-soaked streets, her thoughts turned to Bai Ying. Bai Ying was everything she wasn't, poised, graceful, and effortlessly charming. She imagined attending Yi Hui and Bai Ying's wedding someday, eating her share of wedding candies, and finally putting her feelings to rest. Some things have to be let go, she thought, her heart heavy but resolute. Back at her apartment, soaked to the bone, she opened the door to be greeted by her little Shiba Inu, bounding toward her with infectious enthusiasm. Smiling despite herself, she scooped up the fluffy creature. You little rascal, she murmured, stroking its damp fur. At least you'll never break my heart. Meanwhile, on a rain-slick street not far away, Su Zhe trudged forward, Lin Shiqing nestled tightly in his arms. The downpour had long since soaked them through, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Each step splashed through puddles, yet neither seemed inclined to seek shelter. We're almost there, Su Zhe said, his voice a mix of relief and exhaustion. Really? That felt fast, Lin Shiqing replied, sounding surprised. Fast? We've been walking for over 4 hours, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Lin Shiqing's laugh was soft, almost drowned out by the rain. Does that mean we've been a couple for 4 hours? From the moment you said yes, Su Zhe confirmed, a grin spreading across his rain-soaked face. Her playful tone returned. So, tell me, how does it feel to be my boyfriend? He chuckled, squinting against the rain. Don't you think this is an odd moment to discuss that? The image they presented was indeed peculiar. Two drenched figures trudging through the storm at midnight, resembling ghosts in the dim light. Perhaps fitting considering they were vampires. Lin Shiqing tightened her grip around his neck, lifting herself up to look him in the eye. Answer me, she whispered, her voice tender and insistent. Su Zhe sighed theatrically before replying. Well, the best part is finally being able to hold you in my arms whenever I want. Don't even think about it. I'm perfectly capable of sleeping alone. While she groaned in mock protest, she still squeezed herself tightly against his chest, her head returning to its spot nestled in his neck. He laughed. Sure, sure. I seem to remember you falling asleep next to me more than once. Despite the cold rain and their drenched clothes, Lin Shiqing felt warmth spreading through her chest. For the first time in a long while, she felt cherished, cared for, and dare she admit it, loved. So this is what it feels like, she thought, a smile tugging at her lips. To be someone's everything. Chapter 74. The 5 Stages of Intimacy. But if a couple isn't sleeping together, are they even a real couple? Su Zhe exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Lin Shiqing's expression didn't waver. Instead of addressing his claim directly, she tilted her head and asked, So, you really want to sleep with me? Of course. How much do you want to? Su Zhe froze for a moment, caught off guard by her directness. He hesitated before replying, I really, really, really want. He emphasized each word, as though saying it 3 times would prove his sincerity. Lin Shiqing burst into laughter, her clear, bell-like voice filling the air. What's with repeating it 3 times? She teased. Doesn't it make my point crystal clear? Her lips curled into a sly smile. Well then, the more you want it, the less likely I am to agree. If you were indifferent, maybe I'd consider it. What? That makes no sense. Su Zhe's head spun, his confusion evident. It's simple. The easier something is to get, the less you'll value it. This way, I'm keeping you on your toes, Lin Shiqing said, giving his ear a playful tug. Su Zhe groaned, defeated. Don't look so down, she said softly, her teasing tone replaced with warmth. As long as you treat me well, I'll say yes someday. Really? Really? Hearing this, Su Zhe's mind began to race. He recalled something he'd once read about the stages of intimacy in a relationship. The first stage, holding hands. It's the simplest yet most innocent gesture, a mark of newfound affection and trust. The second stage, hugging. It's an embrace that conveys warmth, protection, and a deepening bond. The third stage, kissing on the cheek, leading to the fourth stage, kissing on the lips, a milestone that signifies true passion and commitment. And then there's the fifth and final stage, physical and emotional unity, where 2 souls connect as one. Rushing through these steps, Su Zhe thought, could unravel a relationship. He had seen it happen. In the fleeting age of social media and swiping apps, people skipped stages and stumbled into shallow, short-lived flings. Real intimacy required patience and care, something Su Zhe was willing to offer Lin Shiqing. So, where are we now? Su Zhe asked, leaning closer. Where are we? Lin Shiqing repeated, confused. I mean, as a couple, what's my level of access? Access? You know, how far are we allowed to go? Hugging? Kissing? Something more? Lin Shiqing blushed, taken aback. She mulled it over for a moment before replying, hugging. That's your current privilege. Hugging? Just hugging. What's wrong with that? Were you expecting more? She teased, her voice softening. Well, she said with a mischievous smile. If you want more, you'll have to work for it. Impress me, Su Zhe. Su Zhe grinned. He didn't mind taking things slow with Lin Shiqing. They'd only known each other for a little over 2 weeks, after all. Good things take time, and she was worth every moment. Back at the Lin family villa, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were lounging on the living room sofa. Lin Xiaohua's arm rested lazily around his wife, while Lin Wen leaned into his embrace. Don't get any funny ideas, Lin Wen said, stopping his wandering hand. What? We're husband and wife. Who's going to stop us from being affectionate? Lin Xiaohua protested, though his tone was playful. This is the living room, Lin Wen replied, her voice tinged with mock scolding. What if Xiaoqing comes home and sees us? So, what if she does? We're not doing anything inappropriate, he countered with a smirk. Lin Wen rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the slight blush that crept onto her cheeks. Still, the mention of their daughter made Lin Xiaohua's expression shift. It's past midnight. Why isn't Xiaoqing back yet? Could she be spending the night with that boy? Relax, Linwen said, patting his arm. Xiaoqing is responsible. We've talked to her about boundaries. She'll keep her word. Lin Xiaohua sighed, his concerns softening. I just can't believe she fell for a blood slave. It's still hard to wrap my head around. As long as she's happy, isn't that what matters most? Linwen said gently. Lin Xiaohua nodded reluctantly. Over the past weeks, he'd grown to respect Su Zhe, if only a little. The young man cared deeply for Xiaoqing, and that was something even Lin Xiaohua couldn't ignore. Maybe you're right, but thinking about it makes me feel old, Lin Xiaohua said with a chuckle. Then a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. Speaking of getting old, why don't we practice for a trumpet again? Linwen froze, her face instantly reddening. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I mean, he said with a grin. We could try for another child. Are you serious? Of course. I'll take care of everything. You won't have to lift a finger, he promised, his voice filled with affection. Linwen sighed, but couldn't hide her smile. Fine, let's see if you can keep up with me, old man. And so, as rain pattered against the windows, love and laughter filled the Lin family villa, a reminder that intimacy, in all its stages, is a journey worth cherishing. Chapter 75, an embarrassing scene. Night fell, and the rain persisted, veiling the streets in a dim, hazy glow. Amid the faint light, a figure leaned against another for support, moving slowly through the downpour. Su Zhe and Lin Xiaoqing were nearing the Lin family villa. As they approached the edge of the villa's gated area, Lin Xiaoqing tapped Su Zhe's shoulder lightly. Let me down here, she whispered. We'll sneak in quietly, so my parents don't notice. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Your father's a baron. Do you really think he'll miss us? Lin Xiaoqing nodded. If they're asleep and we suppress our blood energy fluctuations, we should be able to slip past unnoticed. Obediently, Su Zhe eased her onto her feet. As she adjusted her stance, he couldn't help but notice her figure illuminated by the rain, her silhouette accentuated by the wet fabric clinging to her frame. His gaze drifted for a moment too long. Lin Xiaoqing caught him, her arms crossed instinctively over her chest. What are you staring at? Ahem. Nothing, Su Zhe stammered, quickly shrugging off his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Better. Lin Xiaoqing's irritation softened as warmth spread through her. Thanks, she murmured, wrapping the jacket tighter and pulling him into an embrace. For a moment, Su Zhe froze, overwhelmed by the closeness. So soft, he thought, his cheeks flushing. You're really different from the others, Lin Xiaoqing whispered. You're not like the ones who only care about my looks. Su Zhe cleared his throat, trying to maintain composure. Of course, I'm a gentleman, he declared, though a pang of guilt followed. The thunder that rumbled above almost felt like divine judgment. Breaking the embrace, Su Zhe tapped her lightly on the head. Let's get going. The two slipped into the villa area. Unlike the traditional architecture of Shilin Villa, this neighborhood was modern, with a distinctly European style. Even in the rain, the landscaped paths and ornate buildings exuded sophistication. At the entrance, they masked their blood energy and moved quietly. The sound of rain on the large fountain near the gate provided cover as they approached the villa. As they neared the main house, however, Su Zhe and Lin Xiaoqing paused. A peculiar sound reached their ears, soft, rhythmic noises carried faintly through the rain. Lin Xiaoqing frowned. Do you hear that? Su Zhe nodded, his brows furrowing. Is someone watching a movie? Impossible, Lin Xiaoqing whispered. My parents wouldn't. The realization hit them both simultaneously. Lin Xiaoqing's cheeks burned as she cautiously peered through the large, rain-streaked window. One glance was all it took for her to jerk back, her face crimson. What's wrong? Su Zhe asked, though he already had a sinking suspicion. Lin Xiaoqing grabbed his arm. We're staying somewhere else tonight, she whispered firmly, her tone leaving no room for debate. Su Zhe, deciding discretion was the better part of valor, didn't press for details. He avoided even a single glance at the window, determined to preserve whatever dignity remained for Lin Xiaohua and his wife in his mind. As they retreated from the villa area, Su Zhe noticed Lin Shiqing's conflicted expression. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but ultimately stayed silent. Finally, she sighed. "There's a hotel nearby. Let's just stay there for the night," she suggested. Su Zhe nodded. "Works for me. Not that I'm particularly sleepy. How about you?" Lin Shiqing shook her head. "Not really. I've been resting all day and my blood energy's full. I mostly just want to shower and get out of these wet clothes." Su Zhe retrieved his phone from his pocket. Despite the rain, it remained functional. "Guozi phones are pretty amazing," he remarked. "It's been through all this, and it's still fine." Opening the map app, he quickly located a nearby hotel. "There's an express hotel about 800 meters from here. Let's head there." Lin Shiqing agreed, and they set off, their clothes dripping water as they walked through the rainy night. The Dorn Express Hotel glowed faintly in the distance, its sign a beacon of refuge. Inside, the young night shift clerk barely concealed his surprise when Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing walked in, soaked to the bone. Water pooled at their feet, dripping steadily onto the tiled floor. "Good evening," the clerk greeted them, his curiosity barely masked. "How many rooms will you need?" Chapter 76, Shattering Expectations. Su Zhe hesitated before flashing an awkward but knowing smile at the hotel receptionist, subtly raising a single finger as if to communicate without words. The receptionist, experienced in reading between the lines of countless customers' quirks, immediately understood. Years of working at the Express Hotel had trained him well. Ahem, the receptionist cleared his throat, keeping a straight face. "We only have one room left, and it's a double bed." Relief spread across Su Zhe's face as he muttered, "Thanks." This man was truly a master of discretion. Lin Shiqing, standing behind him and still wrapped in his jacket, raised her eyebrows. "What did he say?" Su Zhe turned to her, careful to keep his voice casual. "Only one room left, a double bed. Is that okay?" Her expression flickered with hesitation. "Only one room? There's no other hotel nearby." "Not for miles," Su Zhe replied with a shrug. Lin Shiqing paused, clearly weighing her options. She glanced at the jacket draped over her shoulders, her wet hair clinging to her temples. "It's just for a shower and rest," she reminded herself. "No need to overthink." "All right," she finally said, her tone firm despite the faint blush creeping up her neck. Su Zhe nodded, trying to mask his own nervousness. "I'll handle the booking." A few minutes later, keycard in hand, Su Zhe glanced at the male receptionist one last time, catching the wistful look on the man's face as he stared at Lin Shiqing. "Brother, life isn't fair," Su Zhe thought, silently thanking his luck. Upstairs, Su Zhe held the door open for Lin Shiqing, letting her enter first. The room was modest but clean, with a neatly made double bed that dominated the space. "You take a shower first," Su Zhe said, gesturing toward the bathroom. Lin Shiqing nodded, disappearing inside. The sound of running water filled the room shortly after. Su Zhe sat on the chair, staring blankly at the bed. His mind raced, his heart pounding in a rhythm that refused to settle. "It's just a shower," he reminded himself. "Stay calm." In less than 20 minutes, Lin Shiqing emerged, her petite figure wrapped in a bathrobe, her damp hair framing her delicate features. The scent of shampoo wafted through the air. "Your turn," she said with a small smile, her voice carrying a softness that made Su Zhe's throat tighten. He cleared his throat. "Right. Be quick." Inside the bathroom, Su Zhe rinsed off hastily, the generic hotel shampoo leaving a faint, unpleasant smell in his hair. He barely noticed. When he returned to the room, towel draped around his neck, his eyes widened. Lin Shiqing had divided the bed with the quilt, forming a clear boundary. She lay on one side, patting the empty space next to her. "Come on, lie down. Let's talk for a bit," she said casually. Su Zhe blinked. "She's serious?" Reluctantly, he climbed into the bed, lying stiffly on his side. The quilt barrier felt more symbolic than practical, but he respected the gesture. "So, what do you want to talk about?" he asked, his voice soft. Lin Shiqing smiled. "Anything. Tell me about yourself, your dreams, your plans." As the night deepened, the awkwardness between them began to fade, replaced by genuine connection. They shared stories, dreams, and fears, their voices hushed as if the quiet intimacy of the room demanded it. Meanwhile, across town at the Hampton Hotel, an entirely different scene unfolded. The opulence of the five-star suite shimmered under golden light, but Yi Hui barely noticed. His mind was a whirlwind. He lay on the bed, still grappling with the sheer absurdity of what had just happened. Did I just lose my virginity? The realization hit him like a freight train. For centuries, he had clung to a life of self-control and solitude, and now, within mere hours, Bai Ying had shattered it all. He glanced at the bathroom door, where the sound of running water had just stopped. The door creaked open, and Bai Ying stepped out, her nightgown loosely draped over her shoulders. The fabric did little to conceal the curves beneath. Yi Hui averted his eyes, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Your buttons aren't fastened." Bai Ying shrugged with a mischievous smile. "I know. Does it bother you?" Before he could respond, she was beside him, leaning in so close he could feel her warmth. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Don't be so tense. I won't bite, unless you want me to." Yi Hui felt his pulse quicken as she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into her embrace. He struggled to process the whirlwind of emotions, desire, confusion, and something deeper, something unsettling. "Bai Ying," he began hesitantly, "do you always approach relationships like this?" Bai Ying laughed, a light and airy sound. "You're overthinking. In this fast-paced world, why waste time? If both people are willing, what's the harm?" Her words were carefree, but they struck Yi Hui like a slap. He frowned, a sinking feeling blooming in his chest. "So, you've done this before?" Bai Ying tilted her head, unbothered. "Of course. If the chemistry feels right, why not? Life's too short to overanalyze." Yi Hui's stomach churned. He felt as though a gulf had opened between them, her nonchalance clashing violently with his centuries-old values. To her, this was just a momentary thrill. To him, it was something sacred, something binding. "You don't understand," he said quietly. "What's there to understand? We're both vampires. Why complicate things with unnecessary rules?" Her words were light, but they only deepened the ache in Yi Hui's chest. He had lived through empires rising and falling, witnessed human folly and resilience, and yet, here he was, grappling with feelings of emptiness after one night. As Bai Ying leaned in again, Yui turned his face away, his voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe I'm the one who doesn't belong in this world anymore." Chapter 77. Call Me Dad. "What's wrong with you?" Bai Ying asked, noticing Yi Hui's expression harden, her voice tinged with confusion. Yi Hui stood silently, his mind churning with regret. Bai Ying's allure was undeniable, her boldness intoxicating. Yet, her words had struck a chord he couldn't ignore. Even after they confirmed their relationship, she suggested keeping things open. For Yi Hui, who cherished the idea of exclusivity and loyalty, this was a betrayal of everything he believed in. "Bai Ying," he began, his voice steady but resolute, "I think we need to keep our distance from now on." He pulled on his clothes with deliberate calm. "What?" Bai Ying sat up, startled. "Didn't you just promise to take responsibility for me?" "I did, but I can't accept your views on relationships. Love should be between two people, not scattered carelessly. It's better to end this before we hurt each other further," Yi Hui said firmly, walking out of the room without a backward glance. Bai Ying stared after him, her thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief. She had thought he would understand, that life was about indulgence, about embracing every experience. How could he be so rigid? Their worlds were too different. Morning crept over the horizon, its light spilling through heavy curtains. Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing lay side by side on the hotel bed, their night peaceful and uneventful. True to their word, they'd simply rested. Lin Shiqing stretched and clapped her hands. Time's up. Let's head back. Su Zhe groaned dramatically, burying his face in the pillow. I'm exhausted. I need a kiss to recharge. Lin Shiqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. Is that supposed to be some kind of magic cure? Not just any kiss. Yours. He grinned, peeking at her from under the covers. With a sigh, Lin Shiqing leaned over and planted a quick, light kiss on his cheek. Happy now? Su Zhe's grin widened. Perfect. Minutes later, they were downstairs. Su Zhe bought a black umbrella from the front desk, holding it over Lin Shiqing as they stepped into the morning light. Not bad having someone to carry the umbrella for me, Lin Shiqing teased. This is just the beginning, Su Zhe shot back playfully. Their laughter echoed softly as they strolled back to the Lin family villa. Despite the simplicity of the moment, the warmth between them was unmistakable. Su Zhe couldn't help but reflect on how much Lin Shiqing had changed since they'd first met. Gone was the aloof, cold young woman. In her place stood someone vibrant and full of life, a companion who teased and joked with him without hesitation. When they arrived, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were seated in the dining room, casually sipping from crystal goblets filled with crimson liquid. You're finally back, Lin Xiaohua remarked, his tone neutral as he glanced at Lin Shiqing. It rained all night, so we stayed out, Lin Shiqing replied. She fought to suppress the memory of walking in on her parents' intimate moment the previous evening. I've decided not to oppose your relationship anymore, Lin Xiaohua said calmly, his eyes shifting to Su Zhe. But remember, this is your choice. You'll have to take responsibility for it. Lin Shiqing's jaw dropped in surprise. Really? You're okay with us? Her father's earlier disapproval had been unyielding. This sudden change was nothing short of miraculous. In truth, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had discussed the matter at length the night before. Life, even for vampires, was fleeting in its own way. Why impose unnecessary restrictions on their daughter's happiness? Yes, Lin Xiaohua affirmed, his gaze steady. But Su Zhe, he leaned forward, his voice taking on a sharper edge. If I find out you've mistreated her, I won't hesitate to make you pay. I would never, Su Zhe replied earnestly. I'll do everything to make her happy. Good, Lin Xiaohua said. If you need financial support, just let me know. As long as it doesn't exceed 10 million a month, you're free to use it as you see fit. Money is the least of our concerns. Lin Shiqing's face lit up. Dad, you're the best. She hugged his arm affectionately. Thank your mother, Lin Xiaohua said, his expression softening. She's the one who convinced me. Lin Shiqing turned to Lin Wen. Mom, thank you. Lin Vin sighed. You're so willful. Just remember, this was your choice. Don't come crying to us if you regret it. Lin Shiqing glanced at Su Zhe, her expression serious but tender. Did you hear that? No regrets. Of course not, Su Zhe assured her, his voice filled with sincerity. For him, being with Lin Shiqing was more than enough. She wasn't just his partner. She was someone who understood him in ways no one else could. Starting today, you'll be learning combat skills from me, Lin Xiaohua announced. As a blood servant, your physical strength has limits, but proper training will make a difference. Su Zhe's eyes lit up. Training under a Baron-level vampire? This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. His raw strength had carried him so far, but without skill, he'd always be vulnerable in a true battle. Thank you, Uncle, Su Zhe said gratefully. Lin Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. Uncle? Is that what you're calling me now? Su Zhe hesitated, then ventured tentatively. Dad? Lin Xiaohua nodded, his expression unreadable. Much better. Su Zhe felt a surge of mixed emotions. It had taken just over a month to go from stranger to being welcomed into the family. And now, he had a father-in-law who commanded respect and fear in equal measure. So this is what it feels like to level up in life, Su Zhe thought with a wry grin. Chapter 78, A Taste of Experimentation. The following days passed quietly, with Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing sticking to their usual routine of skipping classes and spending their time together. Their focus remained on waiting for the cool-down period of Lin Shiqing's blood-sucking ability to end. The prospect of her gaining another lottery draw piqued their interest, although they both knew the incremental improvements had grown almost negligible. Su Zhe couldn't help but wonder if things might change after Lin Shiqing advanced to the rank of Baron. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaohua had to leave temporarily due to pressing matters with his clan. His planned combat training sessions with Su Zhe were postponed, though he assured them he'd return in 3 days. During his absence, Lin Wen took over Su Zhe's training. Despite not being as formidable as Lin Xiaohua, Lin Wen, a 9th-level vampire with nearly 500 years of experience, still had plenty to teach. The lessons focused less on traditional combat skills and more on the unique abilities of vampires, blood magic, and evasive techniques. Su Zhe quickly discovered that fighting as a vampire was less about brute strength and more about prediction and reaction. Like playing a strategy game, each spell came with a tell or preparatory motion, a forward movement that could clue an opponent into what was coming next. The primary offensive spells, such as the Blood Energy Ball, Blood Flame, and Blood Beam, required varying degrees of blood energy manipulation. Though straightforward to learn, they demanded precision and timing to master. Despite his novice status, Su Zhe's mental agility, aided by his unusually high attribute points, put him ahead of Lin Shiqing in reaction speed. This realization surprised them both and hinted at his potential to bridge the gap between their levels. His only lingering concern was his defense. Would Lin Shiqing still be able to draw blood if his defense stats became too high? He needn't have worried. He soon learned that a vampire could adjust their body's toughness at will. Relaxing completely allowed for easy penetration of his skin, while tensing up made it almost impenetrable. It's like the legendary Golden Bell technique, he mused to himself, though he avoided sharing the thought out loud to prevent being mocked for reading too many wuxia novels. With this newfound knowledge, Su Zhe became curious about an unconventional idea. What if he bled himself in human form, then drank his own blood as a vampire? Would it have the same effect on his strength as when Lin Shiqing consumed blood? The notion was absurd yet intriguing enough to test. The opportunity arose one morning when Lin Wen was still asleep, and Yi Hui and Bai Ying were out. The villa was quiet, leaving Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing alone. He shared his plan with Lin Shiqing, who reacted with a mix of disbelief and concern. "Are you out of your mind?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why would you want to bleed yourself?" "For science," Su Zhe replied with a smirk. "And maybe a bit of fun." Lin Shiqing sighed, but agreed to help. She retrieved a goblet from the kitchen and stood ready with a knife. But as she held the blade, hesitation gripped her. "I'm not a doctor," she muttered. "What if I cut too deep?" "Come on, it's just a small cut," Su Zhe reassured her. "If it goes wrong, you can heal me, right?" Still unconvinced, Lin Shiqing handed him the knife. "Fine, do it yourself. But if you pass out, I'm breaking down that door." In the bathroom, Su Zhe stared at his reflection in the mirror, knife in hand. With a quick motion, he made a shallow cut on his neck, just enough to open a vein. Blood trickled steadily into the goblet he had placed on the sink. The sensation was oddly mundane, more like a mosquito bite than the dramatic pain he'd imagined. Yet, as he watched the crimson liquid pool in the glass, a sense of exhilaration bubbled within him. When the goblet was nearly full, Su Zhe transformed back into his vampire form. The wound on his neck sealed instantly, leaving no trace of the incision. With a glass of blood in hand, he stepped out to meet Lin Shiqing, who looked at him with a mix of exasperation and curiosity. "Your clothes are stained," she remarked, pointing at the blood smears. "I'll wash them for you later." "You? Wash clothes?" Su Zhe raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. "Since when does a young lady like you do laundry?" Lin Shiqing huffed. "Why not? Don't underestimate me. Just wait. I'll prove I can do it." Su Zhe chuckled. "I wasn't doubting you, Miss Perfect. If anything, I'm thrilled my wife is willing to do my laundry." "Good. You'd better be grateful," Lin Shiqing replied, crossing her arms with a satisfied smirk. Sitting down with the goblet, Su Zhe stared at the blood, its rich color glinting under the light. He hesitated for a moment before taking a cautious sip. Warmth spread through him instantly, followed by a surge of energy. His senses sharpened, and his body hummed with power. Though the effects were subtle, they were undeniably there. "Well?" Lin Shiqing asked, leaning forward. Su Zhe smiled, licking a trace of blood from his lips. "It works. This might actually be a game changer." Lin Shiqing shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "You're insane, but I guess that's why I like you." And with that, Su Zhe's unorthodox experiment marked yet another step in his unconventional journey. Chapter 79. Only fresh blood counts. Laundry could wait. Su Zhe had more pressing matters, testing whether drinking his own blood could enhance his strength. He brought the tall glass of blood to eye level and frowned. "Qingbao, does this blood look a bit cloudy to you?" Qingbao was Su Zhe's new nickname for Lin Shiqing. At first, she found it cringe-worthy, but over time, she had come to accept it. Now, she simply sighed and leaned over to inspect the glass. "Let me see," she said, taking the glass from him. The crimson liquid glinted in the light, but was marred by faint impurities. "It is cloudy," Lin Shiqing confirmed, frowning. "And the impurities seem to be increasing over time. Could it be that exposure to air degrades the blood?" Su Zhe's eyes lit up. "That's possible. Usually, when you drink my blood, it's fresh direct from the source. This is the first time we've let it sit out." Lin Shiqing nodded thoughtfully. "And the taste? I can feel it declining, like the blood is losing its vitality." "Then I'd better drink it fast," Su Zhe decided. Without hesitation, he downed the glass in one gulp. The blood was still warm, and as it flowed down his throat, Su Zhe felt a familiar surge of power. But the effect was muted, like a faint echo of the strength he usually felt when Lin Shiqing fed directly. Still, it gave him an idea. What if I bled myself in human form and then consumed it in vampire form? Couldn't that create a kind of perpetual motion machine? Lin Shiqing raised an eyebrow. "That's ambitious, but wouldn't it strain your body?" Su Zhe nodded. "True. Plus, like you, my vampire form can only digest a limited amount at a time, 500 or 600 milliliters every 3 days. Overdoing it would be counterproductive." He took a moment to reflect on another oddity of his transformation. Injuries in one form disappear when I shift to the other. It's like having a reset button. But if both forms are injured, he trailed off, unwilling to voice the grim conclusion. "How does it feel to drink your own blood?" Lin Shiqing asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "It's strange," Su Zhe admitted. "The blood works, but it's less effective than fresh blood. I think the vitality diminishes the moment it's exposed to air. So, to sum up, my blood can only be consumed directly. Storing it is useless." Lin Shiqing sighed. "That's a shame. I thought you might have found a shortcut." Su Zhe shrugged. "It's fine. I've got enough opportunities to grow stronger. One failed idea isn't the end of the world." Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled with determination. "That's the spirit. Some ancient texts mentioned that high-quality blood essence loses its potency when exposed to air. It seems this applies to your unique blood as well." Her insight resonated with Su Zhe. "That makes sense. Thanks, Qingbao. By the way, now that the experiment's done, I need to change out of these blood-stained clothes." Lin Shiqing beamed. "Let me wash them. This will be my first time doing laundry for you." Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. "You don't need to hand wash them. Just throw them in the washing machine." Lin Shiqing shook her head. "No way. I saw a video last night that said hand-washing your boyfriend's clothes is a must for girlfriends. It's a rule to show your love." Su Zhe's face darkened. "Wait, what kind of video was this?" Lin Shiqing pulled out her phone and showed him a short clip. The content was appalling. "Girls should abide by traditional virtues. Always agree with your husband, hand wash his clothes, and never talk back. This is how you prove your love." Su Zhe's jaw dropped. This is outdated, sexist nonsense. Qingbao, please don't take this seriously. Men and women are equals. We don't need these feudal practices. Lin Shiqing blinked, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Oh, I thought it was a human custom. I didn't realize it was nonsense. Su Zhe softened. If you really want to help, just use the washing machine. It's faster and easier. The time we save can be spent together, talking, playing games, or just relaxing. Her eyes lit up. Really? Su Zhe chuckled. Of course. Why make life harder for yourself? Lin Shiqing nodded, a wide smile spreading across her face. In that moment, Su Zhe realized just how much she still had to learn about blending their worlds. And he found himself looking forward to guiding her every step of the way. Chapter 70, Blood Purity Ascends. The chaos of the short video platforms annoyed Su Zhe. Poorly regulated and inundated with misleading information, these platforms allowed harmful ideas to spread unchecked. Scrolling through his phone, Su Zhe came across a video promoting toxic relationship dynamics. It preached that men should pamper their partners, buy expensive gifts, and shoulder all responsibilities while women remained passive. Enraged, Su Zhe promptly reported the video. How many people have fallen for such nonsense? He muttered. The growing tide of gender antagonism in modern discourse troubled him. True partnership, he believed, thrived on balance, each supporting the other. Neither party should bear the entire burden nor feel entitled to perpetual indulgence. Lin Shiqing, sitting nearby, was lost in thought. This is my first relationship, she confessed. I thought showing love meant washing your clothes by hand. Su Zhe blinked, unsure whether to laugh or be touched by her innocence. It's sweet, but don't stress over it, he reassured her. In the following days, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing focused their energy on training. The Lin family villa's basement had been converted into a spacious training ground where Su Zhe practiced manipulating blood energy. Hours of repetition, drawing, shaping, and directing the energy had transformed him from a novice into someone capable of executing basic attacks. Blood energy could be molded in various forms: spheres for energy blasts, beams for concentrated attacks, and flames for wide-range damage. Su Zhe managed to release a stream of blood flames from his palm with a dramatic flourish, followed by a well-formed energy ball. Though satisfied with his progress, repeated training drained his reserves. By late afternoon, his blood energy had bottomed out. As recovery took time, he shifted his focus to another opportunity: Lin Shiqing's blood draw. Having fully digested the previous session's blood, she was ready for another draw, an act that also meant a new lottery chance for Su Zhe. This time, Su Zhe was determined to improve his luck. Music, he theorized, might help set the right mood. In the cozy ambience of their bedroom, Su Zhe stretched out on the bed, ready for the familiar ritual. Lin Shiqing approached, casual yet elegant in a loose t-shirt. As she leaned in, her movements were precise and practiced, a reflection of their growing familiarity with the process. She drew 500 milliliters of blood with ease. Ding! Congratulations! Mission complete. All attributes +1. A new lottery draw is available. Lin Shiqing sat back, her cheeks flushed as blood energy surged through her veins. The change this time was intense, far more potent than before. Are you okay? Su Zhe asked, noticing her trembling. Lin Shiqing clutched her chest, her breath coming in ragged bursts. It hurts so much, she admitted, her voice shaking. Her body radiated heat, a stark contrast to the natural chill of vampires. Her crimson pupils glowed faintly as she gripped Su Zhe's arms, her nails digging into his back. Despite the pain, Su Zhe remained calm, holding her close. It's okay. I'm here, he whispered. The transformation was grueling, but Su Zhe knew it was a necessary price for growth. It reminded him of the excruciating pain he endured when his attribute points surged. Evolution always demanded a sacrifice. Lin Shiqing's agony persisted for 30 minutes before subsiding. Her breathing steadied, and a newfound clarity lit her eyes. I can't believe it, she exclaimed. My blood purity. It's ascended to the 12th generation. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. 12th generation? That's amazing. Among vampires, blood purity followed a hierarchical structure from the 1st to the 13th generation. Each successive generation represented a dilution of the original bloodline strength. For Lin Shiqing, whose parents were 12th generation vampires, her prior purity placed her at the peak of the 13th generation. Now, after weeks of drinking Su Zhe's blood, she had crossed that boundary. If my blood purity was a puddle before, Lin Shiqing explained, it's now a small pond. Her voice brimmed with excitement. This changes everything. My chances of breaking through to Baron have skyrocketed. Su Zhe chuckled. Looks like my blood's quality has improved a lot recently. No wonder your reaction was so intense this time. Lin Shiqing nodded, her expression a mix of awe and gratitude. Your blood didn't just sustain me, it transformed me. As they shared the moment, Su Zhe suddenly winced. A sharp pain shot through his back, and he groaned involuntarily. Lin Shiqing's eyes widened. What's wrong? It's nothing, Su Zhe replied, waving her off. Just some scratches from earlier. I'll heal them with blood energy. Let me see, Lin Shiqing insisted, her tone firm. It's really no big deal, Su Zhe protested. Turn around now, she demanded, guilt evident in her voice. Reluctantly, Su Zhe obeyed, revealing a series of shallow scratches across his back. Lin Shiqing's nails had drawn blood during her earlier outburst. Lin Shiqing's eyes filled with guilt. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Su Zhe smiled. It's fine. I'll heal in no time. But Lin Shiqing wasn't satisfied. She gently placed her hand on his back, channeling her blood energy to aid his healing. As warmth spread through his wounds, Su Zhe felt a sense of peace. Thank you, he said softly. Lin Shiqing leaned her head against his shoulder. Thank you, Su Zhe, for everything. Chapter 81. Swallowing of Blood. Su Zhe's blood energy had begun mending the wounds on his back, but full recovery would take more time. He turned around, exposing his injured back to Lin Shiqing. The red stains on his clothes were stark against the fabric. Lin Shiqing, distressed, hesitated before gently lifting his shirt, revealing the deep wounds beneath. Her hand flew to her mouth in shock, eyes widening at the long scars crisscrossing his back. What kind of pain did you endure just now? She whispered, trembling. Under the influence of his blood energy, the wounds began to close, healing visibly. You see? It'll be fine soon, Su Zhe said calmly, his voice steady despite the lingering pain. Lin Shiqing's guilt surged. When I held you down earlier, you should have pushed me away. Her voice was tinged with both regret and frustration. Raising her right hand, she summoned blood-red energy that shimmered like a flame against her pale skin. Carefully, she directed it towards Su Zhe's back, helping to mend the injuries. Together, their combined effort accelerated the healing process. The deep wounds faded, leaving only faint scars. It's lucky I don't keep my nails long, Lin Shiqing murmured with a sigh. Otherwise, it would have been so much worse. Are you feeling better now? She asked softly. It's healed. Honestly, even without your help, it wouldn't have taken long to recover. Su Zhe's tone was reassuring, but Lin Shiqing shook her head. The wound itself doesn't matter. It's the pain. And that's all my fault, she said, her guilt deepening. Su Zhe chuckled. Pain is part of life, isn't it? If we're both hurting, let's endure it together. We're family after all, and someday, when we're old and frail, we'll even lie side by side in the same coffin. Lin Shiqing rolled her eyes, lightly smacking his arm. Nonsense. Who wants to share a coffin with you? Stop talking about such unlucky things. Despite her scolding, a smile tugged at her lips. Su Zhe grinned and pulled her into an embrace. Her body was soft and warm, and her presence soothed him. See? It's all over now. Your bloodline has improved, and I earn another chance at the lottery. It's a win-win for both of us. Lin Shiqing relaxed in his arms, resting her head on his shoulder. You're right. It's all over, she murmured, her voice carrying relief. After a moment, she asked, By the way, have you used your lottery draw yet? Not yet. I was too focused on your advancement earlier, Su Zhe replied. Now's a good time to try. Then let's do it, Lin Shiqing exclaimed, sitting up eagerly. Clasping her hands together, she closed her eyes and began whispering a hopeful prayer. Please let Zhibao get something amazing. Hearing her use the nickname Zhibao, Su Zhe chuckled, amused. This woman could be too adorable sometimes. Did you know I have a secret ritual for lottery draws? He said, teasingly. Lin Shiqing tilted her head, curious. What kind of ritual? Su Zhe grinned, pulling out his phone. With a few taps, a festive tune filled the air. What's this? Lin Shiqing blinked, recognizing the cheerful melody. This is Good Luck Comes. It's a must-play song for anyone drawing lotteries in mobile games. True believers swear by its power, Su Zhe explained with mock seriousness. Lin Shiqing laughed. I used to play a lot of those games too, last year actually, but I never used this song. Ah, then you were missing out. No wonder your luck wasn't great, Su Zhe joked. Lin Shiqing shrugged. Luck wasn't a problem. If I wanted something, I just recharge until I got it. Su Zhe froze. Wait, are you telling me you just paid your way through? Of course. Why waste time hoping when you can just buy what you want? She replied matter-of-factly. Su Zhe sighed, shaking his head. Rich people's gaming habits are on a whole other level. Ignoring his banter, Lin Shiqing smiled. So, are you going to draw now? Let's do it. With the festive tune playing in the background, Su Zhe tapped the button. A flash of golden light filled the screen. Golden glow. That's a good sign, he exclaimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Blood devouring. Excited, Su Zhe clicked the details panel. Blood devouring. Absorb the blood essence of other vampires with a 50% efficiency rate, retaining all power without loss. The purer the blood essence, the greater the enhancement to the user's strength, which is converted into attribute points. Su Zhe's eyes sparkled. This skill was extraordinary, an efficient way to grow stronger while conserving resources. He glanced at his stats. Host Su Zhe. Power, 122. Spirit, 124. Speed, 123. Defense, 120. Skills, Time Stop, Elementary, Vampire Transformation, Blood Devouring. Not bad, Su Zhe murmured, admiring the new addition to his core skills. This skill seems powerful, Lin Shiqing said after he explained it to her. With it, you can absorb other vampires' essence without waste, which should boost your strength significantly. Su Zhe nodded but felt a pang of frustration. The problem is, as third-level vampires, we're still too weak. Even with this skill, we'll need to train harder to match the Western vampires. Lin Shiqing placed a reassuring hand on his arm. One step at a time, Zhibao. You'll get there. Her words steadied him. Su Zhe clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. If they wanted to clear the name of Eastern vampires, they had to become strong enough to stand at the pinnacle. Chapter 82. The Free and Easy White Cherry Blossoms. Su Zhe had made a firm decision. Only Lin Shiqing could know about the system. He would never reveal its existence to anyone else. Previously, he had reassured Lin Shiqing because her role as a key participant in the system's tasks made her a direct beneficiary. The system's existence would ultimately bring her great advantages. The system had a clear requirement. Lin Shiqing was its designated task partner. Without her trust, Su Zhe couldn't continue. Honesty was non-negotiable if he hoped to maintain their relationship and keep moving forward. When the two Western vampires attacked, Su Zhe had no choice but to use the time stop ability. Without explaining the system, there would be no logical way to justify the skill's existence. Lin Shiqing's trust was vital to achieving his goals. Over time, their relationship had deepened, becoming a blend of reliance and something more. Su Zhe believed that confiding in her about the system was the right decision. However, the recent enhancement of Lin Shiqing's blood purity posed a potential threat. If other vampires, or worse, her parents, discovered this, it would lead to endless trouble. For now, suppressing the fluctuations in her blood energy was the simplest solution. Both Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing were still in the early stages of their growth. Without the power to protect themselves, they had to proceed cautiously. But Su Zhe was determined. "Qingbao," he said seriously, using his affectionate nickname for her, "you must hide your bloodline. If others discover it, we'll face unending danger." Lin Shiqing nodded. As a literature major, she understood the idiom. A man's wealth is his ruin by causing others greed. She smiled reassuringly. "I understand. Don't worry." Su Zhe trusted her more than anyone. It wasn't that he doubted his family, but the truth of their current situation would be too much for them to handle. "When we're stronger, we'll hunt the Western vampires and uncover the truth," Su Zhe said solemnly. "My strength will grow faster that way." Lin Shiqing raised a hand to emphasize her point. "Promise me you'll prioritize your safety above all else. Don't act recklessly." Su Zhe chuckled. "Of course. I'm not that impulsive." At the Lin Group building, Yihui scanned the report in his hands while Zhou Xueming, his assistant, stood nearby, stealing glances at him. "Why does Mr. Yi seem so irritable today?" she wondered. Not long ago, Yihui had been spending a lot of time with Bai Ying, but now he seemed distant. He used to send Zhou Xueming to deliver documents to Bai Ying, but lately, he'd been handling everything himself. Did they have a falling out? Zhou Xueming tapped the folder in her hands, her pale fingers drumming rhythmically, until Yihui finally looked up. "This plan is detailed enough. Let's move forward with it," Yihui said coolly. "Understood, Mr. Yi," Zhou Xueming replied. At that moment, Bai Ying strode into the office, her steps quick and confident. "Yihui, I need to talk to you," she announced. Recognizing the situation, Zhou Xueming smiled tactfully. "I'll leave you two to it." She exited the room and closed the door behind her. Yihui looked at Bai Ying expectantly. "What is it?" "I'm here to say goodbye. I'm returning to my clan," Bai Ying said lightly. Yihui raised an eyebrow. "Really? I didn't think you'd leave so suddenly." Bai Ying laughed. "You rejected me. Why would I stay? Does the clan head know? Did he approve?" "Of course. I told him we couldn't work out, and he let me go," Bai Ying said with a small smile. "Well, leaving might be best," Yihui replied, his tone neutral. Their values had never aligned. For Bai Ying, intimacy was a casual indulgence. For Yihui, it was sacred, reserved for someone he truly loved. Their differences made their relationship untenable. Before leaving, Bai Ying added, "The clan had wanted me to stay, but I refused. Treat what happened between us as nothing more than a dream." Yihui frowned. "Don't you feel empty chasing nothing but physical thrills?" Bai Ying grinned. "We're different, Yihui. You won't change me, and I won't change you. It's that simple." With that, she left, her figure radiating a carefree aura. There would be no future meetings, no shared stories. Just as Bai Ying reached the door, she turned back. "If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me." "Oh, and your assistant, Zhou Xueming, she likes you. Either let her down gently or give her a chance. The choice is yours. By the way, this whole thing feels like a love triangle, doesn't it?" Bai Ying's laughter echoed as she disappeared. Yihui sat in silence for a long moment before her words sank in. Could Zhou Xueming really have feelings for me? He thought. Shortly after, Yi Hui's phone buzzed. It was Lin Xiaohua. "Yihui, I heard Bai Ying left. Is that true?" "Yes, she just left," Yihui replied. Lin Xiaohua chuckled. "No worries. Our clan has many beautiful blood servants. I'll find you another match." Yihui quickly protested. "Please, Patriarch, there's no need to rush. I'd like to take my time before considering someone else. Blind dates are like this. It's normal not to get it right the first time, Lin Xiaohua replied jovially. Still, Yi Hui insisted. Let's revisit this later. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I need a break. After a pause, Lin Xiaohua relented. Fine. We'll talk more when I return in a couple of days. Thank you, Patriarch. Hanging up, Yi Hui leaned back in his chair, exhaustion washing over him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd truly rested. Closing his eyes, he let sleep take him, the weight of his responsibilities momentarily forgotten. Chapter 83. The Painful Chocolate Cake Attempt. First, beat an egg in a bowl. Add some fine sugar and start mixing. Then slowly add in some low-fat flour and cocoa powder, continuing to mix thoroughly. Su Zhe narrated his steps aloud, his hands working steadily. He was making a chocolate cake. Earlier, when Lin Shiqing advanced in her bloodline abilities, he promised her a chocolate cake to celebrate. Now, he had no choice but to deliver on that promise, even though he had no idea how to bake one. All the instructions he was following came from a quick online search. He was aware that any mistake could ruin the cake. With no prior baking experience, Su Zhe was exceptionally cautious, methodically following each step as if it were a delicate operation. In the adjacent room, Lin Shiqing eagerly awaited the outcome. How's it going in there? Su Zhe had kept her from entering the kitchen, and she found it both amusing and suspicious. She wondered if he was up to some trickery. After all, Su Zhe had boasted that he was skilled at baking. In truth, he didn't want Lin Shiqing to see him looking up baking tutorials, as it would ruin the expert image he had tried to maintain. It's almost done. Just give me a little more time, Su Zhe called out, his voice betraying his nervousness. As he placed the cake batter into the oven, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. This was his first attempt, and he hoped it wouldn't end in disaster. He set the timer for an hour and stepped out of the kitchen. Why so secretive? Lin Shiqing teased, slightly annoyed. You won't even let me take a peek. Su Zhe grinned sheepishly. I just do better when I'm alone. An hour later, Su Zhe returned to the kitchen and retrieved the cake from the oven. To his relief, it had risen and looked quite good. He garnished it with a drizzle of chocolate sauce and a few cherries, creating a visually appealing dessert. Despite his distaste for sweets, Su Zhe had learned that Lin Shiqing adored them because they made her happy. She once explained, citing scientific studies, that sweet foods could boost hormones like dopamine, which made people feel joy and excitement. Though skeptical, Su Zhe had to admit that her enthusiasm was infectious. When Su Zhe brought the cake to the table, Lin Shiqing clapped her hands in delight. It looks amazing. I hope it tastes as good as it looks. Trust me, it'll be great, Su Zhe assured her confidently. However, as Lin Shiqing took a bite, her face contorted in pain. The excessive cocoa powder made the cake unbearably bitter. Su Zhe, this is awful. Are you trying to poison me? She exclaimed, reaching for a glass of water. Su Zhe panicked, quickly handing her water. After several rinses, Lin Shiqing regained her composure, though her trust in his baking skills had clearly diminished. I think I've been too trusting, she said with a wry smile, biting into another piece as if daring him to do better next time. Feeling apologetic, Su Zhe promised, I'll practice more. I swear it'll be better next time. I'll make you taste it first next time, just to be safe, Lin Shiqing declared, still recovering from the bitter experience. I did wonder why the batter looked so dark, she added, shaking her head at the memory of the overly bitter taste. She suspected she might lose her love for chocolate cake after this. Su Zhe sighed. I'll get it right eventually. The following morning, Lin Shiqing suggested they visit Su Hongmei, the elderly woman who made sweet-scented osmanthus cakes and was also Su Zhe's landlord. I remembered the osmanthus cake buried in the old villa's ruins. I want to have it again. Let's go find Grandma Su, Lin Shiqing proposed. Su Zhe nodded. Sure, it's been a while since we visited her. As the National Day holiday approached, many of their friends shared travel plans, but Su Zhe wasn't inclined to join in. His primary concern was protecting Lin Shiqing from the lurking threat of Western vampires, which had infiltrated the region. Despite his desire to travel and enjoy time with her, safety came first. Lin Shiqing borrowed her mother's red Maserati Ghibli for their outing. Lin Wan, her mother, had grown fond of Su Zhe, appreciating his genuine care for her daughter. Before leaving, Lin Shiqing tenderly spoke to Xiaofan, a small spider she kept as a pet. "I'll be back soon. Be good, okay?" Su Zhe watched, amused at how the spider seemed to understand her. He wondered if giving Xiaofan a taste of his blood would enhance its abilities. The idea intrigued him, hinting at the possibilities of strengthening their bond even further. Chapter 84. Lin Shiqing's driving skills. The roaring wind outside the car windows jolted Su Zhe back to reality. He glanced at the speedometer and instantly tensed up. Lin Shiqing was at it again, racing. On the Ring Expressway, the needle had shot past 200 kilometers per hour. "Good grief, miss. The speed limit here is 100. You're doubling that like it's nothing. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Su Zhe had always known Lin Shiqing had a penchant for speed. Back in the neon-lit days of their youth, she had raced the spoiled rich kids who pestered her, reaching speeds that bordered on insanity, nearly 300 kilometers per hour. It wasn't just driving, it was practically flying. Although her skills behind the wheel were undeniable, Su Zhe couldn't shake the creeping unease as the car weaved through traffic, overtaking vehicle after vehicle in quick, calculated bursts. "You're saying I should go faster?" Lin Shiqing teased, her mischievous grin widening. "Wait, that's not what I—" Before he could finish, her foot slammed on the accelerator, and the car surged forward, the world outside blurring into a dizzying streak of colors. Su Zhe groaned in resignation, watching the scenery zip past at an alarming rate. Despite his concerns, he knew one thing. Even if there was a crash, neither of them would likely die. Their vampiric regeneration and resilience had long surpassed human limits. At worst, they'd lose the car. The Maserati eventually reached its top speed of 260 kilometers per hour, refusing to go any faster. Lin Shiqing sighed in mild disappointment. "Looks like it's time to invest in a better car. This one doesn't quite cut it." Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Her casual remark sparked a fleeting thought. Maybe he should try driving a sports car someday. It could be fun, though he'd have to think about it later. Fortunately, Lin Shiqing wasn't reckless. After exiting the expressway, she gradually eased off the gas, bringing them back to safer speeds. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a quiet courtyard community near the city's steel factory. Su Zhe immediately recognized the familiar surroundings. This was where Su Hongmei, his college landlady, lived. Memories of those 2 years came flooding back. As they walked toward the gate, Su Zhe greeted the elderly residents gathered outside. "Grandpa Ali, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Zhang, it's been a while." Lin Shiqing, holding onto his arm, became an instant focal point. Her presence didn't just catch attention, it turned heads. "Xiao Su, long time no see. You haven't aged a day, kid. If anything, you're looking younger." "He's got that youthful energy, doesn't he?" Their smiles quickly shifted to Lin Shiqing. Judging by her confident posture and her grip on Su Zhe's arm, assumptions flew. "This must be his girlfriend," whispered one. "She's driving that luxury car from before, isn't she?" "Lucky boy," murmured another. Lin Shiqing maintained her composure, offering a polite smile. She had changed over time, shedding some of her cold demeanor for a softer, more approachable attitude. As they walked away, the elders erupted into quiet chatter behind them. "Did you see that? She actually smiled. I always thought she had a frozen face, but that smile. She's stunning." Far ahead, Lin Shiqing's lips twitched. Enhanced vampiric senses meant she heard every word, loud and clear. Su Zhe chuckled. "Facial paralysis, huh? Is there something I don't know about?" Her eyes narrowed into a sharp glare before she playfully jabbed him with her fist. "Do you have a death wish?" "Easy, easy." Su Zhe laughed, raising his hands in mock surrender. "But seriously, they're right. You look amazing when you smile. You should do it more often." Lin Shiqing snorted. "If you stop annoying me, I'll think about it. But cross me. and we'll see who's smiling then. They shared a laugh as they climbed the stairs to Su Hongmei's apartment. When the door opened, a warm, familiar voice greeted them. "Xiao Su," Su Hongmei exclaimed, her eyes lighting up before landing on Lin Shiqing. "And your classmate." "No, wait. You're not just classmates anymore, are you?" Su Zhe beamed. "You're right, Grandma Su. This is my girlfriend, Lin Shiqing." Shiqing, what a lovely name. Inside the modest apartment, the comforting aroma of sweet-scented osmanthus cakes filled the air. Lin Shiqing's eyes lit up as she spotted the treats on the table. "You mentioned liking them last time, so I made another batch. Take some with you when you leave," Su Hongmei said warmly. Lin Shiqing's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Grandma Su. But wasn't it a lot of trouble to make these?" Su Hongmei waved her hand dismissively. "It keeps me busy. Besides, it's worth it to see you smile." For the next 2 hours, the three of them sat together, chatting and reminiscing. Su Hongmei's laughter filled the room as she teased the couple. "Xiao Su, you're lucky to have found such a beautiful, kind-hearted girl." "Of course," Su Zhe said with mock arrogance, earning a sharp pinch from Lin Shiqing. Despite the pain, he couldn't help but smile. As they prepared to leave, Su Hongmei stood at the door, her eyes filled with reluctant affection. "Come visit again soon, okay? And study hard. You're the future of this country." Her simple, heartfelt words touched both of them. They promised to return, waving goodbye as they stepped out into the cool evening air. Chapter 85. The White-Haired Elegance. "The movie was awful," someone grumbled. "Agreed, that plot was embarrassing," another chimed in. "Next time, we should check reviews before deciding," a third remarked. 6 friends strolled out of the theater, their eclectic group drawing glances from passers-by. Among them were 2 boys, one tall and lanky, the other short and stocky, and 4 distinctly different girls. A charming Lolita, a bookish girl in glasses, a stylish Korean model trainee, and a composed yet cold beauty. The boys, meanwhile, were the subject of jealousy, especially as boyfriends yanked their wandering gazes back to their own partners. The Lolita was none other than Yi Shinner, dressed in a playful Lolita-style outfit that complemented her innocent, round eyes and soft, baby-fat cheeks. Beside her was Gu Shuyi, the bespectacled intellectual whose outwardly reserved demeanor masked a spirited, fandom-obsessed soul. Then there was Chui Xiaoxi, a budding Korean trainee with a penchant for fashion. Her cropped t-shirt and denim shorts showcased her toned physique, exuding confidence. Finally, there was Lin Shiqing, a striking woman with an icy aura. Clad in sleek black, her sharp features and dignified posture made her presence magnetic. She clung to Su Zhe's arm, her cool demeanor softened by her affection for him. Zhang Zilin, the shorter boy, held Gu Shuyi's hand with an air of triumph. His contentment made nearby onlookers seethe with envy. The group had left the theater midway through a disappointing comedy. Now they debated their next move. "Shinner, we're all paired up here. When are you going to introduce us to your boyfriend?" Chui Xiaoxi teased with a mischievous grin. Yi Shinner blinked, caught off guard. "He's busy." "No one's too busy for their girlfriend," Chui Xiaoxi countered. Yi Shinner fumbled for an explanation. "Well, maybe next time. Besides, isn't it better that I'm here to keep you company? Otherwise, you'd be the only one without a partner." The group erupted into laughter. "What should we do next?" Lin Shiqing asked, glancing at Su Zhe. Su Zhe smiled, recalling her wish to dye her hair. "Why not go to the salon? You mentioned wanting to try a new color." Lin Shiqing hesitated, but Yi Shinner and Chui Xiaoxi were immediately enthusiastic. "Yes, you'd look amazing with a new style," Yi Shinner encouraged. "Totally. With your looks, you can pull off anything," added Chui Xiaoxi. After some persuasion, Lin Shiqing relented. "All right, let's do it." The group headed to a luxurious salon in Shengling Plaza, the city's busiest shopping center. The establishment's sleek decor and bustling atmosphere were a testament to its popularity. "Ms. Lin, welcome back," The manager greeted as they entered, ushering Lin Shiqing to the VIP section. Customers waiting their turn looked on enviously, but knew better than to protest. Lin Shiqing browsed through an array of hair colors with Heather, the salon's top stylist. The options were dazzling, from soft platinum to subtle ash tones. After much deliberation, she chose champagne gray, a refined hue with a silvery undertone that promised sophistication. Su Zhe and the others unanimously approved the choice. As Lin Shiqing settled into the stylist's chair, Su Zhe sat nearby, imagining the transformation. My girlfriend's about to become a white-haired goddess, he thought with a grin. Indeed, Lin Shiqing's poised beauty combined with the ethereal new hair color would make her presence even more striking. A simple change, yet one that felt monumental. This was the start of something fresh, an emblem of their shared journey forward. Chapter 86. Leave it to me to wash your hair. From now on, Heather's reputation as a top-tier hair colorist was well-earned. In the entire brown hair salon, her skills were unmatched, and she held a prominent position. At this moment, she was preparing to wash Lin Shiqing's hair. Heather, a striking Chinese-English mix, had defined features that gave her a distinctly European look. Her medium-length wavy hair added an artistic flair to her appearance. As the warm water cascaded over Lin Shiqing's head, Heather reached out, ready to start, but Lin Shiqing stopped her. Su Zhe, come here and wash my hair, she said, her voice firm yet playful. Su Zhe blinked in surprise. Me? But I'm not a professional. Washing hair doesn't require professional skills. Just do it the way you wash your own. Lin Shiqing replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Heather stepped back with a smile. Go ahead. Your girlfriend's beautiful. Thank you, Su Zhe replied with a polite smile before taking the showerhead from Heather. Despite Heather's appealing looks, Lin Shiqing still far outshone her in his eyes. Standing beside Lin Shiqing, Su Zhe looked down at her. This vantage point offered a different perspective. Even from this angle, Lin Shiqing was stunning, flawless in every way. He found himself momentarily mesmerized. What are you staring at? Get on with it, Lin Shiqing urged, feeling self-conscious under his gaze. Snapping out of his daze, Su Zhe nodded. Right. Sorry. He adjusted the showerhead's temperature, testing it with his hand before gently pouring water over her hair. Is this temperature okay? It's fine, Lin Shiqing murmured, her eyes closing as she reclined on the shampoo bed. Su Zhe began to massage her scalp, taking his time before applying shampoo. Although unnecessary, vampires didn't produce dandruff or oil. Lin Shiqing seemed to enjoy the sensation. Her soft hum of contentment filled the room, catching the attention of everyone present. The VIP area was quiet, with only Heather and a few others around. Lin Shiqing's hum, soft as it was, carried through the space. Unfazed, Su Zhe continued his gentle massage, secretly enjoying the sound. He thought to himself, it sounds nice. I'd like to hear more of this in the future. The soft moan of a girl like Lin Shiqing was enchanting, even captivating. The massage stretched to nearly 10 minutes, leaving everyone else in the room stunned. Gu Shu leaned toward Zhang Zilin, whispering, It feels like we're watching a romantic drama. Zhang Zilin nodded in agreement, and the two launched into a discussion about shoujo anime. Nearby, Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Xin'er exchanged bemused glances, further solidifying their impression that everything could be related to the second dimension. Heather, unbothered by the delay, lounged on a nearby chair, scrolling through his phone. As a top stylist, she wasn't worried about efficiency. Serving a high-profile client like Lin Shiqing ensured he earned more in one session than many others did in a week. Lin Shiqing eventually opened her eyes, gazing up at Su Zhe with mild suspicion. Aren't you supposed to shampoo my hair by now? Su Zhe, jolted from his reverie, chuckled sheepishly. All right, sorry about that. He gathered some shampoo, working it into a lather before applying it to her hair. From now on, leave it to me to wash your hair, he added, as if it were a solemn vow. Touched by his offer, Lin Shiqing smiled, appreciating the gesture. Su Zhe, ever attentive, rinsed her hair thoroughly and applied a conditioning treatment as Heather had advised. With the hair washing done, Su Zhe retreated to the rest area, observing as Lin Shiqing's hair dyeing process began. Dyeing her hair champagne gray required several rounds of bleaching and coloring, a process that tested his patience. As time passed, Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner, bored, struck up a conversation with Su Zhe. "Do you usually eat with Lin Shiqing? What is she like?" Yi Shiner asked, curious. Su Zhe considered before answering. "She eats just about anything. She's not picky." "Really? We haven't had dinner with her yet," Cui Xiaoxi remarked. "She prefers eating alone," Su Zhe said, smiling. Satisfied, Cui Xiaoxi nodded. Yi Shiner, ever inquisitive, leaned closer. "How did you and Lin Shiqing meet? How did you get together?" Caught off guard, Su Zhe hesitated. He couldn't exactly explain that they were both vampires. Thankfully, Cui Xiaoxi intervened, scolding Yi Shiner for being nosy. Su Zhe observed the group, noting their dynamics. Cui Xiaoxi was intelligent and rational, while Yi Shiner was more naive and childlike. As he glanced over at Zhang Zilin, he noticed him engaged in an animated discussion with Gu Shuyi, her delicate features and stylish accessories catching Su Zhe's eye. It seemed Zhang Zilin was quite lucky in many aspects of life, except perhaps when it came to drawing cards. Reflecting on Zhang Zilin's recent good fortune, Su Zhe mused, it must be the law of conservation of luck at work. Chapter 87. First Taste of Speed. After 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shiqing's transformation was complete. Her hair, now dyed in a sleek champagne gray, shimmered like liquid silver under the light. Beside her, Heather had also finished her newly trimmed, shoulder-length hair perfectly framing her delicate features. "What do you think? Does it need any more adjustments?" Heather asked, tilting her head. "Nope, it's perfect," Lin Shiqing replied, admiring the results with a satisfied nod. The change was striking. The champagne gray color wasn't overly white. It carried a soft metallic sheen that complemented Lin Shiqing's ethereal beauty. Su Zhe found himself staring, utterly captivated. "This color suits you perfectly," Su Zhe said without hesitation, his voice tinged with admiration. Lin Shiqing turned on her heel, showing off her new look to the group. "Well," she asked, her gaze falling on Su Zhe first. "It's amazing," he said earnestly. The others chimed in with enthusiastic agreement, and Lin Shiqing exhaled in relief. She had worried the bold choice might not suit her, but now she felt confident. The silvery hue made her skin appear even more luminous, giving her a soft, rosy radiance. Su Zhe thought to himself how incredibly lucky he was. This woman, who looked like she'd stepped out of a dream, was his. As the group dispersed, Lin Shiqing slipped her arm through Su Zhe's. "Let's go," she said, her scent light and fragrant as she leaned close. They waved goodbye to the others. Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner headed back to school, while Gu Shuyi and Zhang Zilin disappeared into nearby shops, bonding over their shared obsession with anime merchandise. On the drive back to the Lin family villa, Lin Shiqing handed Su Zhe the keys. "Your turn," she said, sliding into the passenger seat. It was his first time hitting the road since getting his driver's license. Su Zhe, who hadn't practiced much, felt a mix of nerves and excitement. On the expressway, he drove cautiously at first, maintaining a steady 60 to 70 miles per hour. "Are you serious?" Lin Shiqing teased, her tone playful. "At this rate, we'll be overtaken by bicycles. Can't you go faster?" Su Zhe smirked at her taunt. "Oh, so you want speed? Fine, hold on tight." Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled. "Show me what you've got." With a confident grin, Su Zhe stepped on the accelerator. The car responded instantly, its engine growling as it surged forward. The speedometer climbed past 100, then 150 miles per hour. The sensation of speed was exhilarating. The wind roared outside the windows, and the highway blurred into streaks of gray and green. Su Zhe felt a newfound thrill in controlling the powerful machine. "So this is why you love racing," he said, his voice steady despite the velocity. Lin Shiqing, who was used to being behind the wheel, found herself enjoying the passenger seat for a change. She marveled at Su Zhe's focus and smooth handling of the car. Not bad for a first-timer, she said with a grin. By the time they reached the Lin family villa, Su Zhe was hooked. The rush of speed had lit a fire in him. As Su Zhe parked the car in the garage, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Xiaohua stood with his arms crossed, watching them with an unreadable expression. "Dad!" Lin Shiqing called surprised. "What are you doing out here?" "I heard you were out, so I thought I'd wait for you," Lin Xiaohua replied. His eyes flicked to her hair. "New color, huh? Blonde wasn't good enough?" "It's called a change, Dad," Lin Shiqing said with a playful roll of her eyes. "What do you think?" Lin Xiaohua inspected her critically, then broke into a rare smile. "It suits you. My daughter looks stunning as always." "Thanks, Dad." Lin Xiaohua's gaze shifted to Su Zhe, who stood slightly behind, looking both confident and cautious. "And you, young man," Lin Xiaohua said, stepping closer. "You haven't been giving my daughter any trouble, have you?" "Of course not," Su Zhe replied, standing straighter. "I treat her like a queen. She's my everything." Lin Xiaohua's brow quirked. "Oh, you're everything? You mean you're ready to put her in your mouth and keep her safe there too?" Su Zhe froze, realizing the double meaning. No, that's just a metaphor," he stammered. Lin Xiaohua laughed, clapping Su Zhe on the shoulder. "Relax. I'm just messing with you. I like seeing you squirm." To Su Zhe's surprise, Lin Xiaohua's stern demeanor had softened over time. The man who once felt unapproachable now seemed more relaxed and approving. Inside, Lin Shiqing's mother, Lin Wen, greeted them warmly. Her surprise at her daughter's new look quickly turned to admiration. "You look trendy," she said. That evening, the family shared a meal together. The atmosphere was lively and warm, with laughter filling the air. After dinner, Lin Xiaohua stood and beckoned to Su Zhe. "Let's head to the basement. It's time for some training," he said with a knowing smile. Su Zhe nodded, ready to take on the next challenge. Chapter 88. A Gift from the Father-in-Law. Su Zhe raised his hand slightly, a crimson orb of energy condensing within his palm. The orb grew steadily, expanding to the size of a basketball before he hurled it toward the reinforced blast wall before him. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the space, sending dust swirling into the air. When the dust settled, a visible hole marred the previously impenetrable surface. Lin Xiaohua observed with raised eyebrows. "Your energy ball can pierce through now." "That's not bad." Su Zhe nodded modestly. "Just a small improvement." In truth, he had only used 20% of his strength, equivalent to the upper limit of an ordinary first-tier blood servant. If he pushed harder, it might raise suspicion. He had already planned his approach. Once he advanced to Baron rank, he would reveal his full strength. At that level, he would surpass Lin Xiaohua's abilities. If questioned, he could offer plausible explanations, but by then, Lin Xiaohua would have little ground to object. For now, caution was key. "How about your progress with the blood flames and blood beams?" Lin Xiaohua inquired. "They're coming along," Su Zhe replied. "It feels like once you master one form of attack, the others follow naturally." Lin Xiaohua nodded approvingly. "You've grasped the core principle. Blood energy techniques aren't separate skills. They're all about manipulating the same force. Once you gain proficiency with one, it's much easier to learn the others. It's all about control and precision." He demonstrated by conjuring a blade of pure blood energy in his hand. The sword radiated a fierce, crimson glow, exuding a menacing aura. Su Zhe instinctively stepped back, his instincts warning him of the immense danger radiating from the weapon. Lin Xiaohua smirked. "Blood energy is a gift unique to vampires, a versatile and powerful force. With enough control, it can take on any form." As if to prove his point, Lin Xiaohua transformed the energy sword into a dagger, then a shield, then armor, and even a helmet. "You can shape it however you like," Lin Xiaohua said. Su Zhe's mind raced. The demonstration reminded him of fantasy tropes he had read about. fighters conjuring wings or mounts from pure energy. Try it, Lin Xiaohua encouraged. Su Zhe raised his hand and focused his energy. He aimed to create a small dagger, reasoning that its size would make it easier to form. However, as the blood energy coalesced, he struggled to refine its shape. Instead of a dagger, it wavered and collapsed into an amorphous mass before dissipating entirely. Lin Xiaohua chuckled. Don't worry. That's perfectly normal. Transforming blood energy into solid forms is a hallmark of the Baron rank. It's a skill that takes time and precision to master. Su Zhe nodded, though inwardly he was determined to achieve it sooner than expected. Do you know why Barons can fly? Lin Xiaohua asked. It's because they can transform their blood energy into wings. Once you reach that level, the possibilities are endless. The mention of flight sparked Su Zhe's imagination. The Baron rank represented a realm of power and freedom he was eager to reach. Lin Xiaohua's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Su Zhe, you've only been with Xiaoqing for about a month, haven't you? That's right, Su Zhe confirmed. When I first met you, I wasn't sure about you, Lin Xiaohua admitted. But you've proven yourself. Your relationship with Xiaoqing has deepened, and I see your potential. As her father, it's my responsibility to ensure you're strong enough to protect her. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xiaohua produced a small vial of crimson liquid. This is a primary blood-quenching potion, he explained. It contains concentrated vampire blood essence. It won't elevate your bloodline purity to Xiaoqing's level, but it will bring you closer. Use it to strengthen yourself. The potion's weight surprised Su Zhe. It was small, yet impossibly dense. His system displayed a description. Primary blood-quenching potion. Effect: enhances blood purity through refinement and fusion. Evaluation: a precious treasure that no drop should be wasted. Su Zhe hesitated. Wouldn't it be better for Xiaoqing to use this? Lin Xiaohua shook his head. It would do little for her. Her bloodline is already pure. What she needs is the bloodline advancement potion, which is much rarer and far more potent. Su Zhe nodded, hiding his thoughts. He knew Lin Xiaohua was unaware of Xiaoqing's already advanced bloodline purity. Listen to me, Lin Xiaohua continued. A man should have the strength to protect the woman he loves. It's not about pride, it's about responsibility. The world is growing more dangerous, and you need to be prepared. His voice was calm but firm, resonating with an undeniable weight. Su Zhe accepted the potion, his resolve deepening. He would grow stronger, not just for himself, but for Xiaoqing and the life they were building together. Chapter 89, The Hidden Balance. Are those Western vampires attacking again? Su Zhe asked, his curiosity piqued. Lin Xiaohua shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. Not this time. They're too preoccupied with their own troubles. Troubles? Su Zhe echoed, puzzled. Werewolves have re-emerged in the West. Many vampires have been attacked, and some prominent families have suffered severe losses, Lin Xiaohua explained, his tone grave as he turned to Su Zhe. I suppose you haven't encountered werewolves before. They're almost non-existent in our region. The West is their birthplace, where they draw strength from moonlight. Werewolves? Su Zhe's mind raced, filled with images from books and films. He hadn't expected these creatures to exist beyond fiction. What do they look like? Lin Xiaohua's gaze turned nostalgic. Over a century ago, I crossed paths with one. It was a moonlit night, and the werewolf's silver hair glistened under the moonlight. Its face was lupin, its muscles rippling beneath tattered clothing. It stood upright, its claws sharp and its speed unmatched. A group of our family's vampires managed to take it down. Su Zhe swallowed hard, the reality of these ancient foes unsettling yet thrilling. The notion of werewolves, the natural adversaries of vampires, ignited a spark of excitement within him. I had no idea, Su Zhe admitted, intrigued. Are there other powerful beings out there? Indeed, Lin Xiaohua confirmed. The West has magicians and witches, though they are few and elusive. Here, we have our own anomalies, zombies and monsters. They exist in a delicate balance with vampires. In this age, human civilization dominates, while we, the rare species, remain hidden. Zombies? Su Zhe's interest sharpened. Aren't they like Eastern vampires? Exactly, Lin Xiaohua said. They too consume blood and can spread their condition through bites. Initially, their intelligence is low, akin to beasts. But as they evolve through stages like purple, white, and green zombies, they gain sentience. At higher levels, their intellect rivals that of humans. Su Zhe absorbed this revelation, his mind expanding with new understanding of the world's hidden layers. He marveled at the intricate ecosystem of extraordinary beings, each species intertwined in a shadowy dance with humanity. What keeps these creatures from attacking cities? Su Zhe asked, his brow furrowing in thought. Why is it so safe? Lin Xiaohua's expression turned serious. Humans aren't defenseless. The Creator has gifted them with potential, locked within. When humans unlock this potential, they become extraordinary, capable of incredible feats. Extraordinary? Su Zhe's eyes widened. You mean there are superhumans among us? Precisely, Lin Xiaohua affirmed. There exists a global organization, the Paranormal Association, which acts as a guardian. They've established treaties with all special ethnic groups, preventing large-scale human massacres. Any violation triggers a collective response. Su Zhe contemplated the delicate balance, realizing the world's safety hinged on unseen guardians and a fragile peace. So, small-scale incidents are overlooked? Lin Xiaohua nodded. Small infractions go unnoticed, provided they don't attract attention. The leaders of nations are aware of these arrangements, but it's a tightly held secret to avoid mass panic. Su Zhe absorbed the weight of this revelation. The modern world's facade of safety masked a complex web of hidden struggles and alliances. Humans are indispensable, Lin Xiaohua continued. Without them, there would be no progress, no technology. This symbiosis keeps the world turning. In the silence that followed, Su Zhe pondered the harsh truths of this hidden world. The strong preying on the weak was a natural order, no different from humans dominating animals. It was an uncomfortable reality, but one he was beginning to accept. Maturity, he realized, meant confronting the world as it was, not as he wished it to be. Chapter 90, The Cost of Protection. Su Zhe's mind buzzed as he stared at the attribute panel and his thoughts. The revelations from Lin Xiaohua about extraordinary beings had lit a spark in him, a curiosity about what potential lay dormant within his dual identity. If humans can unlock extraordinary abilities, does that mean I could too? Su Zhe wondered aloud, his tone laced with both excitement and doubt. Lin Xiaohua had been forthright all evening, sharing secrets of the supernatural world with an openness that Su Zhe hadn't anticipated. Su Zhe seized the opportunity to dig deeper. What kind of abilities can extraordinary beings unlock? He asked. Lin Xiaohua leaned back, a contemplative look on his face. Extraordinary beings tap into what we call the potential lock, the first step in awakening their true capabilities. These can range from freezing time to mind control, telepathy, or even manipulating the elements. The potential lock has 9 levels, and each progression unlocks greater power. For vampires, this realm corresponds to the barony, the stage I'm in now. What comes after that? Su Zhe pressed. Spirit transformation, Lin Xiaohua replied. This phase is about mastering the soul and spirit. Beyond that, there are realms like the universal sea, origins, and life's path. But those are far beyond anything we'll encounter. For now, your focus should be on survival and growth. Su Zhe nodded, trying to absorb it all. The idea of a hidden world full of transcendent beings was thrilling and overwhelming. And the situation in the country? You mentioned earlier that things were unsettled, Su Zhe asked, sensing there was more to uncover. Lin Xiaohua's face grew serious. The werewolves are moving westward, and their aggression has already decimated one of the blood clans here. They're strategic, They attack during the full moon when their power is at its peak. For now, though, the cities are relatively safe. Su Zhe let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The idea of being caught in a supernatural war was daunting, but he found comfort in Lin Xiaohua's reassurance. As their conversation wound down, Lin Xiaohua handed Su Zhe a vial of crimson liquid. This is a blood-tempering potion. Drink it tonight. It'll help purify your bloodline and make you stronger. Su Zhe accepted it, but as he turned to leave, Lin Xiaohua stopped him. There's one more thing you need to promise me, Lin Xiaohua said, his expression unreadable. What is it? Su Zhe asked, curious. If you and Xiaoqing become intimate, don't take any protective measures. The words hit Su Zhe like a bolt of lightning. What? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Lin Xiaohua shook his head. Vampire fertility rates are extremely low. It's rare for conception to occur even after 100 tries. I want Xiaoqing to have a child someday, to bring new strength to our bloodline. That said, you're still getting to know each other. Take your time, but when the moment comes, don't waste the opportunity. Su Zhe felt his face flush. I understand, he stammered, unsure how else to respond. Lin Xiaohua clapped a hand on his shoulder. Good. And remember, if you ever have issues or disagreements with Xiaoqing, come to me. I'll have your back, unless, of course, the fault lies with you. The sudden chill in Lin Xiaohua's eyes sent a shiver down Su Zhe's spine. Got it, he replied quickly. Lin Xiaohua smiled, the tension breaking. I trust you. When they returned upstairs, they found Lin Shiqing and Lin Wen seated on the sofa, engrossed in a heated discussion about Yi Hui's romantic prospects. Lin Shiqing perked up as soon as she saw them. Dad, how did Su Zhe do in training? He's made significant progress, Lin Xiaohua admitted, a note of pride in his voice. Lin Shiqing beamed and clung to Su Zhe's arm. I told you he's talented. Lin Wen chuckled at her daughter's enthusiasm. You're so much more lively around him. It's a good thing. The conversation shifted as Lin Shiqing noticed the potion in Su Zhe's hand. What's that? She asked curiously. It's a blood-tempering potion, Lin Xiaohua explained before Su Zhe could respond. It'll help improve the purity of his bloodline. Lin Wen gave an approving nod. That's a good step forward. Su Zhe, you're part of this family now, and it's important to support your growth. Su Zhe was taken aback by the warmth of their words. For the first time, he truly felt like he belonged, not as an outsider, but as someone valued and accepted. As the family settled in for the evening, Su Zhe couldn't help but smile. His journey in this hidden world was only beginning, but with Lin Shiqing by his side and Lin Xiaohua's guidance, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 91. Questions about blood purity. Blood-quenching potion, Lin Shiqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and admiration. She had heard of the potion before. It was renowned for its ability to enhance blood purity, a treasure of undeniable value. Yet, the unexpectedness of her father, gifting such a rare elixir, to Su Zhe left her puzzled. Why would Dad give you such a precious thing? She muttered, more to herself than to him. Lin Xiaohua, standing with a steady gaze, spoke with a tone of calm authority. Xiaoqing, I've come to terms with your relationship with Su Zhe for now. What the future holds depends on whether this boy proves himself worthy of your trust and care. His voice softened, but remained firm. Su Zhe's bloodline, as it stands, is not particularly pure. This potion will refine his essence, granting him greater potential and resilience. If danger ever comes your way, I want him to be able to face it with confidence. Lin Shiqing's heart swelled with emotion. Her father, always stern and pragmatic, had now shown such care for Su Zhe, a gesture of acceptance she had not dared to hope for so soon. She hugged him tightly. Thank you, Dad. I knew you had a soft spot beneath all that sternness. Lin Xiaohua's expression softened briefly before he waved her off with mock exasperation. Enough with the flattery. Take Su Zhe and have him consume this potion. It won't do any good just sitting in his hands. Still, As Lin Shiqing led Su Zhe away, Lin Xiaohua glanced at the now empty spot where the potion had been. A faint sigh escaped him. I used one of our precious blood crystals to trade for that potion, he muttered to his wife, Lin Wen, who had been silently observing. Lin Wen chuckled. You're already spoiling the boy. Perhaps, he admitted, shaking his head with a wry smile. But if I don't ensure his strength, who will? He's family now, whether I like it or not. In their room, Su Zhe turned the bottle of potion in his hands. The deep crimson liquid inside shimmered faintly, its density evident even through the thick glass. Should I drink it now or wait? He asked hesitantly. Lin Shiqing perched on the bed, her chin resting on her hand as she considered. There's no reason to wait. The sooner you take it, the sooner it can work its magic. Su Zhe nodded, but remained contemplative. He couldn't shake the question of his own bloodline's purity. By all outward measures, he was a vampire. The system had bestowed this identity upon him, but his bloodline didn't reflect extraordinary purity, not by vampire standards. At best, he seemed equivalent to a 13th-generation vampire. He turned the thought over in his mind, recalling his observations. It's possible that my bloodline purity increases as my attribute points do, he mused aloud. Lin Shiqing tilted her head. You mean the stronger you grow, the purer your blood becomes? Yes, Su Zhe replied. Attribute points seem to influence bloodline purity, and improving purity might, in turn, enhance my attributes. That's incredible. Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled. If that's true, this potion could be a massive boost for you. Su Zhe nodded, his mind racing. I've been thinking about something else too. My current strength suggests that I might already be at the equivalent of a third-tier vampire or an extraordinary human with 3 potential locks unlocked. Lin Shiqing's expression grew thoughtful. Extraordinary? I've heard of them. Humans with remarkable strength and abilities. They have potential locks, and unlocking them grants them greater power, right? Exactly, Su Zhe said. But what intrigues me is how their strength measures against vampires or other supernaturals. Humans rely heavily on technology to level the playing field, but at the peak of their potential, they could be formidable. Lin Shiqing nodded slowly. Uncle, you might know more. He served our family for years, and I remember him mentioning that my grandfather once fought an extraordinary being. You should ask him when he returns. That's a great idea, Su Zhe agreed. Turning his attention back to the potion, he felt a surge of anticipation. The crimson liquid held the promise of power, of advancement, of becoming the protector Lin Shiqing's father had envisioned. He uncorked the bottle, the scent of the potent elixir filling the air. Lin Shiqing watched with eager eyes as Su Zhe raised the potion to his lips. Here's to your next leap forward, she said with a grin. Su Zhe smiled back. Let's see what this can do. And with that, he drank, feeling the dense, powerful liquid flow through him, carrying the promise of transformation. Chapter 92, Be Human in the Next Life. Let me open it for you, Lin Shiqing offered, taking the blood-tempering potion from Su Zhe's hand. As she twisted the cap, a rich, metallic aroma filled the room. Su Zhe inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of warmth spread through his body, rejuvenating every muscle. The mere scent was invigorating. He could only imagine the potency when consumed. Lin Shiqing held the potion to his lips, a playful glint in her eye. Delang, take your medicine, she teased with a soft, sing-song voice. Su Zhe blinked in surprise. What? His confusion deepened as he stared at her, eyebrows furrowed. Come on, drink it up, Delang, she coaxed, struggling to stifle a giggle. Su Zhe sighed, recognizing the influence of some viral video she'd recently watched. You've been spending too much time online, he muttered, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He tugged her ear gently. Enough with the internet trends, all right? I just thought it was fun, Lin Shiqing admitted, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Her newfound playfulness was a welcome change, making their interactions lighter, more vibrant. Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle as he downed the potion in a single gulp. Heat surged through his body, a fiery sensation radiating from his core, but it quickly subsided. He checked his stats, noting the modest increase. Oh, Su Zhe. Power, 132. Spirit, 134. Speed, 133. Defense, 130. Skills, time stop, elementary. Transformation into vampire, blood devouring. Just 10 points, Su Zhe noted, somewhat disappointed. I was expecting more. Lin Shirqing's eyes widened. That's it? You finished that so quickly. Probably because I've been through this process so many times, Su Zhe reasoned. My body's used to it now. Still, you're getting close to my strength, Lin Shirqing observed. How much more until you reach the 4th level? Only about 20 points, Su Zhe replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Once my average hits 150, I'll be there. Lin Shirqing nodded, her expression contemplative. You've been advancing so fast. I can barely keep up. How is it for you, drinking my blood? Does it help you break through faster? It does, but even with your blood, reaching the next stage will take a month or 2, Lin Shirqing explained. Su Zhe frowned. That feels slow. She laughed softly. It's not slow at all. Without your blood, it would take me years. The moonlight streamed through the open curtains, casting a serene glow over the room. Lin Shirqing's skin seemed to shimmer under the lunar rays, her body absorbing the light with a subtle radiance. Su Zhe watched her, marveling at the quiet beauty of the moment. I've never quite understood, Su Zhe mused, why vampires thrive on moonlight but detest sunlight. It's all just light, right? Lin Shirqing smiled, resting her head against his shoulder. Moonlight is softer, a reflection of the sun's rays. Maybe it's the gentler wavelengths, or perhaps it's just one of those mysteries of our kind. As they settled into bed, the comfort of each other's presence wrapped around them like a warm blanket. The tranquility of the night was suddenly pierced by muffled sounds, faint but unmistakable. Both froze, realizing the source. Your parents, Su Zhe whispered, his face turning a shade of red. Lin Shirqing's cheeks flushed. We really need soundproofing, she muttered. They exchanged a glance, each silently vowing to make that upgrade soon. Su Zhe pulled out his phone, tapping out a message to distract from the awkwardness. Su Zhe, your parents have a really close relationship. Lin Shirqing, they've been more active lately. I wonder why. Su Zhe, maybe they're hoping for another child? Lin Shirqing, maybe. Though with how long it takes us vampires to have kids, it could be decades before I see a sibling. She paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Lin Shirqing, if I had a choice, I think I want to be human in my next life. Su Zhe stared at her, puzzled. Why? Vampires have long lives and great power. Why give that up? Lin Shirqing, life's richness comes from its brevity. Living too long can make things feel empty. Humans experience so much in such a short time. It's intense, vibrant. Her words hung in the air, a reflection of a sentiment Su Zhe had never considered. Immortality, a dream for many, was a burden for some. As they lay there, enveloped by the quiet night, Su Zhe understood. Life, in its fleeting nature, held a beauty that eternity could never replicate. Chapter 93, Traces of the Western Vampires. Su Zhe leaned back against the headboard, his gaze distant as he spoke. When you truly become human, you might not think it's as wonderful as you imagine. Lin Shirqing tilted her head, curious. Why do you say that? He sighed. When you don't have something, you idealize it. But when you finally get it, you realize the flaws. Life as a human isn't all sunshine and roses. If you're born into wealth, maybe it's manageable. But for those without money, it can be brutal. Life, old age, illness, and death, it's all a heavy burden. Lin Shirqing nodded slowly. You're right. I never considered the struggles that come with being human. I only thought about the freedom and simplicity. Their conversation drifted into other topics, filling the quiet moments of the night. After what felt like an eternity, The faint noises from Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen's room finally ceased. Su Zhe muttered under his breath, half joking. He really gets better with age. That took forever. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts, though they were tinged with a touch of curiosity about his own stamina or lack thereof. He shook the thought from his mind and drifted off to sleep. The morning sun was blinding when Su Zhe woke up, stirring in the soft embrace of Lin Shiqing. They had fallen asleep holding each other, and he didn't want to disturb her rest. Quietly, he slipped out of bed to draw the curtains, dimming the light in the room. Lin Shiqing stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Stretching her arms, she murmured, "Hug." Her voice was so soft and tender that Su Zhe felt his heart melt. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her cheek. "Hug, my love," he whispered, cringing internally. Why am I so corny? He thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes at himself. A knock at the door pulled them from their little bubble. "Xiaoqing, Xiaozhe, time to drink blood," Linwen called from outside. "Coming," they responded in unison, exchanging amused looks. Outside, Linwen shook her head with a wry smile. "They're acting like a newlywed couple already. It's unsettling but sweet," she muttered to herself. Lin Shiqing clung to Su Zhe, reluctant to leave the bed. "Just 5 more minutes," she said, nuzzling into his chest. "Your mom's waiting," Su Zhe teased, gently brushing her hair. Lin Shiqing smiled playfully. "One more kiss, and I'll get up." Su Zhe, emboldened by the moment, leaned down and kissed her, on the lips this time. Lin Shiqing froze, her eyes wide with surprise. "My first kiss," she exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and covering her mouth. Su Zhe blinked, equally startled. "Actually, it's my first kiss too." Her face flushed with indignation. "Why didn't you tell me first? I wanted it to be special. A candlelit dinner, a romantic evening. And you just stole it like that." Tears welled in her eyes, but Su Zhe hurried to reassure her. Okay. How about this? We pretend it didn't count." "How can it not count? You kissed me," she hissed, trying to keep her voice down. Su Zhe thought quickly. Technically, a real first kiss involves, tongues. And I didn't do that. So it wasn't the real deal. Lin Shiqing squinted, unsure if he was bluffing. Really, Su Zhe said with a solemn nod. She sighed. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. But no more stealing kisses. I want the real first one to be perfect." "Understood," Su Zhe said, holding back a laugh. After washing up, they emerged from their room to find the rest of the family already seated at the dining table. Lin Shiqing, even without makeup, looked radiant, her smooth skin and natural beauty effortlessly captivating. As they joined the table, Lin Xiaohua was in the middle of a conversation with Yihui. "I heard from our informants in Binhai that some Western vampires have been spotted in the west of the city," Lin Xiaohua said gravely. 3 or 4 of them, likely at the 6th or 7th level. They appear to be injured and are temporarily staying at the Dole Hotel. Avoid that area for now. There's no telling how dangerous they might be." Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing exchanged glances before nodding. "Understood," they said in unison. Lin Xiaohua's expression softened. "Good. Stay home and don't take unnecessary risks." But Su Zhe's mind was already racing. Injured vampires of that caliber? If he could handle them, it would be a chance to prove himself and grow stronger. He smiled faintly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Maybe it's time to stop hiding and take the initiative. Chapter 94, Taking the Initiative. Lin would emerge from the kitchen, holding a transparent glass bottle filled with clear blood. The shimmering liquid caught the light as she approached the dining table, where Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing were already seated. She set the bottle down carefully and began pouring glasses for everyone. The family gathered around the table, savoring a rare moment of warmth and togetherness. "Xiaoqing, Xiaozhe," Linwen began, her tone gentle but firm. "Is everything going well at school? Even if something comes up, you're not to leave the house for the next 2 days. Your father and I have an urgent family task to attend to, and it's important you stay safe. Lin Shiqing nodded. Don't worry, Mom. We'll stay home and look after each other. Yi Hui, standing nearby, interjected reassuringly. Head of the house, madam, leave it to me. I'll ensure nothing happens while you're away. Lin Wen smiled gratefully. With you here, I feel reassured. The task at hand required Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen to handle a crisis involving Faming Group, a coastal enterprise tied to the family. Key individuals needed to be dealt with, through persuasion if possible, and through coercion if necessary. The use of a thrall potion to subjugate their targets loomed as an unspoken but likely option. After breakfast, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen departed swiftly, their hurried pace underscoring the urgency of the matter. Yi Hui soon followed, leaving the villa in Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing's care. Before leaving, he reminded them to stay indoors. Su Zhe smiled politely, but internally mulled over his own plans. Left alone in the expansive villa with Lin Shiqing, he finally voiced his thoughts. Taking her hand, he spoke earnestly. There's something we need to discuss. Lin Shiqing looked at him curiously. She had sensed his contemplative mood throughout breakfast, but hadn't pressed him. What is it? Earlier, your dad mentioned the Western vampires staying at the Dole Hotel, Su Zhe said. I was thinking, this could be an opportunity for us. Lin Shiqing's eyes widened. But they're 6th and 7th generation vampires. Even injured, they're still incredibly powerful. Can we handle them? Your dad also said they're weakened from their injuries, Su Zhe countered. And I have an ace up my sleeve, my time stop ability. When I first used it, I could freeze a 6th level vampire for nearly 10 seconds. Back then, my attributes were half of what they are now. The skill's potency has likely doubled. He leaned forward, his voice filled with conviction. This is a chance for us to strike. Plus, with my blood-swallowing ability, I can absorb their strength, accelerating my path to becoming a baron. Lin Shiqing considered his words carefully. After a moment of silence, she nodded. All right, if we're careful and work together, we might pull this off. Su Zhe smiled, his determination hardening. Trust me, with time stop, we have a significant edge. He began searching for the Dole Hotel's location on his phone. Situated on the city's western fringe, the hotel was surrounded by a suburban area that was relatively developed but less bustling than downtown. Its scenic park and Western-style luxury made it a popular spot, yet its location ensured less surveillance and fewer complications. By early afternoon, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing sat in a milk tea shop across from the hotel, sipping their drinks while observing the hotel's entrance. Both wore caps and masks to blend into the surroundings. Su Zhe sighed. We've been here for hours and nothing. It's not an option to just keep waiting. Lin Shiqing nodded. Maybe they're too injured to leave their rooms. If that's the case, we need a new approach, Su Zhe said, his eyes narrowing. It's time to take the initiative. What do you mean? Lin Shiqing asked, a hint of worry in her voice. I'll go into the hotel and use my hypnosis skill on the staff. They might know where the vampires are staying. Lin Shiqing immediately protested. Then I'm coming with you. We're safer together. No. 2 people attract more attention, and I can move faster alone, Su Zhe replied firmly. Stay here and wait for me. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shiqing relented. All right, be careful. Su Zhe nodded and left the shop. The Dole Hotel's entrance was grand and imposing, with a young doorman stationed at the door. Su Zhe approached him, a plan already forming in his mind. Welcome, the doorman greeted politely. I need assistance with my luggage, Su Zhe said smoothly. It's in the underground parking lot. The doorman nodded obligingly. Helping guests with luggage was part of his duty. Together, they descended into the dimly lit parking lot. The eerie quietness of the underground space was a stark contrast to the bustling hotel lobby above. As they walked, the doorman asked, Sir, where is your car? Su Zhe stopped and turned to face him. His eyes glowed crimson, the telltale sign of his hypnosis ability activating. Tell me everything you know about the Western guests staying here, Su Zhe commanded, his voice laced with supernatural authority. Chapter 95, Abandoned Pawn. As soon as the doorman saw Su Zhe's crimson eyes, his mind became foggy, his consciousness fading into a trance. Su Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smirk. His hypnosis had taken effect. "Have any foreigners checked in over the past few days?" Su Zhe inquired. "Yes, 3 pale foreigners arrived 2 days ago. They appeared sickly but wealthy, booking the presidential suite." Su Zhe's eyes gleamed. These must be the Western vampires he was hunting. Fortune seemed to favor him today. "What room are they staying in?" Su Zhe asked, his voice calm yet pressing. "Room 1214, the doorman mumbled, his mind still clouded. Perfect. Su Zhe had the intel he needed. He continued probing the doorman about the hotel's layout and security measures. Years of employment had made the doorman an encyclopedia of the hotel's inner workings. Satisfied with the information, Su Zhe clicked his fingers, breaking the trance. "Thank you for helping with the luggage. You may go now." The doorman blinked, disoriented, then nodded as if waking from a dream. "Of course, sir, enjoy your stay." Su Zhe watched the doorman retreat, his mind already mapping the next steps. He would enter the hotel, no disguises or theatrics needed. A casual approach was less conspicuous. Once inside, he and Lin Shiqing would make their way to the 12th floor, where they'd eliminate the targets. The plan hinged on discretion. Any surveillance footage would be erased, and staff would be hypnotized into forgetting their presence. He would strike during the late hours when the hotel was quietest. Su Zhe felt a surge of confidence as he exited the underground parking and strolled to the nearby milk tea shop. Lin Shiqing, seated by the window, spotted him and smiled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he joined her, she eagerly asked, "How did it go?" "Smoothly," Su Zhe replied, recounting the plan. "We know their room, the layout, and the security. We'll strike tonight." Lin Shiqing listened intently, considering every detail. "We could use hypnotic waves," she suggested, "like the Western vampires did when they attacked the villa. It could incapacitate the hotel staff simultaneously." Su Zhe shook his head. "Too risky. The vampires upstairs would sense it immediately, alerting them. We need to be stealthier." Acknowledging the risk, Lin Shiqing agreed to stick to the original plan. They left the shop and entered the hotel, blending in as tourists to further familiarize themselves with the setting. The reconnaissance confirmed the doorman's descriptions, bolstering Su Zhe's confidence. As they left, Su Zhe glanced up at the 12th floor, mentally preparing for the night's task. "We'll give them a surprise they won't forget," he muttered. Meanwhile, in room 1214, the 3 Western vampires convened. The suite, luxurious yet shrouded in a sinister aura, reeked of blood from the open blood bags on the table. "Said any word from the Lord?" one of the vampires, Riel, asked anxiously. "We need to leave before the supernatural authorities catch up with us." Sid shook his head, his expression grim. No response. "Either there's a signal issue or he's ignoring my messages." Riel sneered. "More likely, he's abandoned us. We're expendable now." Their third companion, Sheldon, sighed. "It seems we've been used. Our massacre in that village served his purpose, but now we're left to fend for ourselves." 7 days prior, they had ruthlessly slaughtered a village on the Lord's orders to distract the Extraordinary Association. The promise of safety and rewards had lured them into a trap, leaving them as hunted fugitives, with no clear escape from the city and its vigilant protectors. Their betrayal by the Lord loomed large, and survival seemed increasingly uncertain. Chapter 96. When something goes wrong, there's always a monster. We've truly lost our minds, blindly following the Lord's orders. And now, look where it's gotten us, Sid muttered bitterly. For a moment, the room fell silent. Sid, Sheldon, and Riel exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in their own thoughts. 7 days ago, they had massacred a village. 3 days later, they were discovered by a transcendent, a powerful one. The ensuing battle had drained them both physically and spiritually, leaving them vulnerable. The weight of their situation pressed down heavily on them. Escape seemed more unlikely with each passing moment. Riel, unable to sit still, walked to the window and pulled the curtains back slightly. Harsh sunlight poured in, illuminating his face as he stared blankly at the scene outside. "There's no way out of this," he murmured. "The Transcendents are still searching. At most, we have 2 days before they find us." Sheldon's voice broke through the heavy air. "If it comes to that, we'll just have to make a last stand. Maybe we can break through." Sid let out a hollow laugh, shaking his head. "And if we face one of their elite with a potential lock? That's someone on par with the Baron. We wouldn't stand a chance." The room sank back into a tense quiet. Their massacre had been reckless, a direct affront to the extraordinary association. Slaughtering humans, especially an entire village, was a line no one was allowed to cross. The blood they spilled wasn't just a crime, it was a declaration of war. The association's response had been swift. While they kept the incident from becoming public knowledge, they'd made it clear that the 3 vampires were to be hunted down and executed without mercy. The massacre had left behind rivers of blood and broken families, many of whom were the elderly and children. It was an atrocity no Transcendent would overlook. For all their power, Transcendents were still human. And as humans, they felt the pain of their own kind. Time dragged on in oppressive silence as the sun dipped below the horizon. By the time the moon rose high, it was already 9 p.m. At the entrance of the Dole Hotel, the night shift had begun, leaving only a single doorman on duty. Across the street, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing walked slowly, their pace steady as they approached the building. The plan had been rehearsed thoroughly that afternoon. Every detail, every step had been accounted for. There was no room for error. The doorman greeted them with a polite nod. "Welcome." Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing returned the nod and entered, making their way to the elevator. Reaching the 12th floor, they didn't head straight to room 1214, where the vampires were hiding. Instead, they diverted to a nearby staircase. There, they found a small supply area used by the hotel staff. Inside were uniforms, cleaning supplies, and trolleys. The 2 of them quickly changed into staff uniforms, a simple jacket and pants that were easy to slip on. 1214, "Let's move," Su Zhe whispered. Together, they pushed a cleaning trolley toward their target. With their disguises and suppressed blood energy, they blended in seamlessly. Approaching the room, Su Zhe knocked lightly on the door. "Hello, we're here for cleaning. Please open the door." Inside, the 3 Western vampires froze. Sid's eyes narrowed as he turned to the others. "Who called for cleaning service?" Sheldon and Riel shook their heads, equally puzzled. "We didn't," Riel said. Sid's face darkened. "This is suspicious." His tone sharpened as he continued. "They're not staff. They're supernatural beings trying to lure us out." The other 2 nodded grimly. It was too much of a coincidence for cleaning staff to show up unannounced. "When something goes wrong, there's always a monster behind it," Sid muttered, his voice low but resolute. Sheldon's lips curled into a cold smile. "If they want to fight, let's give them one. But we'll strike first." He leaned closer to the others and whispered, "Here's the plan. Sid and I will go to the door. When I open it, we attack immediately. No hesitation. If they're supernatural beings, we'll make them regret coming. If they're just unlucky staff, so be it. I'd rather kill by mistake than die because I hesitated. And if we die, well, we'll take a few of them down with us. No regrets." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes glowing with a blood-red intensity as murderous intent filled the room. "We'll show them what we're capable of," Riel snarled. "1 kill is even, 2 is profit." Sid walked to the door, blood energy surging through him. Sheldon and Riel followed closely, their hands glowing with condensed power. Sid gripped the doorknob, signaling to the others with a sharp glance. The moment he turned the handle, he bellowed, "Go meet Satan, you bastards!" Chapter 97. The 4th level of the last vampire clan. As Sid prepared to unleash a devastating blood energy beam at Su Zhe, a strange phenomenon occurred. His body froze in place, as though ensnared by invisible chains. Panic gripped him as he realized he couldn't move, not even to blink. His companions, Hilton and Riel, were similarly immobilized, their terror evident in their wide, unblinking eyes. The three Western vampires recognized the sensation instantly. It was the unmistakable signature of a supernatural ability, one wielded by someone who had unlocked extraordinary potential. In the stillness, several flashes of silver streaked through the air. A slim figure darted forward, deftly launching 6 mithril daggers. Each blade struck true, embedding itself in the vampires' hearts and lower abdomens. The impact forced them to stagger backward, their powerful blood pills shattered. With their lifeblood drained and hearts pierced, their resistance faltered. Sid's blurry gaze settled on the figures standing before him. Despair coursed through his mind as the realization of his imminent death set in. Su Zhe exhaled deeply, releasing the strain of his time-stop ability. The mental energy required to hold the skill had nearly depleted him, but he felt no lingering exhaustion or backlash this time. It was a marked improvement from his previous attempts. The sequence leading to this victory replayed in his mind. When Sid had first unleashed his blood energy, Su Zhe had instinctively activated Time Stop, targeting all 3 vampires. The skill's directional precision allowed him to paralyze his enemies without affecting Lin Shiqing, who sprang into action with calculated efficiency. Now, as the blood energy that had once surged within Sid dissipated into the air like vapor, the defeated vampire's gaze grew dim. You're an extraordinary being," Sid whispered, his voice weak but tinged with disbelief. Su Zhe stepped closer, a wry smile playing on his lips. "No," he corrected, letting his vampiric aura flare briefly. "I'm a vampire." Sid's eyes widened in horror as the truth settled in. "Western vampires don't belong in the East," Su Zhe declared, his tone cold. "Embrace death and atone to Satan for your sins." With a casual wave of his hand, a bright light emerged, splitting into 3 beams. Each ray enveloped one of the fallen vampires, their bodies beginning to dissolve in an eerie, silent display. Within moments, they were gone, leaving no trace behind. Su Zhe activated his blood-devouring ability, absorbing the essence of the defeated vampires. A rush of power coursed through him as his strength surged. He took a moment to examine the changes within himself. Host Su Zhe. Power, 151. Spirit, 153. Speed, 152. Défense, 149. Skills, Time Stop, Elementary. Transformation into Vampire, Blood Devouring. His attributes had grown by a total of 19 points, a significant leap. He quickly pieced together why. The defeated vampires had been 2 6th-level and 1 7th-level entities, their combined essence fueling his ascension. "It's official," Su Zhe announced with a glint of pride in his eyes. "I've reached the 4th level of the last vampire clan." Lin Shiqing stood nearby, her astonishment clear. The bodies of the vampires, their spilled blood, all had vanished. She had braced herself to clean up the scene, but it was as if nothing had happened. "You've grown stronger so quickly," she said, her voice tinged with admiration. Su Zhe nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Not just stronger. My blood quality has improved too. It'll enhance my abilities even further." Lin Shiqing's eyes brightened as realization struck. "Does this mean if I contribute my blood, you'll grow even faster?" "Bingo," Su Zhe confirmed, his grin widening. He turned his attention to the room, scanning for anything left behind by the Western vampires that could prove useful. A sleek black laptop on the table caught his eye. Its unbranded, minimalist design intrigued him, but when he opened it, a password screen appeared. "Figures," Su Zhe muttered, closing the laptop. "I'll take this with me. If we can crack it, it might hold valuable information." He and Lin Shiqing swept the room, packing away anything incriminating, including leftover blood bags. They meticulously erased all signs of their presence. Su Zhe's caution bordered on paranoia, but he'd rather be overly thorough than risk exposure. All set, Su Zhe said, patting Lin Shiqing's shoulder. Let's head out. Disguised in their original clothes, they made their way to the stairwell. Along the way, they hypnotized any staff members they encountered, ensuring no one would remember their faces. When they reached the hotel's monitoring room, Su Zhe knocked on the door. A weary young man answered, glaring suspiciously. What do you want? This area is off limits, the man said gruffly. Su Zhe's eyes flashed crimson. Delete all surveillance footage from the past 2 days, he commanded. Under hypnosis, the young man complied without hesitation. Su Zhe watched closely, satisfied as the digital records were wiped clean. With the evidence erased, he and Lin Shiqing left the hotel unnoticed. As they stepped into the cool evening air, a gentle breeze brushed their faces. The ordeal was over, and they walked hand in hand down the street, their steps unhurried. Fighting feels almost too easy now, Lin Shiqing mused. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Oh, all you have to do is freeze time. I'll just clean up the rest. It's like clockwork, she said, a hint of wonder in her voice. Su Zhe chuckled. Don't get too comfortable. We've only faced mid-level enemies. Against a true powerhouse, even time stop might not work. Lin Shiqing nodded thoughtfully. They both knew their journey was just beginning, and far greater challenges lay ahead. Chapter 98, The Luckiest Encounter. Lin Shiqing heard Su Zhe's words and gently shook her head. Even so, it's enough. 2 6th-level vampires and 1 7th-level vampire. They're stronger than Uncle Yi. Su Zhe paused, realizing the truth in her words. Without noticing, his strength had crept closer to that of Yi Hui, whose power as a 5th-level vampire had steadily climbed towards the 6th level, albeit at a sluggish pace due to the diluted bloodline of blood slaves. Their growth was a slow burn, marked by potential bottlenecks that could trap them for decades. Reflecting, Su Zhe mused, it's been just a month. In another month, I'll probably reach the strength of a baron. But then, my growth rate will likely slow. There's no rush, Lin Shiqing reassured him. The important thing is that we're progressing together. She squeezed his hand, looking up at the vast, starry sky. After the baron comes the viscount, then the earl, and the marquis. Does it ever end? Su Zhe smiled softly. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that's happened to me. Lin Shiqing returned his smile, her eyes shining. Meeting you has been my luckiest moment too. Walking this path together, step by step, growing stronger in each other's company. It was a journey with boundless possibilities. They had only just begun. Meanwhile, atop the Lin Group building, Zhou Xueming stretched, her body aching from the day's grind. The work report was finally complete, albeit past 10 o'clock, the latest she had ever worked overtime. The outsourced reports had been riddled with errors, pushing the limits of her patience, and the partners were pressing for swift corrections. Glancing toward Yi Hui's office, she noticed the dim light still emanating from within. He was indefatigable, a rare breed among CEOs who often enjoyed more leisure than labor. Yet, Yi Hui's relentless work ethic left her in awe. No matter how close she came to breaking, he always seemed untouched by fatigue. Bai Ying, the vice president, had been absent for days. Rumors of her resignation swirled, sparking a flicker of hope in Zhou Xueming. Could this mean she had a chance with Yi Hui? Observations of the two rarely being seen together fanned her curiosity. Perhaps their previous outings were merely professional. Zhou Xueming found Yi Hui enigmatic, a puzzle not just to her, but to everyone. His emotional range was subtle, almost robotic. It had taken her years to decipher his nuanced cues. His raised eyes when pleased, lowered when displeased, signs easy to miss without careful observation. Standing, she printed the report and approached Yi Hui's office. A soft knock, then, "Mr. Yi, the report is ready." "Come in," his calm voice beckoned. Entering, Zhou Xueming placed the report on his desk. The outsourcing from Blue Island Company was poorly handled. I've notified the legal department to claim damages and end our partnership with them. Yi Hui nodded, his gaze on the report. Such issues are common. Don't let it stress you. I appreciate your hard work. Mr. Yi, aren't you going to rest? She asked, concerned. Yi Hui checked his watch. It's late. Let me take you home. Oh, no need. I can catch a taxi, Zhou Xiuming replied hastily. Yi Hui shook his head. It's unsafe for you to be out alone this late. I insist. Thank you, Mr. Yi, she agreed, touched by his consideration. Yi Hui quickly reviewed the report, his vampire-enhanced mental acuity and memory making the process swift. Within minutes, he confirmed its accuracy. This version is fine. Send the electronic copy to the partners. I'll pack up, and we can leave together. Admiring his efficiency, Zhou Xiuming complied, sending the report before joining Yi Hui. Together, they left the office, her heart light with gratitude for his thoughtfulness. Let's go, she said, smiling as they walked side by side. Chapter 99. What do you think of me? In the quiet hum of the elevator, Zhou Xiuming smiled faintly, breaking the silence with a half-joke. I still can't believe we were once trapped in an elevator together, she said, her tone light, but laced with a hint of embarrassment. Yi Hui chuckled softly. Ah, that incident. A little hard to forget, isn't it? The memory brought a fleeting smile to his lips. It had been pitch dark in the elevator that day, and Zhou Xiuming had clung to him, trembling, even murmuring what she thought might be her last words. The absurdity of it now seemed almost comical. For a moment, their laughter faded, replaced by an awkward stillness. Zhou Xiuming hesitated, then tilted her head slightly to glance at him. Why did Ms. Bai leave so suddenly? She asked cautiously, her curiosity finally spilling out. Yi Hui's expression stiffened for a fraction of a second, but he recovered quickly, his voice calm. It was just a standard personnel transfer. She chose to move to another company. Nothing unusual about that. Zhou Xiuming studied his face, searching for something, any trace of emotion behind his steady demeanor. But Yi Hui's composure was impenetrable, leaving her with nothing but speculation. The older Maybach hummed softly as Yi Hui drove, the car's interior bathed in the muted glow of city lights. Zhou Xiuming sat in the passenger seat, her hands resting uneasily on her lap. She wanted to speak, but every time she opened her mouth, the words caught in her throat. Your home's in this neighborhood, right? Yi Hui asked, breaking the silence. Zhou Xiuming nodded. Yes, just up ahead. They turned into Vincent Apartments, a well-kept complex popular with nearby white-collar workers. The security was relaxed, allowing Yi Hui to drive straight in and park near her building. As the car came to a stop, Yi Hui glanced at her. You're home. Take care. Zhou Xiuming hesitated, her fingers gripping the strap of her bag. Mr. Yi, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Yi Hui paused, curious. What is it? She took a deep breath. Everyone in the company is curious about something. Are you married? His brow lifted slightly at the unexpected question. No, I'm still single, but there's too much gossip in the office. You should all focus more on your work, he replied, his tone half serious, half amused. Zhou Xiuming's curiosity deepened. Really? You're in your 30s, Mr. Yi. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Yi Hui shrugged, his voice measured and calm. Not everyone needs to be in a relationship. Some people thrive with a partner, while others are perfectly content on their own. Finding a girlfriend isn't a necessity for everyone. Sometimes it can feel more like a burden than a benefit. We all have different ways of living. His words were rational, almost detached, but they only intrigued Zhou Xiuming further. Yi Hui's thoughts, however, had wandered. He realized that as a vampire, age held little meaning for him. But for humans, reaching their 30s without settling down was often viewed differently. A pang of guilt crossed his mind. Had he been assigning too much work to Zhou Xiuming, leaving her no time for herself? As his assistant, she had spent years tirelessly coordinating between departments, managing reports, and ensuring everything ran smoothly. Her workload was heavy, often extending beyond office hours. You don't seem to have much time to date either, Yui said, glancing at her. You've been working with me for years, and you've gained plenty of experience. Maybe it's time for a change. If you'd like, I could transfer you to a more relaxed position, perhaps in the business or HR department. That way, you'll have more time to focus on your personal life. His tone was gentle, almost apologetic, and for a moment, Zhou Xueming felt a flicker of hope. But that hope was quickly tempered by the ache in her chest. The man she admired, the one she wanted most, was sitting right in front of her, yet he seemed completely unaware of her feelings. Are you okay? Yi Hui's voice pulled her back to the present. He waved a hand lightly in front of her face. Gathering her courage, Zhou Xueming spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Yi, what do you think of me? Yi Hui blinked, caught off guard. What do I think of you? He smiled faintly. You're an excellent assistant. Dedicated, reliable, and incredibly capable. You've been a great help to me, and you've done a wonderful job managing the team. Why do you ask? Is something wrong? She shook her head quickly, feeling a flush of frustration and embarrassment. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking, what do you think of me as a person? In terms of a relationship between a man and a woman. Her words came out in a rush, and the air between them seemed to freeze. Chapter 100, I Am a Vampire. When Zhou Xueming spoke, her voice was trembling but resolute. She couldn't believe she was actually saying it aloud. This moment felt monumental, a leap of courage that she never thought she could muster. Between men and women. Mr. Yi, what I mean is... Zhou Xueming hesitated, her words faltering as her heart raced. Yi Hui raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Xiao Zhou, what are you trying to say? Mr. Yi, she began again, her voice gaining strength. I've liked you for a long time. Ever since that day we were trapped in the elevator together, I've noticed you. And as I've worked as your assistant, those feelings have only grown deeper. I want to be with you. Her words tumbled out in a rush, leaving Yi Hui momentarily stunned. Was this a confession? From his assistant? After a brief pause, he collected himself. The answer was clear in his mind. No matter what, he couldn't allow this to happen. Not now, not ever. Yi Hui sighed, his tone measured but firm. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhou, but I can't be with you. Zhou Xueming's heart sank. She stared at him, her face a mix of hurt and confusion. Why? Is it because you don't like me? Then why did you choose me to be your assistant? Yi Hui shook his head. Whether I like you or not has nothing to do with making you my assistant. I chose you because of your professional abilities. That's not true, she insisted. There are others in the company more qualified than me. You didn't pick them. You picked me. That means something. Her determination caught him off guard. For a moment, he considered her words. When he first promoted her, there had indeed been some personal bias. He enjoyed her energy, her clear and sweet voice that often brightened his otherwise cold and distant days. But this was exactly why he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. Xiao Zhou, he began, but before he could continue, she moved closer and wrapped her arms around him. The embrace was warm, tender, and utterly human. For a fleeting moment, Yi Hui felt a pang of longing, but the cold reality of his existence snapped him back. You're so cold, Zhou Xueming murmured, her voice tinged with concern. Why is your body like this? Yi Hui didn't move. He allowed her to hold him for a moment longer before softly speaking. Because, Xiao Zhou, I'm not like you. She pulled back slightly, her hands lingering on his shoulders. What do you mean? He met her gaze, his expression calm, yet somber. My body temperature isn't low because I'm sick. It's because I'm a vampire. The words hung in the air, heavy and surreal. Zhou Xueming froze, her arms dropping to her sides. Hey, a vampire? She echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yi Hui nodded, his face devoid of emotion. Yes, that's why this can't happen. I don't age, Zhou Xueming. While you grow older, I'll remain as I am. It's not fair to you. I can't give you the life you deserve. She stared at him, her mind racing. "You're joking, right?" she said with a shaky laugh. "You can't be serious." Yui didn't respond. He simply looked at her, his crimson-tinged eyes glinting faintly in the dim light of the car. Realization dawned on her. This wasn't a joke. Her breath quickened as a mixture of fear and disbelief swept over her. You're really," she stammered, unable to finish the sentence. "Yes," he said softly. "And that's why we can never be together. It's better for you to forget this ever happened." Tears welled in her eyes. "You've known all this time? And yet you let me feel this way?" "I'm sorry," Yihui replied, his voice laced with regret. "I never intended to hurt you. But this is the truth of who I am." The car fell into an uneasy silence. Zhou Xueming turned away, wiping her tears as she tried to process everything. Yihui remained still, watching her with an expression that was both sorrowful and resolute. Finally, she spoke, her voice trembling but firm. "You should have told me sooner." "You're right," Yui admitted. "And for that I'm sorry." Zhou Xueming didn't respond. She stared out the window, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. The man she had admired, respected, and loved was something she couldn't have possibly imagined. And yet, despite everything, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. As the car idled in the quiet of the night, both of them were left grappling with the unbridgeable distance between their worlds. Chapter 101, I Really Like You. Yihui gazed at Zhou Xueming, his mind already swirling with numerous possibilities. Revealing this secret posed no significant risk. If necessary, he could always make her forget through hypnosis. More than anything, he was curious about Zhou Xueming's reaction. Would she panic, be fearful, collapse, or withdraw? In 400 years, Yui had never confessed his true identity to a human before. Zhou Xueming was extraordinary. From the moment he first saw her, a unique emotion had blossomed in his heart. He still remembered how, in the beginning, he paid close attention to Zhou Xueming's performance at the company. His interest was so evident that many of his subordinates assumed she had a significant background, holding her in awe despite her being a fresh graduate. This was the first time he had ever given so much attention to a human. Zhou Xueming looked at Yihui and couldn't help but think of the famous movie Twilight. When she first saw the film, she felt she could fall in love with the vampire Edward, just as Bella did. Yihui was her real-life Edward. With that thought, Zhou Xueming spoke with conviction. "It doesn't matter. Can't vampires embrace humans for the first time? If you embrace me, I will become a vampire and stay with you forever." "Nonsense! What are you talking about? Why abandon a good human life just to become a vampire?" Yihui frowned, rejecting the idea outright. "You misunderstand. I don't want you to embrace me just to become a vampire. It's because you're a vampire that I want to become one. The person I love is a vampire. To be with him, I need to become like him, right? In Twilight, Edward embraced Bella for the first time. You can embrace me too, and we can be together forever." Yihui was stunned by the fervor in Zhou Xueming's eyes. He had expected her to recoil in fear. After all, vampires were terrifying. How could a human not be afraid of them? Yihui's mouth opened slightly, revealing his fangs. The sharp teeth glinted like long thorns, menacing under the faint moonlight streaming through the car window. "Aren't you scared?" Yihui asked softly, his throat tightening. "Not at all. Your fangs are cool and handsome," Zhou Xueming replied, shaking her head. "If it were someone else, I'd be terrified. But with you I find it captivating. My love for you far outweighs any fear of vampires." Yihui's expression shifted, and he silently retracted his fangs. He had intended to persuade Zhou Xueming to reconsider, but her determination made him waver. Without a blood master, Yihui was a free body, an independent vampire with no bonds. He possessed the ability to embrace a human for the first time if he wished. Transforming Zhou Xueming into a vampire was well within his power. There can be no good outcome for vampires and humans. Yihui shook his head. I'll hypnotize you and make you forget this ever happened. No. Zhou Xueming clung tightly to Yi Hui. I really like you. Can't you reconsider? Stop being unreasonable. I don't care. I just want to be with you. Women can be incredibly resolute in matters of the heart. Zhou Xueming had already made up her mind. She feared waking up the next day, forgetting everything that had happened tonight. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was suddenly tapped. You need to park in a designated space. Don't block the road here. It was the security guard from Vincent Apartments, who noticed Yi Hui's car idling in the road and came to remind him. Okay, Yi Hui responded promptly. Blushing, Zhou Xueming settled back into the passenger seat. As Yi Hui drove away, the security guard shook his head, sighing. Young people these days were so bold, engaging in such activities right on the road. After parking in the community lot, Zhou Xueming took Yi Hui's hand. With a pleading look, she said, "Come up with me. We need to discuss this properly. You can't just hypnotize me and erase everything. I've thought it through. If I can't be with you in this life, I won't be with anyone else." Chapter 102. The Melon-Eating Little Shiba Inu. Beneath the dim lights of Building 13 at Vincent Apartments, Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming stood together, their faces cast in soft shadows. Ever since Yi Hui had agreed to let Zhou Xueming sit up and leave the car, she hadn't stopped talking, this time about the plot of the Twilight Saga. They say vampires sparkle under sunlight, reflecting colorful lights. Is that true? She asked, her tone genuinely curious. You can't call him a vampire. Yi Hui corrected, his voice calm but firm. Calling a vampire is like calling a person a scumbag. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Zhou Xueming apologized, her voice subdued. It's fine. Most people don't understand the vampire clan deeply. I don't blame you, Yi Hui replied. As for the sparkling lights, that's pure fantasy. Just a creative liberty in literature and art. I see. Zhou Xueming nodded, her face lighting up with understanding. As they entered the elevator, Zhou Xueming shifted gears, chatting brightly. My apartment is on the 10th floor. I have a little Shiba Inu named Xiaobai. He's adorable. Oh, and I won a giant stuffed bear at my company's annual meeting last year. It's huge. It takes up so much space. Yi Hui listened quietly, her voice flowing like a lark's song, sweet and melodious. It was strangely soothing, and though he didn't say it aloud, he enjoyed listening to her. It softened something in him, made him feel unexpectedly at ease. He'd already relented 3 times tonight. The first, when she confessed her feelings out of nowhere. The second, when she begged him to come upstairs to talk. And now, again, as the elevator doors slid open on the 10th floor. You're unusually talkative today, Yi Hui murmured, glancing at her. Zhou Xueming looked up at him, her eyes steady. I talk so much because I'm afraid I won't get another chance. Before Yi Hui could respond, she reached out, her cool fingers brushing his. Come with me. Somehow, Yi Hui didn't resist. She led him to her door, a sleek fingerprint lock blinking in the faint hallway light. With a quick press of her finger, the door clicked open. As soon as it swung wide, a little Shiba Inu bounded toward them, its tail wagging furiously. Woof woof, Xiaobai yipped, leaping into Zhou Xueming's arms. Look who's excited, Zhou Xueming laughed, rubbing the dog's fluffy head. Don't worry, this is a good person, she added, gesturing toward Yi Hui. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, then let out a tentative bark, as if to say, all right, I'll trust you for now. Come in, Mr. Yi, Zhou Xueming said, stepping aside to let him enter. The apartment was small but cozy, its warmth evident in every corner. The living space doubled as a kitchen, sparsely equipped with just an induction cooker. The decor was simple, with a single bedroom tucked away to one side and a plush sofa dominating the main area. Yi Hui sat at the table, his thoughts racing. Should he hypnotize her? He'd been wavering all night, but taking that step wasn't something he could do lightly. It would leave an irreversible mark on her future, a weight he wasn't sure she deserved to carry. As he deliberated, Zhou Xueming appeared, holding a glass of water. "Here, have some water," she offered with a smile. "No need," Yihui replied, his tone cool. "Vampires don't need water." The scent of her blood was everywhere in the small apartment, faint yet maddeningly enticing. It mingled with the light fragrance she wore, filling the air around him. Unlike others he'd encountered, her scent was uniquely alluring. It made him want to lean closer, too. "Mr. Yi, are you ready?" Zhou Xueming's voice broke through his thoughts. "Ready for what?" "To drink my blood," she said, tilting her head and meeting his gaze, her eyes unflinching. Yihui froze. "When did I say I wanted to drink your blood?" Instead of answering, she leaned closer. Her proximity sent a wave of heat coursing through him, his instincts roaring to life. "Don't come any closer," he warned, standing abruptly, his eyes flashing a dangerous red. "Mr. Yi," she whispered, her voice steady, "I'm willing to let you drink my blood. I like you. I'm ready to give you everything. Why not try? We could be happy together." Before he could respond, she wrapped her arms around him. Her boldness was unexpected, but what truly caught his attention was the Shiba Inu sitting beside them, watching intently. Xiaobai's mouth hung open, its wide-eyed expression resembling a bystander munching popcorn at a drama. Yihui couldn't help but wonder, did the dog really understand what was happening? Chapter 103: Secret Love for 5 Years. Yihui raised his hand and slowly embraced Zhou Xueming, his body trembling. He was still fighting the bloodthirsty urge surging within him. Reflecting on the past few days, he realized he hadn't consumed enough blood. This morning he had drunk less than 100 milliliters. Had he known this would happen, he would have ensured he drank more earlier. Now, the bloodthirst was overwhelming. The room was dark, and he was with a completely defenseless girl whose blood was utterly enticing. Even someone as composed as Yihui struggled to maintain control. "You're right, but I still feel uneasy. If I embrace you now, I might hurt you." Zhou Xueming gently let go of Yihui. "That's just your fear. For me, it's something I want." Their eyes locked, and Yihui's bloodthirst finally overpowered his will. The red glow in his eyes intensified, and his fangs extended, piercing Zhou Xueming's neck. They fell back onto the sofa. Zhou Xueming let out a soft hum and then smiled blissfully. This was a good beginning. Yihui had finally accepted her. Despite the pain, she felt immense happiness. Meanwhile, while Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing were walking a ways from the Dole Hotel. "Do you know any computer experts? There must be valuable secrets in this notebook. I'm wondering if we can crack it to uncover information about the Western vampires," Su Zhe said, holding the black notebook as they walked. "Let me think. I don't know anyone particularly skilled with computers, but I do know that Shui Xiaoxi majors in computer science." "She might know someone capable," Lin Shiqing replied. Su Zhe nodded. "I'll ask around at school tomorrow." The two continued their walk home. For some reason, Lin Shiqing enjoyed holding hands with Su Zhe. Hand in hand, step by step, they looked at the sky. They tried to trace the stars, but the city's light pollution obscured most of them. Only a few could be seen, faintly connected in lines. In the suburbs, the sky would be filled with stars, a breathtaking sight. It was late when they arrived home, expecting Yihui to be there, perhaps asking why they were so late. But the house was empty. This surprised Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing. Yihui was usually punctual, always home on time. Little did they know, Yihui was still in a daze after drinking Zhou Xueming's blood. At Vincent Apartments, Zhou Xueming lay nearly naked, wearing only her underwear. In his bloodthirsty state, Yihui had torn her top to shreds. Despite her pale face from the blood loss, Zhou Xueming looked happy, clinging to Yihui as if afraid he might leave. "I was impulsive tonight," Yihui said apologetically, recalling the moment. What truly surprised him was that Zhou Xueming's blood was pure and sweet, the blood of a virgin. At 30 years old, she was still inexperienced? This astonished Yi Hui. It doesn't matter. I'm healthy. Losing a bit of blood is nothing, Zhou Xueming said nonchalantly. Yi Hui's thoughts shifted. If he could find a suitable girl to spend his life with, it would be wonderful. Having found love, he resolved to pursue it wholeheartedly, not wanting to regret letting it slip away. Are you sure you don't mind becoming a vampire? I must warn you, embracing me will make me your blood master, giving me control over your spirit. It can be a painful experience. It doesn't matter. As long as I can be with you forever, it's worth it. Zhou Xueming had harbored a secret love for Yi Hui for 5 years. How many 5-year periods does one get in life? She finally saw hope and wouldn't let it go. You don't understand how painful the first embrace can be, Yi Hui warned. He knew from personal experience the suffering of being a blood servant, enduring hundreds of years under a blood master's control. However, if the blood master refrains from exerting pressure, the blood servant can live relatively peacefully. This meant that if Yi Hui chose not to dominate Zhou Xueming's spirit, she would not suffer much. Yi Hui's warnings were partly to test Zhou Xueming's resolve. Was she acting on a whim, or was she truly prepared to become a blood servant? Zhou Xueming hugged him tighter. Do vampires have no sense of responsibility? If you drink a human's blood, shouldn't you be accountable for that person? You've drunk my blood, so you must be responsible for me. You can't just walk away. Chapter 104, Su Zhe's Intuition. Yi Hui sighed softly. Here's the deal. I'll give you 7 days. If, after careful consideration during this time, you're still willing to be embraced by me and become a blood servant, I'll consider it seriously. These 7 days will be your cooling-off period. If, after that, you give me a negative answer, I'll hypnotize you and make you forget everything. Zhou Xueming's face lit up with joy. Really? Of course. Great, she exclaimed, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Though Yi Hui's stubble was a bit rough, the gesture filled her with happiness. So, can I take this to mean that in 7 days, you'll be my boyfriend? She asked with a grin. Beside her, the little Shiba Inu, Xiaobai, seemed to sense her joy. It barked twice, its tail wagging as though cheering for her. Yi Hui was momentarily caught off guard by her boldness. He felt both flattered and exasperated. Don't think of it like that, he said, his tone gentle but firm. You really need to think this through, understand? Life is long, but the most important decisions are only a few. This choice will shape your future, everything you do. Take it seriously. Zhou Xueming studied his serious expression for a moment before bursting into laughter. You sound just like my dad when he's lecturing me. Yi Hui's lips twitched in mild annoyance. For the record, in terms of age, I could be your great-great-great-grandfather. I'm 432 years old, you know. Perfect. It's said that older men are more attractive. At your age, you must be incredibly charming, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yi Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Conversations with her always felt so effortless, light-hearted, and warm. All right, he said, shaking his head in amusement. Just promise me you'll think about it carefully. I'll wait for your answer in 7 days. Gently, he took her hand and set it aside before standing up. You can stay here tonight. It's so late, Zhou Xueming offered. Yi Hui gave her a wry smile. Have you ever met a vampire who needed to sleep all night? Oh, right, she said, realization dawning. Vampires are nocturnal. You don't get tired from staying up late. I'm leaving, Yi Hui said, gathering his coat. As he glanced at the torn shirt lying near the bed, he added, I'll get you a replacement for that. Do you really have to go? Zhou Xueming suddenly hugged him from behind, her voice soft and pleading. Don't leave. I just want to talk to you a little longer. Please. The warmth of her embrace made him hesitate. He knew he should return to the villa to check on Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing, but Zhou Xueming needed him too. After all, he had taken her blood. It was only fair to stay with her for a while. After a moment of deliberation, he relented. All right, he said gently. Let me make a quick call. If everything's fine, I'll stay here with you until dawn. Deal. Zhou Xueming's face lit up again. She grabbed a fresh change of clothes and said, "I'll take a shower while you make your call." Yi Hui nodded as she disappeared into the bathroom. Her wound, healed by his blood energy, no longer posed any danger, so there was no harm in her bathing. He stepped onto the balcony, dialing Lin Shiqing's number. The phone rang twice before she picked up. "Xiaoqing, are you and Su Zhe at home?" he asked. "Yes, we're here." "What's wrong?" Lin Shiqing sounded puzzled. "I've got something to handle tonight, so I won't be back until tomorrow." "Stay home, both of you, until I return," Yi Hui instructed. "All right, don't worry about us," she reassured him. "Su Zhe and I will be fine. If anything happens, call me immediately." "Understood. Take care." After hanging up, Lin Shiqing turned to Su Zhe, who was lounging nearby. "Uncle Yi said he won't be back tonight." Su Zhe frowned thoughtfully. "I've got a feeling Uncle Ye's up to something." "What do you mean?" Lin Shiqing asked, confused. "Just a hunch," Su Zhe replied, his expression serious. "He's staying out all night. I think he might have found a girlfriend." Lin Shiqing shook her head dismissively. "That's impossible. Uncle Ye's probably dealing with work stuff." But Su Zhe remained adamant. "Trust me. This is a man's intuition. Uncle Yi is falling in love." Chapter 105. Information in the Notebook. "Honestly, it's about time Uncle Yi found someone special. He's already 400 years old," Lin Shiqing mused, touching her chin thoughtfully. "Maybe I should ask around my clan to see if anyone knows a beautiful blood servant to introduce to him." Su Zhe shook his head. "You're thinking too traditionally." "Traditionally? What do you mean?" Lin Shiqing asked, puzzled. "Why can't Uncle Yi find a human partner?" Su Zhe suggested. "A human girl? Is that really appropriate?" Lin Shiqing exclaimed in surprise. "Why not? I'm human, and you found me, didn't you?" Su Zhe reasoned. "Uncle Yi will be living in the city now, meeting lots of people. There's a chance he'll find someone he likes among them. Blind dates aren't the way to go. True love is something you should pursue yourself." Lin Shiqing agreed, but a concern lingered. "But if he finds a human girl, she'll age, and Uncle Yi will still look young. What then?" Su Zhe paused. The issue of lifespan was one he and Lin Shiqing also faced. However, Su Zhe had the option of becoming a vampire, which could extend his lifespan and bridge the gap. What if Uncle Yi gives the human girl his first embrace? Su Zhe proposed. Lin Shiqing shook her head quickly. "That's not ideal. The first embrace would make Uncle Yi her blood master, creating a master-servant dynamic." "But didn't you say that as long as the blood master doesn't exert mental pressure, the blood servant won't feel discomfort?" Su Zhe reminded her. "True, but it still feels strange for a blood master and servant to be in love." Lin Shiqing hesitated. "It's the best option we have. Otherwise, if another vampire gives her the first embrace, it would be even worse," Su Zhe argued. Lin Shiqing sighed. "You're getting ahead of yourself. We don't even know if Uncle Yi has a human girl in mind." Su Zhe realized she was right. They were speculating without any basis. "All right, let's put this aside and focus on this notebook." Su Zhe turned his attention to the black laptop they had taken from the Western vampires. Su Zhe, who had a background in computer science, had some foundational knowledge, but he knew cracking a highly personalized system would be challenging. He brought the laptop and its charging cable to Lin Shiqing's room, where they sat at the table, ready to explore. The screen lit up, but a password prompt appeared. "It's locked," Su Zhe observed. "And it's running on Linux, not Windows." "What's Linux?" Lin Shiqing asked, confused. "It's an open-source operating system that's more secure and customizable than Windows," Su Zhe explained briefly. "So, it's harder to crack?" Lin Shiqing summarized. "Exactly," Su Zhe nodded. "With Windows, there are many ways to bypass security, but a custom Linux system is much tougher." Su Zhe knew his skills weren't advanced enough to crack this system, but the difficulty level hinted at the importance of the information it contained. "We should find an expert to help. This notebook might hold crucial information about the Western vampires," Su Zhe suggested. Lin Shiqing agreed. Let's ask Chui Xiaoxi at school. She's skilled in computer science and might know someone who can help. With a plan in place, they decided to seek help the next day, hopeful that the contents of the notebook would offer valuable insights. Chapter 106. Give Su Zhe a holiday. The sun rose over the horizon, painting the world in soft golden hues. As its rays spread, life began to stir. Workers and students emerged from their homes, still groggy but ready to face another day of challenges and toil. The cycle of striving continued, each person giving their light and energy to the world. In a quiet room, Zhou Xueming woke up in Yi Hui's arms, feeling his strong frame wrapped protectively around her. Vampires, she had learned, were a temperature-changing race. Their body temperature shifted with the environment, warmer in summer, cooler in winter, similar to what humans might call cold-blooded creatures. But after holding her all night, Yi Hui's body had warmed to match hers, their shared heat creating a cocoon of comfort. The sunlight streaming through the window caught her attention, reminding her of something. Vampires and sunlight didn't mix, at least that's what she thought. Quietly, she slipped out of his embrace, careful not to disturb him, and walked to the curtains to draw them shut. The room darkened immediately, the golden glow replaced by soothing shadows. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled her. She turned to see Yi Hui sitting up, his crimson eyes glinting faintly in the dim light. She froze for a second, then smiled. "How cool is this? A boyfriend with glowing eyes." Like Superman. For a moment, she let her imagination run wild, picturing him shooting lasers from his eyes like a comic book hero. "I thought you'd be bothered by the sun," she explained sheepishly. "So I closed the curtains." Yi Hui smiled softly. "It's thoughtful of you, but there's no need. Vampires may be burned by the sun, but true vampires aren't. There's a big difference between the two." "What's the difference?" she asked, intrigued. "Vampires are created when one of us injects a bit of blood into a human without performing the proper first embrace ceremony. That creates what we call vampires, but their blood becomes mixed and unstable, making them vulnerable to sunlight. True vampires, like me, are created through the first embrace ceremony, a thorough and ritualistic process. Their blood is purified during the transformation, so they're not harmed by the sun." Zhou Xueming nodded thoughtfully, her excitement growing. "So, I could still enjoy the sunlight if I became a vampire?" She smiled to herself. The idea didn't seem so bad anymore. Noticing her expression, Yi Hui added reassuringly, "If you decide to go through with it, I'll ensure the ceremony is done properly. Your bloodline will be as pure as possible." Hearing this, Zhou Xueming couldn't contain her joy. She threw her arms around him. "That's wonderful." Yi Hui smiled at her enthusiasm, but kept the deeper truth to himself. The first embrace ceremony came with a cost, a heavy toll on the one performing it. The process required draining all the blood from the human's body to ensure they could survive purely on the vampire's blood. The second step was even more demanding. Bit by bit, the vampire would inject their own blood into the human, sustaining life while transforming them. The more blood given, the greater the strain on the vampire, but the higher the purity of the new vampire's bloodline. Finally, the human would awaken, fully transformed into a vampire. The ceremony was grueling and left the vampire significantly weakened for a long time. Yi Hui estimated he would need to pour 2/3 of his own blood into Zhou Xueming to give her the purest bloodline possible. The thought of losing so much strength didn't bother him. What mattered was ensuring she'd thrive. Looking at her now, he noticed her pale complexion. The memory of drinking nearly 500 milliliters of her blood last night filled him with guilt. "You're still too pale. Let's go to the hospital for a transfusion," he said, sitting up. "Hospital? Why?" she asked, confused. "You've lost a lot of blood. You need to recover. Look at yourself. You're practically glowing white." "Oh, it's fine. I'll just rest at home," she said dismissively, though her voice was tinged with exhaustion. "Anyway, we need to get to work, right?" Yi Hui shook his head. No, you don't have to go to work today, or any time until you're completely recovered. Her eyes widened. But what about my salary? Ah, you little money lover, he teased, flicking her nose lightly. Don't worry. I'll tell the finance department to give you paid leave. Really? That's not necessary. Despite her protests, her grin betrayed her delight. There's nothing wrong with taking time off. Use this time to focus on one thing. What's that? Think carefully about what I asked you last night. Whether you truly want to be embraced and become a vampire. She nodded seriously. I will. While she went to freshen up, Yui made a quick call to his company, instructing them to handle any issues without him for the day. Spending time with Zhou Xueming felt more important now than anything else. After all, she'd worked tirelessly by his side for years, and after last night, she deserved a break. When Zhou Xueming returned, her light makeup only enhanced her natural beauty. Yui took her hand, ready to leave, but paused when he noticed Xiaobai sulking in a corner. The little Shiba Inu's tail drooped, and its eyes looked forlorn. Oh no, I forgot to feed him, Zhou Xueming exclaimed, rushing to scoop up the dog. Xiaobai wagged its tail faintly, but didn't bark. You silly thing, she scolded gently. You're so quiet when you're hungry. How will I know if you don't make noise? From now on, bark when you're hungry, okay? As Xiaobai wagged its tail in agreement, Yui couldn't help but chuckle. The day ahead felt lighter, and for once, he allowed himself to relax, appreciating the warmth of simple, shared moments. Chapter 107. Yi Shiner's Little Boyfriend. When Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing arrived at the school, they found Cui Xiaoxi waiting for them at the gate. Since there were no classes that day, Cui Xiaoxi had decided to hang around, knowing they needed her help. You're here, Cui Xiaoxi greeted them with a smile. She was dressed in sportswear, looking fresh and energetic. You look a bit sweaty. Did you just finish working out? Lin Shiqing asked. Yes, I went to the gym this morning and spent over an hour there, Cui Xiaoxi replied. You're so disciplined, Lin Shiqing commented, impressed. It's not that hard. I usually eat a lot and hit the gym sporadically. But with the club gala coming up, I need to stay fit to perform the Korean dance, Cui Xiaoxi explained. That makes sense, Su Zhe agreed. Every year in mid-October, the club gala was a big event. Freshmen had already joined various clubs, and each club put on a performance. The day was filled with activities, making it a highlight of the school year. By the way, I have some juicy news for you, Cui Xiaoxi said in a lowered voice, glancing at Lin Shiqing. What is it? Lin Shiqing asked, intrigued. Su Zhe also leaned in, curious about what she had to say. You know Su Ro? She dropped out of school, Cui Xiaoxi revealed. She was diagnosed with AIDS. The CDC was alerted after a routine health check at school. No one expected it to turn out this way. Su Zhe was taken aback, processing the shocking news. Su Ro's situation seemed like a grim culmination of her reckless lifestyle. Lin Shiqing, who had harbored a desire to confront Su Ro for the emotional turmoil she caused Su Zhe, was also stunned. Is it true? She asked, still in disbelief. Yes, classmates in her department confirmed it, Cui Xiaoxi replied. She was unaware of Su Zhe's past with Su Ro and didn't notice his conflicted reaction. Su Zhe sighed inwardly, unsure of how to feel. Su Ro's fate seemed a harsh consequence of her choices. Cui Xiaoxi quickly moved on from the topic. By the way, where's Shiner today? Lin Shiqing asked. She's with her little boyfriend, Cui Xiaoxi said, her eyes twinkling with excitement. He's a senior in high school, but don't worry, he's an adult. Lin Shiqing's eyes widened. A senior in high school? That's a 3-year gap. Shiner really knows how to pick them. Sister-brother relationships are trendy now. Besides, Shiner looks so young herself, Cui Xiaoxi said with a chuckle. But seriously, if it affects his college entrance exams, that could be a problem. Su Zhe nodded. The college entrance exam is crucial. He thought about how, for most people, the college entrance exam was a significant milestone. However, his current circumstances with newfound wealth and power rendered such concerns trivial. Don't worry. Now that Shinner has opened up a bit, I'll get more details from her later, Cui Xiaoxi assured them. Her mature and caring nature often made her the glue holding their group together. Chapter 108. In the Blink of an Eye. Guided by Cui Xiaoxi, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing made their way to the doctoral students' dormitory to meet a so-called computer expert. This expert was none other than Lu Qingqi, a senior highly admired by Cui Xiaoxi. She often consulted him on academic matters, building a rapport over time. "Let me introduce you," Cui Xiaoxi began, her smile radiating confidence. "This is Senior Lu Qingqi." "Hello." Lu Qingqi greeted them warmly, adjusting his glasses. His composed demeanor exuded intellect. "Did you bring the laptop?" "Yes, it's right here," Su Zhe replied promptly, handing over the device. The computer science department at Manhwa University was among the nation's best, and achieving a doctoral degree from such a prestigious institution was no small feat. Lu Qingqi's credentials placed him among an elite group of scholars. "Come to my dorm," Lu Qingqi said after examining the laptop briefly. "My dormitory doubles as my workspace." The group followed him upstairs to his room, which showcased the privileges of being a doctoral student at a top-tier university. His dorm was a single-room suite with a private bathroom, a haven of comfort and convenience. Though compact, the space was impeccably organized. One half served as a workstation brimming with high-end computer equipment, while the other was a simple but well-kept sleeping area. After powering on the laptop, Lu Qingqi's expression turned thoughtful. "This isn't going to be easy," he remarked. "The system employs extensive protective measures to prevent unauthorized access. Cracking this will be a challenge." Cui Xiaoxi looked concerned. "Is there any way around it?" "There are ways," Lu Qingqi reassured her, "but brute force methods like password cracking will take time. If you have any clues about the password, that would expedite the process." Su Zhe racked his brain, but came up empty. He didn't even know the names of the 3 Western vampires associated with the device, let alone potential password hints. "No clues," he admitted. "You'll have to solve it without any leads." "It'll take a while," Lu Qingqi warned. Lin Shiqing, however, was prepared for such an outcome. "If you can crack the system, I'll pay you 50,000 yuan. Is that acceptable?" Lu Qingqi's face lit up briefly at the mention of compensation. While prestigious, doctoral studies came with financial constraints, and 50,000 yuan was no trivial sum. "Deal," he said with a slight nod. Leaving the laptop in Lu Qingqi's capable hands, the trio parted ways. Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing left the campus shortly afterward, returning home to await updates. Time flew by, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the basement of the Lin family villa, a thunderous explosion echoed as dust filled the air, accompanied by a flash of red light. A reinforced steel wall lay in ruins. Su Zhe surveyed the destruction with satisfaction. Since becoming a vampire baron, his powers had grown significantly. Stretching his newly formed blood wings, he glided effortlessly across the vast basement. Designed with foresight, the underground space spanned over 500 square meters, with ceilings towering 6 meters high, spacious enough for his training. In the corner stood Lin Shiqing, watching with awe. "Su Zhe, your progress in just a month is incredible," she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Over the past month, Su Zhe had focused on honing his abilities. His attributes soared as he used his daily blood rituals and drew prizes from the mysterious system. With 13 lottery draws in total, he gained enough attribute points to surpass the 500 mark across the board. This milestone unlocked the system's 3rd-tier prize pool, promising even greater rewards. Host Su Zhe. Power, 502. Spirit, 504. Speed, 503. Defense, 500. Skills, Time Stop, Elementary, Vampire Transformation, Blood Devouring. His raw strength and his ability to stop time made him a formidable opponent. Even Lin Xiaohua would likely struggle against him now. Yet, despite his advancements, Su Zhe felt a tinge of disappointment. The system hadn't yet upgraded his time stop skill to the intermediate level. Still, with his current power, he was confident in his ability to defeat foes several levels above him. Meanwhile, his relationship with Lin Shiqing grew deeper. The initial awkwardness gave way to a natural intimacy, and they settled into a rhythm akin to a young couple living together. While Su Zhe trained, progress on the laptop continued steadily. Though the system proved complex, Lu Qingqi's expertise shone through. He estimated it would take 3 to 4 more days to crack the device and extract its files. True to his word, Lu Qingqi maintained discretion, refraining from accessing any sensitive information on the laptop. Lin Shiqing's generous payment ensured his commitment. A new chapter for Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming. While Su Zhe focused on his growth, Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming's relationship also evolved. After a month of careful deliberation, Yi Hui finally set a date for Zhou Xueming's first embrace, November 15th, the night of the full moon. This celestial event, with its radiant moonlight, would amplify the ritual's success, ensuring Zhou Xueming's transformation into a vampire with the purest bloodline. Though reluctant to rush the decision, Yi Hui understood the importance of timing. Zhou Xueming, now fully committed to him, had accepted the idea wholeheartedly. Chapter 109: Embracing the First Love. The computer of the Western Vampire clan was on the verge of being cracked, signaling a turning point for Su Zhe. With his recent ascension to Baron status, his strength had significantly increased, paving the way for future confrontations with the formidable Western Vampire clan. Finding information on the locations of other Western vampires would be a strategic advantage. With such intel, Su Zhe could use his Devourer of Blood skill to absorb their power, accelerating his own growth. The global landscape was far from peaceful. Werewolves were gradually infiltrating China, and tensions were brewing worldwide. The undercurrents of unrest made strength essential for self-preservation. Su Zhe's thoughts momentarily shifted to Lin Xiaohua, who would be unaware of Su Zhe's newfound ability to defeat him effortlessly. However, Su Zhe's focus was on the progression of his powers. He pondered whether the rewards from the third-level prize pool would improve as expected, or if there would be diminishing returns. Based on his calculations, advancing from Baron to Viscount required a significant accumulation of attribute points. The journey from Baron to Viscount seemed daunting, but Su Zhe was prepared for the challenges ahead. His primary concern was the potential slowdown in breaking through realms. Drawing from the prize pool had a cooldown period, and Lin Shiqing couldn't continuously feed on blood without consequences. Thus, Su Zhe's advancement depended heavily on his blood-swallowing skill. Su Zhe resolved not to rush. Protecting himself and those he cared about was his immediate priority. He also experimented with his defense attributes, curious if Lin Shiqing could still feed on him despite his increased defenses. Fortunately, by relaxing his muscles, Lin Shiqing could continue to feed without issue. Despite their deepening bond, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing had yet to share a kiss. Lin Shiqing preferred a gradual approach, focusing on building their emotional connection. Su Zhe agreed, believing that taking things slowly was the best course of action. Interestingly, Su Zhe discovered that his blood had a unique effect, enhancing Lin Shiqing's affection for him. This wasn't surprising to her, as family records indicated that high-quality blood could create strong attractions for vampires. Su Zhe's extraordinary abilities contributed to this effect. In the past month, Lin Shiqing's strength had grown significantly by feeding on Su Zhe's blood. She was now on the verge of becoming an 8th-level vampire, with her bloodline purity nearing that of an 11th-generation vampire. Su Zhe's bloodline purity, comparable to a 12th-generation vampire, had also improved. This progress was essential for both their growth and their bond. Su Zhe viewed the system as a tool, not something to be revered. He valued honesty and transparency, especially with Lin Shiqing. Sharing the existence of the system with her felt natural and sincere, avoiding the need for deception. As they prepared to leave the basement, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing speculated about Yi Hui's mysterious announcement. Lin Shiqing guessed it might involve a new romantic partner, while Su Zhe joked about the fast pace of modern relationships. Their playful banter was interrupted by Yi Hui's return. To their surprise, he introduced Zhou Xueming, his assistant, as his girlfriend. The affection between Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming was evident, catching Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing off guard. Yi Hui had already discussed his relationship with Lin Xiaohua and his wife, who gave their blessing. This development was significant for Yi Hui, as it marked a new chapter in his life. The bond he shared with Zhou Xueming was genuine, and they were ready to embrace their future together. As the evening progressed, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing reflected on the unexpected turn of events. Their own relationship continued to deepen, built on trust, honesty, and mutual growth. In the quiet moments they shared, they found comfort and strength in each other's presence, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 110: Preparing for the First Embrace. Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe were stunned by the news that Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming casually shared. "I need to tell you something," Yi Hui began, his tone calm yet resolute. "On November 15th, if everything goes as planned, I will perform the first embrace with Xiao Ming." Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing exchanged wide-eyed glances. For them, the first embrace was more of a symbolic concept. Su Zhe's transformation into a vampire had been a unique anomaly caused by his mysterious system. But for Zhou Xueming, this was an irreversible and profound change. "Uncle Yi, have you really thought this through?" Lin Shiqing asked, her voice tinged with concern. Yi Hui's gaze softened as he looked at Zhou Xueming. "I've thought about it deeply. Xiao Ming is still young. Embracing her now will preserve her youth and vitality. But of course," he added gently, "the decision is ultimately hers." Zhou Xueming placed her hand over Yi Hui's, her expression unwavering. "I've made up my mind. I'm ready," she said with quiet determination. Over the past month, their bond had grown stronger. They had spent countless nights together, cherishing the rare peace and comfort of each other's presence. For Yi Hui, if he couldn't have Zhou Xueming in his life, he couldn't imagine sharing it with anyone else. He had spent centuries in solitude, convincing himself that companionship wasn't necessary. Love, he thought, was a fleeting distraction, an inconvenience in an otherwise orderly existence. But meeting Zhou Xueming had upended those beliefs. Being with her wasn't a burden, it was a joy. Her laughter, her touch, even the way she simply existed beside him, brought him a contentment he never thought possible. For Zhou Xueming, the decision was equally clear. The difference in their natures, vampire and human, was the only remaining obstacle between them. The first embrace would erase that barrier. They would share not only their lives but their eternity. Still, there was a practical concern: their bloodlines. As a blood servant, Yi Hui's lineage was of lower purity. His bloodline ranked at the 13th generation, meaning that Zhou Xueming's, after the embrace, would descend to the 14th. If they were to have children, a possibility they both quietly considered, the purity of their offspring's bloodline would also be limited. Their child would likely have a 14th-generation bloodline, with an upper limit of strength comparable to a lower-tier 7th or 8th level vampire. While their abilities wouldn't rival the purest bloodlines, they would inherit a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, a gift that outweighed any perceived limitations. As the conversation grew more serious, Su Zhe decided to lighten the mood. "Butler Yi," he said with a broad smile, "congratulations. Here's to a smooth and successful first embrace ceremony on the 15th. Yi Hui chuckled. "Thank you, young master. With you and the family's support, I have no doubt everything will go as planned." From that day on, Zhou Xueming moved into the Lin family villa to prepare. The first embrace ceremony wasn't just a ritual. It required both physical and mental readiness. She needed time to rest, reflect, and attune herself to the monumental change ahead. Yi Hui had already taken care of the logistics. He arranged for her to take a month-long leave from work, a decision that sparked no small amount of gossip in the company. Rumors about their relationship swirled among the employees, but Yi Hui didn't mind. His priority was ensuring that Zhou Xueming's transition went smoothly. He delegated her responsibilities to other subordinates and even redistributed some of his own workload to spend more time with her. Meanwhile, whispers spread among the female staff. Many lamented their missed opportunity, wondering if they might have been in Zhou Xueming's place had they acted sooner. For Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming, however, such chatter was insignificant. Together, they focused on the days ahead, knowing that November 15th would mark the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Chapter 111. Changes in Xiaofan. Initially reserved, Zhou Xueming gradually relaxed as Lin Shiqing warmly greeted her and struck up a conversation. Zhou Xueming, who had always donned conservative office attire, hip-covering skirts paired with crisp white shirts, now wore a pure white dress adorned with a delicate platinum necklace. Her transformation was striking. She exuded a gentle charm, her long hair cascading past her shoulders, her almond-shaped eyes captivating, and a hint of light red lipstick adding a fresh touch to her look. Yi Hui, captivated by her expressive eyes, found himself enamored in a way he hadn't anticipated. Zhou Xueming's natural beauty, paired with her newfound elegance, revealed a different side of her that Yi Hui couldn't help but adore. As they strolled through the villa, Yi Hui introduced Zhou Xueming to the intricacies of vampire life. Holding a glass pot filled with treated blood, he explained, "This is refrigerated blood. Proper storage is crucial to prevent spoilage. Herbs are added to prolong its freshness and enhance its quality." Zhou Xueming, intrigued, noted the subtle medicinal scent mingling with the blood's natural aroma. She responded thoughtfully, "I see. That makes sense. Do you think you'll miss human food after your first embrace?" Yi Hui inquired gently. Zhou Xueming considered the question, her expression softening. "There are many delicacies I still want to try," she admitted, "but those cravings pale in comparison to being with you. It's a small sacrifice." Yi Hui smiled warmly. "In that case, let's ensure you savor every meal you desire before the transition." Their conversation, filled with tender exchanges, painted a picture of burgeoning love. Watching from the living room, Lin Shiqing remarked to Su Zhe, "Seeing Uncle Yi so happy is heartwarming." "Finding true love does that to you," Su Zhe replied, smiling. With Lin Xiaohua and his wife due back the next day to meet Zhou Xueming, Yi Hui prepared a room for her, ensuring she had everything she needed. Over the following days, he would nourish her with blood energy to ease the first embrace ceremony and reduce potential rejection. That evening, after Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing retired to their rooms, a familiar figure emerged Xiaofan. The tiny spider, once modest in size, had transformed. Its body had shrunk but radiated powerful energy. For weeks, Su Zhe had been feeding Xiaofan his blood after the spider's usual diet of poisonous insects became scarce. To his surprise, Xiaofan adapted, becoming enamored with his blood, which fueled its growth and increased its strength. As Lin Shiqing explained, the intricate patterns on Xiaofan's back signified its power. Now boasting 7 incomplete patterns, Xiaofan had reached the 7th level of its first form, equating to the strength of a 7th-level vampire. With Xiaofan and Lin Shiqing, now an 8th-level vampire, by his side, Su Zhe felt more confident. Together, they formed a formidable force capable of confronting Western vampires of significant rank. Even though challenges remained, particularly against adversaries beyond the 3rd level of Baron, Su Zhe knew they were stronger together. Xiaofan's unique advantage lay in its small size, allowing it to deliver unexpected, lethal strikes. Its presence added a strategic edge to their battles, proving that strength often came in surprising forms. Chapter 112. The Blood-Feeding Plan. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting a pale glow on Su Zhe's figure. In his vampire state, his crimson eyes shimmered faintly, and his body emanated a cold, ethereal aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. Since ascending to the rank of Baron, Su Zhe had noticed subtle changes in himself. His eyes were a deeper red, and the chill that clung to his skin was more pronounced, a manifestation of his breakthrough into a higher realm. This aura, though unspoken, was undeniable, and even Lin Shiqing couldn't entirely suppress her unease around it. No one but Lin Shiqing knew of his transformation. For now, he kept his newfound power a secret. Shifting back into his human form to feed Xiaofan, Su Zhe felt his blood begin to flow once more. He extended his right hand, his slender fingers strong yet delicate, his pale skin glowing faintly in the moonlight. A small blade, no larger than a nail clipper, but razor-sharp, appeared in his palm. With a swift motion, the blade sliced his wrist, severing a vein. Bright crimson blood trickled down his arm. The flow wasn't rapid, but it was enough to excite Xiaofan, who immediately began to writhe and twitch in anticipation. Bathed in Su Zhe's blood, its body glowed with a vibrant pink hue. The bloodthirsty spider danced on its 8 legs, each covered in soft red bristles, as if celebrating the life-giving feast. Lin Shiqing, standing nearby, caught the unmistakable scent of blood. Her sensitive nose twitched as she inhaled the aroma deeply. Even though she had smelled Su Zhe's blood countless times before, it never failed to captivate her. It carried a faint, minty fragrance, not overpowering, but soothing, almost like a balm for her body and mind. She closed her eyes briefly, savoring the scent, though she resisted the temptation to drink more. Her body still harbored hundreds of milliliters of undigested blood, and consuming more than her limit would bring pain and days of recovery. Su Zhe watched the scene thoughtfully. His blood, as he had learned from previous experiments, dried almost instantly after leaving his body. Within 5 seconds, its potency diminished by up to 70–80%. After that, its effectiveness stabilized, but the loss was still significant. Now that he was a baron, even his weakened blood remained a potent elixir for other vampires. He began to consider sharing it with those closest to him, Lin Xiaohua, his wife, and Yi Hui. Strengthening them would offer him peace of mind, especially Yi Hui, whose abilities were far too limited for the challenges ahead. Yi Hui's strength was barely at the 5th level, leaving him vulnerable against even moderately strong Western vampires. For Su Zhe, that was unacceptable. As Xiaofan continued to feast, Su Zhe allowed the spider 5 full minutes before signaling to Lin Shiqing to close the wound. She complied, channeling her blood energy to heal the cut almost instantly. Satisfied and brimming with energy, Xiaofan skittered back to its nest, leaving behind a small pool of dark, coagulated blood on the ground. Su Zhe grabbed a mop and cleaned the mess with practiced ease, leaving the floor spotless. Lin Shiqing's gaze followed Xiaofan, and she couldn't hide her amazement. "Look at its back," she said, pointing to the spider. "Its 8th residual pattern is already forming. It won't be long before it reaches the 8th level." Her voice held a mix of awe and anticipation. "In the family," she continued, "the strongest bloodthirsty spider ever recorded only reached the 3rd level. No one has seen one evolve beyond that. I can't imagine how powerful Xiaofan might become with your blood." Su Zhe nodded, silently observing the vibrant spider now resting in its nest. He had always known his blood was extraordinary, but witnessing its effects on Xiaofan made him wonder just how far his influence could extend, not only to the spider, but to those he cared about most. In this volatile world of vampires and humans, strength was the only true safeguard. Su Zhe was determined to provide it, one drop of blood at a time. Chapter 113. Laptop cracked successfully. Su Zhe followed Lin Shiqing's gaze, noting the new pattern on Xiaofan's back, subtly laced with a hint of blood. A smile curved his lips as he thought aloud. "With you, me, and Xiaofan, our plan to deal with the Western vampires will be much smoother." The memory of his nation's past humiliations stirred a deep resentment within Su Zhe toward the Western vampires' current aggression. Although the Blood Clan's battles were not conventional wars waged with guns and cannons, they held profound implications for a nation's destiny, its government, and its people. In Su Zhe's view, The struggle between the vampires mirrored the broader dynamic between the weak and the strong. Despite the Western origins of vampirism and the Westerners' role in assimilating Easterners through the first embrace, Su Zhe believed that Eastern vampires deserved to rise and reclaim their dignity after centuries of subjugation. Now, with newfound strength, he felt empowered to challenge the status quo. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Early the next morning, Su Zhe received an ecstatic call from Lu Qingqi. "The Western Vampire's notebook has been cracked. We finally unlocked the system and bypassed the password. It took a month, but we did it." Lu Qingqi's excitement was palpable. "When can you come to pick it up?" "Right away," Su Zhe responded eagerly. As he and Lin Shiqing drove to Binhai University, Lin Shiqing turned serious. "Su Zhe promised me something." Surprised, Su Zhe asked, "What is it?" "We must be cautious. We can't confront the Western vampires without knowing their strength. If they're too powerful and we can't handle them, it could end badly," Lin Shiqing warned. Su Zhe reassured her, "I've thought about that. I won't make a move unless I'm certain. Besides, we don't even know what information the notebook contains. It might not have any details on the Western vampires' locations." Lin Shiqing's concern was evident. "I'm happy to be with you, but we can't take unnecessary risks. Our safety comes first." "Absolutely," Su Zhe agreed. "Safety is paramount." November brought a sharp drop in temperature, but Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing still wore T-shirts, drawing the curious gazes of students. Su Zhe, like a living furnace, radiated warmth and energy, impervious to the cold. Guided by memories of their last visit, they quickly found Lu Qingqi's dormitory. Su Zhe's memory had become almost photographic. A single glance was enough to imprint details that he could recall even months later. Inside, Lu Qingqi was engrossed in coding when he heard a noise at the door. Rising, he welcomed Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing into the room, gesturing toward the cracked, dark laptop on the table. Despite having cracked it, Lu Qingqi had refrained from exploring its contents, maintaining his professional ethics. "The password has been reset," Lu Qingqi explained, his face lighting up with a smile. "The new password is Kui147258. "Why such a complicated password?" Su Zhe asked. "It's a security requirement, uppercase, lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols, for a higher security factor," Lu Qingqi explained. "Despite the security, I found a loophole and gained full administrative access to the computer." With the laptop cracked and access granted, Su Zhe knew they had taken a significant step forward. The contents of the notebook could hold the key to understanding their adversaries better and planning their next move. Chapter 114, The Encryption Puzzle. Leaving Lu Qingqi's dormitory, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing decided to find a quiet spot to review the notebook's contents. The journey home was too far, so they opted for a nearby express hotel, a stone's throw from the school. Its privacy and reliable power supply made it a convenient choice, despite the occasional rumors of hidden pinhole cameras. Su Zhe reassured himself. They were here for business, not anything inappropriate. The Jason Hotel, notoriously nicknamed the Gun Room by students, was a hub of youthful passion. Morning hours saw couples departing, some familiar faces among them. Lovebirds giggled and exchanged whispers as they left, basking in their youthful energy. Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing ignored the glances sent their way, stepping into the hotel courtyard with purpose. Inside, the night shift receptionist, barely stifling a yawn, awaited her replacement. Su Zhe approached the desk and requested an hourly room. "One room, please," he said, handing over his ID. The receptionist's weariness faded as she glanced up at the duo. Her gaze lingered longer than necessary. Handsome men and beautiful women had that effect. Her imagination drifted, her thoughts tinged with personal memories, but Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing remained oblivious. After checking in, the pair ascended to room 509. The room was modest but clean, its faint scent of shampoo and soap hinting at earlier occupants. A table stood across from the bed, its wall lined with outlets. Su Zhe's gaze sharpened as his instincts kicked in. Stay here a moment, he said to Lin Shiqing. He activated his vampire vision, a flash of crimson igniting his irises. The room's mundane appearance transformed. Hidden details became strikingly clear. There, he murmured. In the corner, disguised as an innocuous outlet, a pinhole camera emitted a faint green glow. Barely noticeable to the naked eye, it was evident under his heightened perception. With a swift motion, Su Zhe condensed a thin needle of blood and flicked it toward the device. The camera sparked briefly before going dark, its lens irreparably shattered. Meanwhile, in the hotel security room, a guard jolted upright. The feed from one of the cameras had abruptly cut off, the last image blurred by a streak of red. Satisfied there were no other surveillance devices, Su Zhe turned to Lin Shiqing. All clear, he said. You're killing two birds with one stone, she replied with a smirk. Privacy for us, and justice for others. Su Zhe plugged his charger into the laptop and powered it on. Lin Shiqing pulled up two chairs, and they sat side by side, the glow of the screen illuminating their focused expressions. The laptop booted to a plain desktop. Black wallpaper and sparse icons suggested its owner valued minimalism, or discretion. One icon, however, immediately caught Su Zhe's eye. It was a black crow, stylized in sharp lines, labeled communication. Communication? Su Zhe mused aloud, his English proficiency allowing him to quickly translate the word. Lin Shiqing leaned closer. Is it some kind of encrypted messaging software? Possibly, Su Zhe replied, frowning slightly. But if it requires a login and password, cracking it won't be easy. Check if it's set to remember credentials or log in automatically, Lin Shiqing suggested. Su Zhe double-clicked the icon. The screen flickered and a large crow materialized, animated in sharp GIF format. Its wings beat powerfully, and its scarlet eyes seemed to pierce through the screen. The crow raised its beak arrogantly, exuding an almost predatory dominance. This looks more like a blood crow than just a crow, Lin Shiqing remarked. Su Zhe nodded. As the blood crow flapped its wings one final time, a login screen emerged beside it. Username, password. Their challenge had begun. Chapter 115. An incredible discovery. The good news, there was an account. The bad news, it required a password. Su Zhe rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Things were not as smooth as he had hoped. Noticing his frustration, Lin Shiqing offered a reassuring smile. It's okay. There are plenty of folders. Maybe one of them contains a clue. Su Zhe's eyes brightened with renewed hope. He often stored passwords and memos to avoid forgetting them, so perhaps the previous user had done something similar. As he scrolled through the files, a particular TXT file caught his eye. His heart quickened. Could it be what he thought it was? Opening the file, he couldn't believe his luck. The communication password was right there. It seemed the Western vampire had worried about forgetting the password and created this file as a precaution. Su Zhe was initially surprised. Vampires had exceptional memories, so why would they need a reminder? However, the answer became clear once he saw the password, a 512-bit string of random characters, an incomprehensible jumble. For security reasons, perhaps the password was made so complex. Even with their remarkable memory, it was understandable why they would store it in a file rather than rely solely on recall. Whoever created this password, or the software that generated it, was a genius. Copying and pasting the password, Su Zhe waited. A few seconds later, a pop-up appeared. Stealth or online? He opted for stealth mode. The communication software was filled with cached chats. Two stood out, a contact labeled Master and a group chat titled Home. The meaning of home was clear. Master likely referred to a superior figure, possibly a high-ranking member of the Western vampires. Su Zhe wondered if this figure, called Master, could be similar to the Lord from the Western vampire hierarchy, a leader or commander. The last message exchange was over a month old, around the time Su Zhe had eliminated 3 Western vampires. He read the conversation. Lord, When will you send someone to meet us? They will come. Just wait. I've been waiting for a week. How much longer? We're in terrible shape. If the superhumans find us, we're done for. Please, Lord, send help. The Lord's cold, indifferent reply showed a ruthless abandonment of his subordinates, treating them as disposable. Su Zhe sifted through more chats, finding task assignments and financial transactions. However, it was the group chat that held the real intrigue. Pinned at the top were links to bounty missions. Eliminate a 7th-level extraordinary officer in Newfound City. Except for details. Besiege the Qin clan. 20 spots available. First come, first served. There were numerous missions, both solo and group. Su Zhe's mind raced with possibilities. He could stake out a mission location, waiting to ambush arriving vampires, or observe single-player missions to intercept isolated targets. The autonomy to choose his method of engagement excited him. Despite his growing anticipation, Su Zhe reigned in his eagerness. His priority was to gather intelligence on nearby missions, ensuring easier mobility when the time came. The bounty missions provided valuable leads. He also noted the option to privately message other Western vampires in the group chat. However, he chose to maintain discretion, avoiding any premature actions that might alert the enemy. Wrapping an arm around Lin Shurqing's shoulders, Su Zhe smiled, his voice laced with excitement. It seems we've stumbled upon something incredible. Chapter 116, Lowly Alice on the Run. As Su Zhe continued to dig through the files on the laptop, a new discovery emerged, a document titled Map Distribution of Vampire Clans in Various Countries. The document was a treasure trove of information. For centuries, vampire clans had kept their locations secret, operating much like the principles of the dark forest theory from the three-body problem. Concealed, wary, and ready to strike if discovered. Opening the file, Su Zhe was met with a detailed map of China. Dots and markers covered the map, each representing a known vampire clan. Among them, the location of the Lin clan was unmistakably pinpointed. Impressive, Su Zhe muttered. Across China's vast landscape, hundreds of vampire clans were noted, with many more still unidentified. Smaller countries like the Neon Kingdom and Kimchi Country had far fewer clans, but they too were charted. The document also included information on vampire clans in the West, and even some insights into werewolves and other supernatural beings. It was a chaotic yet invaluable resource. Su Zhe made a mental note to study it further when time allowed. For now, he closed the laptop. Let's go, he said. Lin Shurqing nodded, and the two left the room. At the hotel entrance, the security guard whose hidden camera Su Zhe had destroyed earlier cast nervous glances their way. Su Zhe didn't acknowledge him. He had no interest in reporting the incident. It would waste time and achieve little. In a desolate area outside the city, 7 imposing figures emerged from a cloud of dust. Dressed in black, their hulking frames exuded raw power. The leader, a bearded man with piercing eyes under the brim of his hat, stood at the forefront. Kosel, why bring us to Manhwa? What's your game? One of the men, Dosa, asked with a frown. Kosel, the leader, smirked. Have you heard of Alice? The little vampire girl from the Nora family? Dosa nodded. Sure, but no one knows where she is. That's where you're wrong. My sources indicate she's here in Manhwa. Alone. Injured. If we find her, we can leverage her to extract a hefty ransom from the Nora family. The group stirred. Alice was no ordinary vampire. As a 13th-generation descendant of the Nora family, her bloodline rivaled that of an 11th-generation vampire. Capturing her would indeed be a massive coup. Are you sure? One of the others pressed. Kosel's eyes gleamed. I wouldn't have gathered you here without solid intel. She's in Shun District. We find her, we take her, and we make history. As a second-level, 4th-tier werewolf elder of the Chell family in France, Kosel's reputation preceded him. His team, all werewolves, had followed him east to escape the waning influence of their kind in the West. The promise of rewards sweetened the deal. Kosel held up a handful of dark night crystals, rare treasures that enhanced a werewolf's power under moonlight. Whoever captures her gets 2 crystals. Everyone else gets 1. If you're not interested, leave now. None of the werewolves moved. Good, Kosel said, his voice cold. Let's move. In Beanhai's University District, a crowd gathered around a small figure sprawled on the curb. Whose child is this? Someone murmured. Who leaves a kid in a place like this? Call the police. No way. I don't want to get involved. Amid the chatter, Alice barely managed to open her eyes. Her pale face and tattered clothes told a story of desperation. She muttered weakly, but her words were unintelligible to the crowd. Is that even English? No idea. Maybe some other language. Alice's hope dwindled. Exhaustion weighed her down. She had been wandering the city for 2 weeks, evading hunters and surviving on scraps of blood stolen in the dead of night. The people around her seemed unwilling to help. She wanted to cry, but lacked the strength. Then, a shadow fell over her. Qingbao, look at her. We can't just leave her like this, a voice said gently. Alice blinked up at a man standing in the sunlight. Beside him was a woman with a kind expression. Su Zhe's sharp eyes caught the faint flicker of blood energy emanating from the girl. She wasn't human. She was a young vampire, barely holding on. She's just a kid, Lin Shiqing said, kneeling to scoop Alice into her arms. Alice flinched but was too weak to resist. Careful, Su Zhe warned, wary of a potential trap. She's barely alive, Lin Shiqing shot back. Do you really think she's a threat right now? The crowd dispersed as Lin Shiqing carried Alice to their car. Inside, Lin Shiqing tried to communicate. What's your name? Where are you from? Alice murmured something in Italian. Su Zhe frowned. What language is that? Italian, Lin Shiqing replied with a smile. I studied it once. Let me try. To Alice's surprise, Lin Shiqing responded fluently. For the first time in weeks, someone understood her. Through halting sentences, Alice explained her plight. She was from the Nora family, attacked by powerful enemies, and left to fend for herself in a foreign land. She's been through so much, Lin Shiqing said, her voice filled with sympathy. Su Zhe nodded grimly. Looks like we got a runaway, lowly vampire on our hands. Chapter 117, Cousin Lin Zikai. Despite the innocent appearance of the young girl who had appeared unexpectedly, Su Zhe couldn't shake a lingering sense of doubt. Something about her sudden presence felt off. Lin Shiqing, on the other hand, found herself enchanted by the girl's charm. The little girl's soft demeanor and endearing innocence made it easy for Lin Shiqing to let her guard down. For now, they decided to take the girl back to the villa. Upon returning home, they found Lin Shiqing's parents had also returned. Sitting with them was a youthful-looking man, his expression fresh and slightly timid. Uncle, Aunt, your home is truly beautiful, Lin Zikai greeted them warmly. Lin Zikai was Lin Xiaohua's nephew, the son of his elder brother, Lin Tai. At 125 years old, he was still considered in the infancy of a vampire's lifespan. Bored with life in his hometown, Lin Tai had sent Lin Zikai to the city for a change of scenery. Despite his age, Lin Zikai was still maturing, spending a significant portion of each month in deep sleep to allow his body to develop. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, his delicate features and soft brows gave him a refined, almost princely air. Lin Xiaohua smiled at his nephew. There are plenty of rooms in the villa. Why don't you take one on the second floor? Your aunt and I are the only ones up there, and if you need anything, you can come to us. He thought of the thick soundproof walls in the villa, which were necessary to muffle the keen hearing of vampires. Without them, even the slightest noise could disrupt their rest. While enhanced senses had their advantages, they also posed challenges. Lin Xiaohua mused about how sharp eyesight could be a double-edged sword. Being able to see every detail might not always be pleasant. The beauty seen from a distance often softened flaws that became glaringly obvious up close. Lin Zikai nodded. I can stay anywhere really. As Lin Xiaohua guided him inside, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Lately, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing have been going out frequently. He made a mental note to ask about their activities when they returned. "Where's my cousin?" Lin Zikai asked. "She's probably out," Linwen responded. Lin Zikai's eyes lit up. "I heard from my dad that she has a boyfriend now. Does that mean I have a brother-in-law?" Lin Xiaohua exchanged a glance with Lin Wen, his expression shifting slightly. "You could say that." Lin Xiaohua had gradually come to accept Su Zhe. Since Lin Zikai brought it up, he offered a straightforward answer. "Great! I can't wait to see what my brother-in-law looks like." Lin Zikai grinned, his pointed canines showing. Lin Xiaohua thought about Su Zhe. Although he had become a vampire through the first embrace rather than by birth, his appearance was undeniably striking. Still, when it came to his daughter's beauty, Su Zhe was outmatched. After mulling it over, Lin Xiaohua replied, "Your brother-in-law is quite handsome. You'll see when they get back." Lin Zikai, his excitement barely contained, explored the villa with wide-eyed wonder. This was his first venture outside the clan's enclave. His father, Lin Tai, had pushed him to train hard, but the limitations of their bloodline meant his strength would never exceed a certain point. Eventually, Lin Tai gave up on those ambitions, opting instead to let his son enjoy life. Meanwhile, on the Ring Expressway, Su Zhe was driving at an exhilarating 180 miles per hour despite exceeding the speed limit. His precision ensured their safety. The risk of a crash was minimal. With his ability to stop time, he could avoid any potential accident. Su Zhe had developed a taste for speed, the rush of the wind outside the car invigorating him. Behind him, Lin Shiqing was engaged in conversation with Alice. "Missy, Missy, there are so many flowers." "Demi, Demi, Slakandi." Su Zhe, unable to understand their exchange, felt like a bystander to their conversation. Lin Shiqing turned to him. "Alice said she's from the Nola family in Italy. She came to China in search of a secret blood realm. It's said to contain traces of Cain's essence and blood. Although diluted, it's still the blood of the vampire ancestor, capable of greatly enhancing anyone who absorbs it." Alice's openness was both endearing and alarming. Her lack of experience made her overly trusting, readily sharing information with Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing, the strangers who had rescued her. Su Zhe knew of the secret blood realms, but had never pursued them. Legend held that the remnants of ancient gods, including Cain, had scattered across the blue star, forming these hidden realms. Only during a full moon could these realms be accessed, allowing those who entered to absorb the ancestral essence and strengthen themselves. However, finding these secret realms without precise information was nearly impossible. Su Zhe, content with his current progress, saw no reason to seek them out recklessly. Yet, Alice's naive enthusiasm presented an unexpected opportunity. Smiling, Su Zhe thought, "I didn't expect to stumble upon such a fortunate encounter just by walking down the street." Chapter 118. Only Alice Knows. "Sister, why does that brother look so strange?" "His smile is scary," Alice murmured in Italian, her wide eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Su Zhe's crooked, sinister grin made her inch closer to Lin Shiqing with unease. Fortunately for Alice, Su Zhe couldn't understand Italian and remained blissfully unaware, lost in his own world. His imagination had taken off, painting an elaborate scene in his mind. Through the discovery of the secret realm of blood, Su Zhe imagined his strength soaring overnight. He envisioned becoming a viscount, a powerful and respected figure within the Lin clan. No longer mocked or hindered in his relationship with Lin Shiqing, he would rise to the pinnacle of their society, silencing all the naysayers. The mental image was intoxicating. The dramatic rise in status, the awestruck faces of his doubters. It was perfect. A viscount must be incredibly powerful, Su Zhe mused, the fantasy expanding in his mind. After all, Lin Shiqing had mentioned that even some of the ancestral elders in the Lin clan, vampires from the 8th and 9th generations, had achieved this lofty rank. "Su Zhe, why are you grinning like that?" Lin Shiqing interrupted, breaking his daydream. Her voice was tinged with both amusement and exasperation. Ah! Su Zhe blinked, returning to reality. That creepy smile of yours scared Alice, Lin Shiqing pointed out, nodding toward the back seat. Su Zhe glanced in the rearview mirror, meeting Alice's wary gaze. She was clutching Lin Shiqing's arm like a lifeline. She says you look like you have bad intentions, Lin Shiqing translated with a smirk. Su Zhe sighed. What was I thinking? It's not like I can explain it to her. He turned his attention back to the road. I was just wondering if the secret realm of blood could help me grow stronger. If we can use Alice to locate it, the benefits might be huge. Lin Shiqing frowned. It's true the secret realm could be invaluable, but that expression you had earlier. Even I'd be suspicious. She ruffled Alice's hair. Don't worry, Alice. I'll keep you safe. Su Zhe muttered under his breath. Safe? She's a century-old vampire. Alice might look like a child, but vampire years were something else entirely. Her 100-plus years of existence translated to the developmental equivalent of a preteen human. Su Zhe shook his head, marveling at the strangeness of vampire biology. If she were human, she'd barely be out of elementary school, Su Zhe quipped. Lin Shiqing chuckled. Well, vampires age slowly. Can't rush nature. Alice's large eyes darted back and forth, clearly frustrated that she couldn't follow the conversation. She tugged on Lin Shiqing's sleeve. Lin Shiqing turned back to her, speaking softly. So, Alice, you were attacked by powerful vampires in Shilin Mountain? Is that right? Alice nodded solemnly. Yes, sister. My uncle said there's a secret realm hidden there. They wanted me to enter it and absorb the blood essence inside. It could have raised my bloodline purity by 1 or 2 generations. But those bad vampires ambushed us before we could open it. Her tone darkened as she described the brutal attack. They killed many of my uncles and grandfathers. Su Zhe perked up from the front seat. Qingbao, ask her for the exact location of the secret realm. Lin Shiqing relayed the question. Alice hesitated before replying. It's in Shilin Mountain, but you can't go there. It's too dangerous. Why not? Lin Shiqing pressed. There are at least 4 or 5 viscounts there. And maybe even a count. Alice's voice quivered as she described the enemy forces. Lin Shiqing's face paled. She turned to Su Zhe. Alice says there are multiple viscounts and possibly a count in Shilin Mountain. Forget about the secret realm. It's a death trap. Su Zhe groaned, his earlier dreams of glory collapsing. He slumped in his seat, muttering to himself. Just great. I thought I'd pick up the leftovers, but it turns out I'd be walking into my own funeral. Alice, noticing Su Zhe's dejected expression, offered a faint smile. But there's good news, sister. Lin Shiqing tilted her head. Good news? Alice beamed with pride. Only I know the location of the secret realm. Without me, those bad vampires can't find it. The entrance is tiny and only visible on the night of a full moon. They'd have to search the entire mountain in just a few hours. It's almost impossible. The weight of her words sank in. Lin Shiqing reached over and hugged Alice tightly. Despite her unkempt appearance after days on the run, the little vampire still carried a faint, sweet scent that was oddly comforting. Alice, you've been through so much, Lin Shiqing murmured. When we get home, I'll make sure you're safe. A warm bath, fresh clothes, some blood to drink, and a good night's sleep. You'll feel so much better. Thank you, sister, Alice whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She hugged Lin Shiqing tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Shiqing patted Su Zhe on the shoulder. Looks like our luck hasn't run out yet. The bad guys don't know the entrance to the secret realm. Alice is the only one who does. Su Zhe nodded, determination returning to his eyes. Perhaps, with Alice's knowledge, they still had a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 119. This little girl is so beautiful. Su Zhe's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So, you're saying there's still a chance? Alice nodded. There should be, but with so many powerful vampires near Shilin Mountain, the risks are high. especially if there's someone like a count, 2 realms above you. Their mere presence could render you immobile. To a count, you're nothing more than an ant. Our family doesn't even have anyone at the count level, Lin Shiqing added, her voice calm yet firm. Alice, still asleep, was blissfully unaware of their conversation, the language barrier proving to be a convenient shield. Su Zhe mulled over the information. We'll need to plan this carefully. As they arrived at the villa, Su Zhe sensed a fresh, unfamiliar blood energy. It wasn't from Lin Xiaohua or Lin Wan, whose energy he recognized instantly. This was someone new. A new vampire? Su Zhe asked, glancing at Lin Shiqing. She nodded. Yes, and the aura feels somewhat familiar. However, the strength isn't significant. Likely a third-level vampire. It's probably someone my parents invited. Let's check it out. Leaving Alice asleep in the car, Su Zhe and Lin Shiqing walked towards the villa. Under the shaded canopy in the atrium stood 3 figures, Lin Xiaohua, his wife, and a young man. Cousin, the young man called out happily. Realization dawned on Su Zhe. This was a relative, Lin Zikai, Lin Shiqing's younger cousin. By extension, he was now part of Su Zhe's family too. Xiao Kai, what brings you here? Lin Shiqing asked, surprised. Lin Zikai had been a familiar presence during her childhood, though the age gap between them had always felt significant. Back then, she was already writing elegantly while Lin Zikai was still toddling around, often trailing behind her with a runny nose. Now, the little boy she remembered had grown into a striking young man. I came with uncle and aunt. Life in the clan was getting too dull, so I thought I'd visit you, Lin Zikai said, flashing a smile that revealed his sharp fangs. That's great. Stay for a few days, Lin Shiqing said, affectionately ruffling his hair. Is that brother-in-law? Lin Zikai asked, glancing at Su Zhe. Lin Shiqing nodded with a proud smile. Yes, he is. Handsome, right? Lin Zikai studied Su Zhe. He's good-looking, but character matters more. Lin Shiqing chuckled. Kids these days seem so grown-up, worrying about relationships before they even hit their teenage years. Su Zhe approached, greeting everyone warmly. Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Lin Zikai, the young man said, extending a hand in a gesture that seemed beyond his years. Su Zhe smiled, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you, Lin Zikai. Take care of my cousin or else, Lin Zikai warned playfully. Of course, Su Zhe replied, amused by his protectiveness. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Zhe mentioned Alice. You found an injured young vampire in the city? Lin Xiaohua asked, incredulous. Yes, Su Zhe explained. I was surprised too. Normally, young vampires are heavily protected by their families. It's strange she ended up here alone. As he recounted Alice's story, Lin Xiaohua's expression grew more serious. The secret realm of blood is a rare opportunity, Lin Xiaohua murmured. We should meet this girl. Leading the way, Lin Xiaohua was followed by the group, with Lin Zikai trailing behind, brimming with excitement. Su Zhe's description of Alice as a petite and charming girl had piqued his interest. He'd been feeling out of place, with no one his age around, and the prospect of a new playmate was thrilling. As they reached the car, Lin Xiaohua peered at Alice, still asleep in the back seat. Her aristocratic air was unmistakable. Even in her sleep, she exudes a noble aura, Lin Xiaohua remarked. This kind of presence takes years to cultivate. Lin Shiqing added, she mentioned she's from the Nola family in Italy, and her blood purity is at the 11th generation level, unusual for a 13th generation vampire. That's remarkable, Lin Xiaohua said, his eyes narrowing. This is a significant opportunity. We must seize it. Lin Shiqing felt a pang of compassion. Alice's open nature and vulnerability tugged at her heartstrings. The girl's sincerity and innocence were disarming. For now, let's bring her inside and tend to her, Su Zhe suggested. She's not very strong, so we can manage her easily. Lin Wan gently lifted Alice, and they made their way into the house. Lin Zikai, his excitement evident, patted Su Zhe on the back. Brother-in-law, She's so beautiful, Lin Zikai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Chapter 120. Is my nephew stupid? Lin Zikai's excitement was palpable, leaving Su Zhe momentarily speechless. This kid acts like a walking ball of enthusiasm. All he thinks about is finding a girlfriend. Ahem, weren't you the one who just said that appearance isn't everything when choosing a partner? Su Zhe teased. Lin Zikai flushed. Well, if someone's good-looking, it's natural to notice them first. If you're standing in front of two people, one attractive and one not, you'd pick the good-looking one, right? Su Zhe shook his head, amused by Lin Zikai's glibness. All right, I have a suggestion for you. What is it? Lin Zikai asked, curious. You should start learning Italian. Alice doesn't speak Chinese. If you want to talk to her, you'll need to understand her language, Su Zhe suggested. Lin Zikai's eyes lit up with determination. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll start right away. With newfound resolve, Lin Zikai grabbed an iPad and began studying Italian. His enthusiasm and rapid progress were a testament to his vampiric learning abilities. Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Desire truly is the best motivator. Whether it's for love, wealth, or other material gains, desire drives learning. Lin Xiaohua, noticing Lin Zikai absorb in his tablet, seemed puzzled but didn't question it. Kids and their electronics, he thought. Xiao Kai, remember to balance your time. Play less and study more. Your dad asked me to keep an eye on your studies, Lin Xiaohua reminded him. I will, uncle. Don't worry, Lin Zikai replied quickly, though his attention remained on his new task. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqing had carried Alice to a nearby room. This room, usually empty, was perfect for Alice to rest in. Opposite it were the rooms of Yi Hui and Zhou Xueming. Both had left for work earlier in the day. Lin Shiqing gently laid Alice on the bed. She needs some blood. She looks like she hasn't fed in a while, she said. Lin Xiaohua shook his head. Not yet. Let me heal her injuries first. He focused his blood energy, channeling it to mend the severe wounds on Alice's back. Being a baron, his blood energy was potent and abundant. Slowly, Alice's condition improved. After 10 minutes, her wounds were completely healed. The effort, however, left Lin Xiaohua visibly drained. I need to rest now. You two can handle things from here. Take the chance to clean her up and change her clothes, he said before stepping aside. Lin Zikai, overhearing this from the hallway, perked up. His earlier sleepiness vanished at the mention of helping Alice. Wash and change her? Let me do it, he thought excitedly. Su Zhe noticed Lin Zikai's eagerness and approached him. Focus on your studies. Stop entertaining such thoughts. Lin Zikai nodded sheepishly. Got it, brother-in-law. He wasn't a bad kid, just a bit mischievous. Redirected, Lin Zikai dove back into his Italian studies with renewed vigor. In the living room, Su Zhe and Lin Xiaohua sat discussing recent events. Why do you and Xiaoqing keep going to school? Our family isn't lacking money. Why bother with school? Lin Xiaohua asked, his tone casual yet assertive. Su Zhe hesitated, reluctant to reveal too much about the Western vampires and the notebook they had found. It's more about social connections and avoiding the monotony of staying home all day. Lin Xiaohua nodded in understanding. I don't mind you going out, but Binhai has been dangerous lately. You've heard of the Zhou family, right? They're a powerful blood family here. A couple of weeks ago, some Western vampires attacked, killing several clan members and blood servants. Really? Su Zhe feigned surprise, though he couldn't help but wonder if those were the same vampires he had encountered and dealt with. Yes, so I'm concerned for you and Xiaoqing. It's safer to stay home for now. If you do go out, keep it brief and stay close, Lin Xiaohua advised. I understand, Su Zhe assured him. How's your training coming along? Did the last potion help? Lin Xiaohua inquired. It's going well. My bloodline purity has improved, and my strength has increased. I'm at the latter stage of the second-level vampires now, Su Zhe replied modestly, concealing the fact that he had already reached the Baron level. Lin Xiaohua smiled, pleased. Not bad. For someone embraced just 2 months ago, Reaching this level is impressive. It shows you have talent. In the corner, Lin Zikai muttered incomprehensible Italian phrases as he studied diligently, causing Lin Xiaohua to glance over in confusion. Is my nephew losing his mind playing games?
That brings this part of the story to a close. Thank you for listening to the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed the story. Please like the video and leave a comment with your suggestions. They are invaluable for improving the content. If you'd like to follow the story, remember to subscribe. This story is complete and spans 720 chapters, with new videos being released on a regular schedule.